recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like it's Peter. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like it's Peter. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like it's Peter. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like it's Peter. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is less of me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lo can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition where Lo will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lo's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lo help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lo's Customs today.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, I have.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule will get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The dial on my break, man. I wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
All right, everybody, welcome to another deep dive with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So today we're looking at this wild story we got about a pilot. We're just going to call him Bob. And I mean, it's just one of those stories where you kind of look at it and you're like, what is going on here? So the source material is this thing called pasted text, and it doesn't give us a lot to work with, but it's more about the details that it does give us because the story is just so out there. So it takes place on September 11th. And we have Bob, who is apparently a Morehouse College grad flying a plane over Omaha, Nebraska when things get a little weird. So basically, Bob was caught, I'm just going to say, engaging in some inappropriate behavior while in the cockpit. And as you can imagine, that's not something that...
that's not something that flies...
Yeah. And so they had to land the plane. And Bob was arrested and put on a sex offender registry.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's serious stuff. But then it gets even weirder because after all this goes down, Bob is demoted to flying for Spirit Airlines.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's like...
adding insult to injury.
Yeah, like how do you even process that? But before we get into like the why of it all, I'm curious, what was your first reaction to this story? Because it's almost funny, but also kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you don't know whether to laugh or be concerned. And it really highlights the complexities of human behavior, right? Like, it's easy to judge based on the surface level absurdity of it all. But I think it's important to at least consider the psychological factors that might be at play here.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially given that he's in such a high-stress profession like piloting. There's actually a lot of research out there on how stress can impact decision-making and how under extreme stress, people can act in ways they never would otherwise.
It's like that fight or flight response, except in this case, it's more like
Right.
a malfunction almost.
Exactly. It's like their wiring gets crossed.
Yeah. And you have to wonder if the date being September 11th played any role in that too.
It's certainly possible. And that actually ties into another detail from the pasted text that I found interesting. Apparently, Bob was seen on Chaotic Truth in John Galt's channel, whatever that is.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it mentions it right there in the text.
Huh. So maybe he was some kind of online personality or something?
Maybe. And that adds a whole other layer to this whole thing, right? Like, was he seeking attention? Was there an element of pushing boundaries for notoriety?
It's like that whole thing of online persona versus real life.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder how much our digital lives are bleeding into our offline behavior.
Yeah. And then there's the whole issue of public trust. Like, imagine being a passenger on that plane completely unaware of what's happening in the cockpit.
Right. It really makes you question the systems we have in place and the people we trust with our safety.
And this isn't even getting into the potential fallout for Bob, like beyond the legal repercussions. I mean, his career as a pilot is essentially over.
Yeah, his reputation is probably shot too.
Exactly. And in a world where information spreads so quickly.
And misinformation.
Right. It's almost impossible to come back from something like this.
It's a cautionary tale, to say the least.
For sure. So I guess the question is, how do we balance individual accountability with understanding the complexities of human behavior, especially when it comes to something like this?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's one we all have to grapple with, because at the end of the day, we're all capable of making mistakes, some bigger than others, but it's how we learn from those mistakes and how we hold each other accountable that really matters.
Yeah, and in a world that's increasingly online,
Right.
I think it's more important than ever to remember that there are real people behind those screens.
Absolutely.
And that our actions have real-world consequences.
Well said.
Well, on that note, I think we've done all the damage we can do here today. Thanks for joining us for another deep dive, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, welcome to another deep dive with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So today we're looking at this wild story we got about a pilot. We're just going to call him Bob. And I mean, it's just one of those stories where you kind of look at it and you're like, what is going on here? So the source material is this thing called pasted text, and it doesn't give us a lot to work with, but it's more about the details that it does give us because the story is just so out there. So it takes place on September 11th, and we have Bob, who is apparently a Morehouse College grad flying a plane over Omaha, Nebraska when things get a little weird. So basically, Bob was caught, I'm just going to say, engaging in some inappropriate behavior while in the cockpit.
Yeah.
And as you can imagine, that's not something that...
That's not something that flies.
Yeah. And so they had to land the plane. And Bob was arrested and put on a sex offender registry.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's serious stuff. But then it gets even weirder because after all this goes down, Bob is demoted to flying for Spirit Airlines.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's like...
Adding insult to injury.
Yeah. Like, how do you even process that? But before we get into like the why of it all, I'm curious...
Yeah.
What was your first reaction to this story? Because it's almost funny, but also kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you don't know whether to laugh or be concerned. And it really highlights the complexities of human behavior, right? Like, it's easy to judge based on the surface level absurdity of it all. But I think it's important to at least consider the psychological factors that might be at play here.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially given that he's in such a high-stress profession like piloting. There's actually a lot of research out there on how stress can impact decision-making and how under extreme stress, people can act in ways they never would otherwise.
It's like that fight or flight response, except in this case, it's more like
Right.
a malfunction almost.
Exactly. It's like their wiring gets crossed.
Yeah. And you have to wonder if the date being September 11th played any role in that too.
It's certainly possible. And that actually ties into another detail from the pasted text that I found interesting. Apparently, Bob was seen on Chaotic Truth in John Galt's channel, whatever that is.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it mentions it right there in the text.
Huh. So maybe he was some kind of online personality or something?
Maybe. And that adds a whole other layer to this whole thing, right? Like, was he seeking attention? Was there an element of pushing boundaries for notoriety?
It's like that whole thing of online persona versus real life.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder how much our digital lives are bleeding into our offline behavior.
Yeah. And then there's the whole issue of public trust. Like, imagine being a passenger on that plane completely unaware of what's happening in the cockpit.
Right. It really makes you question the systems we have in place and the people we trust with our safety.
And this isn't even getting into the potential fallout for Bob, like beyond the legal repercussions. I mean, his career as a pilot is essentially over.
Yeah, his reputation is probably shot, too.
Exactly. And in a world where information spreads so quickly.
And misinformation.
Right. It's almost impossible to come back from something like this.
It's a cautionary tale, to say the least.
For sure. So I guess the question is, how do we balance individual accountability with understanding the complexities of human behavior, especially when it comes to something like this?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's one we all have to grapple with, because at the end of the day, we're all capable of making mistakes, some bigger than others, but it's how we learn from those mistakes and how we hold each other accountable that really matters.
Yeah, and in a world that's increasingly online,
right,
I think it's more important than ever to remember that there are real people behind those screens.
Absolutely.
And that our actions have real-world consequences.
Well said.
Well, on that note, I think we've done all the damage we can do here today. Thanks for joining us for another deep dive, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, welcome to another deep dive with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So today we're looking at this wild story we got about a pilot. We're just going to call him Bob. And I mean, it's just one of those stories where you kind of look at it and you're like, what is going on here? So the source material is this thing called pasted text, and it doesn't give us a lot to work with, but it's more about the details that it does give us because the story is just so out there. So it takes place on September 11th, and we have Bob, who is apparently a Morehouse College grad flying a plane over Omaha, Nebraska when things get a little weird. So basically, Bob was caught, I'm just going to say, engaging in some inappropriate behavior while in the cockpit. And as you can imagine, that's not something that...
That's not something that flies...
Yeah. And so they had to land the plane. And Bob was arrested and put on a sex offender registry.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's serious stuff. But then it gets even weirder because after all this goes down, Bob is demoted to flying for Spirit Airlines.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's like...
adding insult to injury.
Yeah. Like, how do you even process that? But before we get into like the why of it all, I'm curious...
Yeah.
What was your first reaction to this story? Because it's almost funny, but also kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you don't know whether to laugh or be concerned. And it really highlights the complexities of human behavior. Right? Like, it's easy to judge based on the surface level absurdity of it all. But I think it's important to at least consider the psychological factors that might be at play here.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially given that he's in such a high-stress profession like piloting. There's actually a lot of research out there on...
All right, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Chat, can y'all hear me? Good morning, chat. Chat, can you hear me? Just give me a middle finger in the chat if your people can hear me. Jesus Christ. And Nate, good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, man? Sometimes these mornings I don't know what the fuck is going on. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Hear me? Okay. Thank God. Sam, salute. Man, sometimes I can't even, I don't know if, sometimes I gotta like update. I don't know why iPhone doesn't just update apps and shit automatically, but for some reason, when I don't update my YouTube, my StreamYards won't connect. Something's always wrong. So apparently they had a iPhone, connect, or iPhone, YouTube update like 2 days ago, but I forgot to update it. So that's what's going on right now. That's what's going on. You know, you know, you know, you know. And I had some issues this morning. You have to connect your electric and you have to connect your air supplies. The air supplies the brakes, right? So you got brakes, you got your brakes that supply the air to the trailer. So I got two air lines, and then I got an electrical line. Now my electrical line that connects to all the lights on the trailer. And this morning my lights weren't coming on, so I had to pull over and fuck with the prongs inside. You know, you got you got your plug, and then you got to connect it to the prongs and making sure all the little prongs hit the plug, all types of shit, man. And it's like, yo, why doesn't it just work when I stick it in, you know? Why doesn't it just work when I stick it in, you know? That's like life, man. Yo, I'm just trying to stick it in. Why isn't this shit working? I don't know what the fuck. Oh, what's going on, man? I don't know. And Nate, man, good morning though, man. I'm headed up to Ohio. I gotta get a new truck soon. They're trying to get me into a new truck. That ain't gonna keep me with this company though. But I ain't gonna lie, they've been good to me. Pause. They've been good to me. But you know, sometimes it's a little bit more. You know, you need a little bit more bread. I'm honestly thinking too, you know, about other careers I could parlay into. You know, with the experience on the road, you learn a lot about the industry, you know, and there's all types of jobs you can parlay. And, you know, I'm thinking, especially now that I moved down to Texas, it's just like, man, you know, when I'm living in Chicago, I want to be on the road. You know, there was sometimes I would go a month and a half on the road just because I didn't want to come back to Chicago. Texas is it's a different breed, man. It's a different breed. I love it out there. I get a lot of allergies down there though. I'm noticing that the farther up north I go, the less allergies I have. It's a little weird. I didn't know there were so many allergies down south. Oh, by the way, salute to Kimmy Cakes. Really appreciate her. Send me a cash app yesterday, and I always make sure when anybody sends me a cash app, I have to salute and let them know that I appreciate it, because I do. I really do. More than you guys know. You know, this is, you know, going live like this, you know, it definitely helps because it's a team effort. You know, obviously, couldn't do this without John and Porsha and Stanley and Get Crack. So the burden of the show isn't just all on me, but, you know, we really couldn't do it without the audience, the supporters, people waking up first thing in the morning, and instead of turning the news on or turning on Sports Center or some other bullshit, y'all out here with us, man. We appreciate that. You know, we're gonna be monetized back again soon. So that will change a lot for the channel. That will change a lot. We'll be able to do a lot more things. So, you know, this is, it's one of those things. Hey, make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, hit the cash out. $HB2M. You know, this YouTube shit, it's a lot of work. You know, I think the one thing I do appreciate about it though is the audience that we've cultivated over here are pretty much like-minded people. You know, I don't really like to argue. I like to be around like-minded people. I like to go back and forth. I like to be around people that have common goals, understanding that the light never goes out. No matter where you are in life, the light never goes out. And surrounding yourself with people that, you know, may have given up in certain areas. You know, it's detrimental. You can't. You gotta keep fighting. Don't stop believing. Don't stop believing. Oh, fuck. Alright, just so you guys know, I'm in Benita, Oklahoma, on the Rogers Turnpike. I'm heading north. In 8 ways, man. Salute for that cash app, bro. I appreciate that, man. Oh, man. Good morning, man. I appreciate that, man. See, this is what I mean, man. We can't do it without the people. We definitely cannot do this without the people. I appreciate you, man. You know, I hope everybody in the chat, hope you guys are getting to work safely. Maybe you got the day off. You know, they always say spring cleaning, but today is October 1st. Halloween. Hallows Eve. Halloween. This is the first day of October. The seasons are about to change. We're in the fourth quarter. You know, it's the fourth quarter of the year. You got 3 months left to get it together. Hey, you got 3 months left to get this shit together. And we're gonna be in 2025. You guys remember those movies from the 80s when everything fell apart by 2025? Everything, man. We might have a female president, Kamala. I think that's the beginning of the end. She might not be that bad, though. Who knows? Who really knows? You know, I think a lot of people, hey, and Nate Way said, I'm already at work, about to make my first 100 on the day. Only been here for 30 minutes. I feel that, man. I feel that. Telling you, man. And Nate Ways already know, man. You're a blessed man. Hopefully you make 600 today, man. That's just your first 100. First hundo. You know, they say in economics, just like the streets, that first 10 ball, you make that first 10K, everything is looking up from there. You make that first, you able to save that first 10K. You double that to 20. At 20, double to 40. 40 to 80. Now you a made man. And that, you're a made man. So I'm hoping everybody can make some Skrilla today. Save some Skrilla. Save some money. You know? Make some money. Whatever. I'll turn the music down a little bit, Josie. Josie, why don't you hit the link? You should come keep me company. I gotta have a little background music, though. A little bit. Oh, you gotta go to bed, okay. Well, sweet dreams, Josie. Must be nice. Going to bed at 5:30 in the morning. Different jobs, in Nate Way said different jobs pay different rates. Plus I get paid hourly regardless. That 100 will be on next month's commission checks. Yeah, see, that commission pay is different, man. That commission pay is different. You can make that commission money. Yeah, it helps out a lot. You know, I've been in those commission-based sales jobs before, and it's not for the weak. You gotta be able to do business. You know, you gotta be able to look a man right in his eye. Tell him, I got your back. Like Ice Cube, I got your back, or Ice-T, I got your back. Whatever happens, I got your back. Commissions based is real. You know, could you imagine if our whole economy was based on commissions? Could you imagine our whole economy based on that shit? Merit, you know? I feel like, honestly, the hourly shit, hourly and salary, that's low-key kind of fucked up the economy. It's fucked up the workforce. When you just work straight on commissions, it's based on performance. You see it all the time in the NFL, NBA. Niggas sign those big contracts and they start slacking off. You know? But those guys that they got that 1 year, 2 year contracts, you know, they work for it. You know, that hourly wage, it really only, oh, there goes Porsha. Good morning, Porsha. It's a lot of words right there. Good morning. How are you? Hope you're feeling better today. Sounded a little under the weather yesterday. The farther I go north, the less I have allergies. So I hope you're feeling better. Everybody was a little worried about Porsha in the chat yesterday, so hope she's feeling better today. But yeah, hey, good morning, Porsha.
Good morning.
Ah, jeez. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You know, just getting my day started, getting the stream started, you know. Headed north. Glad I can actually breathe.
Where are you headed to?
Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe I can make it, maybe I won't. I don't know. I got a full day.
Why wouldn't you make it?
I mean, I'm all the way from Oklahoma to Ohio. It's kind of far.
Oh, so basically, are you saying that you're gonna like go the whole entire day, like just to get there?
Yeah. No, I'll probably make it. Yeah, I'll make it.
Okay.
But we'll see. Ah, there we go. You know, some people like the views.
Yeah.
Vantage point. The views from 12 feet up in the air. You know, it feels good being in a 18-wheeler. You feel on top of the world, you know? Sitting so high in the sky. I'm glad you're sounding good today. What are you eating for breakfast this morning?
Uh, I guess eggs. I don't really have an appetite though.
Why not?
But I don't know, but
Uh-uh.
maybe eggs though.
How you gonna make the eggs?
Oh, I'm just gonna scramble them.
Uh, you don't ever do a omelet?
Actually, no, I don't.
Hmm. Are you a cheesy eggs person, or kind of how you scramble your eggs? You
I
like them runny or you like them hard?
I like them scrambled easy. No cheese.
No cheese. Okay. So a little runny, or kind of more fluffy.
I guess more fluffy.
Okay. So you like it hard. Okay.
You know, I say it like scrambled light. Like I guess it depends. Like if I want like over easy, or if I scramble them, I like them scrambled light. But even though I scramble it light, it's not like runny. If I
Yeah.
want like more of the yolk, I'll do over easy.
Okay. Okay. So you do like it over easy too, with like the yolk in the middle.
Yeah.
Isn't that over easy?
Yes.
In 8 ways, said Porsha, good morning, sending you some lunch money too. Heart, heart, heart. Do you mind giving in 8 ways a thank you, Porsha? I apologize in 8 ways. Try to show the people
Sorry,
we
Nate.
appreciate that.
I wasn't looking at the screen. Um, but thank you, Nate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's good to feel appreciated, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Porsha?
Yeah. Yeah. It does. It does. It does feel good. Thank you, Nate, for the lunch money.
What do you what do you think you're gonna get for lunch?
Um, I cooked,
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Nate wants you to.
so but I'll more than likely get like a smoothie or something.
Oh, smoothie. Okay. All right. You gonna put a little mango in it? A little strawberries?
Yeah,
Mango and strawberry? Okay.
probably.
All right. A little coconut?
Oh, no coconut.
Ah. A little pineapple?
Yeah, maybe pineapple.
That's really tropical. You're gonna get a tropical smoothie. Wow.
Yeah, actually from Tropical Smoothie. Yeah.
Oh, oh. Yeah, smoothies are one of those things that never really get old. So types of smoothies. You know, I like green smoothies. I like,
Yeah, green smoothies are.
but
Oh, you cut out.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1 2. Testing,
Yeah.
1 2.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. So I don't think you were around when we were talking about this, but there was a story John Galt brought up where there was a young lady. She makes over $1 million.
You said there was a young
And
lady that makes over $1 million in what?
4 months by decorating people's front yards in the Dallas-Fort Worth area with pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
And since today is October 1st,
Mm-hmm.
Halloween this month,
You kind of cut up a lot during that. But what I'm gathering is John told a story about a lady from the DFW that makes pumpkins or
wait, what?
decorates.
Wait, did I cut out? Did I cut out?
Yeah, yeah.
I must have cut out again.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay, okay. I was asking, what are you going to be for Halloween?
Nothing.
Don't you have a birthday this month?
No.
Uh, you turning like what, 24 this month? 23?
No, I'm turning I'm turning 18, so now you don't have to feel so bad about the inappropriate jokes that you make.
Oh, you know what they say? A new girl turns 18 every day. You know what they say? I don't know who said that, but somebody said it. New girl turns 18 every day. Woo! 18.
Yeah, but no,
Wow.
my birthday is this month.
Yeah. I don't know why you would lie about that, but all right.
I was kidding.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's Portia's birthday month. Okay. I know how girls do. Y'all celebrate the whole month.
Well, not me.
Portia's birthday month. Well, you know what, Portia? God damn. I just hit a fucking cicada. God damn. You know, sometimes while I'm driving and I hit a bug, the thud that it makes is so visceral that you never get used to it. Sometimes those bugs, they splat. It's just like a splat. Splat. It's like you're busting a nut. Splat. Splat. Ah, good morning, Garion. This is Portia's birthday month. We're
Gary,
celebrating Porsha turning 18 this month. So now I don't have to worry about being on a registry. And when I say a registry, I'm not talking about a wedding registry. I'm talking about a sex offenders registry. She's turning 18 this month, guys. So for the month of October, we're going to celebrate Portia's birthday.
well, you know, my birthday is one day out of the month.
Yeah. Portia. We're celebrating the whole month, though. This is, we're renaming October to Porshtober. Porshtober. Porshtober.
Okay.
And people in the chat, let us know what you are going to be dressing up for Halloween. Yeah, Gary, and I had like a cicada or a goddamn, I don't know, cicada fucking, I don't know what it was. It was something big, dog. Cause it just, I literally just cleaned my windshield. Cause I had so much dead bug bodies on it. So I just cleaned it and then just got hit with another one. And you know, you can't really use your windshield unless it's raining to clean it. Because it just smears that dead carcass all over your windshield and makes it worse. Just makes it worse. So yeah, chat. Everybody in the chat, let me know what you're dressing up for Halloween. Oh, Mela says, have a beautiful birthday, Portia. Thank you, Mela. Portia, this is Porshtober. She's celebrating her birthday this month. Porshtober.
Good morning, Mela. Thank you. We have some time, but thank you.
Now that I know, Innate Way says, now that I know, I'm being willy and setting myself free for Porshover Halloween. Ooh, I like Porshover too. Porshover.
Nate, Free Willy, thank you.
Porshover. I like that. Porshover. Yeah, so your birthday month, birthday girl. You have any plans for birthday? Doing anything interesting?
No, I don't have any plans.
No plans. Wow. They just free this month. Just open to everything, kind of.
I don't know what that means. I usually don't celebrate my birthday like that. I don't.
What are you, some kind of Muslim?
No, it's never been.
Porsha Muhammad?
No, it's just my birthday's just never been like that to me. I just go to work and come home and that's it.
Okay.
I don't ever do anything like
let's try to
special.
get you in the the Halloween mood. What about dressing up as Kamala
No,
Harris? No,
no.
no. You know, I've been working on my Kamala voice, but I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it.
What did you practice with the people yesterday? Or?
No. I've been working on it by myself, so I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm gonna get it down packed though. My Kamala.
Do you want to give the people like?
No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready, Porsha. I'm not ready. Still a little raw. Still working on it, you know. Still a work in progress.
Okay.
Still a work in progress. Oh, we got Mella in the building from the
It's
west
the
side of
talking
Chicago.
the
West side of Chicago, Mella.
Good morning, Mello.
Good
Morning.
day. Good day.
Morning.
Yeah. So,
Morning.
uh, I thought I'd keep you guys company for a little while. Um,
Wait a minute. Why did Porsche leave? What the hell? What the
well,
hell?
a woman needs time to start her day. I'm not tripping about that. I'm talking about you and some bugs getting on your windshield. What formula do you use to,
It was just rude that she just left like that, Mella.
it's not rude. What?
Jeez.
It's a woman's privilege to come and go as she pleases.
I stepped
Yeah.
down because I'm getting ready for
You
work.
you don't even have to explain yourself, woman.
Yeah,
You
I just wanted to keep him company until.
yeah, and that's what I was hoping that you would be afforded to do. Take time for yourself, you know, because there's only so much creativity HB has to entertain the audience. He needs somebody to bounce off of. So
That is true.
I'll
That
be
is
here
very
for
true.
about an hour.
Oh.
If I am so allowed. I don't mean to be presumptuous. If I am so allowed, I'll be here
Well,
for an hour at
you're
least.
very
Of course, you're
welcome.
allowed.
Yeah.
So I'm
Basically, I apologize. I just Mela hit the link, so I just wanted to get my stuff together for work, and then I was gonna
absolutely,
hop back up.
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
But I'm
Well,
sorry.
Yeah,
well,
reassurance. Be assured that you can conduct the start of your day uninterrupted.
yeah.
Um, we're
Are
not
you
going to
about to?
let anything happen.
Well,
Um,
it's I'm not worried about that. I'm just I apologize.
why?
I wasn't trying to be rude. That I wasn't trying to be. So I'm sorry.
It's okay, Porsche. It's okay.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. All of a sudden, if it's not my device, it's circumstances where I have to abruptly leave, and knowing that I'm in good standing is what assures me that I can return. And I
Yeah.
I didn't consider it anything. Um, as a matter of fact, years ago when I used to do Facebook all the time, there
Mm,
was this woman that interpreted my response as an insult to her, and I had
mm.
to explain to her that it was the sequence of comments that
Hold on, Mella. Hold on 1 second.
what I
Porsche,
do. I talk
hold
too
on.
much again. Okay.
No. I just I wanna let Porsche know. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, and I hope you enjoy those eggs. And happy Porsche-tober.
Thank you, HB.
Okay.
Say
Happy Porsche-tober.
amen.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
I
I noticed
appreciate
you
it.
interrupted her when she was explaining why she doesn't celebrate her birthday. That was rude, if anything. It's like
Well,
she gave you an
well,
answer and you want to be like, oh, it's like that, huh? You Muslim or something? Like, who does that?
I just don't, when people say they don't celebrate their birthdays, I don't necessarily believe it.
That's why I came up here. You were giving her grief, man. It was like I was like, wait, what? She gave an answer, and apparently you can't accept the answer. Like, who
Yeah,
does that?
yeah, yeah. Because if you forget somebody's birthday, then you're an asshole. So, you know,
Yeah, people aren't constrained to other people's expectations. Like everybody expects people to conform to something. And it's like, believe it or not, we have the freedom to be ourselves. And
I
what
agree.
I most
I agree.
appreciate is an
I
honest
agree.
answer. I don't go pressing on. Well, why? Why? Why?
Well,
What's that about?
well,
That sounds like controlling.
maybe that's the problem, Mella. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, you Chicago guys, you're always trying to run something. Always trying to make people see things your way. Like, what is it about you Midwestern brothers? What is it?
It's our way or the highway. You know, you see, I'm on
Who
the highway
taught
right
you
now.
that?
It's our way. We hard in the Midwest. We hardcore.
Well, when it comes to somebody that you care about, you definitely will stand by them. So I'll give
Yeah,
you Chicago brothers credit for that.
it's hard to really convey that
Ain't
sometimes
nobody go
though.
messing with your Porsche. I will give you that. But you did show your control inside when you couldn't just accept her answer. You had to just keep pushing. I was like,
You think
wow.
that you think I'm controlling, Mother?
I think that you want what's best for someone according to your thoughts. It's not
Mm,
necessarily controlling. It's like, well, I would think you deserve this, and it's not about accept. Like for instance, I hate to since it's a 24-hour stream, we got time on our
mm-hmm.
hands, right? So, as an example, for years I gave my mother a birthday present that I thought she would like. Emphasis on what I thought she would like.
Yeah,
And for
yeah.
years, she would say, "How much did you pay for this? I'd rather have the money." I
Ooh,
told the story online before, right? And
yeah.
what occurred to me one day is that I'm imposing upon her what I think she should have when she
Right,
already told me what it is she wants.
right.
She wants money. But me, I don't want to just hand her an envelope, right?
Yeah,
So how could I combine my sense of creativity and affection with what it is she wants? And so that's when I came up with as a matter of fact, my aunt was throwing her 65th birthday party,
yeah,
and I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? I'm already convicted knowing that she just wants money, and I just don't find it appealing to just slip her an envelope, right?
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so I stopped by,
But
uh,
that's what she wants. That's what she wants, though.
right, and this just happened to be maybe what 12, 15 years ago, and now it's a trend. But what
Yeah,
occurred is that I went to the ATM machine and I got out some money, and I bought a well decorated uh bouquet of roses in a vase.
yeah, yeah.
And I got some reverse tape, double sided tape, and I
Mm-hmm.
taped those 20s around those roses. And I showed up to the party, and I was like, ta da! And she hadn't hugged me that hard ever in my life. Okay. So it was a combination of what she wanted with the way I wanted to give it to her. And that's what love is, it's about really considering what someone's telling you
Yeah.
that they
Well,
are and
yeah.
accepting it.
Yeah.
But if you want to encourage them to do something that you honestly believe will enrich them in some way, there's a more subtle way to do it instead of the whole making them feel that their way of thinking is somehow
Wrong. Wrong.
not, yeah, not the cat's pajamas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like perhaps perhaps she considers herself so very blessed that she chooses to be conservative. Who knows? I don't know what's on Portia's mind. All I know is that she gave you an answer, and you kept pressing her as if what she thinks
Yeah.
about doing is not.
It's wrong. It's
It,
wrong.
it, you did make it seem wrong, but I think you were concerned. I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm saying you were concerned.
Yeah. You
I, I
know.
think
Yeah.
I think she's brilliant enough to announce that I'm concerned as to why I don't do. Now that's when you step in. If she's
Yeah.
announcing it's a problem,
Yeah.
she
You know. You know, Mela. It's not easy. You know. I'm.
Now, I ain't no psychologist with degrees. I'm just saying.
You know. I'm. You know. I love Portia, but
Yes, you do.
you know, it's one of those things where you know I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. You know, just because you love somebody doesn't mean you're lovable.
People tell you what they want. We just want them to have what we want them to have.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Um,
yeah. So the how do you clean your windshield again?
oh, so I stop at a truck stop and they have these big buckets full of cleaner and they have these long squeegees. So I gotta stop at a truck stop and use the squeegee. It's like a squeegee with a 10-foot pole on it. So I gotta clean it that way. But I can't use my windshield wipers because it'll just smear all the bug juice all over my windshield. And
Oh.
it gets kind of nasty, you know. It just makes it worse. They have windshield wiper fluid that's specifically for bugs, but it doesn't work. I've tried it before. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, it doesn't work.
Mm, it's a distraction.
Yeah, and you know, once the sun comes up and that light starts reflecting off of that bug uh, carcass, it gets really hard to see. So you gotta make sure your windshield is clean. You know, when you're driving in a car, you don't really hit bugs that much, because usually bugs, you know, they're kind of smart enough to fly higher than a car, but they're not smart enough to fly higher than a semi truck. So
Yeah, I can imagine. I was
yeah.
wondering if some genius is going to make better windshield wipers for semi trucks. I didn't realize that was such an issue because
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah, they just need the kind of material that they use at those stops where you have to physically wipe it off. Maybe they'll make wipers to that degree.
yeah.
Because
I
it
don't
sounds
know.
like they're using a standard automobile grade plastic when it probably needs something a little bit more um productive.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I know the
Wouldn't that
water.
be a great invention? Like,
It
if
really
anybody
would
out
be.
there has some genius that invents it, please remember Melody. You said it first.
Nah, it
You
really
know.
would be. 'Cause, you know, the stuff that they use at the truck stop, it's like, it's amazing. It gets my windshield so clean. You want to lick it. It's that clean.
It's shiny and
Yeah.
new.
It's clear, nice and
Shiny
clear.
and new.
You know, I like it.
Does it, like, could you wipe your hand across it and it squeaks? Is it that clean?
That clean.
Wow,
Like
that's clean.
squeaky clean. Squeaky
Squeaky
clean.
clean. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
clean.
You know, I took a shower this morning, and that's usually how I know if I'm clean or not. I rub my finger across my body, and if it makes that noise, I'm like, yeah, I'm clean. I'm clean now. Now I'm clean.
What's your favorite soap? Or you just
Uh, I like to use Old Spice, the Old Spice,
hmm
the liquid Old Spice.
Can you
I
believe
rotate.
I grew up using Ivory soap?
Oh wow, you're old school for
That
real.
I'm I
My
was cared
grandma
for.
used to use that.
I was
My
cared
grand
for by my grandmother, and Ivory soap is, if that, there's something about being in the bathtub and having Ivory soap, a bar Ivory soap. And what I've found is that they've changed the formula. There's all different kinds. So, however, when I went to the military, once we got out of basic training, I used Ivory soap in basic training, but when I went to technical training, I one of my I think a roommate, she was using Tone soap. And I was like,
mm,
I heard of that. So I started using Tone soap. That became a favorite of mine. And I found it to be far superior than Ivory. Um, but as far as a favorite, I would have to say, those natural blends that have essential oils in it. That's become my favorite. It's
wait,
not
hold on.
necessarily an exclusive brand,
Hold
right?
on a second, Mela. Hold on 1 second. You
Okay.
can get, innate ways say you can get your car wet and spray it with wheel acid and rinse it off fast, and it will clean the hell out of everything. Okay. He's a
Okay.
detailer. Okay. You know,
Good.
detailing
Good.
cars, that's such a good job. Detailing cars, you know?
If you like
People,
it.
yeah. It's such a good job though if you like doing it, because I don't think you can get a car clean enough, honestly. You know,
Yeah.
there's there's I watched some YouTuber guy, and he charges like $2,000 to detail somebody's car, but he does everything. Like he's cleaning out everything. Could you imagine paying somebody $2,000 to clean your car?
I'm trying to figure out what type of car is this. Like, is it a Toyota or is
Valley.
it a limousine? Maybe it's one of
No.
those
The car
limousines.
he was cleaning, I think he was cleaning like I don't know what he was cleaning. I think it was like a big truck. It was
It
like a
had to be
pickup
a
truck.
limousine. It had to be.
Yeah,
Well, and I don't mean the old school long stretch limousines, because they have the party uh, limos now that are
yeah,
SUVs. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
talking about that. I could see somebody charging an extraordinary amount of money to clean out one of those party limos.
yeah.
Because you
Wait. I wanted to go back to you bathing. Now, when you're in the shower, you're lathering up, you're washing your body, right? How many times do you wash your body when you're in the shower?
well, believe it or not, you have to use one of those exfoliant
Ooh,
gloves, right?
ooh,
Have you seen those before? They're
yeah.
gloves that exfoliate your skin.
You know, Porsha actually introduced me to exfoliating gloves. I only use it on my face though because I tried to use it on my body, and
You need separate ones. You can't use the same one
yeah,
for your body as your face. That's take
Yeah,
caution doing that.
Nah, I stopped using it on my body just because it got a little, in certain areas it got a little raw. So I had to stop using it.
So you
Maybe I'll
actually have to
scrub it a
take
little.
you know what? You have to take baths in Epsom salt. That's what it sounds like. If your skin is too sensitive to accept exfoliation, you're gonna have to uh you know condition your skin by taking, uh
Epsom salt baths.
yeah, Epsom salt, and not and with a little bit of essential oil in it, to make sure things don't sting.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, you might have some unresolved old abrasions that haven't healed. Um,
Uh,
you know, I mean, cause like it
that
sounds
just
like
sound
the
good.
under your thighs, like what do you call that underside of your thigh? If you sit
Yeah.
down all the time, like for instance, you driving all the time, so like the underside
Yeah.
of your thigh with all that vibration and stuff, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
probably causing certain uh uh reactions, you know what I'm saying? Because like the your clothes mingling with the underside of your thigh for that long,
Yeah.
it requires exfoliation. However, you have to get your body accustomed to that experience, if that makes any sense.
No, I think it makes sense.
Yeah,
So how many? So you wash your body just once when you're in the shower, or do you like wash and rinse and then wash it again?
I do a hot, not hot, but fairly warm, and it's like a twice over, and then um a rinse, a warm rinse, and then a cold. I always
Ooh.
finish off with the cold because it's rejuvenating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's my
Yeah.
recommendation. Like after you take your shower, how many times you gotta say like back in the basic training days, you had to get in and get out. Because I was in the Air Force, we were allowed to take
Yeah.
showers. I don't know about
Yeah.
anybody else, but in the Air Force, we were allowed to take showers, but they were quick showers. I mean, we talk 3 minutes or less, right? So you just in and out, and and you can get a lot done in 3 minutes. But my point is, what I have found as I've gotten older is that cold rinse
Mhm.
is better than a cup of coffee. It's
Yeah.
it's so rejuvenating. But you got to get used to. And I'm not talking about shocking yourself like you're startled with this
Yeah.
cold. Just suddenly, turn it down. Just suddenly turn it down enough
Mhm.
as well as you can tolerate it. It's so refreshing.
So you only do it. You only so you do
What I gotta
you.
do is I want to get a water filter for, if not the whole place, but the shower head at least. I understand that they have, like, say you stay in a hotel, right?
Mhm.
And you're not quite sure about the water um quality, because there's all types of stuff in water, right? So
Yeah.
um if you
Yeah.
wanna if 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 you wanna look it up online, whoever's listening, they have this they have something that you could put over a shower head that conditions the water that's coming out so it's not so acidic, if that makes any sense. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
yeah, because you got a lot of people, they look so old while young because
Yeah.
they're holding their face up underneath that shower water, and it's like you'll be surprised, what's actually coming out of the shower head. It's crazy. It's like, oh, and another way to clean your own shower head. Take a Ziploc bag, right? Like the kind of Ziploc bag, like the gallon size storage bags. You fill it up
Mhm.
with some baking soda, some vinegar, and some water. And then you attach it to
Mm.
the shower head and you zip it and just let it soak there for a while. And that's going to clean some of that, that stuff that builds up after a while, you know,
Yeah.
because of what's in the water, you know. But a clean shower head is important, you know.
Yeah. That vinegar is like a miracle substance. You can use that shit on anything, basically.
I like also hydrogen peroxide and baking soda as a solution for the shower head. Just those natural things that that so chemicals aren't like just running all on your face, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then
No, that
also,
so
from what I
yes, it
heard,
do.
is it true that men pee in the shower? Is that true? Because
Yeah,
that's nasty.
yeah,
That's
yeah. That's very
that
true.
messes up the crowd.
Yeah, that's very true.
That messes up the crowd. Because I noticed, like, my male family members, their shower, they have one corner of their shower that's real suspicious. I'm like, why is this one area of the shower suspicious? And then my cousin, she was like, "Cause me and pee in the shower all the
Yeah,
time." And I was
yeah.
just like, "That's
Most men
fucked
pee in the
up.
shower. Some guys actually poop in the shower too.
That's terrible." Now I didn't know that. That's terrible. I wouldn't recommend that or peeing. But what I will say is that
I
what you
mean, it's a
do.
it's a it's a drain though. You
The
know.
shower, okay, okay. You making it seem like the shower is like Vegas. What stays in Vegas, stays in Vegas. But see, that's just rude to the
You think it's
structure.
you
To
think
the
it's rude to
structure.
pee in a shower? It's.
Do you
I
know you
mean,
call? What if I told you you could save yourself some money if you don't do that?
how? Okay, Nella, how can
Because
you save you?
it erodes the. I mean, do you know what the pH balance of urine and poop and all that stuff is? Like, you messing up everything when you do that. That's what toilets are
So
for.
wait. Are you saying that there shouldn't be pee down the drain, down the
Yeah.
shower drain?
From what I understand through plumbing, there are different pipes for showers than there is for the toilet. The toilet can handle that kind of spillage, but showers. I don't know about plumbing that well, but I do
Hmm.
know that it will damage the structure of the sealant. Like it erodes the sealant. And so
Oh,
next thing you know,
in the pipes,
but
in
not
the
just the
pipe.
pipes, but like say, there's this corner of the shower that you aiming for on a regular basis. Next thing you know, it erodes the sealant, and then you got a leak underneath your shower, and your floor is
Yeah,
fucked up. You know, you got
because
water
people
damage
pee in
under
it.
your floor because you want to pee in the shower.
Yeah,
Now what you gonna do? How you gonna explain that to John Galt if you rented one of his places? Like, man, there's water damage in my bathroom. I don't know why. Let John Galt find out that you've been eroding the ceiling in the shower because you got a habit of peeing in there.
yeah,
It's just terrible. It's a
yeah,
terrible idea. That's what toilets are for. Use it. Use it or lose it.
yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
And
You
also,
know.
since he's confessing what men do in the shower, I suggest you all who go visit, if you don't have your own bathroom and you have to share it with a man, wear shower shoes. Don't
Yeah,
get in
because he's
no
probably
man
gonna.
shower barefoot. Wear shower shoes, please.
He's probably gonna pee
There ain't
in
no
it.
telling what he
Yeah,
been doing in there. Listen to him, y'all. Listen to him.
yeah,
I hope everybody's entertained.
yeah. I always thought everybody peed in the shower, but I guess it's only a man thing. So you don't pee in the
It's
shower.
it's not it ruins the seal. It promotes water damage because the seal what is eroded.
Yeah. Nah, you learn something new every day. I thought just everybody peed in the shower.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit up here and call it nasty. To each his own. I'm just advising that what makes sense to me and it could make sense to a lot of people is that it erodes the sealant, and so don't be surprised if you got to come out your pocket with a lot of moolah because
I mean,
you have water damage eventually.
it's a little nasty. I'll agree. I'll agree. I
Yeah,
just think
wear
it's
shower shoes in a man's bathroom now. You know what
you know
keeps a marriage together is two separate bathrooms.
yeah,
Um,
I agree. I couldn't share if I lived with a like my wife. I could not
yeah,
share
can
a
you imagine
bathroom with
going to
her.
her all pink bathroom?
I can't. I
You wake up in the
can't.
morning, scratching yourself or whatever you mean to do, and then next thing you know, you step in there and it's this bright pink flowery bathroom, and you're like, wow, how to
Yeah, I
start my
can't. I
masculine
can't.
day.
I'm not. I feel like I don't mind. I don't mind pee when it's like sexual pee. Like if we're peeing on each other. But
Okay, I changed my mind. I'm not gonna stay here an hour if you're gonna talk like that.
my bad, Mel.
We
My
could.
bad. My bad.
Why don't you
My
tell
bad.
me what you've been listening to on NPR? What's the most
My
recent
bad. My
story
bad.
you
My
heard on
bad.
NPR? They don't talk about sex in bathrooms. So, um,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
about? I tried to hang in there with you, but you
My
you're the
bad. My
kind of
bad.
brother like you give him an inch, he want a mile. So, like, let's
Yeah.
just change it,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
This is not cool for me.
I do take it too far. No.
Yeah, you an envelope pusher, and there's
Yeah.
nothing in the envelope for you over here, okay? So,
All right, Mel.
have you
You
listened to
know.
NPR? Do you listen to NPR when you're on the road? What's the
Sometimes.
most outrageous story you heard?
NPR is
And it
not
better
like it
not
used
have
to be.
nothing to do with peeing.
NPR is not like it used to be. It used to be a lot more, a little bit crazier. Um, have you ever heard? You ever heard of? Do you know Bob, the pilot? You ever heard of Bob?
No, I mean the name Bob, of course, is familiar to everybody around the world. But you're talking about specifically a show or something?
No, no, no. Bob the pilot that comes over here sometimes. He's a
Oh,
he's a,
I I've probably been I come over here enough to have probably been introduced. What about
yeah.
him?
I'm gonna let you hear a story about Bob real quick. Um,
Great.
it's actually it's from NPR. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you hear it real quick.
Oh, that's
Let me know.
exciting that he's a pilot. It's not going to be
Yeah.
anything nasty, is it?
No, 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 no. Just listen.
All right, everybody, welcome to another deep dive with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So today we're looking at this wild story we got about a pilot. We're just going to call him Bob. And I mean, it's just one of those stories where you kind of look at it and you're like, what is going on here? So the source material is this thing called pasted text, and it doesn't give us a lot to work with, but it's more about the details that it does give us because the story is just so out there. So it takes place on September 11th, and we have Bob, who is apparently a Morehouse College grad flying a plane over Omaha, Nebraska when things get a little weird. So basically, Bob was caught, I'm just going to say, engaging in some inappropriate behavior while in the cockpit.
Yeah.
And as you can imagine, that's not something that...
That's not something that flies.
Yeah. And so they had to land the plane. And Bob was arrested and put on a sex offender registry.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's serious stuff. But then it gets even weirder because after all this goes down, Bob is demoted to flying for Spirit Airlines.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's like...
Adding insult to injury.
Yeah. Like, how do you even process that? But before we get into like the why of it all, I'm curious...
Yeah.
What was your first reaction to this story? Because it's almost funny, but also kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you don't know whether to laugh or be concerned. And it really highlights the complexities of human behavior, right? Like, it's easy to judge based on the surface level absurdity of it all. But I think it's important to at least consider the psychological factors that might be at play here.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially given that he's in such a high-stress profession like piloting. There's actually a lot of research out there on how stress can impact decision-making and how under extreme stress, people can act in ways they never would otherwise.
It's like that fight or flight response, except in this case, it's more like a malfunction almost.
Exactly. It's like their wiring gets crossed.
Yeah. And you have to wonder if the date being September 11th played any role in that too.
It's certainly possible. And that actually ties into another detail from the pasted text that I found interesting. Apparently, Bob was seen on Chaotic Truth in John Galt's channel, whatever that is.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it mentions it right there in the text.
Huh. So maybe he was some kind of online personality or something?
Maybe. And that adds a whole other layer to this whole thing, right? Like, was he seeking attention? Was there an element of pushing boundaries for notoriety?
It's like that whole thing of online persona versus real life.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder how much our digital lives are bleeding into our offline behavior.
Yeah. And then there's the whole issue of public trust. Like, imagine being a passenger on that plane, completely unaware of what's happening in the cockpit.
Right. It really makes you question the systems we have in place and the people we trust with our safety.
And this isn't even getting into the potential fallout for Bob, like beyond the legal repercussions. I mean, his career as a pilot is essentially over.
Yeah, his reputation is probably shot, too.
Exactly. And in a world where information spreads so quickly.
And misinformation.
Right. It's almost impossible to come back from something like this.
It's a cautionary tale, to say the least.
For sure. So I guess the question is, how do we balance individual accountability with understanding the complexities of human behavior, especially when it comes to something like this?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's one we all have to grapple with, because at the end of the day, we're all capable of making mistakes, some bigger than others, but it's how we learn from those mistakes and how we hold each other accountable that really matters.
Yeah, and in a world that's increasingly online,
right,
I think it's more important than ever to remember that there are real people behind those screens.
Absolutely.
And that our actions have real-world consequences.
Well said.
Well, on that note, I think we've done all the damage we can do here today. Thanks for joining us for another deep dive, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, welcome to another.
Mella?
Just the imagery of it all, it's disappointing. I can understand the need for a thrill, right?
Yeah.
There comes a time when it's reckless to put other people's lives in danger. It's one thing to have two consenting adults and they're alone and they're doing whatever it is they're doing. That's not harming others. They might be arrested for indecent exposure, or they might get into an accident. Who knows? But when it comes to actually carrying the souls of other people, that's a conscious decision to disregard a code of conduct that you were entrusted to abide by, and that is dishonorable.
Yeah. Wait, let me ask you this: How do you balance your real with your online personality?
That's a good question. I keep everyone related to me away, and that's pretty much it, because I've been known to really, really show out online over the course of several years. I've said the most outrageous things. I've said the most nurturing of things, and everything in between. What I find refreshing is that I can do it. However, in my reality, dealing with my family, friends, and other loved ones, in my reality, that's an entirely different scope of restraint. You see what I'm saying? Online, what I have found, especially with Black YouTube, are opportunities to not really exercise restraint, and that has afforded me an ability to release a lot of to take my frustrations out on other people. But unfortunately, that became a habit, and I had to turn that habit around, because you don't know who you're emotionally damaging when you do that. You know what I'm saying? And so about this whole code of conduct thing, I've instituted a code of conduct for myself. Most often, not all the time. Even now, I could probably start tripping. But what idealistically, I prefer to practice restraint, more so than ever. But I've been known to cuss people clean the fuck out. Yeah. Say what? I don't go around cussing out people in public, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Mella, because you always, I'm not trying to be here.
Hopefully I won't.
You've always been Mella, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but you've always been nothing but a sweetheart to me. Like, you've always been polite, kind, thoughtful.
That's because I understand where you're coming from. When I don't understand where somebody's coming from, that's when I tend to snap.
Okay.
Yeah, like for instance, there's this nice man, Stanley, right? There's this nice
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
Stanley. Stanley was curious about, some things and
Mhm.
regarding myself, and it got
Mhm.
to a point where I was suspicious, right? I was like,
Right.
not of him. Like, I don't mind people being curious, but this is a public platform that anyone can access. It's recordings at any
Right.
given time in history. So what I say is being recorded. You understand what I mean? And I have to keep that in mind at all times. I can't just talk to you as if nobody's ever going to hear it. So if I
Right.
start to be candid and then that turns around and say it's something that I'm candid with, just say I'm being candid. I'm
Right.
being candid,
Right.
and next thing you know, not Stanley himself, but someone else having heard that vulnerability turns around and clobbers me with it in some type of
Uh.
disagreement. Like we're in the midst of a disagreement, and then next
Mhm.
thing you know, what I may have or may not have confessed can be used against me. And I think in the instance of regarding Stanley, he was right to correct me and say, you could have just said, I don't want to answer that. But no, you gotta like cuss me out. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, and it was because I began to get suspicious of the circumstances, not Stanley himself. And that's why I came back and apologized to him, because it wasn't him. It was the circumstances. It's like, do you realize if I answer these personal questions, it's recorded for life, right? And what I
Mhm.
don't need is somebody having those specific answers.
Are you saying like some like the possibility of someone using something personal that you shared, like using it against you to like hurt you?
But
Or
in an attempt, because I'm not impenetrable, right? I'm not impenetrable. So and I'm not saying Stanley would do that. What I'm saying is the situation. That's what I wanted to distinguish. The situation of someone having
Yeah.
access to me being candid, and then one day saying, jumping up on the panel when I'm talking about rainbows and butterflies. And it was like, yeah, so what about the time you did this? What about it's like, you seem real happy today. Let me crush it. Like there are some very, very awful people in this world. And I have to keep
Yeah.
that in mind
yeah,
as this is being recorded. You never know
Yeah.
what's going to come back to you. And so when he was, and I didn't mind sharing with him, like it had Stanley and I, been one on one, face to face, uh, private somewhere, like maybe in I don't know, a restaurant, coffee shop, or whatever. That's different. It's like, yeah, I'm going to tell you this, and if it ever comes back to me, I'll know you said it. But when it
Mhm.
comes to talking online, everybody's heard it. So when it comes back to me, I can't blame Stanley for it. You
Yeah.
know, I can't do that because most likely he has enough integrity to not just go around saying stuff or using things against somebody. What can happen is that someone with less character could do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's not a position, and that also distinguishes online behavior versus offline behavior. You can be
Yeah.
candid with someone offline. Online, you're being recorded. This is live,
Mhm.
not Memorex. Okay, you can't
Yeah.
just destroy the tape. Okay,
Yeah.
and be like,
Yeah.
okay, uh, you know, lock that tape up. You can't. This is live, not Memorex. It's being recorded. So
Yeah.
so that would so to answer your question, after I went all the way around the world with it, is that what
That's okay.
distinguishes my online persona from my offline persona is that I'm more candid offline. than I am online.
Gotcha.
That's
Portia,
the
what
difference.
about you? Portia, what about you? Welcome back.
Um, as far as offline versus online,
Yeah, how do you balance that?
uh, I'm not. Oh gosh.
Uh-oh. You drop your glasses case?
I dropped something else. Online and offline, I believe that I'm not I don't have social media, so I don't have experience with. Well, I guess I have experience now,
Hmm.
doing the YouTube thing, um, but like with engaging with people, online, I'm kind of like how I am in person. I'm just like I'm a friendly person. Uh, I can be frank sometimes. I can go off sometimes, if I'm irritated or whatever. And I'm a goofy person too, like in real life. So like I feel like online, um, I'm a lot of the same person that I am
Yeah.
in real life, but there are things offline that I like to keep separate from online.
So that's
Um,
how you balance it.
I try,
Mm.
uh,
Mm.
like my personal life. I don't really go into like the in-depth parts of my personal life online, as I would, of course, offline. As Mela mentioned, like candid conversations offline that you would have with someone.
Mm.
But sometimes it's hard to balance it, for different reasons. But I'm since like we stream 24 hours, it's like I'm here all the time. So,
Yeah.
but I do like, or I would like to have like a separation between, being here and then whenever I'm not here. But I
Yeah.
just try my best to separate it in a way to where like it doesn't impact me or hurt me or make me feel a way offline.
Yeah.
If someone says something that offends me, or if it's something that I don't like, I don't know. I just balance it as best as I can. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm human. So
Yeah.
some things you can't always take away from what's online. But because like I've been in a situation that I've actually never been in before, where uh, I was hurt, by online, and it actually impacted my real life. So the online hurt my offline, uh,
Mm.
and it put me in a really dark place for a little bit. Just trying to figure out how to manage it. But then offline, I felt like, people that aren't online, they don't really understand what it's, the whole conundrum, if you will, of being on a live stream. So it's like you don't have anybody to talk to about what happened to you online.
Yeah.
And but then I guess that's the separation, right? Like, so you just kind of deal with certain things by yourself, and you just try to constantly remind yourself that, hey, this is the internet, this is online, you're hanging out with friends, talking, but then there's another component, which is your offline life and what you do. So
Yeah.
I don't have a perfect answer. I try my best. I try my best.
Hmm. I remember the first time I was called a nigga bitch online, right?
Mm. Mm.
Um, it was alarming, right? And we're
Yeah.
talking several
Yeah.
years ago. So I'm desensitized to it now. You know, I'm not phased by, people who intentionally try to shock me. You know,
Yeah.
um, I'm actually, I would like to think, fortified enough at this point to where I'm going to assume they're going to say anything conceivable under heaven.
Yeah.
It's just not going to blow my wig back, and I don't even wear a wig. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
It's like,
Mm.
but I've been accused of, like there are people that haven't seen my image. Like, there was a time, I guess maybe 10 years ago, um, I how can I put this? I find it more empowering to be anonymous when it comes to my image.
Right.
It's
Right. Right.
empowering because with that anonymity, there's only so much ammunition a person has.
Yeah.
You see what
And
I'm saying?
I think that comes with wisdom.
Whether you're beautiful or less than beautiful, it doesn't matter. If somebody wants to hurt you, they are going to find something to hurt you. And
Yeah.
and until you get over that first insult, like I'm in an argument with a woman, believe it or not. I'm in an argument with a woman. She's biracial, and
Ooh.
she was really angry. She was really angry about the onslaught of harassment she received. So she
Yeah.
took her frustrations out on other people that were attempting to smooth stuff over. And I was called a nigga bitch. Like, did anybody
Mm.
ask you that you nigga bitch? I'm like, whoa, what?
Did she use the hard ER?
I don't recall. I just recall the term being out of character with the the camaraderie we had developed. Like, you got to keep in mind, this is a woman that I have spoken with on a regular basis for a long time in a pleasant way. We exchanged pleasantries for a consistent period of time. And one day she just freaking snapped on everybody, including me. And that's when I knew I wasn't special. Okay.
Yeah.
I said, wait a minute. Just because you have a good rapport with somebody, that doesn't mean they're not gonna come out of the bag on you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you gotta be
Yeah.
prepared for that.
You do.
It's like
You do.
I knew you were capable of saying something like that, but I never thought you would have said that to me. And so
Right.
now, of course, I'm a little bit more fortified, and I understand that at any given moment somebody could talk under my clothes. Oh, what else
Yeah.
has happened? I've had all types of insults thrown at me, and I've
Wait, Mela. And during this time, did you kind of reveal your did she know that you were actually a black woman? Did you like reveal who you were?
I there were certain things that I said about being from Chicago and
Mm,
from the West
yeah.
Side, and certain lingo, that's indicative of someone that has the African American experience.
Right.
Although
Right.
because I do come across as diplomatic oftentimes, um, it's thrown up in the air. It's like some people just like if someone didn't have my demographic uh in mind. I don't know if people would consider me black or what, but what I can say is that the way I communicate with people is not hood, but
Yeah.
I know how
Yeah.
to talk hood because I've
Yeah.
I've I've observed it. You know,
West side of Chicago.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've observed it. It's just that traveling the world
Yeah.
has afforded me the compassion it takes to understand everybody. Um,
Right. Right. Hold on.
if I'm in
Hold
a
on. Hold on.
grocery,
Mela.
yeah,
Mela. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me pay some bills real quick. You guys are watching Gone Trucking with your host HB2N and John Galt at The Urban Landlord on YouTube. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you're new here. And also we are celebrating the month of October with Porshtober. So if you would like to sponsor this episode, this is Portia's birthday month. If you would like to sponsor this episode, please hit Portia's Cash App at $Portia J with an E at the end. It is currently 6:45 Central, 7:45 Eastern, October 1st, 2024. We are 3 months away from New Year's,
Oh
and
man.
and God bless America and God bless the chat. Again, please hit the like button and subscribe if you are new here. And we have the elegant Miss Virgo who just hit the link. We have three beautiful
Good
women
morning,
on the
Miss
chat.
Virgo.
Three beautiful women on the chat. One from Texas. That would be Porsha, the talented, gorgeous, and thought-provoking Porsha from Texas. We also have Mela, west side of Chicago, military veteran, has seen action, ladies and gentlemen. And we have Virgo from New York, moved from New York to down south. And three beautiful women, three beautiful spirits up here. And up early, getting this day started. So you guys make sure you hit the like button. Show these women that you appreciate them this morning. So I,
HB, you're too kind. You're too
I
kind,
know.
HB.
He's a
Good
happy
morning,
man.
Hello, ladies. How you doing? HB, how you doing? Ladies, how you doing?
Yes, it's another terrific first of the month.
first of the
Girl,
month.
I'm just happy to be alive. That's all I know.
Yeah. Oh, also, I did want to say, since it is the first of the month, if you have any food stamps that you would like to sell me, I
Yes,
am
donate.
available. I am available. I will give you for $200 worth of food stamps. I will give you $100. So it is the first of the month. Those
Wake up,
food stamps
wake up,
should be
wake
filling
up.
back up.
It's the
So
first of the month.
let me know.
Wake up,
If you
wake
have
up, wake up.
$400 of food stamps, I have $200 for you. So let me know. If you got $100, I got 50. Let me know. Food stamp.
I got
You
5 on it.
Oh, snap.
I got 5 on it.
speaking of snaps, I am paying for some SNAP benefits. Speaking of
Yes.
SNAP. So Virgo, we're talking
And if
about
you got
how
Section 8, I want to move in.
come on,
Right?
Mela.
Let me
So
get the room.
Virgo,
Let me get a room.
we're talking about how do you balance your online persona with your real life?
Yeah, I was
And
listening to that a little bit earlier. I was listening to I don't know if the lady was she a doctor? Um breaking down
oh,
how
Bob, about Bob.
no about Imperious.
Oh, yeah. That was like a different podcast that we got some
Oh,
audio
okay.
from.
All right. Well, how I feel about my online I don't have an online persona. I'm me
Mm,
every day, all day. You're getting
okay,
the real me.
okay.
This is how I am at home. This is how, you know.
Are you saying that you're willing to be candid about the most deepest crevices of your life online, although it's being recorded?
Maybe not the deepest, but I
Okay.
don't mind. I don't mind sharing certain things only because from experience, sometimes when you open up to people, other people are going through the same, like kind of similar things. And
Yeah.
it opens up a conversation and we could all heal together. That's it.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's it. I have no problem opening up on what I want to open up on. Now,
Yeah.
are there certain things that I keep private? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I believe in that as well. Yeah.
yeah. It is very interesting. The
But if
different
it's like
perspectives.
life stories and how we can help each other get over certain things, I don't mind opening up. Shit, it's
Mm,
not like you guys know where I live. It's not like you know exactly where I work. So I don't mind opening up. But
yeah,
yeah, I think certain things should remain private, and that's up to the discretion of the person. I can't tell you what to keep private, so don't tell me what to keep private. That's just how I feel.
right, right. You have Virgo. You have revealed a lot to us, and it is one of those things where I actually appreciate it because it shows me that you can have a good balance between real life and the internet, but you can also
Hmm.
use it for healing purposes too. You don't have to let it stress you out.
Yeah, and I have no
And
regrets.
yeah,
Even if it's something that I did that was awful, I have no regrets because whatever I did in life, it just makes me grow. Whatever I went through, whatever experience I went through, it just makes me grow. You always have to pull out the silver lining in the cloud, you
yeah.
know?
We were also talking about earlier what type of soap you use when you're bathing. And Mela said
Oh.
she uses what was it, Ivory or Irish Springs?
I grew up using Ivory soap, the soap
Ivory
that
soap.
floats. That's what I grew up with, and I used it in basic training. But as time has evolved, it went from tone, um, and then it's this custom made soap made with, you know, a special type of milk and essential
Mm.
oils and
Mm, essential.
sea salt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I did
Well,
want to
my
ask.
I think the
I
oils
did
in
want
it
to
is
ask Port. I did want to ask
eucalyptus
Portia
and
too.
tea tree.
Portia, what do you use to bathe yourself? I do want to thank you for introducing me to exfoliating. Portia taught me about exfoliating, and it has changed my life. So I want to
Yeah,
thank you for that.
that's a good
Um,
thing.
yeah. So Portia, what do you use to bathe your body?
I use I use the brand Olay, and they have
that's
a
good.
regenerative soap. It's like in a pink. Well, it's white and it has like pink on it, pink and gold. It's like Olay Regen. I use that soap, and then I have an oil based soap that I make that I use afterwards.
So you bathe yourself twice. You use one and then you use another.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sam
Mm.
in the audience, he asked, "How do you exfoliate?" I think that's a good question. How do how do you
That's easy.
exfoliate?
Well,
And
I
um
oh
and I want to get all the ladies answers to this. Portia, we'll start with you. From Sam, how do we exfoliate?
well, I use exfoliation gloves.
Hmm.
So I have a bunch of exfoliating gloves because I switch them every day, and I use one in the shower. I have a pair that I use on my face, and then I also have it's like you use two fingers. It's like a smaller kind of exfoliating glove that I use for my lips.
Hmm.
Um,
Mm.
and the exfoliating glove, it helps to open up your pores and like to keep your skin smooth and all of that. And so I just whenever I use it, I don't like scrub too hard because the exfoliation it's already there within the glove.
Hmm.
But for the shower, I use the gloves like all over my body. And after I'm like, so the first time I'll use my exfoliating gloves with my Olay, and then after, you know, I rinse off, I'll, because I make a lot of my own body products. So I have an oil soap that I make. And so after I exfoliate, I put the oil soap on and I rinse off with cold water to seal
Oh.
everything in. And I do actually the same thing whenever I wash my face. So I exfoliate with my gloves. And then I'm even more gentle on my face with my exfoliation gloves. And
Mm.
after that, of course, I rinse off and I'll go again, and then I'll pat my skin dry with a cold towel.
Oh, cold towel.
Um,
Okay.
Mm.
yeah, I get a lot of compliments on my skin, um, but
Okay.
I
All
try to
right.
uh, take care of it, you know, so that it looks like nice, I guess, like smooth or whatever, free of like acne or whatever the case may be. But
Mm.
Okay.
that's how I exfoliate. And
All
That's
the
right.
reason
nice.
Let's.
I mentioned the compliments that I get, like from women, you know, mostly, is because it makes me feel like what I'm doing. Obviously, I'm doing something right, you know.
Mm.
Okay. Mela. What about you? How do we exfoliate?
Well, there's this apricot scrub, um,
Mm, apricot.
Ooh, I love
Okay.
that.
and I love that in the shower. But for the bath, I like the gloves.
Mm,
Yeah,
okay.
the bath,
Mm.
gloves, the shower, the squeeze apricot scrub.
Okay.
Does the
Mm.
scrub ever have you ever had like issues with scrubs that like kind of hurt because they're too
Oh.
rough?
When I used to use a buff puff, back in the old, years and years ago, I went a little hard with the buff puff, and I looked like a lobster. It was really red, and it wasn't from chemical irritation. It was because I was just
Scrubbing a
overworking the
little too
deer.
hard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it didn't cause any scaling or anything. It was just I was just determined to clean out my pores deeper than ever. Like
Yeah.
prior to using that buff puff, I would put my head over a steam pot of boiling. Well, of course, I protected my skin with Noxzema and some castor oil, and then I would put it over a
Yes.
pot of steaming water and
Yeah.
open up those pores, and then I would get in the shower, right? And then I would have my buff puff and my ivory soap. We talking teenager, right? And so I'm a teenager,
Mm.
and so I'm going through all these processes that were recommended by Brooke Shields, okay? And
Ooh,
and
Brooke
I'm
Shields.
scrubbing and I'm rubbing and I'm really determined to just really clean out my pores. And
Yeah.
the water was so hot and the pressure on my face was so abrasive. I came out looking like a damn lobster. My
Yeah.
skin was red and I thought it was inflamed, but fortunately I had enough sense to I put on what, olive olay or not olive olay. I think I put on some more Noxzema. I did something to calm the inflammation before,
Mm.
the air hit it. And I
Yeah.
think that's what saved my face from scaling up. But after that one time, I went real gentle with it. So yeah, it can hurt if you're too vigorous. Remember, it's skin. You have to
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have you have to take baby steps with your skin, you know.
Yeah. Now, Virgo. What about you? How do we exfoliate, Virgo?
Well, I have two shower routines, right? So I have my morning shower routine and then I have my night shower routine.
Okay.
So in
Oh
the
wow.
mornings,
Two
yeah, in the
showers.
mornings, I gotta, get to work. So I'm not in the shower more than like 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
So what I do, because I actually have very dry skin, And Florida water is very hard. So that's something I had to adjust to when I moved to Florida. So I had to figure out different ways of exfoliating. So what I do, well, I'll just tell you about my night routine because my day routine is just like a mini night routine. So at night, I get home, cook dinner, whatever, help my husband cook dinner. And then once I'm ready to wind down, I have a body brush, which is
Ooh,
I get the coarse hair body brushes. I
body
use
brush.
that. And I use only a Vino because, like I said, I have very dry skin,
I
and a
like
Vino
Alpino.
seems, yeah, a Vino seems to work.
Vino.
And actually, if you have a Walmart near you, they have the Equate, which is the same thing as the Vino, but it's cheaper.
That
So I
sounds
use the
like
oatmeal.
a wine, a vino. Sounds like a
Yeah.
wine.
I use the oatmeal one. So
Okay.
that I'll put on my body brush and I'll scrub myself.
Ooh.
And then I have a rag for private parts. And then I have a face and then I have a face brush. And then I have a face brush that I'll put my right now I'm using oil of Olay with
Oh.
retinol. So it seems to work fine, but I am so interested in what Porsha was saying. She makes her own. Like, I would love, Porsha, you should try to advertise that on the chat because I would
Hey.
definitely look into buying that from you.
Oh, that's
But
actually a great idea. That's actually a great
hmm
idea.
so then I use the face scrub to do my face. Then I wash my hair like every day because my hair gets it's really curly, so it gets
Hmm.
really oily. So then I wash my hair every day, whatever. And
Now, now, Virgo, I'm not sure if I'm doing this wrong. So when I get in the shower, I usually scrub my crotch area, and then I wash my face right after that. Is that the right thing to do, or
I wouldn't advise it.
That's not the right pattern, brother.
Yeah, you.
Face first.
oh, okay?
Yeah, and then
I,
and then we switch out. We don't use washcloths twice in this house. So we have
Yeah,
a lot of washcloths here. So it's like every day we change it out. Even the towels, we change it out.
I
yeah,
changed.
Portia. I usually wash my like when I first get in the shower. I usually wash my crotch and then my buttocks area, and then I wash my face. And
I
So you're
mean,
gonna put the dinkleberries on your face?
but you switch towels, right?
no, no, no. I use the same. I usually wash my crotch, my butt, my feet,
This is
and
my
then
see.
I wash
This
my
is
face.
what is not to be recorded online. Like now, we're gonna call you butt face. Okay, like you can't do that. Face first. Okay.
Yeah, face
So
first.
so 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 wait. So okay, okay. So what you ladies are saying is I should wash my face first.
Yeah.
Because I always thought you should wash the dirtiest places
No,
first.
no, no. If you're gonna you're gonna okay. Oh my God, you got me concerned. Look,
Yeah, if you're gonna use the same washcloth to
if you're
wash
gonna
everything, I would do face first.
top
Okay.
to bottom. Yeah,
All
start
right.
from the top and go to the bottom. That's proper order.
Portia, what do you think about that? I wash my crotch and then my rear
Why must
end,
men gross us out? Why?
and then I usually try to go from the dirtiest to the cleanest. And my face is usually pretty clean, so I leave that last.
It ain't
I
it
go
ain't
under
clean
my
no more.
underarms. I do the underarms, crotch, butt area, and then I go to the face last.
You got a
Um,
beard?
yeah,
Top
yeah, I got a beard. Yeah.
top to
Yeah, so
bottom.
you putting dinkleberries on your beard.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, think
Okay.
about
All
that.
right. Okay.
He
Okay.
tripping,
And
man.
and for anybody with dry skin, what I do is I use Dr. Teal's body oils. So when I
I've
get
heard
out the
good things
shower,
about Dr. Teals. I've heard very
oh
good
my God,
things.
it's awesome. So
Yeah.
what you do is you get out the shower, you don't put the towel on you yet. When you're dripping wet, start rubbing that oil all over your body, and then you dry off, and then put some more oil and rub it down.
Okay.
And me and my
Now,
husband has a running joke about that. He goes, "You're glistening, baby." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm glistening."
But
now, now
that's for
Virgo.
people that use different towels every day. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm starting to get the idea that HB uses the same towel for a while.
Yeah. I use the same towel
Oh my
until it
No, you got to
starts.
change it out every day.
Yeah, no, I use the same towel until it starts to smell funny. When it starts to smell funny, then I just get rid of it.
No,
God.
you gotta change out your towel and your washcloth.
It
Like
sounds
if I
Oh,
use
like
a washcloth, that's it. It's done. I'm not using it
okay,
again. I let it dry
okay,
out and then throw it in the hamper.
okay,
you
okay.
got to talk to some Muslim brothers. They'll get your hygiene together, man.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And
might.
then my husband uses Irish Spring, which I love the smell of it, but soap dries out my skin. But
Yeah,
man, that Irish Spring smells so good.
yeah. So,
It smells so
Virgo,
good.
you made a very good suggestion to Portia to maybe sell some of her products on this channel. Portia, what do you think
Oh,
about that?
absolutely. Or have a chat of how we can make it our own, or just promote her stuff, because
Yeah,
I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to if she's selling it, I will buy some, because I'm always
yeah,
looking for natural products.
yeah. Portia, what do you think about that?
I can do that. Virgo, I used to have a really, really big store on Etsy,
Oh,
selling
okay.
my products, but it's been a while, and I guess the passion is just not where it used to be. But I've been making my own products for a very, very long time. So like what I was telling y'all about in the shower, it's a shower, it's a shower oil soap, and
Mm,
Hmm.
I like for my skin to be really soft and moisturized all the time.
Hmm.
So
hmm
I made a oil soap, just from the if you were to see what my mom calls it, a laboratory, what my laboratory, but I make, my, like I said, my shower oil soap, and I also have um I do make an exfoliant too, and I believe I was asking Mela, does it hurt your skin? And the reason why I asked her that question is because I've used store-bought scrubs before, but I felt like they were just too rough, and so I
Yeah, they can
mm.
be.
scrub, and
Yeah, they are.
I scrub my
Now,
feet with a
do
pumice.
you use sea salt or sugar?
I actually use
Ooh,
sugar.
Okay.
ooh.
I use sugar crystals, and I use a pumice on my feet. But then I also have like I make body butters, I make lip balm,
Ooh,
I
Body
make
butter. Ooh.
yes.
and I make
I'll be glistening.
my hair products
Mm,
too. So I make my shampoos, conditioners,
Oh,
deep.
yes, for us natural sisters, right?
Yep, oil, like my oil
mm,
bases. I make my own gel. Uh,
mm.
my flaxseed gel. I make my own refresher. So like I use a rose water hibiscus. Like I mean I have a whole product line. Like
Yeah, the rose water is banging.
I have a name
Yeah.
for it. I have labels. I have everything. Like I said, I used to sell my Etsy store got bigger than me at one point, and I just life happened. You know what I mean? But I
Yeah.
could, um, you
You
know,
know, Portia, I think it would be a good idea for the channel to, we do have Lowe's blankets, and I think, maybe if we opened up Portia's self love store on the channel, maybe we
Mm-hmm.
could have like a commercial with some of your, with your products that you sell, and I
I
think
make
that'll be I
for
think that'll be a great thing, especially for the ladies and the gentlemen too, because I learned a lot just from listening to you ladies.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially
I
men
did,
with beards, they
yeah,
they love to have that beard. I love a beard that's nice and conditioned and, you
yeah.
know, just
yeah,
glistening.
products for well, my products are pretty much universal, but I do have male specific products too. My dad uses, my brother uses, your family's
Yeah.
always like a really big support, but like beard oil, conditioner, stuff like that. But I also make, because my products, I get a lot of them from India, Africa, the UK.
Ooh,
I don't
India.
use cheap stuff, but I mean, it's well worth the wait. So like I make my own hennas, my own henna sprays, um,
Mm.
indigo.
Mm.
It's just a lot of different things that I use. And then there's actually a place in America called Mountain Rose Herbs where I get a lot of my
I've heard of them.
I love Mountain Rose Herbs,
Yeah.
where I get a lot of my products to then make my own. The one thing that's the most
You know,
consistent right now are my lip balms. So
Gotta keep them lips conditioned.
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
there's one person here that's actually tried my lip balm,
I'm putting
and
some on right now. Actually, I'm putting some on right now. It's really good. I'm a hard Midwest nigga, so I just use Carmex. But now I use Porsche's lip balm, and it's the best thing I've ever had. Honestly, like I'm not even like uh, bullshitting with you guys. So I think it would be a really good idea to uh have Porsche sell some of your products on the show.
Yeah, another form of support. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think it would be beneficial for the show and beneficial for you too, and the people, because I'm telling you guys, this lip balm is one of the best lip balms I've ever had. Better than Burt's Bees, better than Carmex, better than just the cheap shit. Now we
Better than
have a
chapstick.
yeah, better than chapstick. Hold on one second. We have a new guest in the back, so I'm gonna put up a banner just in case he's a porn bomber because
Oh
I'm
Lord.
not quite sure. Make sure you guys hit the like button also. Um,
Hit a
Yep.
like. Hit a like.
hit the
I'm
like
not a
button.
porn bomb.
You
Relax,
don't have
man.
a shirt on though, sir. You don't have a shirt
I
on.
do have a shirt on. Yeah, I
Oh, okay,
do.
okay, okay, okay.
It's
So
just
you're not.
the same color as my skin, the shirt.
Oh, okay. So you're
Don't worry,
definitely
my
not a
man.
you're definitely not a porn bomber.
Nah, this is boring. I wouldn't do this.
Okay, okay. All right. Hopefully
I
he's
was
not a
just
porn bomber.
enjoying the car ride. It's very good to look at
Oh
it.
yeah. It's very
Are
therapeutic.
you the one
Some
driving? You're
yeah. I
driving.
I am, sir. I'm driving a 18 wheeler.
Jesus Christ. And you're talking and doing a live stream while driving?
Yeah. I'm pretty
God damn.
pretty good at my
Multitasking.
job. Yeah, pretty good at my job. Um, I did
um,
want to ask the ladies, where since we
I,
are talking about healthcare and well, not healthcare, but body
well,
care. Well, oh, go
can
But
ahead,
I
it is
Krishan.
healthcare as well.
um for this for my products, like what we were talking about, would um if I may ask, would you be willing to help me with that? Or
Oh, I more definitely. I think it would be good to maybe I think what we could do to start is maybe send a care package to John so he could try it out and be our
Yeah.
probably be like our product tester. We could
Do a
send him a
review.
couple. He could be our review guy. You know. And John will give us a real review. No, these nigga, I got these nigga lips, and I put this chapstick on my lips, and So we'll get John to we'll send John a care package, and then we can create a menu per se with different prices. And um, I'm not sure if you have a PO box, Portia. Um, but I'm on the road, so I actually have a PO box
Can't the
down in
link to her Etsy be just transcribed?
I'm not sure if she still has the Etsy up though.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not sure.
okay.
Yeah. So I think it would probably be better to just start from just directly from Porsche to the consumer.
And
So
that's if
we'll
she even wants to do it.
well she said she would.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
guess I
yeah,
stepped out for that part. My bad.
yeah, no, she said she would. But I think it's just if the people are interested. Now I know Virgo's interested. Mela, you may be interested. So,
Yep.
and Portia's very trustworthy. So, you guys wouldn't have any issue with her sending you your stuff. You know, she's very
She has a lot
professional,
of integrity.
very one of the most integral persons that I know. I'm not even sure if that's the right word. But I did want to ask you. We'll talk about that more behind the scenes, Portia. I did want to ask you though. So I have an issue with I have an issue since we're talking about healthcare and cleaning your body. I have an issue with skid marks in my underwear. Um, for some reason, there's these I have these brown skid marks in my underwear, and I'm wondering, how do you guys avoid that?
You throw them out and buy new ones.
Stop farting.
Okay, all right, okay. Is somebody putting together a nightstand right now? I'm hearing a lot of banging and clacking.
Oh, sorry. I'm actually making dinner for my in-laws. Hold on, I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, thank you.
In the
So,
chat,
so
Chris.
you mentioned that you got skin, not skin.
Skid marks in my underwear.
Oh,
Skid
never mind.
marks.
So,
Skid mark.
do you have like a supply of flushable wipes?
Oh, I do, but I use the wet wipes, and for
Now
some
you got to
reason
be
though, there's
careful. They have to be the flushable kind because
yeah,
you don't want to clog up anybody's plumbing.
yeah,
I know Cottonelle makes the extra large ones,
mm,
and
yeah,
it's for hand protection. It specifically says that I think on the package, and um, I think that would be useful for men. Those
yeah,
extra large um, wipes that are flushable, and they're made. The brand name is Cottonelle,
yeah.
and I think you can find it at most pharmacy stores like CVS, maybe Walgreens,
Okay,
perhaps even some grocery stores in their pharmaceutical aisles, um, or toiletry
okay.
aisles.
Well,
Yeah, you don't want to go out like that, okay?
okay.
And
Let
a
me.
lot of you see what it is with a lot of men is they have this thing about touching their butt, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
see, unfortunately, the butt is not a self-cleaning area. You have to actually pay attention to cleaning it. And and
Yeah,
and and I'm saying this with all seriousness. It really was tripped out to me to hear that so many um males are
mm-hmm.
afraid to touch their behind. They're just afraid to do it. And so you can get over that phobia by just having confidence in the product that you're using is not going to do anything other than bring you refreshment. Okay.
Right, right,
Okay.
right, right.
Okay.
Now I do, I
That's
do,
my
I
two
do.
cents for the day.
I appreciate you, Mela. I do want to get to our new guest. Sir, what's your name and where are you from?
My name is Liev Tolstoy, and I'm from Brazil. I'm from the
Okay,
deep
okay,
south in Brazil. Do you
okay,
guys
okay. Can
know
you?
one of the biggest differences between Brazil and America is that we don't put the used toilet paper direct into the the toilet and flush it because the
Mm,
plumbing is not very wide. So if you put the toilet paper direct in the toilet and try to flush it, it will clog it. So we have a little trash can right by the toilet where we
mm-hmm,
put the used toilet papers. So when when Americans come to Brazil, they find it very disgusting. And when Brazilians go to the United States, they find it very interesting that you guys don't have the trash can by the toilet to put the shitty used toilet paper. You guys flush it.
that is
That sounds
very
like
interesting.
camping. You know,
That's that. That's very
um,
interesting. Wow.
yeah, that sounds a lot like camping. I know that there are people, you know, those produce bags in most grocery stores, like the plastic ones on the roll, and you pull them off and you put your lemons or pears or, you know, your, you know, a produce bag, a plastic produce bag. A lot of people, believe it or not, they will buy a roll. They will go, they will find the managers like, how much for this roll, this produce bag roll? And it
Mm,
can cost as little as $3, but if you get an honorary person, they'll try to charge you. And then they have the garbage. They have the kind of bags that you pick up your dog's boo boo with, you know.
yeah.
Um, so I think the gentleman from Brazil, I think what could happen is that every time they have soiled paper,
Yeah.
they could put it in their bag, tie it up, and put it in the trash. That way, it's just not open, you know, aromas
Yeah,
everywhere. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Tie it up,
yeah.
tie it up.
Yeah, I was about to say that too, because you were talking about the flushable wipes. Even
Mm-hmm.
those I don't put in the toilet, because actually we're on well water in my area, so we
Oh
don't have that
yeah, yeah.
huge
Those
water
clog up the.
pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah, those
water
clog
pressure
up.
Yeah.
is a thing in some places. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so we use the bags. Even sometimes even toilet paper may be too much, and you just got to use the bags, and just when you're done, just throw it out in the trash outside.
Yeah. So I I can't. I'm not really sure how to pronounce your name. Could you pronounce your name one more time and maybe say it a little
My name,
slow? Yes.
my name, Liev, like
Lie
like Liev,
Liev.
like the writer. Yeah, this is not my real name.
Niev.
This is a Russian writer, Tolstoy. You
Okay.
guys know him by Leo Tolstoy, maybe. He's a Russian writer.
Oh wow.
You can call
Okay.
me Tolstoy. Yeah, it's the most
Liev.
common part of the name. Liev, yeah, or Tolstoy.
Mhm.
Niev.
Okay. Liev. How long have you been
Yeah,
living in Brazil?
forever. I was born in Brazil.
Oh wow. So your
Yeah,
native language is Portuguese. How long
Portuguese,
how
exactly.
long
Yeah.
how long have you been speaking English?
Probably since like 10 or 11, maybe.
Okay.
I learned in school a little bit, but most of it I learned by myself, like playing games. And I used to play a game called Harvest Moon. I don't know if you guys know. It's kind of like Stardew
Oh
Valley,
yeah, yeah. I've heard of that game. Yeah, I've heard of that game.
and there was a lot of dialogue in the game. So I had a dictionary that I got from school, and I used to translate the words from English to Portuguese so I could understand the story of the game. And so I learned to speak basically doing my own translation when I was like a little kid. And then I started to like get interested in American culture and politics, and basically everything is in English in the world. So You gotta learn it. And then I learned it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to learn things by myself, like music and I don't know, English and writing, things like that.
That's what
Now
I
what?
appreciate from foreign countries, man. They really push the kids to learn different, even if it's not English, but at least like different languages. And we don't do that here. I mean, we do have language classes here in America, but they really push it in foreign countries to actually learn the language and speak it.
Yeah.
Well, I
Uh,
think it's cool how Americans learn to speak Spanish like the last 20 years, I guess. A
most
lot of people
Americans do
speak
not speak
Spanish
Spanish.
now. Really?
Yeah.
Most Americans do not speak Spanish, especially here in
Yeah.
the South, which is weird because you would think with all the
In
Mexicans
the
that are here
South,
in the
yeah,
South, yeah,
yeah.
you would think that, you would learn Spanish, but
But
whatever.
but you guys don't actually need to learn another language because if you want to search for anything, like in the internet, as an example, everything
Mhm.
is written in English, so you guys don't have to really learn other languages to get knowledge. But we have to learn English because there's not everything is translated to Portuguese, so you have
Yeah,
to
English is the is
look.
is the I would say the worldwide language, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
I never even
yeah.
thought about that. I always thought that in Brazil, just everything was just automatically translated to Portuguese.
No,
But you're
no.
saying it's not that way. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
That's pretty
crazy.
interesting.
Not all the
Yeah,
knowledge is available in Portuguese.
yeah.
So imagine in other languages, like smaller languages, like I don't know, Taiwanese or like I don't know, South Sudan. There is not anything, everything written in other languages
Right.
like there is in English.
Now, how did you find this page?
Through the Tarps, they were here the other day. I was watching them,
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
and then I found your channel.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I like the formats. I used to do live streams like that, like open panels, people can join and talk, and long
Hey guys,
lives,
Mm.
like 10-hour lives, 20-hour lives. I think it's very cool. It's very funny. So I
what's
like the
up,
format of
guys?
the channel.
Oh, look, the racist is back.
Right?
Hi.
Well, Ben,
I'm the only
Hey,
non-racist on the
hey.
internet.
Yeah, we're just
I
talking
just
about
said, I just spoke about him and he showed up.
You conjured me up.
yeah, it's very interesting how that happened.
You said his name 3 times in the mirror.
Yeah.
Hey everybody.
A lot of black folks think I'm a supernatural being, so that's props to me.
Oh no.
Say really quick. I have to hop down. I wanted to make sure I let you guys know that.
Well,
All right,
Portia,
Portia.
Have a
Have a
great
great
Porsha,
day.
day.
Portia, have
see
a great
you.
rest of your morning, Portia. Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Bye, Portia.
Take good care.
Wow, yeah, Ben. So we're just talking about cleaning rituals, and our friend from Brazil, Liev, he says that in Brazil they actually don't flush toilet tissue down the drain. They have a small trash can next to the toilet that they
Exactly.
throw wadded up pieces of tissue in instead of flushing it.
You know, I was at an African. I used to run an African restaurant, and we would go to get spices, and they had this weird kind of mall that was basically for Africans, but it was in Boston. And if you go to the bathroom, there's no toilet paper. There was just a little, like water pitcher, and I think the way I understood it from the Ethiopians I worked with, they always ate with their right hand and wiped with their left hand. And
That's
so,
Indians.
I think it comes from India, yeah, because Ethiopians are a lot like Indians. The food is similar. Like people don't understand that it's part of Africa, but it's really more like
Wow.
South Asian Arab culture. And people say that's disgusting, and I understand that if
Oh, it's cultural.
you're used to it, a certain thing, you'll find that disgusting. But I'm not sure that that's like, obviously it makes sense for them in a certain way. Maybe it doesn't make sense in America, but like obviously it's worked for centuries
Yeah.
for them.
I love my cottonelle.
Now, Bob, you also live on the road. How what is your cleaning ritual living on the road?
Bob, you call me Bob.
Oh, my bad. Ben, my bad. Ben, I saw Lisa in the chat, so Ben and Bob is damn near the same name. Ben, my bad.
You know what's interesting, HB, because you're a trucker, and that's similar to being an RVer in many ways, because you have a small
That's what
RV.
he's saying.
Yeah. I gotta say, I love Walmart because, and I think truckers love Walmart too, because you got a place.
Everybody loves Walmart.
It's usually a really nice bathroom. It's usually kept clean, and you can do all your business pretty much there. It doesn't cost anything, and no one really cares whether you just walk into Walmart, use their bathroom, and walk out. And plus, you can get everything pretty much you need, not necessarily 24 hours a day, but pretty close to it. And it's one of those things, like everybody craps on Walmart. Walmart is like synonymous with like, it used to be McDonald's. They would call it a McMansion, a Mc this, a Mc that. But like, it's got its upsides, if you're someone who's living on the road. And public restrooms, there are so many public restrooms in America, especially near the road. And you could pretty much
they're disgusting here.
You in them.
Yeah. So what about like showers and stuff? What because for me,
hello, Grace.
Hey, good morning, Grace.
Good morning,
then, I'm one of those people that I start very early so I can end my day early, so I can always stop at a truck stop, whether it's like a Flying J, Love's. Like I'm one of those people, I need to shower every day. I need to. Like it's I can't even. So what?
Really, every day?
Yeah. When I first started, I would go a day or two without showering, but it's just, it is a tough job. And I think you see a lot of truckers, they just kind of go feral over the road. They just completely stop. They just completely stop showering altogether. And I think, showering and keeping yourself clean it's not only a physical thing, it's a mental thing too. Where
I think that's true.
You don't want to lose yourself. You could really lose yourself over the road. So
I think that's true.
What's kind of like your ritual as far as actually getting a shower?
I don't really like showers. I've never really liked showers, and I don't think it depends a little bit on how you were raised, and also like how much you smell. Some people, like, I don't know if you know this, East Asians, they don't have armpit deodorant because they don't have that hormone that causes body odor. So like I'm not really a sweaty person. I'm not a stinky person. I'm not sure why that is, but like, and I wasn't raised taking a shower every day, but most kids that went to my school, I was in the suburbs, they took a shower every day, if not twice a day. And I wasn't raised with that. I don't think human beings really like if you take, for example, shampoo, conditioner, like the idea you need that for your hair every day is just wrong, because all you're basically doing with conditioner is replicating the natural oils in your hair. So like,
well, what if you have oily hair?
Yourself of all the things that protect your body and then replacing them with artificial things that cost money. I'm not sure that makes any sense, but
well, what if you have oily hair? Because I have very oily hair.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how this works, but I once went a year and a half, I was just like, you know what? Maybe shampoo's a scam. So I would take showers, but I would never shampoo my hair. And I noticed the oiliness stopped. Like you stop producing that oil. I think you produce that oil because you're stripping your hair. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you think it's because of the shampoo that it's oily?
Did you at least
I have
condition
heard that,
your hair?
yeah.
Or you didn't do any.
I didn't do anything to my.
You just pretty much cleaned it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would, you know, it's when once you get that oil in your hair, it becomes very easy. But I have thick hair, so it becomes a lot. You don't become like a head full of greasy hair. It just becomes like conditioner. And it's really easy to manage your hair because it's like natural that you know what I mean. Like you don't generally shampoo a dog that much, and it has that glow of the oils. I mean, that's what the point of the oils are. They're not like anti-human to produce oils. It's like what hair is supposed to have in it. But I don't know how it works as far as you know, how.
What about you?
HB, you're breaking up. You asking me a question?
I'm breaking up.
No, he wasn't really breaking up. He said, "How about you?"
What do I do for showers? I don't really I share the same view as my dad. I don't really like showers. The thing I hate about them is how you have to dry off and everything, and my hair has to dry. So, but I don't like having greasy hair.
There we go.
So I try to shower like once every 5 or 6 days to get rid of the grease in my hair because I really don't.
Oh shit! So what do you do? Take baths?
No, just like baby wipes and stuff and dry shampoo.
There's only a few areas of your body that get stinky.
Yeah, and I don't like when they're stinky either, but that's what baby wipes are for. I just don't find the whole shower necessary, especially because we live in an RV. You can't really do it.
I shower twice a day.
Really?
And yeah, like in the morning.
I think that's like a mental problem, like OCD.
You know what, Grace? You're absolutely right. I do have OCD. You're right.
Yeah.
I shower once in the morning, and it's usually like a 10-minute, 15-minute shower because I gotta hurry up and go to work. But at night, I'll spend like an hour and just run the hot water and just like enjoy it, like just enjoy being in the water.
I mean, I get that, like the everything shower. I get that too. Like you just enjoy shaving and cleaning everything, and but every night, like that's like a once a month type of thing, in my opinion.
I mean, if you do it as a comfort, if you just like enjoy it, that's one thing.
Yeah. I really don't think you need to shower every day. It's just one of those things where if you can and it's more of an enjoyment thing. I don't.
Okay, well, wait, hang on a second. What's your policy on clothes then? What's your policy on clothes? Like you wear a shirt.
No, wear it once, it goes in a hamper. That's how I am.
Once in the hamper. What about you, HB? Even if it's not dirty, like no sweat, no stains, just throw it in the hamper.
Maybe some jeans. Maybe some jeans. I will like say, okay, the jeans are not dirty, whatever. But like a shirt or especially underwear, I only wear underwear once.
Yeah, no,
and I change my underwear twice a day.
Yeah, I have to change every day.
I mean, I can see every day for underwear. Underwear is weird.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. People have their rituals, but you got to say it takes a lot of time and energy to do that.
Yeah, it does.
Well, as long as you're not offending anybody with your scent, then why should it matter to me how many times you shower a day or a month or whatever? I don't care. As long as you're not sitting next to me and I have to smell some psychedelic funk,
But it also forces you to participate in in civilization. You have to have a bathroom, like a conventional bathroom, and access to it all the time, which then makes it harder for you to break away and do something else.
Yeah, but
a lot of people won't go.
Ben, but you're on the road, man. You can always stop at a Love's or a Flying J.
But those showers are expensive. It's like what, $15
Yeah,
to take.
yeah. Wait, so in your RV, is it when you fuel up, is it diesel or just
Yeah, it's diesel.
Oh, hey, if you get a card at Flying J or a member's card at Flying J or Love's, the more you fuel up at Flying J and Love's, they'll give you free showers. Like, bro, I have
Is that right?
since I fuel up so much, I probably have 1,000 free showers at Flying J and
Oh, is
Love's.
that right? But
Yeah,
the thing about Flying J is the diesel prices are not the best prices. The best diesel
nah,
prices you get is the Indian places that are like shitholes, like third
yeah.
world.
You're good. You're gonna get the best prices at the shitholes because they kind of put in the price for all the
Yeah.
other amenities that they have. So yeah, you're kind of right. You're right.
I
You're
always
right.
wondered
But
because I asked Grace, like, how are these guys? But I think because drivers aren't necessarily paying the fuel cost, right? Like that goes to
yeah, that usually goes to the company.
the company. So then they're working you in a certain sense. They're saying like, come to ours because your company's paying it anyways, and we'll give you like bonuses because those are nice
Yeah,
facilities. I'm always like, why is there a movie theater in here and all
yeah,
that stuff?
yeah. They have like the trucker lounge. It's
Yeah,
they have a bunch of flat screen TVs. They got the seats with the massages on them and everything, man. They're nice.
I'm
A
pretty
lot
sure
of
if
them
it was
are.
legal, they would set up like brothels in them too, because it's just what I mean. It's mostly men, and I would imagine like what I mean. Like they're trying to work.
Nah. The only issues that I've ever seen were with trainers and the trainees. Most truckers, man, like we're pretty civil for the most part. Most guys have, they got pistols on them, they got knives on them. So you
Yeah,
don't really most truckers are pretty civil, man. You don't
I agree.
most of them, yeah, they're not trying to start no shit, man. You get killed out here in the middle of nowhere.
It's so hot here that we have to take 4 showers a day sometimes. It's
Wait.
crazy.
So Liev, you said you take 4 showers a day?
Yeah, sometimes we have to take 4 showers a day. One in the morning, one at midday, one after you come back from work, like at 5, 6, and one at night before you go to sleep.
To
Because
cool
it's
off.
so yeah, exactly.
So you
Yeah.
take cold showers.
Not
Hey,
to
good
not to
morning.
clean, but to cool off. Yeah,
So
exactly.
you take cold showers.
Exactly. Cold showers.
Hey,
I would like to ask the gentleman from Brazil a question.
well, I just want to say good morning to John too, man. John
Hey, what's
got
up, man?
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
John.
John Galt.
Leah, where are you
Good
located?
morning, John.
Good morning, everyone. Where are you located, Lee?
Me?
Yeah.
Brazil.
Mm.
House in Brazil.
Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah.
He speaks Portuguese.
Sim, sim, eu falo português. A minha
Hey,
língua original
hey,
é o
John.
português.
John, he said that in Brazil they don't flush toilet tissue down the toilet at all. So they have a little basket next to the toilet that they put all the tissue in.
Yeah, that's not surprising. You know, I've had Airbnb guests. It must not only be Brazil, or maybe it was a Brazilian guest. I go in the bathroom and it's shit paper, toilet paper, shitty toilet paper, all in the trash.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I think it's like that in a lot of different countries because that's what Liev was saying that a lot of Americans they don't really realize that when they go down to Brazil that you can't do that over there.
You know, we got to get Varun to come up here and talk about using the bathroom in India. We started talking to him about that the other day.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine, he works with some Indians, and he'd be pissed off that I think they were getting on top of the toilet and squatting and shitting. And of course,
Oh,
right?
Yeah, like
More dangerous to do that.
Yeah, putting both feet on the. Yeah, I don't think it's made for that.
But on the flip side, I've had African, like straight up African refugees live in my place. They think the toilet is like magic, like white people are magic, and they'll flush anything down that toilet. Like it. And when I was in prison too, they flushed everything down the toilet.
Hey, listen. Yeah, I showed you guys. I told you guys the other day, a few weeks back. I had a pregnant black woman dating a white guy, a poor white guy. And she couldn't find paper towels, toilet paper, so she wiped her ass with microfiber towels and flushed them down the toilet. Pregnant.
Jesus.
There's a black woman who tried to flush her. She had an abortion and tried to flush the baby down the toilet. It got stuck in the pipe. That's true. That's a true story.
You gotta crush him up first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta do the abortion part.
I guess even in America, some people think toilets are magic. You can put anything down there.
Yeah, when they have those signs like "Don't flush stuff down this toilet," they're talking basically to minorities and because everybody knows all like normal white people or like people who get it, who've ever dealt with plumbing know like this isn't magic. You can't just flush everything down.
And you can't flush tampons down the toilet either.
Right, that's the big one.
There's so many people, that's a 2-inch pipe or a 1.5-inch pipe, right? You can't put so much down there. And I think a lot of people,
especially if you're living off of well water.
I think a lot of people don't know that.
I had to jackhammer through the basement where I owned a place in the hood. I had to jackhammer through the floor to get down into the sewer pipe that ran underneath it, and I had to get one of those claws. And I eventually, Grace will remember this, like me and my kids, we were like, we're gonna get it, and eventually pulled out a big, huge rag that somebody had flushed down there. That as a cotton rag, and they just think it's magic, and kids think that.
Like
kids flush marbles and stuff down there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times people who don't like women
I remember this movie called Along Came Polly, where the guy flushed her grandmother's embroidered towels down her toilet. Do you guys remember the name of the stars in that movie? Along Came Polly. It was a famous comedian and the woman that used to be married to Brad Pitt before Angelina came along.
Jennifer Aniston.
And then there was the guy that starred in Zoolander, if you all are familiar with that.
He was also on Saturday Night Live. I forgot his name. Ben Stiller.
Yes. Okay. So Ben Stiller and Jennifer Aniston, they starred in a movie called Along Came Polly, and he went to her restroom. She ran out of toilet paper, and instead of asking her for toilet paper, he used the display towels in the bathroom, the cotton towels, and it flooded her bathroom. So
at least in the Jerry episode, Jerry Seinfeld episode, Elaine asked them if they can spare a square.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys ever watched Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with them.
Can you spare a square? I don't have a square to spare.
I was watching Friends a lot. Not so much. My brother enjoyed.
You know what I don't understand is
the funniest thing on earth.
If you're on the road, HB, you can pretty much all your business. We have the ability, like we have a kitchen, we have a bathroom on the RV, but you can do all your business in public locations. I don't know why people don't eat in restaurants. Why not let them clean up the mess? You know what I'm saying? And you could pretty much do all your eating and all your business. Anything that's messy, you can do in a public location. Let them deal with it. Why pay for a toilet when I think there's literally 7.2 million toilets, public toilets in the United States. So I have an RV, but why can't people just have a car? As long as you have a little bit of money, you're all right.
Yeah. No, living on the road, it definitely makes you appreciate the creature comforts of kind of more civilized life. But also, I think living on the road, it kind of makes you a little stronger too. You realize you don't need you don't really need everything like that, like you
Yeah.
think you need.
One of the
You know?
most liberating things I ever did is at a certain point, I had to shit in the woods. And once you get used to it, it's actually healthier, I think, for you to shit in the woods. And you use moss to wipe yourself. And like then you know if the
Jesus.
shit goes down, you're good, because a lot of people are, if you remember during the pandemic, people were freaking out. I need toilet paper. I need, as if you're gonna die if you don't have toilet paper.
Yeah, yeah.
Die?
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Use some leaves.
Yeah, you got to be careful about the leaves you use. But
Just not the ivy leaves, but
but I'll tell you, moss is way better than toilet paper, because it's usually a little
oh
bit
yeah.
more. It does a hell of a job of cleaning, and
It
Or
exfoliates.
or sea grapes.
exfoliates. That's true. Yeah,
When you squat, it doesn't make that much of a mess because it's more natural.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
less smear.
yeah.
It
I
out.
think that's the thing too with squatting. When you were talking about those guys squatting over the toilet, I
Yeah.
think it is a little bit more sanitary than just sitting over it, because there's probably not as much mess you got to clean up afterwards.
Yeah,
If you're
I
just
mean,
squatting.
they really squat, man. They get their ass open. Right?
Yeah,
They get
yeah.
Yeah.
their ass
so
wide open.
Yeah, so they don't really have much to wipe afterwards. We just plop down on the toilet. We got all this junk we got to clean up afterwards.
They shit like a dog.
Yeah.
I have such a phobia of public bathrooms that I make sure, like, I put myself on a schedule, so I do my business in the morning before I have to go to work, if I have to go into the office. So, because I don't want to, peeing is fine, but number two is not fine in a public bathroom for me.
Really?
Yeah, really. No, I'm so OCD. It's not funny.
Ben said something about taking showers at Love's. I have a buddy of mine. He talks about house hacks and how he ever became just down on his luck. He said, man, I just live in my car and go to the gym and take showers. He'll get in the gym membership, 30, 40, and you go in there and take a shower and work out if you so chose. I definitely think again, in this new America where things are more and more expensive, you can house hack or RV hack. And showering is your only bottleneck. There are ways out of that for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I was
it's mostly psychological.
I was telling Ben earlier, like I start, one of the reasons I start up early so much is because I want to make sure I can get to a truck stop and get a shower, and it's it's free for me because I fuel up so much at these Loves and these Flying J's. But there's so many places where you could take a shower, go to the gym, a lot of these truck stops. They can be expensive though, so you definitely got to worry about that. But the gym showers are a lot cheaper than the truck stop showers.
Grace, we were up in Maine the other day, and we're just at a park. Perfectly, it's free to park there. She just took some shampoo, put her bathing suit on, and shampooed up in the lake. Now, probably that's technically illegal, but nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna care. And I actually think that natural water is probably better for you than like chlorinated water for your skin. And I just don't. I think people have like a phobia of things like germs, when actually our bodies are covered with germs and bacteria, and they do us a lot of good. And if we don't have those things, we're actually more susceptible to be sick. Like those people in India and Africa, they almost none of them have allergies and all this like stuff that our kids have.
That is true.
Because there's this idea like you got to keep yourself clean from anything which could attack you. But there's another strategy, which is to just allow yourself to be hit by it, gain a resistance to it, and then you're good.
That is
and
true.
You build up a kind of, I think people are built for people are healthier when they have challenges than when they make it easy. Like if you say squatting, right? Like say one of these 500 pounders, if they squat, they won't be able to get back up. They actually won't be able to like pull themselves back up. So
I never even thought about that, Ben. You probably those people that squat, a lot of them are a lot like thinner too. You know,
if,
Indian people,
if you do
Africans,
squat a few
Asians.
in the woods, you find that your thighs are like it's like a workout, right? To go all the way
Yeah.
down there for a while, and then pull yourself back up. If you're a fat
Mhm.
person, you're just gonna have to shit like sitting down, which is really gross. But it might encourage them. But we got this deluxe thing now, like you can just relax on the toilet, and it's not very hard. And
Well,
they
that's
got
the
bars
thing.
that pull
That
you up.
just recently, America has become obese. You know, there's an obesity problem in America that's most recent for the last, what, 50 years or 30 years. And that's the thing. People are having to adjust to what it is to be obese, you know. Like, for instance, the standard toilet, I guess John could attest to this. Have you ever had a tenant that was so obese they needed a special order toilet or something?
When you have them sit down and they rock on them, you know what I mean? Like, or they plop down. And, you know, a regular person plopping down on a toilet, you probably can withstand it. But if you got a 280-pound woman and she just drops that load, you know, her body weight on that toilet every day and rocking
There's
when
some
she gets
fat
up,
people in America, man.
it's kind of like what Ben is talking about. You know, if you sit down on the toilet and you get straight up, you know, you're not putting much pressure on the toilet or get partially straight up. But a fat person probably is rolling up off of their toilet, you know, and that's a lot of pressure being, I would imagine, put on one side of the toilet. And you'll often find that big people will cause your toilets to leak. They'll come, you know, loose and start leaking it. I think what is the thing?
Yeah,
The
man.
rubber under the toilet. You know what I'm talking about, Ben?
Yeah,
What it's called? They'll rock that shit loose. You know, just by plopping down
yeah,
on the
unless
toilet.
you have it like on cement or something, right? Which is why if you go to a lot of public toilets, they use a different kind, and in jail they use a different kind of toilet altogether that is going to be able to withstand anything, and they're smart to do that. Like, you know, they realize what the public is capable of, and you got to put everything up.
So you can't crack.
HB was saying earlier this morning how people are crapping in showers as well as urinating in showers. And for anybody using public facilities, make sure you wear your shower shoes.
Oh
But
yeah,
urine's perfectly clean. Urine's perfectly clean. You can't get sick off someone's urine.
The urine deteriorates the seal, the water seal of that, and next thing you know, you got a water leakage. You know,
No, I was just telling Mela. Most guys do pee in the shower. Most guys they pee in the shower.
and I think that destroys the water seal.
What water seal?
I don't think.
What it takes to install a shower. There's sealants, there's caulking, there are
Oh,
things that can be deteriorated
yeah, that's
over
true.
time, where eventually there's water leakage from running the shower.
Well, that's because urine is acidic.
It's
It
very
has
acidic,
ammonia, and it has, I forget what the other thing is, but yeah, it
and
corrodes things over time.
Yeah, but if
absolutely,
you're
as a landlord, I would not appreciate somebody peeing, you know, in the shower, because next thing you know, there's going to be some water leakage.
no, that's not true. If you're rinsing it as you're peeing, it's not going to.
It's being diluted
Just
almost.
peeing and leaving it. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you all just want to pee in the
Well,
shower.
but
Okay, I
if
get
you
it.
start peeing in the shower, eventually we will start cheating the shower as well. So yeah,
That's
I don't
terrible.
really think that anyone
that's
would.
the real
Anyway,
problem.
wear your shower shoes. Okay.
I'll be right back.
To the guy from Brazil, bom dia, but I can relate because in Mexico and in South Texas, it's the same thing regarding
dia.
putting your toilet paper in the trash. We don't do here in South Texas and in Mexico. It's because the water pressure is so low that if you flush the toilet paper, the gravity, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough for the gravity to bring it down, so it gets stuck.
I think it has to do. I think it has to do with people have this. Like I've run across a lot of people on the internet. They will have they'll take a shower after having sex, and I don't really know why. Like,
I do that
I think they
because
they're
it feels
trained.
icky, man. I'm not going to soil in my bodily fluids after I'm done. That's ugh. Like I have to get a shower. That's like a natural reflex for me.
But that's how.
Yeah,
But that's how.
that's a must.
That's how babies are made. Like the juices flow into each other, and like that's natural.
Yeah,
Well,
Ben,
I
I'm
ain't
with
trying to have
you.
a baby.
Yeah, Ben, I'm with you. After sex, I might
That's
not
gross.
shower for a whole day after sex.
That's gross.
Well, I'm saying, like, what are you saying to your partner if you say, like, I had sex with you and now I got to wipe every single cell of you off of me?
Exactly.
I don't know. To say
That's
like
gross.
a man's organ is not supposed to be like in a woman's juices. Like, what are you talking about? That would be what it's for. I mean, if it.
Well, shit, my partner gets in the shower with me. I mean, it's sort of like a form of our aftercare, but we can't like I can't just
As a
I'm
matter
sorry,
of
but
fact,
yeah,
you should be bathing before you have sex.
Well,
that too,
yeah,
yes.
definitely. Wait, let me ask Liev. Liev, what's dating like down in Brazil?
What do you mean?
Like, how what's is it easy to date down there? Is it hard? How are the
Well,
women down there?
I guess it's the same everywhere. Like people start dating via Tinder and things like that, and Grindr, and how do you call these things? Social media apps. And I guess it's the same as in America. And for men, if you are beautiful, it's easy. If you are ugly, it's hard. It's the same as anywhere, I guess. If you are fat, it's very hard. If you are black, it's very easy. If you are
If you married a woman,
short, it's very hard. If you are bald, it's very hard.
Really?
So, yeah.
wow.
The
If,
same thing as in
I
America.
was just wondering if you married an American woman, would she have to live in Brazil or would you live with her in America?
Well, I wouldn't leave my state. I'm
You
a
want to be an
very
American.
no. I want to live in South Brazil. I live in Rio Grande do Sul. It's a state in deep south, and
Oh,
I
wow.
really love my state, and I want to live here. I wouldn't move to the United States. No,
If
never.
she's a city girl, and she's accustomed to all the
Oh
amenities
no, I'm a
of living
country
in the
boy.
city,
Nah.
Country boy, Mel.
you would expect her to go down there and just
She
rough
would
it out.
become a cowgirl. Yeah.
Wait, Liev,
You
you
would have
said
to be very open-minded.
Liev, you said it's easy for black guys in Brazil to have sex. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I guess the sexualization of the black male body, I guess.
Okay.
even with lighter skinned girls, is easy.
Oh yeah, they love it. Especially the white girls.
Really?
Yeah.
But not so much marriage, but sex.
Especially sex, yeah, not so much marriage. But for the black woman is the hardest
Right.
to find marriage. The
Right.
black woman are very lonely. The guys usually just have fun with them and then they ditch the black woman.
Do the
Why are they
black Brazilian
lonely?
women have the same attitude problems that the American black women generally have?
Yeah.
Believe
It's not very
They're
different.
lonely because of their attitude.
Believe in Brazil, you're not considered black, right?
Here where I am, actually in Brazil depends. If I hanging out with the white people, I'm black. If I hang out with the black people, I'm white.
But don't
Because
you have
I'm mixed.
like ESO category, like mixed?
Yeah, mixed. I'm mixed. It's called pardo.
Okay.
It's like
But like in
brown.
America, we
Yeah,
don't have that. You would be considered black in America, even though my guess is
exactly.
you're
Very
more
light skin black. Yeah.
genetically.
Yeah, you don't have the
Your
mixed part.
phenotype
You
is
only
called
have
it's called a
white or
phenotype.
black or Hispanic.
Yeah, even though most black Americans are mixed. The average is like 22% European, but we don't have that category, and that's because we're Anglo, and Anglos are racist. Anglos say you're either white or black, and they really emphasize the difference.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder why it's my destiny to listen to stuff like this.
Well, I think that's something that black folks in America should say. That's stupid. It's no. We need that category.
I just don't. I would like some enlightenment about something more meaningful, but proceed.
What do you mean that's not meaningful? Because in America we have all this strife between black and white, when actually the vast majority of blacks are part white. So if we in Brazil, I don't think you have Black Lives Matter riots, right?
Black Lives Matter.
You don't have nearly as much racial tension because you don't.
Not as much racial tension. But we do have movements like Black Lives Matter.
But it doesn't hit as hard.
It's not so much divided.
Yeah, right. And that's because
race is not a big matter here.
Right,
like
because
it is in
because the Portuguese were not racists.
No.
English were racists. The
Whatever
Portuguese
happened to give peace a chance? Whatever happened to that?
Right. I think if we change the categories, then a
Give
lot of this.
peace a chance.
Do you think, Leave? Do you think the Portuguese were racist, or were they Catholics and they felt like everyone is God's child?
I don't know. I know they enslaved all the Indians, the natives. I don't know if it was because of racism, because of what.
But they also mixed with the natives. They would have sex with the natives. Like in Anglo would not do that.
You mean they what?
The Hispanic people, Spanish and Portuguese, but especially Portuguese, their strategy, like Brazil was part of Portugal. It wasn't a colony of Portugal. It was part of Portugal, right? Do you know that? I talked with a Portuguese guy who told me that. It wasn't a colony of Portugal. It was actually Portugal.
Yeah, it became a colony after.
You were as Portuguese as a guy in Lisbon when you were part of that empire. And I think that's a better strategy. I think we in America adopt that strategy. And the Portuguese immediately intermixed with the natives, and they killed them too, and they had conflicts, but like they intermixed and they just let it flow, and they encouraged actual intermixing, whereas Anglos was like, no, you stay with us and we're separate from them, which is where you get like you could never have segregation in Brazil, right? No one could even imagine how segregation will work because there's
no way.
There's no way you can separate. Both people are mixed.
There's no way to separate the people. Exactly. Yeah. It's a big shade of brown.
Right. And I think the same in America. I think we should intermix. And then
it's one thing that is different from America is that there's one race that is called the Negro race. So I am Negro, and there's under this umbrella of the Negro race, there's the black people and then the Pardo people. I am Pardo because I'm mixed, white and black.
Right.
And then also in the Negro race, there's the black people that is black mixed with black. So there's two kinds of people under this umbrella. And there's one thing that you guys don't have in the United States that I find interesting, this difference. Because most of the culture is very similar because of globalization.
Right.
So YouTube is the same, TikTok is the same, dating is the same, and the things we watch, the music we listen, basically everything is the same because we absorb so much of the American culture. But there's a little small differences, and distinguishing the race is one of the biggest differences.
Isn't it also
sorry.
Isn't it also like
much?
you leave are not like an angry guy. You're a mellow guy. I think South American culture is more relaxed than North American culture.
Yeah, you guys are very neurotic and anxious, very anxious.
Yeah, and
I don't
very angry because of that. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about though. There are mixed people consider people mixed in America.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, huh? You see, if you saw a guy
Barack
like Lee,
Obama was
that's
a
a mixed
black
guy.
Well, though you would call me Mexican or Hispanic, right?
Yeah. Nah, he's right, Grace. We don't, even though maybe me and you consider somebody mixed, I think societal wise, if you got even a little bit of black in you, you're just considered black.
Say someone famous that would be considered mixed and not black or white.
Barack Obama. Yeah, Barack Obama.
Barack
No,
Obama
actually,
was
I
black.
consider him black. I consider Barack Obama black.
Even Kamala, who is only a small percent African, is considered black. She's not black.
Yeah.
I don't think of her as black.
In any
She
other
would be
country,
considered pardo here.
Barack is just as much white as he is black.
No, he's
His mother's white.
He's much whiter. He was raised by a white mother in a white community, so culturally he's white.
No, I'm just talking about genetically, just genetically.
But then he picked up a basketball on the south side of Chicago for a couple of months, and all of a sudden he's a black man.
I would think of
they're fake blacks.
I would think of Eric Andre as mixed if I saw him. I wouldn't think of him as black.
Well, HB, you have sort of a point because on the applications, on the what is it, that stupid survey that you do at the end of every job application? The first question that they ask is, are you Hispanic or Latino? And it's a yes or no. And of course, because my grandfather is Puerto Rican, I check yes. Then after that, it's, what is your race?
Yeah, I don't know. They do that. That is a weird thing. First, like, are you?
We have a racist culture, Grace. We have a racist culture. There used to be what's called the one drop rule. And your rights as an American would depend on if someone could prove you have one drop of African blood, you were in a
black
different category. One drop. It was the real thing, the one drop rule. Because they had a racist theory that black blood pollutes white purity.
Right.
Ben's right. That's where the Plessy versus Ferguson case comes from.
It's a real theory, and that like one drop, and they had this idea. You ever seen white paint, and you put a little bit of black paint in it, and it really changes the color quickly. But they felt like black blood needs to be kept separate from the white pure race, and that when it gets in there, it pollutes it beyond just a percentage. Like 5% black really wrecks the whole thing. So there was a weird way in which whites thought of themselves as very, very like fragile, like genetically fragile, that this purity, it all comes from white racism, white supremacy theory, which Hitler tried to like make into a science. None of it's true.
Well, even here, Ben Thorpe, real quick, that's where Plessy versus Ferguson came from. Plessy, the guy that this case is all about, he could easily pass off as white. He had straight hair. He had very, very light skin, and he tried to get on a train. That's where all that bullshit came from. And then, of course, they did the separate but equal thing and all of that stuff. But yeah, that's literally where that came from, because I think what did they call it, an octoroon? Well, everybody was white with the exception of his great grandparents, and then you're black, that type of thing.
The one place, where that term octoroon comes from? Quadroon. It comes from Louisiana culture, because Louisiana is a Catholic country, and so they had these categories. Like octoroons were seen as like a different than Grace. You know what an octoroon is?
I never heard of that.
Octa means 8, right? So if you're black, and they would use terms like Ayala and all that kind of stuff, but they were seen as a different group in Louisiana than blacks, like slave people. You know what I'm saying? And quadroon means a quarter black. And there was a culture, like, so there were different striations, there was different gradations of the mixture. And in the rest of America, there is no such thing. You couldn't say like I'm Octoroon, that people would go, I don't know what you're talking about.
I honestly, Ben, I honestly think that should be how we that should really be how we classify people. Honestly,
By how black they.
Kamala's probably not even an Octoroon. Because
yeah, I don't think she is either. I don't think she is
50%
either.
Indian, South Asian, that's not black. And her Jamaican ancestry, her dad is like light skinned, and he was part of the slave owning class in Jamaica.
They were Irish, and her father's side were Irish and Jewish.
Yeah.
But also African. Her dad was not white.
I don't even know if there was any African in the dad, because even with Jamaica, there's so many different races of people in Jamaica.
Yeah.
I think just in America, we just think Jamaica, we only think of black, but I mean, there's Asians down there that've been there, 4 or 5 generations of Asian people in Jamaica.
Yeah, in South Africa too, you've got I think there's 4 gradations. There's white, black, mixed, and then colored. Colored means Indian mostly,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
And they're not seen as the same as mixed.
Yeah, it's really race and the designations for race are very different in different cultures. But it does it is kind of confusing in America, because a lot of it is.
Also, I had a kid. He was Dominican. He looked just like a black kid. We'd say, and I said, someone was saying he's black, and he was like, I'm not black, because in the Dominican Republic, black means what Lee's saying, like African mixed with African. He was mixed in the Dominican Republic. He was not seen as black. And yeah, when he comes over here, everyone calls him black, and he's like, no, I'm not black. And everyone laughs at him because they don't understand. You can look at the same person differently from a different lens, and a Hispanic lens is different than an Anglo lens.
Yeah, don't call them black. I wish Latinos for Trump were up here. He's Dominican. He would be able to better explain all of that for the rest of us on the panel.
Yeah.
I love when Grace does this face, like
The 1,000-yard stare.
yeah,
Leah,
mouth breathing.
I want to get back to what you said about Americans being neurotic. Would you say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how arrogant are Americans?
Arrogant?
10 being extremely, 1 being no.
Arrogance.
The arrogance of Americans. What would you rate?
I don't think you guys are very arrogant. I was always very well received by Americans.
Okay, very good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, but everyone assumed that you would love to move to America from Brazil, and you said, no, I don't.
Exactly, and I'm very pleased to hear that.
Kind of arrogance that we think everybody who's not in America wants to move.
I don't think that. I just wanted to ask him for myself.
It's just
because the rumor is that everybody wants to live in America, and he has testified that's not true. So I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah, but a lot of people want to live there. This is actually real.
But why are you pleased to hear that? I don't understand. Because you don't want his dirty mestizo.
I'm pleased to hear that he's content with the land of his childhood.
Oh yeah, exactly this, Mela. Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, I think there's an underlying arrogance.
I think I answered the question honestly, authentically, and precisely.
Yeah, and now
I'm pleased to hear that he is content.
Mela, calm down. Nobody's accusing you of anything.
Chill out, bitch.
No, he said that there's an underlining meaning to my direct answer. There's no underlining meaning.
Mela, it's slightly condescending to say, I'm pleased to hear that you want to stay.
First of all, Grace, you haven't even greeted me.
Not really, but
it's not that we're trying to be that. We're saying
first of all, you haven't even greeted me this morning. How are you doing?
Hello,
How are you feeling? You doing all right? You
I'm
all right?
fine. Why are you changing? I'm not coming at you. I'm trying to explain something. We're talking about the general American ethos, not you in particular.
Okay. There is this rumor that everyone wants to live in America, and I was just enthusiastic in
Wait,
then
wait,
making sure
Mela.
people heard him say that's not true.
Wait, Mela. I wanted to ask Liev, why do you think Americans are so neurotic?
I guess you
that
overthink.
was my really.
But
That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
I guess you guys overthink things too much. You have a sense of leadership that make you guys
The
have
savior complex, right?
what?
Wait, give him a
Savior
second, Mela.
complex.
Give him a
Yeah,
second, Mela. I want to hear this because I honestly I do kind of agree with you. With you guys like what I notice about people from different countries, is you guys have this kind of relaxed kind of personalities that we just don't really have in America like that.
yeah,
Unless they're
exactly. It's crazy.
unless they're
Everybody
like
is worried
unless you're
about
like
something.
high, unless
America
you're
is
high.
crazy.
I am high. Actually, I am
No,
high.
no, 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 no. I'm saying in America, unless you're like high, you don't really have that kind of relaxed
Yeah,
personality,
yeah, exactly.
you know. And I think a lot of Americans, they don't really. I don't know. I don't think most Americans smoke weed, so we are a little bit more neurotic. But what do you think attributes that?
But you guys take so many pills, so many drugs. Your food is very poisonous, very industrialized. You guys don't practice sports. You have you guys don't really talk about your feelings, so you have to make conversation and talk about a lot of other things like debate, debate other things instead of talking about what
Mm,
emotions, I guess.
What are you
I
talking
agree.
about? We're totally chill.
Calm down, Grace. Calm down.
Well. Let me address something that I think is the difference between Hispanic and Anglo.
But there is no other country in the world where there's debates like this. There's no live stream Brazil doing this that we're doing here right now, like talking
Yeah.
about something.
You got that right.
Well,
There's
Leave,
no
I don't know, Leave, I don't know if you've noticed. Grace has a relationship with me. She's an adult, but she's like under my care as an adult female.
yeah.
And there is a ton of anger at that setup because the idea is if she's 18, she should be an independent woman. I think in Hispanic culture, it's generally fine for a man to say like, no, she's under my care until she gets a husband, and then she's under his care,
Yeah.
and that's seen as normal
Yeah, it's normal.
You would not
because
believe how not normal it is here. Like it's
you don't have as strong of a feminist thing like when you're 18, like. A lot of people on the internet would rather see Grace doing pornography by herself, right? And making that money doing that
Great,
and
great.
being cared for by her dad. They find that extremely
It's
offensive.
they do find it offensive. They really
And
do.
they have to insist that
guys
I'm
are
using
obsessed
her.
with money and independence. So if you're not making money,
She can get an education. Why would people want her to do porn?
No. His point is
I can
people would rather see me independent and doing porn than see me not independent and
Yeah, like going to college and doing porn. They'd rather see that. They're infuriated if I say
No.
let's do something on the
No.
internet and put the education on the back burner. And like they're just infuriated, and I think it's envy. I think it's just
well,
envy.
but the girls are free to choose here, the same as in the United
She's
States.
an articulate young woman capable of actually interpreting
Anything.
information. She can be educated, highly educated. That's all it takes is to be able to comprehensively decipher information. She doesn't have to solicit her body for a living. She can actually use her intelligence.
You're understanding
No, obviously, but she doesn't need an education either necessarily.
Okay.
Why does she need an education?
It doesn't have to be a formal education. It could be pursuits of self-learning.
Wait,
Whatever
wait.
interests her.
But I just want to say this. I have had people tell me, like specifically, they've said like it would just be better for you to be on your own. Whatever you want to do. You want to go to college, you want to have your own apartment, just be on your own. And I say, why? Like I live with my dad and he takes care of me in some ways and I help him. Why would it just be better in and of itself for me to be on my own? And they just get super offended. They're like, no, you need to get out of that situation. You need to be independent.
They want access. They want to fantasize that they have access to you. You're better off under the care. You know, like the more protection you have surrounding you, the better. Like people that want you to be vulnerable and out there by yourself, they want to fantasize that they have access to you. There's perverts out here, you know.
But don't you think also that a lot of them are envious because they don't have a father figure in their lives. So they don't have a man in their lives.
No, I think it's more what Mella's saying. I think a lot of people want the division just so they can have grace all to themselves.
To do what? To do what?
Yeah, they're perverts. You don't. I don't know what they want to do.
Because they want to be her daddy, is what or her.
They want to manipulate. They want to believe that she's malleable, right? They want to believe that she's easily manipulated, and you know they're perverts out here, and they believe that if they can get her by herself, like if they can get her to say, yeah, I should be on my own, and get her by herself, they can, you know, mold her into some perverted existence that they desire. You know, man, you know, some guys are crazy, man.
No,
but
no, the funny thing is, I think it's more women though that want the separation than men. I see more women getting up here talking about, you know, how bad Ben is and all of this stuff, and it's more the women.
You never
honestly.
you always stay under the protection of a loving father. Always do that. Even gain his approval for who you partner with. Like a father is important in a woman's life at all times. It's important. And for someone to convince you it's not, it's because they want to get you by yourself to fuck you over.
I think generally men see it as a let's say a plus that a girl has a strong relationship with her father because she's already like she's not going to bring those daddy issues, right? So if she's good with her daddy, then like that's perfect. That's why remember Keemstar, he was a huge creator. He is a huge creator. He said you're every man's fantasy because you get along with your dad and yet you're like your own person, right? So what's with the women? What do the women want to do? They want to isolate you? No, that doesn't make any sense. What do they want to do with you?
He said because it seems like I guess get along with men. So like I'm a guy's girl or whatever, so I'm every guy's fantasy.
That's not a guy's girl though.
What do you mean?
A guy's girl is a girl who like watches sports and like you know does like do it yourself stuff. That's a guy like a tomboy. You're not a tomboy.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's.
Well, then I mean, you've got the crazies like that Virgo Sapphire woman who was up here earlier. But I mean, she one time on a panel with Stanley, she was calling my dad everything under the sun: incest, pedophile, rapist, everything under the sun.
I think that's just envy.
I don't know where that comes from. He was just in the chat, but she was like, I'm not going to allow a pedophile on the panel. I don't know. People will throw that stuff around.
But I'm saying envy.
I guess girls are more comfortable with coming up and talking.
I'm not okay. In the interest of what was just said, how did Virgo come to that conclusion? She didn't just grab it out of thin air. Like what?
Yes, she did.
What's the perception as to why she came up with that?
No, Mela, she did grab it out of thin air because there was somebody in the chat who just was criticizing her, and she also called them a pedophile. Had nothing to do with me or my dad. Just a random person in chat. She goes, "Oh, so you're a pedophile too?" It's just something she goes around calling people.
So there's no evidence online that you guys have had strange conversations amongst each other.
What does that have to do with pedophilia? My daughter's 21 years old.
No. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm asking you a question.
I'm trying to figure out
pedophilia?
Where this came from.
Yeah,
This
from
I just
envy.
told you.
This accusation came from somewhere.
It comes from envy.
Well, I just described to you a situation where she called somebody random in chat a pedophile. So she didn't have any reason to call that person a pedophile.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm gonna do it like this, right? I remember that when it comes to me, my father described me as an attractive woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the most he's ever done to identify me physically. What I'm trying to ascertain, pull out, is whether or not anyone has heard a conversation between you two that he identified you as attractive in specific ways. If you get my drift, like, has he said, like, she's this and she could be that, like I'm trying to figure out where Virgo got this from, because I'm gonna tell you, Virgo's not crazy. Virgo is not crazy. So
Okay.
she got this from somewhere.
Well, she is crazy.
Has my dad, like, what are you talking?
You're crazy to say she's not crazy.
Well, I would say that what happened just a few moments ago when you referred to her being touted as some guy's dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you are beating your chest about regarding her physical appearance?
But why are you're being passive aggressive right now? Right?
I truly am. I'm being careful because this is a delicate relationship between you and your daughter.
Instead of
This
just
is delicate.
Mello, why don't you just say,
not being respectful, you're just being passive aggressive.
I'm just wondering where Virgo got this assumption from.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not.
Like, where does she get this from?
Well, why don't you ask, how did she get the assumption that a random chat member was a pedophile? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why don't you just say that's crazy?
Next
She's
time I
crazy.
talk to her, I'm sorry. Next time I talk to her, I'll ask her myself. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just wondering. I'll ask her myself. I'll go straight
What
to the
if
source.
your dad said, yeah, and was something in addition to my daughter's? What did he mean by attractive? What did he mean by attractive? What's the
He meant that
men would want to fuck you, right?
Wow.
Is that right or wrong?
I asked my father whether or not I was pretty.
Right.
And he said, not only are you pretty, you're attractive. So you take it from there.
Yeah, but I'm saying the implication is you are attractive to members of the opposite sex because they are sexually attracted to you, which would be another way of saying that would be men would want to fuck you.
I was demonstrating insecurity because I was wearing makeup, right? Like I was not allowed to wear cosmetics going to high school. And my mother found out that I was wearing cosmetics to go to high school. I got in trouble and I went to my father sobbing about it. And he said, "Why do you think you have to wear makeup?" I said, "Because I want to be pretty." He said, "Not only are you pretty, you're attractive." And I didn't think he was implying that people want to fuck me. I didn't think of it like that at all.
You don't think of it, but that's what he was saying. That's what he was implying.
So you think fathers evaluate whether or not their daughters are fuckable?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
And there you have it, audience. There you have it.
There you have it. You're crazy.
No, there you have it.
No, there you have it. There you have it. You cunt.
Dude, wait. Hold on. Mela, nobody's saying that your dad said to you, "Yeah, I bet a lot of guys would want to fuck you." But we're just saying that's the natural implication of what he said. What's the problem with admitting that? He said it in a nice way.
No,
But
wait,
that's
wait,
valid.
wait.
Guys
Why
want
did your mother see it as her purview to tell you can't wear makeup? What the fuck is wrong with your mother? You wear
She was protecting me from perverts like you.
Oh, perverts. What's a pervert? Someone who finds a woman sexually attractive?
I'm a high school student. I'm not supposed to be approached in a sexual way.
Why not? You're 17 years old. You can't be approached
I
sexually.
didn't say what age I was. I said high school, didn't I?
Or you graduated high school when you're 8 years old. Okay,
I
fine.
didn't say I was graduating. I said I was in high school and I was not allowed to wear cosmetics. You're
Well,
the
were
one that
you a
took it
woman?
to the
Were you a
hold
woman
on.
who were wearing
Hold on.
cosmetics?
See,
Were you?
this is where I elevate my voice, right? You took it to the age subconsciously, you took it to the age of 17, right? And you're
No, I
also
know what high school
insinuating being
I talk
fuckable, right? See,
here.
this is your perverted nature being on full display.
What
Keep
is
that in mind.
No,
Hey, let's
And I'm
go.
done. No, I'm done
What is
talking to you.
puberty? What
I'm
is
done.
puberty, Ella? What is
Oh,
puberty?
okay. You run away from the conversation.
What is puberty? No, unmute yourself and come on up, since you're going to be a disgusting person, and come on, back it up. What is puberty?
Look at her. What a loser. What a coward.
Well,
Mela,
Her
you
dad,
know,
she was
Mela,
fuckable. Obviously, that's what it means.
Mela,
She
you know
wanted
what
to
this
know if she was fuckable. She asked her dad. He said, "Yeah, you're fuckable."
Mela, you know what this
Well,
shows?
why
It
is
shows
that?
you have serious sexual problems. That you have an issue with somebody asking you why your mom wouldn't let you wear makeup to school. You say it's to protect you from perverts. That's not why girls wear makeup to school. That girls who wear makeup to high school are not encouraging perverts. If you think of it that way, that means your parents fucked you up. You have
No,
a
I mean,
weird
but
with sex.
no, you could make an argument that a high school girl shouldn't be dating or those kind of things because she's not in a place to get married. That's fine.
Yeah, sure, but she's talking about
that's
older
up to her. That's up to, no.
Why did your mind default to 17?
When a girl hits puberty, all right, let me
Why
ask,
did your
what
mind
is
default to
puberty?
17?
Mela, what is
Why?
Mela, what is puberty?
No, you got to answer that. Why did your
High school
mind
girls,
automatically default to 17?
because I assume that you started wearing makeup because you
You
were.
realize what age a freshman in high school starts, right?
Yeah, and you're black. Most black girls have hit puberty before they
Oh
are in
my
high
God.
school.
Okay. There you have it, audience. There you have it.
Yeah, there you have it.
it.
Those are called facts. The average black girl hits puberty at like around age 10. So if you're 10 years old in high school, then you're a genius. But like pretty much all black girls in high school, the grass is on the mound
That
and
needs something
like,
in his mouth.
is, why can't you play ball? And there are good
You
questions about that,
ignorant
but
bastard.
we ain't
You
talking
need
about little
something
kids.
in your mouth.
What?
You need something in your mouth.
I need something in my mouth?
Yeah.
On
a
Okay.
regular basis.
Oh, this is getting
That's why
freaky.
you smoke, motherfucker.
Oh, angry because I'm saying black girls in high school are generally.
I think that's the most ignorant shit
Okay,
You're
is that
just lying.
ignorant?
ever heard.
You're just
Mela,
lying.
let me go. Mela, NBC News. Though children across races are beginning puberty again.
NBC News? You mean fake news?
Okay, let me just.
Now
I'm going on mute.
She.
Okay, go on mute.
Yeah,
Let me
get
read.
the fuck out of here. Leave.
Research has shown that black girls
Don't
are
leave,
more
Mela. Don't leave.
as white girls to start puberty early. Today, puberty begins between ages 8 and 13, but on average. But some black girls are seeing the onset as early as 5 years old. Isn't that crazy? If that's true, that's crazy. That's insane.
Black people hit puberty earlier. They hit all the milestones earlier because they have higher hormonal levels.
Montero said, check out BET News for the real facts.
That's pretty crazy.
No, but here's my question to Mela. Here's my question to Mela. All right, so her mother tells her, I'm assuming she's a young woman sexually at this point. She's wearing cosmetics. If she's a girl wearing makeup, okay, I can understand her mother's point. But if she's a young woman sexually and she's wearing makeup, to me, that's natural. And she's seeking male attention. That's natural. Now you can have a conversation with your daughter about whether it makes sense for you to do that because you're not ready for marriage if you're from a traditional family. Okay, but like you can't say like what her mother told her is it's wrong for you to act sexually when you're sexual. And she understood that as saying there's something wrong with me being sexual. It's something wrong with me being a young woman. And then she asked her daddy, is there something wrong with me being a young woman? And he said, there ain't nothing wrong as far as I could see. Right. And she doesn't know how to deal with that. He's right. You're a young woman. You're going to have sexual urges. You're going to want to attract men. There's nothing wrong with that, but you got to be careful. I'm sure that was his message. But if she asked him, like, am I ugly? Would a man not want to put a dick in me? And he's like, no. And then she goes, well, she's saying her dad's a pervert for saying that. I don't know where you get. That's why she's a man hater. She's evil. Her dad was saying, yes.
Okay, I'm back. I just walked away and came back. I don't know what I missed, but I'm sure it wasn't significant. But I came back hearing something mentioned regarding my father's statement to me.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
earlier this morning, HB heard me mention the difference between my online presence versus how I communicate with people offline. And I made a distinguishment that when you're candid with people, it's just a matter of time before they throw it back in your face, right? All I
Oh yeah, you
actually,
did say that. You
all
did
I
say that.
asked, keep in mind, HB, all I
Yeah.
asked,
Call the
all I asked was,
place online
where
and
did
offline.
Virgo, hold on, all I asked was, where did Virgo get this assumption? That's all I asked.
Mela,
Right?
nobody's throwing anything back in your face. We're saying according to your
No,
logic.
you
You're not a
actually,
victim of conversation. You don't want to have a
you are,
saying that
you are
according to
both
your
a
logic,
pair.
you would
You're
think.
both a pair.
Hold
So
on, let me
you're both
finish. Nobody's throwing
responsible for
anything.
throwing it back in my face, right?
Nobody's throwing anything back in your face. We're saying
So this
according to your logic,
confirms
your father's
it's not
comment is
safe to
creepy
be
or
You're a
candid with
You're a
people.
victim of life and conversation. Get offline and stay offline
I'm
forever. You won't
not
be.
a victim, sir. As a matter of fact, I'm your savior. I'm a Gulf War veteran, well decorated and awarded. I'm
Thank you
your
for your
savior.
service.
Your
Thank you
service.
for your
Yeah, I'm.
service. Thank you for your
You're
service.
act like a man all the time. Yes.
Thank you for your service.
I bet you wish I was a man, you butt lover.
Oh, now
Oh,
I'm. You're a rude cunt. Your dad is wrong. You're not attractive. You're
It takes
unattractive.
one to know
Which is
one.
why I
It
find you
takes one to know one.
I find you repulsive.
It takes one
Your
to know
dad was
one.
wrong. Your daddy was wrong.
It takes
Your
one to
mother
know
was
one.
right. Your mother was right. You're a cunt.
It takes one to know one.
Mela, do you think there's any correlation between your mother telling you you can't wear makeup because it'll attract perverts and you joining the military?
When I asked her why, she didn't use the word perverts. She said that I'm too young. That's what she said.
So your
Wait,
mother
but
had a problem with nature. Your mother had a problem with nature.
can we analyze that though? Because when she said you're too young for makeup, do you remember how old you were?
Freshman in high school.
Okay, so you're 14, 15.
Freshman in high school.
Okay, 14 or 15.
She's just a cunt. Don't even bother talking to her. Whatever. She's like, if I tell you 14, I'm
Which is it? Do you want me to talk or don't you?
She was 5 years old. She's
So
still 5.
whatever, right?
That's why you're attracted.
You're a whatever kind of guy.
Go near men.
Go put something in your mouth, man. Go put something in your mouth. Have an avocado or something,
She hates
okay?
life.
Calm
She
down.
was rich with her mother.
Just calm. Go eat an
She hates
avocado.
reality.
You
She's
could
never
use
gonna have
it.
a conversation about anything. She's a cunt.
Is
I
that
don't
the
know why
same
you take
black
another breath.
shirt you had on
You hate
yesterday?
life. You hate life. I don't know what
Calm
to tell you.
down.
Why say anything if you're just going to say I'm a victim of saying anything? Who cares? Your mom told you not to wear makeup, and your dad said that you were attractive. How's it throwing something around to say like, "What's up"? There's obviously
My father's intention was to support my mother's assertion that I'm too young to wear cosmetics. That's all it is. You're turning it into something
Where
else.
did you get the idea that maybe you're not attractive? Where did you get that from? You want to talk about where people got their ideas. Where did you get the idea that you weren't attractive from?
Well, in America, people who look at Vogue magazines, Brooke Shields, for instance, right? Brooke Shields, with all her popularity, right? She's standing with Michael Jackson. I was a Michael Jackson fan. And I was like, if I could only wear the cosmetics that Brooke Shields is wearing, maybe one day I can meet
What about
Michael
Vanessa
Jackson.
Williams? What about Vanessa Williams?
I didn't think about Vanessa Williams. I was thinking about Michael Jackson and how he was attracted to Brooke Shields. And Brooke Shields was on the cover of every fashion magazine. And all I could think of was how she was using cosmetics at a very young age.
You wanted
So
to
why
attract
can't
men like
I? So one day I could meet Michael Jackson. Okay?
you were sexually attracted.
That's all it was to it. You want to turn it into, well,
You were sexually attracted to
you
Michael
want to
Jackson.
turn it into something sexual. And that's
You were sexually attracted to Michael Jackson.
That's really
That right?
crazy.
You were
Lee
I thought
Ev
Michael
looks
Jackson was brilliant.
Lee Ev looks kind of like Michael
And
Jackson.
anybody Michael Jackson was attracted to, that's who I wanted to be.
Of all the men in the world, you were sexually attracted to Michael Jackson.
Not
And I'm the
sexually.
weirdo.
Nobody
I'm the
said
weirdo.
anything about sexual.
I'm the weirdo. I'm the
I
weirdo.
wanted to learn
Of all
how he danced. I
attracted to
wanted to learn how he sang. I wanted to know Michael Jackson. I didn't want to know
Michael
him
Jackson
sexually.
because Michael Jackson ain't a real man. Michael Jackson is a weirdo.
You wanted to
That's
wear
what
makeup
you want
like Brooke Shields.
Michael Jackson.
He was
Michael
attracted.
Jackson.
So you could learn
at
his
the time, right? At the time, Michael Jackson was the cat's pajamas.
No, he wasn't.
And yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. When he did Thriller, when
But
he
he's
did
a
Billie
weirdo.
Jean,
Thriller. You're seeing him
I fell
talk.
in love with Michael Jackson when he did Billie Jean.
Like a little girl.
That was my first.
You wanted to get married to a boy, not
I
a man.
didn't say
You
married,
wanted to
brother.
get married to a boy,
Look,
not a
man,
man.
you know what?
See
Your
yourself a little baby.
testosterone levels will
This is what you are. You're a little baby. So cut your tits off.
It's just a matter of time before your balls disintegrate. You know, it's just a matter of time before you get prostate cancer.
You want to
understand
be
me?
asexual.
I can
And I'm
hear
sure you
the
don't have a man.
cancer in your balls fall out. Just a matter of time.
Mella, can you just
stop tripping about that?
It's a weird crush to have.
You're a sexual weirdo, Mella. It's all right. You're a sexual weirdo who was sexually attracted to Michael Jackson. In your fantasy life,
A
of all
lot of people
in Hollywood
were-
and in
A lot of people were
entertainment,
enchanted
we're
by
attracted
the Billie
to a
Jean
guy
video.
who's not even gay.
A lot of people were enchanted by the Billie Jean video. Okay.
He had the mental and sexual.
And then you get the album,
mental and
right?
sexual. Everyone can
you
see
get
this.
the Thriller album, and you're like, wow, he seems like a nice
Mentality
guy.
of a child. He had the mentality. He had the sexual mentality of a child. You are actually a pedophile.
And no
You're
one was
attracted
thinking about
sexually
sexuality.
men
in-
who have the
in
mentality of
high
a child.
school.
You're a pedophile. Spiritually, you're a pedophile. Yes.
Oh, so what Virgo said actually.
So no wonder you're seeing
And
it
you
in
want to
everyone.
take it out on me.
Recognize that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Understand your psychopathy. Virgo
Because
hurt
you
your
hate
feelings,
sexuality.
and now
You hate
you have the chance to
sexuality.
take it out on me.
You hate
You're a
sexuality.
simple
Yes.
man. And it's just a matter of time before
Sexuality.
prostate cancer takes
You hate
over you
pussy
and your
kids,
balls
and you
fall
wish
off.
you never had to deal with them because mommy told
Whatever.
you.
Whatever. You're too
offended.
simple. You are too simple.
You hate tits, you hate your pussy, and you hate dick. So you hate all of it, and you want everyone to act like a little baby.
You can hear the cancer just crawling up in his nuts. You could just hear it.
Hey, is it me
And now
or does Lee Ev look kind of like Michael Jackson?
Why?
Does
You're a
Lee Ev look kind
weirdo.
of like Michael
You're a
Jackson?
weirdo.
Yeah, he looks kind of like Michael Jackson a little bit. Before the surgery.
I don't really think so.
No, all right. So,
All right,
wait,
so
let's-
closing remarks. Mella is a pedophile spiritually because she had
I heard the Levi
She's
jacket
attracted to asexual
with the Michael
men who have
Jackson buttons all over it. HB, do you remember girls in high school that had the Michael Jackson Levi The buttons on
Wait,
the
wait,
Levi
wait, wait.
jacket.
I think I was a little bit too
Oh,
young for
I'm
that.
older than you, right?
Yeah. You're
Well,
Melo,
there
you
was a
said
time
you wanted
when
you
people were obsessed with Michael Jackson, and they had the buttons all over their Levi jackets when they went to high school.
but there
Wait,
were very.
Ben,
I never,
Ben, you
I
don't
And
never
they
heard
wait,
girls
Ben, you
say,
don't like
accentuated
Michael
it.
Jackson? Ben, you don't like
They
Michael
wanted to
Jackson?
look like that black woman that was in the Thriller video with the puffy hair that was curly everywhere, and she had on this bright red lipstick to go with Michael Jackson's bright red jacket while they were doing Thriller. Like
right.
every woman that Michael Jackson was associated with wore cosmetics, and I
Okay,
wanted to wear
all right, okay,
cosmetics too,
all right,
but
all
I
right.
wasn't
Let me ask
allowed
you
because
a
I'm a
question.
freshman in high
Did your
school.
get wet when you watch that video of the prospect of sitting next to Michael
Nobody got
Jackson
wet,
at a
brother.
drive-in?
Nobody got wet.
Right.
Okay.
Nobody got wet except
Just stop trying to keep your balls.
he has no
Prostate
masculinity
cancer is gonna get
pretend
you.
to.
Stop trying to keep your balls. Prostate
Wait,
cancer
Ben,
is gonna
you
get
didn't
you.
like Michael Jackson's music though?
I think Michael Jackson's a great artist. I just don't
Okay,
think
there we go.
girls. I don't think there were many girls who said like, "I want to marry a guy like that" when they put him up against. I don't know
never
who else.
said I
Like
wanted to marry
Lord,
him.
you
I
were
never
saying
said that. That's
you said yes, you did. You said the
I
reason
never
I wore
said
cosmetics.
marry. I said
Don't
every
talk over
woman
it. Shut
that
up
he
for a
was
second. Shut up for
associated with
a second. Shut up for a second.
wore
Let me
cosmetics.
talk, and then
That's
you can
what
talk.
I said.
Let me talk.
You're taking it to 17 years
Let me
old.
talk, and then
You're
you can
taking
talk.
it to early
Let me talk, and
puberty.
then you can
You're
talk.
taking it to
Let me
sexual
talk, and then you can talk.
ideation.
This is why you're
You
so
are
fucking
losing your
repulsive.
balls as
So
we
fucking repulsive. You're a pedophile and a pervert. You said the reason you
You're
wore
just mad because
cosmetics.
Virgo called you that. That's all.
Marla, come on, let him talk.
No,
Jesus.
I did.
but he's
All
so
right. Here we
simple.
go.
Virgo called him that. He's still angry and he wants to take his frustrations out on somebody.
All right,
That's
you
all.
let him make a point. It's bad content if you just talk over.
Can
him
I
every
talk, or you just want me to show you my dick because that's what you're obsessed with?
Show it while you got it.
No, I don't want to
Show
show
it
you. I
while
don't
you
really
got it.
That's what
Marla, are you under the impression there's some form of cancer that makes your dick fall off? I don't know if you're correct about that.
Look, you said it's okay that you're a
He's
weird.
so fat and
Like
sloppy.
try to help you out. You said
What a
that
fat
you
sloppy
wore
guy.
cosmetics because Brooke Shields got
Hey,
the
Mr.
sexual attention
Brazil,
of Michael
welcome to an
Jackson.
American panel.
No, you can't laugh it off. Let's go into the fact that you're a weirdo. You said, and you can say you're not a weirdo. You said the reason you wore cosmetics is because you wanted to look like Brooke Shields, and you thought that Brooke Shields got the sexual attention of Michael Jackson, right?
No, I didn't say
All
sexual.
right, tell me where I'm off on that.
I was mentioning between Brooke Shields and that woman that did the Thriller video with Michael Jackson. Brooke Shields was the one that was featured on magazines. What I noticed that they had in common was they both wore cosmetics. And I
Right.
thought wearing
What else do they
cosmetics
have
would
in common?
accentuate my Levi jean jacket
Right.
with Michael Jackson buttons all over it.
Okay, and what
That's
else
it.
did those
It
two
had
women
nothing
have
to
in
do with sex. Nothing.
Oh, but you literally said you wanted to look like Brooke Shields because Michael Jackson said he found her
I
attractive.
wanted to wear cosmetics like Brooke
All right,
Shields.
so you're just gonna lie.
And
Why
a
not?
woman
Because Michael Jackson said that he thought she looked good on this magazine cover.
Look. I'm gonna say this once again. All I said was that Michael Jackson was something that I obsessed about. His talent, the fact that he was on MTV on a regular basis, the Billie Jean video, the Thriller video, the album. I thought he was wonderful.
Whatever.
And I started noticing.
Say what you said. Just a lie and hope.
Noticing the women he was attached to, right?
Michael
The women that he was seen with wore cosmetics.
Wait a minute.
And I thought it
I'll
would
just talk.
be a good idea for me as a Michael Jackson fan
Great.
to wear
Why?
cosmetics.
Great. You have the same problem.
emulate
You have
the
a lot of
women,
things in common with this
to
babbling.
emulate the women that he had
Your
been
mother
photographed
also. Your mother
or in a video
told
with.
you that
That's
she
it.
that you hit puberty, right? Your
But
mother
yeah,
was offended.
this
came to her,
soon to have prostate cancer motherfucker here.
your
He
all right.
actually
Talking about no one
is
cares.
talking about
No,
sex
I don't.
because he's
Nobody's
holding on to his last hopes that he will
If
keep
you don't
his
want
ball.
a conversation, don't have one. All right, right? Just insults, not a conversation. Grace, this woman has a lot in common with you. Okay, her mother also told her it was not okay with her that she hit puberty. When you went to your mother and said, like, I've hit puberty, can you help me? Your mother was angry at you since
All
then.
my mother told me was that I'm too young. I'm too young
Too young
to wear
puberty.
cosmetics. That's all she
That's
said.
nature.
My mom's general take on puberty was if I wore a cute outfit, she'd be like, "Oh, that's gonna be trouble for the boys," like, and just made me feel weird about it. Like, okay,
Right.
yeah, Matt.
And it's fine for a woman to be concerned and to
I
guide her.
thought the women that
But
were associated with Michael Jackson.
Oh, you're still in
were
the Michael
pretty.
Jackson.
Just let us talk. Just let us talk for a minute, okay?
The
It's not about you.
pictures of women
You're
associated
obviously a
with Michael
weirdo.
Jackson were
You're a
pretty,
weirdo and a
and I
pedophile.
thought cosmetics would do
Don't dig
that.
the hole any deeper.
Please go rub one out to Michael Jackson and come back, please.
Now wait. Now Grace
Rub one out. What oil should I use?
doesn't have
I'm
a
sure you
vagina
can
because
recommend one.
older offensive to her. She doesn't have
You
a vagina.
freak.
She doesn't have a sexual feeling. She finds any sexual talk offensive, but she constantly
This
talks about.
freak
She's a
is
weirdo.
telling me
She's
to
a
rub
weirdo.
one out, right?
I've never heard anyone talk about my
You
testicles.
all hear this?
but
This freak.
talk
This
about my
freak is telling me to
She's a
rub
weird-
one out.
She's a weirdo. Now, Grace, let me see. There's a parallel here, and your mother and her
She
mother
uses
said,
baby wipes
"Shut up for a
instead of
second.
taking
Shut up.
showers,
Just
and
let him
she's
go.
telling me to rub one out.
I'm talking to my daughter.
That's not cool, man.
Now,
That's not
Grace,
cool.
Grace,
Grace,
your
you
mother and
need to
her
take that back.
mother
That's not cool.
told you they acted concerned, but what they really said is maybe like,
I'm not the enemy of Grace.
all right, just
But
be a
you,
you're a
sir,
victim.
Oh,
You're a
flick your
victim.
a
Go
jerk.
on now. Go on now. Victim.
You're
You
a
get
jerk. And Grace is going to
you're a
have to
victim
take
of
care of you when you
racism
have prostate
and
cancer.
sex.
I
You're not.
suggest you learn how to
You're
control your mouth.
right. You want me to die because I'm having a conversation that you're losing. So, Grace, now there's a parallel between here. Your mother and her mother acted concerned, but actually were offended by you hitting puberty. Now, there's all kind of reasons why older women are concerned with younger women hitting puberty and find it offensive. The number one is envy, right? Because they're saying like, maybe you've got something that I don't got, so they want to put them down. Now, here's the interesting part.
You watch a lot of girl on girl
find
porn,
yourself.
don't you?
It's all right. It's
You
all right.
watch a lot of
Bye
girl
bye.
on girl porn.
White people are like your
the pervert has moved from Michael Jackson as a talking point, her sexual attraction to Michael
All
Jackson.
you're talking about is your mother and what she said to you in anger.
Rub one out and get the
Something
tension
tells
out.
me
Not,
he's
you just can't stop talking about the
obsessed
sexuality.
with girl on girl porn.
No.
Sweetheart.
I don't
Nobody
look at pornography, but not like you probably are. Now, Grace, you also find
I
yourself.
actually don't approve of pornography. I think it's smut.
Okay, why are you talking about it then?
Oh yeah, don't watch pornography, guys.
Yeah, I'm not a pornography fan. I'm not into that. That's why I mentioned to Grace.
You're the one talking about it.
That's why I mentioned to Grace when it was asserted that people think she should try porn. You know, I just think that's absurd.
You're so stupid. Nobody was saying I should try porn.
What did they tell you to do to get away from your father, Grace?
Trying to make a
What
point.
did they tell you to do to be independent?
He was giving the worst example of
Grace, I believe
independence.
your father said people suggested that you separate from your father and you can be independent by doing porn and going to school.
No, I'm not feeding into your fetish, Dad.
That was mentioned.
You suggested that
was
I
literally
die.
mentioned.
You suggested that I should die many times.
No, I feel you are. We all die.
I don't care. You're
I
feeling.
think you're going to have prostate
You've
cancer.
been talking incessantly about my testicles and about death.
They will soon leave you.
Raise the level of
They
conversation
will soon leave you.
and talk about.
When I
Michael
mentioned my
Jackson.
situation,
Jesus Christ, what up,
what
lady?
you mentioned was
Grace, Grace.
17. 17. I'm like, why the hell did this guy mention 17 when I just said high school? You didn't think about a freshman.
I don't want to
You
talk.
just went straight to
Shut,
17.
shut your black lips
You're the
up.
one with the
Shut
fetish.
your black lips up for a minute.
You're the
Up.
one with the fetish. Okay?
Now, Grace,
You need something in
there's
your mouth.
a parallel here.
You need
Because,
something in your
because
mouth.
when this woman hit puberty and started to feel sexual feelings, she directed them towards, and you also have had this experience of finding yourself kind of attracted to men like Michael Jackson.
What age did your daughter lose her virginity?
Your mama lost her anal virginity.
No.
That's
That's
about a year
what
ago.
age did your daughter lose her
I really
virginity?
want to be
Grace
like
is still a
What
virgin.
born
Mella.
age?
Grace is still a virgin.
but she keeps
Grace is still a virgin.
What age did your
sending
daughter
sexual
lose her virginity?
Grace is
You
waiting
want
for
to talk all
marriage.
this shit?
Mella, Grace is waiting for marriage. She's still a virgin.
Let's hope so. Meanwhile, her father may have other
Still a
thoughts.
virgin.
What age did your daughter lose her virginity?
Yeah.
Why you
guys
talking
have to
about my
like
I
pussy,
have
girl?
no idea about my daughter's sexuality.
You have no idea?
None of
Hey,
my
girl.
business. Yeah,
You
that's
have no idea?
Ellen, you are unironically being a pervert right now. That's a perverted question to
I'm
ask.
being aggressive.
No, it's called being a pervert.
No, I'm being aggressive.
You're
There's
not
a
a
difference.
pervert.
I'm a 21-year-old girl, and you're a much older adult.
What
Get the fuck out of my pussy.
age did your daughter lose her
Pervert.
virginity?
Why
Unironically
ask
perverted.
her that question?
No, I'm asking you.
I know, but I'm asking you. Why don't you ask her
Okay,
that
you're
question?
asking me after I asked you.
Right, because I answered you. I said
You
I
sound
don't.
uncomfortable.
I don't keep
You
accounts of my
sound a little too
sexual behavior.
uncomfortable.
I don't feel.
You
I don't.
sound really, really uncomfortable.
I have no. Is this uncomfortable? I have no reason to ask my daughter about her sexual experiences. She's 21 years old. She's welcome to do whatever she wants to do, and I don't ask her about it. That's called being normal.
Because he's not a pervert, unlike you, Mella.
You should not be. Hopefully, you're not a parent because, like, you're a weirdo, lady. You're a total weirdo. Why would I ask my daughter about her sexual experiences? She's 21 years old. She's old enough to make up. I think from age 16 in the state of Rhode Island, she has the age of consent. What she consents to or doesn't consent to is up to her. Now, Grace, what I want to bring up here is you also, like Mella, have a kind of attraction to guys who are really not very masculine, like Michael Jackson. Okay, and you've had that online. You feel comfortable going out on dates with guys that most people say, like, this dude's gay, right?
Yeah.
And you even sexted with a guy like that, right?
Several of them.
Now, why is it that you feel comfortable with guys like that?
Because they don't ask very much of you. They're not very scary. They're sort of like half men, half women.
Right. So it's like taking a little, like, it's like training wheels of sexuality, right? Because what's really scary is masculinity, right? Masculine is going to say, like, well,
What if I told you you're attracted to guys that are like your dad?
But she's not comfortable with guys like that.
We'll see.
Well, there's plenty of there's hundreds and thousands of hours of her interacting with guys. She tends to be comfortable with guys who are, and maybe that's why she's comfortable with me, because I'm safe. I'm very masculine, but, like, obviously she's my daughter, so it's safe. And there are a lot of women who are comfortable with priests because they're safe.
Wait, Mella. Are you saying? Wait a minute. What are you saying, Mella? Are you saying that Grace is attracted to guys like Ben?
I'm saying that her father is a teddy bear in disguise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what her mother said to her, is that, like, because I was like, Grace is getting too old to wear these clothes around me, and to, kind of, at a certain point she was watching TV with us in bed, and I was like, I don't know, she seems a little too old to be doing this. And her mother said, he's a teddy bear. And she said to me, Grace sees you as a teddy bear, not as a real man, and so it's fine. And that is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because in a certain sense, you can have like a daddy issue where you just spend all your time with your dad, but it's safe for you as a girl because it's your dad. And then when you do kind of branch out, you hang out with guys who have a similar kind of thing, like where they're half gay, like Michael Jackson. So if you say, like, I'd love to be in that video with Michael Jackson, sitting next to him, wasn't it like a drive-in theater? Okay, and you say, like, but I don't want to be with Han Solo on the whatever, the Millennium Falcon. I don't want to interact with like more masculine figures, which there were tons of in the 80s. Maybe you're saying I want to have a sexual experience that's actually not really like very much of a sexual experience, because if you look at, I would say a better thing is like girls are fascinated by the Disney movie The Beauty and the Beast, because the beauty, when she gets into that castle, she's with a guy, she's basically encountering masculinity, the dark side of masculinity, but also the fascinatingness of the power of masculinity, and she's got to wrestle with that. Part of her wants to run away, part of her wants to tame that with her femininity. But I think both you and Mela are attracted to like the candle guy, the gay candle guy, who's like, we are having a great time, la 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 la.
Yeah, you could definitely make that criticism that I hang out with you, so I'm validated on a certain level, but without any actual like challenge. And then with other guys, I also am validated without any challenge because you're my dad, so there's no challenge. And then with other guys, they're kind of gay or effeminate, so there's no real challenge. I could see that.
On the internet, a lot of girls on the internet like the fact that they can get sexual attention without the scariness of being actually in a space where the physicality could, become a challenge to them, right?
Yeah.
That's what a streamer is. So she makes money and gets validation, but she never got a close. She can leave the guys hanging, whereas very few girls would do that in a bar full of like fishermen or bikers or truckers. Try that at a truck stop, and you're gonna find yourself with some guys saying like, "What's up?"
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Grace would clean up as a trucker.
As a lot lizard, you mean?
Nah. You're too young to be a lot lizard.
I've seen the female truckers. They generally look like men.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally. But I think that's where Grace would clean up. She doesn't look like a butch lesbian.
Clean up in terms of what? Being popular among the truckers, or like
yeah. Popular among the truckers and like online, like
like a female trucker personality.
Yeah.
Grace would clean up.
Trucking, know that she'd be any better. Like, she'd be much worse, because the lesbian truckers, like, they can actually like fix stuff because they're like oriented that way, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't. She would definitely have to, probably work for a company, not be. But if you're working for a company plus streaming while you're trucking, man, Grace would clean up.
But she would never get the stuff to the destination because she'd constantly be like, I want to go shopping. I want to do, like, this is boring. You know what I mean?
Hard.
Trucking's hard.
I'm not a hard worker type.
Yeah. You do kind of have to be a worker. You do gotta have to be a hard worker. So yeah.
You got to sit there in
Yeah.
that traffic over the like George Washington Bridge, just
Hmm.
and driving a truck. I know from driving just a little van, it's not as easy physically as people think because you got that big load swaying around in the back, and if there's high winds or weather, like, and the stress of it, I think is significant because it's
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. Initially, you get over the stress though. The more miles you get under your belt, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but I just
it
think
is.
Grace doesn't like driving. She prefers that I drive, even though I'm a worse.
Oh, okay, okay.
But she gets stressed out by it because I don't know. It's funny the way it is. I'm a worse driver than Grace, objectively, honest to God. But when I'm driving, she feels like totally safe,
Yeah.
and she shouldn't really. But when she's driving, I feel totally unsafe. And I just think that's a natural male female thing that
Yeah,
we
yeah,
both
yeah.
would rather get in a crash with me at the wheel than with her at the wheel, even though it's more likely to happen. I just think because when the shit goes down, a man should be at the wheel,
Yeah. I think that's just natural.
even if he's working. He's better like at being in charge.
Dad, I think this whole critique of me sexually, I understand the critique. However, I think you have to include into it the fact that, number one, I'm 21, and number two, I'm a public figure in some ways, so it's gonna be more difficult for me to have like a normal relationship with any guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is true.
Speaking of
That is
any
true.
guy,
There are generally more
That is true.
effeminate or sensitive people online. Like the average, like blue collar dude isn't gonna be in the spaces I'm in.
speaking of any guy, this Brazilian gentleman, did anybody ever tell you you look like Bobby DeBarge?
Oh, that's
Bobby
kind of like a.
DeBarge. I don't even know who is Bobby DeBarge.
Bobby DeBarge is the lead singer of a band called Switch, and they sang a well-known tune called "There'll Never Be." Um, I don't know if I could get my singing voice together, but um,
Oh, go
HB,
ahead,
share my
Mello.
screen.
Go ahead,
there.
Mello.
You remember? You remember HB? Can we sing it together?
Oh, he does.
He
Jesus
looks like
Christ.
Bobby DeBarge.
Jesus Christ, he does.
I definitely do see it.
Oh
Said
wow.
Not
we are
really though.
lying here
Really. Apart from the hair
all
and the
for the
mustache.
first time. You and I. Show me what you do for me. Then we'll lie. Don't try to hide your nature. No, girl. He's a falsetto. Great. He was brilliant. He has
that's
a
brutal.
brilliant falsetto
That
singing voice.
sucks.
And
That
you look
sucks.
just like him.
That was
You're the
brutal.
reincarnation of Bobby DeBarge.
Who's stroking a cat?
That was brutal. That was the worst.
That's racist to just look at a
I
Latino
never
boy
claimed to be a
look
professional
like
singer. I'm just trying to give
Oh
people an
yeah, your
indication
day
of what
job,
song I'm referring to.
but that sucked.
It's a
I didn't think it was that
beautiful
bad.
song.
I didn't think it
It
wasn't
was pretty brutal.
terrible.
Do you sing, Mr. Brazilian
I,
man? Do you sing?
if I sing.
Do you sing? Can
Yeah,
you
of
sing
course.
in Portuguese?
No, I won't singing live. It's
You want to sing?
music
Yeah.
is a special
It's
form of
too late to be shy now. Come
You should
on. You
throw
can
it off.
do it.
you can't do worse than that. You can't do worse than what you just heard. So
Who's that Portuguese woman?
Never
What's that?
Never be
Mella,
a
are you Mella?
love.
Are you attracted? Mella, are you attracted to
Never
leave?
be
Mella, are
a
you attracted to leave?
I'm sorry, was somebody saying something? I got
Melody,
caught up.
Mella,
leave.
are you attracted to leave?
Do you like it?
No,
Oh, okay.
I just
would
think he
it be
looked
wrong
like
if
Bobby
you were?
DeBarge.
Would it be wrong if you were?
No,
Okay, so you find him unattractive?
I'm spoken for. That's all. I think
But
he's an attractive person.
but your dad spoken for. Okay, so you say what your dad said. Okay.
Yeah, he's an attractive person because he looks like Bobby DeBarge. And I'm under the impression that perhaps he can sing like Bobby DeBarge. I
Do
was
you think
wrong.
that do you think that people
So he's
look?
no longer attractive.
But do you think that because someone looks like else makes that person? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to show something.
No, it indicates the whole fantasy concept you came up with. When I told you something about high school, your brain went straight to 17. Like there are years in between 17 during high school. Like I
I
don't even know why you did that.
He was
I
assuming you wanted to start wearing makeup when you were about 17.
But
Okay.
that assumption comes
It-
from a very strange place.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Not at all.
Yes, it
Most
does.
girls, he doesn't
You
realize.
got freshmen, and
It's actually
then you
wholesome.
have
Listen,
sophomores,
Bella. It's
and then
actually.
you have
Oh, shut the
juniors,
fuck up!
and
Shut
then
up!
you have
Shut up!
seniors.
Shut up! Shut up!
He went straight to
Shut up!
17.
Shut up! Shut up!
There's something perverted about his subconscious.
She's a retard. She's a retard.
Jesus Christ, woman.
Oh, look, we have an instrument.
Oh wow, he is an artist. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I do play some music. I won't play for you guys now because I'm in the apartment
you
now.
for sharing.
I'm not in the
No,
country.
you've done enough.
I don't want to
Oh,
bother.
man. To think I inspired you to pull that out instead of this white man on the panel talking about pulling out his penis.
You're the
sir,
one
are
talking about
better.
balls endlessly.
You're
Well,
better, sir.
An instrument is a form of a penis because
Mela, it's probably
Form of a penis.
that's ever had in your getting a guy to show you a trumpet. So that's great. We can go from there.
He actually has
Move up.
talent. All you can do is talk.
Having a trumpet is
There's
not
a
talent.
difference. Yes,
He has a
you have
trumpet,
to
not-
learn musical notes. That's a talent.
No, we haven't heard
Do you
him
know
play.
what the definition of talent is?
Got a trumpet.
Do
That
you
ain't
know what the definition of talent is? No, you don't.
talent.
Or
Yeah.
else you wouldn't be talking crazy.
Now you say you got a man, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I was spoken
You're
for.
lesbian.
That's what
Okay,
I said.
sense. You got a
I
woman.
said I was spoken for. That's what I said.
So then you're a lesbian. You don't got a man.
No,
And you're
no,
spoken.
I'm not.
All right. So are you the bottom?
What you're not going to do is put words in my mouth that I didn't say.
You said
This
you're
is
supposed-
how we got
what is
here.
What does
You're
that mean?
putting words into people's mouths instead of putting something in your mouth.
Okay. So you didn't
be fair,
spoken for.
Have you had breakfast? Have you had
Said you were
breakfast?
spoken for.
Are your insulin levels all right? How's your A1C? Like, what's really
You know,
going
black
on?
people
with
are
you?
seen as being funny. You're
Something
stupid.
is
You're just
crazy
stupid.
with you.
So
Something is totally off.
you said you were spoken for. I'm just saying, like that
Yeah,
usually.
hey, say what you want. I know.
Honest.
People heard what I said. You're saying what you want. See, that's the difference. You're saying what
saying
you
you're
want.
spoken for is not something like that should be a big
You're
deal.
saying what you want. Do you understand? You're
Yeah,
saying
but
what
I want.
you want. Think about it.
You said you were spoken for, correct?
You first mentioned 17. Now you're mentioning lesbians, right? You're
Yeah.
saying what you want. That's
Yeah,
what you
'cause I'm
want.
using logic. I'm using logic.
No, you're not.
Now you think that's talent? That ain't talent. That's brutal. That's the mental equivalent of your
It
singing.
works.
Brutal. It sucks.
It works.
Somebody said, "Leave. You're gonna have a very old girlfriend if you play that instrument."
My very old girlfriend.
It works.
Yeah.
You can pull off some more better blues. You can pull it off.
Some jazz. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a milk.
He could pull off more better blues. He could pull it off.
What could
Yeah.
what could he pull off? I'm sorry, I missed it the first 500 times. What was it?
He could emulate some renditions of trumpet playing that's made famous in the movie Mo Better Blues.
Oh, okay,
By
okay.
Spike Lee. You heard of Spike Lee?
It's
Do you
Mo
know
Better
who
Blues,
Spike
but
Lee
you changed
is?
it to More Better Blues because you want to
Do
seem
you
white.
know who Spike Lee is, Grace?
No, did he do a movie? What movie was that again?
He did several movies, as a matter of fact. He did Malcolm X.
Did he do one about jazz? What was that called?
Mo Better Blues. Yeah. It was about
You
he
really
was
are
a woman in the movie. The premise is he's a womanizer that after getting beaten up, he decided to find comfort in the woman that was best for him.
In what movie?
It's a Spike Lee joint.
What was it
That's
called?
the name of the production company.
No, what was the movie called?
I've said it several times. I'm sorry for your memory.
Look it up.
I'm sorry for your memory. Yeah.
Mo.
So anyway, yeah,
Jazz. Damn it.
Spike Lee joint productions. Yeah, he's produced.
Grace, why don't you
many-
ask this bitch why she
Oh,
wants
now we're going to
me
the B
to be
word.
dead? Why do you want me to be? Oh, okay, but you said you want me to be dead, but I can't call you a bitch.
Because something's wrong with you, and I can only
But
ascertain.
Grace,
Mm-hmm.
do you want me to be dead?
No. I want
She
you to
doesn't want to take care of you.
So then,
She wants you to
have,
drive.
why don't you take that as an insult?
She wants you to drive. She
yeah,
doesn't
Mela,
want
how
to
come
take
you
care of
want my
you.
dad to die? What the fuck? We're on a StreamYard panel. Why you gotta bring death into it? That's crazy.
You don't want to take care of him when he's sick.
I absolutely do.
Okay, get to it. Because he's sick.
Well, no, he's not sick.
Just saying.
That doesn't even make any sense. He's not
That
sick.
doesn't make any sense, and it's not funny.
He's sick.
Black people be funny.
He's definitely sick.
One of their redeeming qualities.
I mean, he's unhealthy in the sense that he doesn't get a lot of exercise and stuff, but I mean, he's not unhealthy. He's not ill.
And Bingo was her name. Oh, Bingo.
So you want my dad dead, and you want me to go take care of him?
I'm just evaluating. That's it.
What are you evaluating? He's sitting on a panel smoking cigarettes and talking to you, and
He's sick.
He's sick. What do you
He's
mean?
sick.
Sick in the head? Sick in the body? What kind of sick?
You're the sexual weirdo.
Sick.
You're sexually attracted to Michael Jackson. You think that's healthy?
Michael Jackson is dead. I was attracted to Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson made your pussy wet when you were a freshman in high school.
Wow. That's
right.
sick.
That's a weirdo. That's a little
That's
weird.
sick, man.
Well, because you said I want
That's
to be
sick, man. Come on,
Exactly. It
man.
is
That's sick,
Yes.
man.
It's sick. Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
You're
that's
a
sick.
weirdo. You're a weirdo. I agree.
So the
That is sick.
is that what turned you on? What was it?
This guy is really, really in
You
need.
wanted to be like a woman who you thought Michael Jackson found sexually attractive. So, I mean, is it
As
really?
it turns out, Michael Jackson wasn't sexually attracted to anybody.
Mela, did
Right.
you
Which
pussy
is
get
weird.
more wet
Which
for
makes it weird.
Oh,
which
they're
makes
using a
it
P
weird
word, bro.
that-
Look, HB.
Yeah.
Mela, did your pussy get more
During
wet for
business
white
hours, right? During
black-
business hours, right? Instead of going to the bank, counting their money, they want to use the word pussy.
Pussy. Did your pussy get more wet for white Michael Jackson or black Michael Jackson? It was an honest question.
I tell you what,
Pussy in the chat.
as a
Everybody put pussy
freshman,
in the
I'll
chat.
let you guess.
Chat. Everybody
I don't
put
know
pussy
how
in
old
the
you were
chat.
when you were a freshman.
No. As a freshman, I'll let you guess. I'll let you guess, baby.
Did
I'll
her
let
pussy
you
get better
guess.
for white Michael Jackson or black Michael Jackson?
Nah. You're showing your true colors right now. I'll let you guess.
Type pussy
I
in
have
the
no
chat.
idea.
Chat. Type
You
pussy
notice
in the
how
chat.
her voice went down a couple of octaves? This
Mike is
bitch is
very
turned
low.
on. This
hear
bitch
you.
is
Well,
turned
when
on.
Grace was
Okay?
14,
She's
she found
curious. She wants to
K-pop
know what I look
stars.
like naked. This
She
bitch ain't shit.
found okay, no more lesbianism. She found K-pop stars attractive because they're sort of similar to Michael Jackson. They're pretty, but
Yeah.
they're not really very masculine.
I
She actually wrote a fan fiction about them.
I wrote gay erotic novels about K-pop band members when I was like 14. So we have that in common, Mela.
Yeah, but that would be interesting. Like, what's up with that?
Lovers unite. Let's go.
But she says she wants me dead, and you say you would take care of me if I was sick. So then you got something interesting there that you could work on. But
Yeah. Well, I do think, I mean, that does make me and Mela similar. We both kind of were into twinks when we were like 14 or 15 years
and
old.
mamas both told you that it was not okay for you to hit puberty and to express yourself sexually when you were
My
sexually
mother never said that to me.
right. She didn't say those words, but that's what she meant
She
by
didn't say those words.
Wait,
Right.
Mela, can I? All right, let me ask you a question. I'm trying to relate to you here. Okay, I'm not trying to be weird, but
I
what
bet
was your
you are trying to relate to me.
mom's take on, like, let's say, getting a training bra?
None of your business.
Normal? Was she
None
normal?
of your business.
My mom wasn't. She refused to get me a training bra until, like, I was like super embarrassed to wear shirts. Then she went to the Walmart and put them on. Like, she didn't even let me go to the dressing room. She just put them on over my shirt in front of other people, other shoppers. And it was like a horrible experience. I hated it. And she acted like I was a burden to her that I was growing breasts.
Be right back. Be right back.
So that was my experience with my mother.
Okay, Grace, were you a oops baby or was the pregnancy intended? Because that distinguishes whether or not a mother will accept the responsibility of nurturing her child. When a mother has a oops baby, they feel stuck. When a woman intentionally has a baby, then they take on the responsibility of
Well, hold up.
guiding that
What
child.
if a woman creates an oops baby in order to trap a man? You forgot that possibility.
I wasn't talking to you, prostate cancer future victim.
Yeah, you are. You're talking to me on this panel,
No,
bitch.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
talking to Grace.
He's on the
Yeah,
panel.
you are. Yeah, you are talking. We're all talking together.
Grace, has your mother ever described how you were conceived?
I know how I was conceived.
I mean, intentionally or not intentionally is what I'm referring to.
Intentional, but she didn't use birth
Okay, there it is. Okay,
Yeah,
enough said. It wasn't intentional. You're not an
careful.
intentional birth.
Careful, but I wasn't explicitly intentional. But they got married and had 5 others after I was born. So
Yeah, well, you weren't. And that's the
I
difference.
wasn't intentional. No.
Yeah, that's the difference. And that's why you were regulated to babysit, quote unquote, babysit your siblings, because you weren't intentional.
We'll just wait for her to stop talking. Now, Grace, intentional with women is often like a gray area. If a woman lures a man but then says no, like in a certain way, she's intending something.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't on birth control or anything, even though she didn't have any like religious or practical reason not to be on it, and she wasn't being careful. So
yeah,
she was not being careful.
And
she was doing everything she could to avoid pregnancy.
And you can tell a woman's intention by what happens afterwards, right? So she didn't have an abortion, and she raised you as a single child. She wanted to lure me into getting married to her and taking care of her. Obviously, the biggest benefit of her getting pregnant was that she could quit her job.
And have you be
didn't work for the 20 years on her own.
Mm-hmm.
So was it intentional? Kind of.
Well, let's just say she was open to getting pregnant.
She didn't take the easy means of avoiding pregnancy, which everyone is aware of.
I'm going to say something gentle and sweet. Okay. There are women that are so attracted to a man, regardless of his position in life, where they think to themselves, I want my baby to look just like you. And thereby, they don't practice birth control. They are all, quote unquote, open for his love, right? Because they know that sex leads to pregnancy, right? And they throw that caution to wind. They throw caution to wind because they want their baby to look just like him, the apple of her eye. So when I say intentional versus unintentional, that's true. It's not black and white. There are emotions that are variables to that. So no one should believe, and I'm saying this in the interest of compassion and truth.
Oh
No
my God.
one should believe that they are a burden or an accident. You're the fact that you're here and healthy and thriving is not an accident. Okay, I didn't mean to imply that, and I apologize that was that it would be perceived. That's what I'm implying. You're not an accident. I'm just saying that it wasn't necessarily like, hey, you're the guy that I want to have a baby with. Let's get to it. It just kind of evolves. It happens. Okay. The fact that she wasn't taking birth control doesn't mean that she was stupid. Maybe she just figured, hey, I know what this leads to, but I don't care. It could have been just as simple as
Yeah,
that.
I think it was something
Okay.
like
All right. God bless you all. Okay.
that. Okay.
This is supposed to be her saying that she's like some kind of wonderful person.
I don't really think God bless you all is appropriate for a streamer panel, but whatever. I mean, it's
just bullshit. It's just black people bullshit.
Whatever the universe means to you, may you have it abundantly.
Yeah, smoke some
That's
weed.
God.
I
Okay.
don't feel negative feelings anymore.
God is like a term that I would think, because I've traveled the world. I was raised Baptist, believe it or not. However, because I've traveled the world, I'm known
Live,
many
laugh,
different.
love. We get it. You're a white woman who's cosmopolitan. Whatever. Nobody cares.
Good luck with your cancer treatment, man.
Right. There's the God bless
Okay.
you. Right. Like, may you die. Oops.
I'm just saying.
Bullshit for a
Are
little
you
bit.
chain smoking
Shut
or not?
Fuck
Are you
up.
chain smoking or
You're a
not?
horrible human being. God.
Are you chain
Gonna,
smoking or not?
you
It
say,
says on the
come on, say something
See, I'm
compassionate
not being
right now.
presumptuous.
Hold
I'm
on.
not being
I'm gonna say
presumptuous. It
something
says on the freaking package what
and when you
cigarettes
call
lead
out
to.
a
I'm
little
not
bit,
being
I'm gonna
presumptuous.
say, I
When I
hope you
predict
die.
cancer for you and
You're
you're
not.
chain smoking on screen and we
You
can
suck
see it,
as a person.
I'm
You
not being
suck.
presumptuous. I'm not
You
wishing you death.
suck. You
I'm
suck.
telling you, you're ignoring the warning
Go
that's
be
on the
a
freaking
lesbian. Go
package
be a
itself.
lesbian.
You're
I
ignorant.
don't know.
You're freaking ignorant.
That's what black people say when they can't come up with anything. You're ignorant. You're ignorant. It doesn't mean anything. I'm ignorant.
You're disregarding the package warning. You're a chain smoker.
Yeah, I'm disregarding. Yeah,
The warning
disregarding
on the
your
package.
bullshit too. Yes.
Mela, do you drive a car?
Do you believe everything that's on every pack?
Do you believe everything that's on?
Mela, do you drive a car?
You don't read labels, huh? You don't read.
Mela, do you drive a car?
Of course I do. Yeah. So you don't read nutritional labels, right? You don't read nutritional labels. You're like, do you
No, I
do you
don't.
believe
No.
everything? So you just eat whatever you feel like eating, right?
500 times more likely to die from a car crash than to get.
You're not in tune with your nutrition.
No, wait.
So
No, it's
not
easier.
only do you
It's
smoke
easier.
cigarettes,
The speed
you're
limit.
not in tune with nutritional science,
Do you
right?
read the speed limit
Right?
sign? Do you when
It's
you're
just a
driving?
matter of time, baby. It's just a matter of time.
Do you read the speed limit signs?
I'm straight. I'm good.
Do you read the speed limit signs? Yes or no?
Unfortunately, they allow black people to read. Yes.
Do you? So you read the speed limit signs?
Unfortunately, black people can read. Yeah.
Do you obey the speed limit wherever you're driving?
Unfortunately, black people can read.
Do you obey the
I'm
speed
not interested in an interrogation.
Because the
You
government
had one
told
question
you,
and I
because the
answered it.
government told
You
you
had one question and I
drive
answered
faster
it.
than this. Do you
I
not
am a
drive faster than this?
there are no traffic violations in my history. I'm
Do you
sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But
No,
your interrogation is
she's
in
an idiot.
vain.
An idiot.
You have
One form of
lost.
bullshit
You
after the
have
next.
lost in arguing with me.
That's
Okay?
you saying
Just
that.
accept it.
That's what people say when they've lost.
Just cuddle with that pillow that you might have nearby and accept it. You have lost.
Grace, where's the phone you left me?
I texted you. I accidentally brought it upstairs. I'll bring
How
it back.
you text me when I
On
don't
your
have the phone? You
on your
text.
iPad. It didn't show up.
I don't get them on my
Okay.
iPad.
All right.
Are you guys planning strategies? Like, let me text you this strategy, Dad.
Go on other panels because you're the worst fucking person I've ever encountered on a panel. So annoying.
No, so intimidating.
Ron stream or someone else
Intimidating.
that's a little more interesting than you.
Intimidating. Say it. Say
Ron Galt.
Intimidating.
It's not intimidating. It's just annoying. You don't let
You're the
anyone else
female
talk.
stand
You
cross. You're the
pontificate.
female stand cross.
Fucking
You're
annoying.
totally and annoying.
It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay.
I am overwhelmed by
I
how
beat
obnoxious
you. It's okay.
I am overwhelmed with how obnoxious you are. Yes. Thank you for letting me.
Stupid. You're stupid. Not funny.
And yet I'm starring over you. And yet I'm starring over you.
Why do you?
Do you realize how influential I have been all freaking morning compared to you? Compared to you. I have altered conversations, topics, and concerns. That is a gift that you don't have.
Hitler also
You
did that.
just don't have it.
Hitler also did that. Hitler
And I need you to admit it. I need you to cry in your pillow and admit that Mela is greater than you will ever be.
Why are you competing?
You can't defend the country. I did. You're just sitting in some box.
You wore a uniform as a DEI
better than me, and you can't.
You were a DEI hire. No military wants black women.
Just
in.
stop. Okay, you know what?
Sabotage.
Coddle yourself. Coddle yourself. You got it. Coddle yourself.
And yet you suck on government dollars just like the rest of the welfare recipients, and you probably get a retirement from that. We're all supposed to say thank you very much when you contributed nothing.
Did you just call me a welfare recipient?
Yeah, you get a government check.
How did you come to that conclusion?
For your so-called service.
Because I'm black?
We're allowed in the military.
Because I'm black?
Because you're black. Because you're black and a woman.
First, you assume that I experienced early puberty because I'm black. And now you're saying that I'm on some welfare because I'm black.
Yeah, that's right.
You are in desperate mode.
Because if you did anything,
stop it. You're in desperate mode. Do you not understand that you're in desperate mode? Get some beer oil or something. Stop.
There's no such thing as beer oil.
It's so nice to hear you shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Yeah, you've killed the conversation. Enjoy death. Bye.
Bye, Bam.
Hey, Brazilian man.
Hey, Mala.
Do you have any aspirations that you would like to share? Like future aspirations? Like what is it that you see yourself accomplishing if you care to share in the next 5 years?
Nah, no planning, no aspirations.
Do you want to be a father?
Hell no.
Okay. I find that a lot of young people are not interested in the responsibility of building a family. Right. They're just like, why bother? You know, is that your attitude? Like, why bother? Like, why would I do that?
It's just very hard.
I got to take care of myself. Why would I add on to that?
It's just very hard to raise a child correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have the right mind and the right emotions to do that, just don't do that.
It is difficult to do it the right way.
Exactly.
Because every child is different. Or even if you just have one child, just being able to separate your ego enough to pay attention to what they like and what
Exactly.
you
Not
know
what
is it's a challenge. You know, it's
it
like
is,
you
especially in this shitty world that we live in.
a lot of parents think that their children are their possession, right? That's like you're supposed to be like me, and when the child is not behaving the way that the parent expects them, they punish them for it, and that is so harmful psychologically. um I've seen it, right? I haven't experienced it, but I've seen it. That's why I'm grateful for having a father in my life. um it just it buffered it was a buffering, right? Because you have your mother who expects absolutes. And then you have your father who is looking forward to your greater future and he wants leniency. So it buffers, you know what I mean? I think that's the beautiful part of building a family. The male energy and the female energy, they can balance how a child experiences things. Um, you have to be sober and clean to do it. A lot of people aren't willing to let go of their alcohol, their marijuana, their drugs, or whatever. It's like, can I
Yeah.
raise this kid? You're still drinking and drugging? No, you can't. Like, you have to be of sober, decent mind to be a steward over this young person's development. It's important so that they can be, you know, a proper contribution to society. And when I say contribution, I mean they're delivering their talent, skills, and abilities in a way that benefits whatever country they're in, whatever nation they're gonna choose to live. They have to be a benefit. You know what I mean? And you can't be a benefit when you're emotionally fucked up from parents that are too disturbed and ignorant to know how to address the hills and valleys that comes with the whimsies of childhood. You know,
Wow.
the
Yeah.
the very nature of being a child is whimsical, and it takes a person who knows how to adjust, roll with the punches of that whimsy, to be able to adjust and accommodate that child into developing a confident, um, moral sensibility, you know. And apparently, children need to know how to clean themselves too. There are parents that leave it up to, I guess, fate for a child to know how to properly clean themselves because they don't want to be accused of touching their children. And I understand that. Like, some people, they will give their child a bath and leave them in the bath to figure it out. But, you know, a child could drown, you know what I'm saying? So you have to figure out a way to
I am
to make sure that your child is aware
the
of the
word.
importance of safety, even when they're in a vulnerable position, like being bathed. Yeah, like, you know, you got some fathers, right? And some mothers. So you got some mothers that won't bathe their sons. You got some fathers that won't bathe their daughters, even though they're the custodial single parent of either gender. Um, so you're right. It's complicated because it takes a lot of research to do it right, because there's no basic playbook. But I'll tell you this, in the interest of you might in the interest that you might consider changing your mind in the future, there's this book, Dr. Spock. That's the name of the author, Dr. Spock. And believe it or not, it's a classic book, and it covers all the bases to make you feel comfortable with how you can attend to your infant all the way up to, I think, preteens, but it's a beautiful it's a beautiful guide. So there's so hopefully you will no longer have the excuse like it's just too complicated. I don't want to deal with it. There are resources, classic resources, current resources in the form of books that can give you assurance that you could always reference what it is you question about your instincts. So I encourage you to find the love of your life and be fruitful and multiply. you know how else are we going to fill the world with beautiful people? you know
But the world is already pretty filled up.
I thought that way at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially after the military. I just thought the world was shit and everything
There's
in it was shit. But then I changed up and realized that it's not about that. It's not about that. Because I did. I had that. It's like, why should I bring a child into this filthy, God-forsaken world? Why should I do that? And I thought about um there were people generations and generations and generations before me that thought the same thing. And here we are. So there is a possibility that life will go on. You know, a very few people are just walking around saying, why the hell did you give birth to me? There
trouble.
people that are pessimistic that way, they have an emotional imbalance. And I
They
think
don't enjoy the beautiful things of the world. There is a lot of good things to enjoy,
so
even if
many
you.
beautiful, good things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a huge storm coming here. I don't know if you
That's
guys.
scary. And you don't want to deal with a child while you're going through something scary. So that's a point too.
Yeah,
You know,
but raising a child, I guess, is very natural. You have instincts, and then you have the holy book, the Bible. There's a lot of good teachings as well. So I guess you could have it covered, but the hard part is uh, controlling yourself and not trying to control your child when the kid goes into the world and gets exposed to the dangers of the world. You can be
it's
too.
scary.
You have to also allow the kid to see the world and see life and make the decisions for themselves. I guess.
It's scary being a parent. It's scary, man. It really is. Even when they're adults, it's scary. It's like, what are they doing? Are they doing it right? Why won't
Exactly.
he
It's
tell me everything?
constant, a
It's like
constant.
you want to live their life for them, but you can't. They have to live their own life, and it's scary.
Yeah, but it's cool. It's part of being a human, I guess.
That's right.
Hey Mel, I gotta grab lunch and then I gotta work a little bit
I gotta
more
go too. I guess
later.
Grace is gonna get her time to shine. She's
Okay,
still online on the panel.
girl. Thanks
Have
for
a very good day,
you
and
too.
it was a pleasure to have met you.
Yeah, yeah. See you another time. Thank you, chat. We'll see you.
Bye. Okay, everybody. It's important that we like, subscribe, and share the channel, and make sure you contribute. It was discussed earlier that Porsha has um, she might open. a line of personal, skincare products that could be featured. That's great. It's also being told that this month, sometime this month, um, Portia has a birthday approaching. I think that's beautiful too. Um, you guys be sure to celebrate Portia's birthday month. I think HB named it Porchtober or something like that. It was really adorable. But we've been having a good time since about 6 o'clock this morning. And I'm grateful to be here, and I hope you are too. Please tell a friend to tune in. Um, the link for the panel is in the description. You just press the word called the title StreamYard, and I believe that somebody will um, allow you on the panel. You may have to be pre-approved first if you're new. Nonetheless, it's very unique to run across a channel that allows anyone from any walk of life to talk about whatever, as you very well have heard this morning. No topic is off the table. And that's a beautiful thing about this channel. Um, I have to take a moment away, and I'll be back. I'll be on mute. And by the way, Grace, if you hear us in the distance, you're still on the panel.
Did
Hey,
everyone
John,
step away
thanks for
today?
coming back. I'm gonna step away, but I'm
Okay.
still here. Okay.
All right. Did everyone step away today?
Not, I mean, just for a few moments. You got it, or you want me to
Yeah, I
take
got it.
you
I'm
to
good. I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I'll take it. Thank you, Mella.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right. And what happened to Grace and Ben? Did they step away as well? I'm just doing a little landlording stuff, and I figured I would what's that, man? Hey, you can't put the whole pizza box in the refrigerator. You can't close the damn refrigerator with the pizza box. Hell yeah, the pizza box in the refrigerator. You couldn't fucking close the refrigerator with the pizza box in there. Hell no, it was your pizza because I looked at it. It was in the refrigerator. You can't close the refrigerator with that big ass pizza box in there, so the refrigerator is all open all day. I can't believe you missed that. Dang. These people are stupid. These people are real stupid sometimes. I don't know if you guys heard that, but these people are real stupid sometimes. I'm headed back to the studio. I will be back in front of the camera shortly. I don't know what Ben Thorpe is doing. Who else is that on the panel here? Mella and Ben Thorpe, or Grace Thorpe. Anyway, I'll be back in the studio in a brief second. I'm not sure where everyone. Rather odd. Everyone thrown off. No internet. Is that what it is? Let's see. Out here in DC. Nevertheless, I'm just going from one property to the next. You'll see how close all my properties are. I guess I could turn the camera on a little bit. Let you see what it looks like. I'm riding down Martin Luther King Avenue now. Rainy. Monday, Tuesday. That's right, there's a food giveaway today. Wegmans. I have to show you guys what it's like. Food giveaways in DC with Wegmans, no doubt. I'll show you guys that. See all the murals along here. Martin Luther King Avenue, Southeast DC. I'm only like a couple blocks from home at this point. And again, it's a rainy day in DC. It's a rainy day. But it's not too cold. It's a nice day. Other than the rain. And this is Southeast DC. I'm on my motor scooter. I think Roscoe, maybe live stream tomorrow if she's available. Do a live stream again from Busboy and Porsha. Before it gets too cold, we can do an outside live stream. That'd be great. Another outside street interviews. Yeah, I'll be back on shortly. Making it any second. A couple of days ago, I talked about this store that's owned by the Ethiopians in my neighborhood. The store is right down the street from here. You would go down about 2 blocks, you would see that store. It's profiled in the Washington Post there. Oh shit, I forgot I gotta make a stop. One stop before I go home. I gotta make kind of a U-turn here, and there's a house for sale. I got a big old house for sale, huh? I gotta make a stop. You kind of get to ride with me and see some of the derelicts on Martin Luther King Avenue. We'll take a look at some of these derelicts. Car getting towed there. Some of the brand new houses in my neighborhood here. You can see pretty expensive homes. Final opportunity. I'm headed back to, I'm on Malcolm X Avenue right now. Malcolm X. And of course, I gotta smoke me a little weed while I'm bringing you the show. So I'm gonna stop by a corner store, pick up some raw cones, and then I have a video. Well, it really is just the audio. I'm gonna play it for you guys. There was a guy that lives in one of my houses. You've seen him before. He wants me to do a video talking about I'm a racist. I said, hey, I can do that. That's pretty damn easy. And I'm gonna play the audio for you. And he challenged me to do the stream, and I said, man, it's not a problem. I even offered to let him come up on my stream, and he could call me all kind of racist for himself. And I don't think he's gonna do any of my tenants watch the show? Well, that's at least one that watches the show. That's at least one. I knock on the man's window right here. Yo, what's up, buddy? We're gonna really quickly here. Gotta stop at the store before I head home. Yeah. And people are hanging out in the rain around here. No hydroplaning here, class. No hydroplaning. Let's keep it up right here. And then this is Martin Luther King Avenue right here. You see, this is Martin Luther King. Yeah, this is Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Ooh. Are you alright? You alright? Ooh. Martin Luther King. I guess I might well stop at the liquor store too before I make it all the way home. I might as well stop at the liquor store too. I'll let you guys come along with me here. Yeah, another 6-pack of Miller Lite. Another 6-pack. What's on sale here? Yalla. 4-pack. What the fuck a 4-pack? $6.99. I might as well go with the Miller Lite. What's cheaper, the bottles or the cans? Miller Lite. Huh? They I might as well get a bottle of it. Might as well get the bottle. Same thing. What's up, my man? One day at a time. One day at a time. It's cheaper when I pay cash, right? A little bit cheaper. A little bit, not a lot, though. Back on my scooter. What a young girl doing over here? She works at the drug rehab clinic. That all makes sense. She cute to be on this side of town. So I just cleaned 2 rooms this morning. I have a couple more to go on the other side of town, and I'll get to those some point a little bit later today. And you guys are able to see what it looks like here. Here's Martin Luther King Methadone Clinic right there. Methadone Clinic in the blue building. And here we go. I'm on my way home now. Let's see. Move it on. Move it right on. Yeah, Malcolm X. Popeyes, Martin Luther King, the intersection of Malcolm and Martin. The two kings, as they say. And I should be at home in about 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It won't take long here. All of you guys trying to figure out where I live exactly. There's nothing you want to find out. You know what I'm showing you. Southeast DC again, Washington DC, Congress Heights to be exact. In the alley, eh? Stay out of these grooves. I'm really surprised everyone stepped off today. Usually we have a full house of people. Everyone's gone, but there are how many people? 25 people in the audience, which is interesting. Very interesting. Houses in my neighborhood here. We're on our way. Southeast DC is 5 miles an hour. We're 5 hours, 20 minutes in. As soon as I walk in the house, we'll be back live in full effect. 12 o'clock. 12 hours straight. Yeah. Where the hell did everyone go here? I'm not sure what happened. Everyone seems to have left the stage here. Me here, John Galt. I'm here with you again. Let's see. Oh, I've been working here. I've been working. I have to get up and I have to clean up after people. And I was at one of my properties and a guy that you've seen on camera, he came up, he Yeah, you just talking a little shit to me. And I'm gonna play a little bit of recording. I recorded that motherfucker. I'm like, hey. And I'm gonna play it a little bit later. Once I get myself dried off a little bit. Got to be cognizant that the motherfucker is probably watching right now. You know, I told him, hey, what's in my face there? What's in my face? Some kind of leaf or something, huh? On this scooter, the wind blowing in your face. Almost time to start back driving. And so this, I guess I'll make a cup of coffee. It's not beer time yet. It's 11 o'clock. People are barely checking out. But the ones that check out early, I like to jump on them quick. So I was at one of my houses. I was doing a changeover, and the guy says to me, he said, you know, you're fucking racist. You ought to be honest with your audience and tell them that you're a fucking racist. And I'm going to play what he told me. He said, you should do a stream and say you're racist. I said, well, I'll do it. You come on and you can talk to me if you like. And you can say whatever you want to say about me being racist, whatever. And then he said, I wouldn't let him come on and speak freely. I said, well, give it a shot. We let everyone come on here and speak freely. And so I'm going to play you a little bit of what he was saying earlier to me. He told him I was going to record it just to challenge him in case he wants to come up here. But it's interesting, you know, someone asked me yesterday, I think maybe HB asked me yesterday, the day before, maybe it was Sir, I can't remember. He said, hey, do you think any of your tenants listen? I said, I don't know. Probably I don't have as many tenants right now, but at least one does. And we know he listens. He may be listening right now. He may even be in the audience right now. Chats. We don't know what his name is in the chat, but that would be interesting. So if you want to come up, you know who I'm talking to. I just talked to you in one of my properties. You can come up here. You can tell the audience what you were telling me and more. I'll give you the floor. Yeah, I'm going to make a cup of coffee real quick. Put the coffee, the sugar in that. I did a stream earlier today about Airbnb and DC, but the allow tenants to be evicted a little bit easier. The article is somewhat misleading. They're just talking about rolling back to pre-COVID days, which means that it'll still be very difficult to put someone out, but at least the sentiment is going in the right direction. So that's interesting. You guys, if you're interested in that, you can see that now. So it should be up on the stream. Give me 1 second. We're going to get warmed up here. I got soaked today. Today is CKJ3 is joining. What's up, CKJ3?
Oh God, how your day going?
Ooh, it's rainy out there, man. Shit, I just got soaked. I just had to clean up 2 rooms real quick. You know, put the sheets over, mop the floor, all that shit, you know.
Typical landlord shit, right?
Oh, man. Yeah, cleaning woman. Cleaning person. You know, I took a lot of this shit in my own hands. You know, this guy that used to work for me, you know, he was a good worker and all. But, you know, sooner or later, you know, people just phase out. No one works anywhere forever anymore. You always have to be cognizant that when that day comes, you better be prepared to replace that person, right? Or do it yourself, because otherwise your business would be totally dependent on someone that you don't control, you know? And so this is one of the guys that used to work for me, and, you know, he's very skilled. I knew he could always make more money, you know, doing what he's skilled in doing versus, you know, helping me manage my Airbnbs. But, you know, I'll tell a little of the story, CKJ3. So when I let him go, you know, I told him, hey, I don't want to work with you anymore. And, you know, I was paying him $600 a week and giving him free housing. I'm in DC, bro. That's about $100,000. You know?
Hold on. You said you was
$600 a week plus free housing, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, not a bad deal, right? Not a bad deal.
No, not at all. Not at all.
In DC, bro, shit, free housing is $1,000 a month minimum, you know? So if you get your housing taken care of and you're making $600 cash money every week, and then, you know, you had the facility to go work for other people as well. Oh, shit. My bad. I hit the button. Sorry. Maybe stick hit the road podcast button.
It helps you keep you like active. Like as you get like older.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Staying healthy, staying in shape.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. I be running up and down these stairs, man, in these houses, you know what I'm saying? You know, from the basement to the main floor to the top floor, back and forth again, you know, mopping, sweeping, getting down on your knees, picking shit up, man. You know, it's better than being, you know, what is it, sedentary, just sitting here, you know, all day. Yeah.
That's one thing I got in mind. I mean, my son, he's like 2.5 now, but my goal is like once I get back into like buying properties, I want to manage them myself and have them go along with me, you know, cut the lawns and, you know, shovel and to teach them like, you know, work ethic. Like this is yours, but you know, you got to work for it.
I'm gonna tell you a funny story. You know what I'm saying? My daughter's a little rambunctious, as they would say, a little rambunctious, you know. And she's young, so we're trying to figure out, you know, you have to, you know, if you have multiple kids, they're different. You know what I mean? And one might be, you put a book in front of him, he just read it from cover to cover, right?
Yeah.
You put the other one, put a book in front of the other one, she throw it across the room, tear the pages out of it. So I was taking my kids along one day, and I was cleaning rooms, and my daughter jumped right into that shit. Okay? Like cleaning rooms, you know what I mean? And then I started asking, I said, what would make this bathroom look nice? And I put a color palette in front of her, and she just jumped right in, like, painted this color, painted that color. And, you know, it could be, you know, one day that may be the inspiration for her to be an interior designer, right? Or who knows what, maybe a painter, who knows? But with real estate, man, there's so many avenues that you can springboard from there. You can be plumber, electrician, painter, you know, whatever, foundation man, build houses, flip houses, an interior decorator, a real estate agent, you know, the list goes on and on, you know, and so, you know, I noticed that. So when you mentioned that about your son, taking him along, you know, he may not end up wanting to do what you want him to do, but he may take off from what you've exposed him to in terms of the real estate, you know, and it's just so much, you know what I'm saying? The customer service aspect of it, dealing with the people when they show up to either rent your place or they've already rented. You know, I had a guy that used to work for me. I used to have him rent rooms for me, and you know, I used to always tell him like, bro, like, you know, he'd be complaining, and you know, this or that, this other, you know, like I showed 2 rooms today and I didn't close the deal, and I paid him commission based on the rooms he closed. And I said, bro, once someone calls you and comes all the way to the place to visit the listing, you gotta close the deal. Shit. You get a girl to come home with you, it's on you to close the deal. Was your place clean, presentable, right? You know, you try to make some money, you might have to put a little effort into it. You know, I can't be there to show the place. If I'm gonna do it, then what the hell I need you for? And I think it was that lack of effort in one of these young men that worked for me. Like I had to basically throw him my alley hoop. Otherwise, he would not put in the effort to help himself make money. You know, he didn't see the opportunity. You know, he come to the place short. Sometimes, you know, guests be done checked out, and maybe they left their trash in the living room, and they see that they be like, "Oh, I guess this is how it always looks." So I'm not going to rent from him. You know, the young guy that was showing the places for me. You know, he didn't want to do any leg work. You know, get there 10 minutes before the guest shows up. Show her the place. Hell, she's driving over here. She's probably really serious. You know, but there is a very serious need among all businessmen for people that can sell. Right? If you can sell, bro, you'll always be working, bro.
You always got some income coming in.
You'll always be working. Someone will find you to sell something.
I don't know if you ever mentioned it before, but what made you want to get into real estate? Like, what sparked it?
Oh man, my mother and father, they were in real estate. They both. My mother probably could be better than my dad at it, but yeah.
So was it the kind of like the same thing? Like they took you around and you just, like what you was explaining earlier, you just jumped into it, or
Yeah, man.
was
I
it
told you one time, man. I remember we went up.
and you was like, you know what, this is what I want to do eventually.
You know, I think a lot of people, man. At least when I was growing up, it was the American dream. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to hear people, and I almost pulled it off myself. Where a lot of times in the hood, people would say, "I'm going to get me a Section 8 property, and then let my grandma or somebody move in there, and we're going to roll it like that." You know, I got a good, stable tenant. What they were trying to do is say, I need a good, steady tenant, and I don't want to get some unknown ghetto landlord, Section 8 person. So I buy a house, put my grandma in there. If she's on Section 8, or my sister, or my daughter, or my cousin.
That's the next move.
That's what people want to do, right?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you an advice, John, if you don't mind.
Hey, how do you get around that? Because I thought you can't do that to a relative. Section 8.
You can.
She got a Section 8 voucher.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Yeah, it don't matter.
John.
Go ahead. Hold on. I was telling you a story about. If you look in New York, man, the biggest Section 8 holders in New York City are Jews, and they rent from each other, man. It's the biggest scam going, bro. And you can't pop that.
I did not know that. That's crazy.
Hell yeah, it's the biggest scam going, bro.
That is crazy.
New York, man. When they announced that they're gonna have Section 8 in any city in New York, the Jews mobilize in Brooklyn and go to that.
That's crazy, bro. I did not know that.
Westchester, wherever the fuck, they open up a Section 8 voucher. And they mobilize vans and they go up there, they get in line, they organize, they get the vouchers, and they come back to New York City. In New York, your vouchers are portable. So you can move anywhere, right?
I wanted to ask you, when you got your first property, how did you maintain the second one? How did you go about that?
Well, first property I bought, I was 21 years old. So my mother helped me with that. You know, it was in my hometown. It was only $5,000.
Oh, that's not bad, dude.
And I borrowed $10,000. You know, interest rate was fucking 10% at the time. I think 10%. But
you have to fix it. I mean, I'm imagining a lot.
I mean, it's Alabama, man. You know, I probably put a couple $1,000s in and pocketed the other $5. You know, and so I had a good tenant for years. But you know, in my hometown,
I imagine your rent is cheap.
Landlord, you're competing with the housing projects. You can't compete with them.
Yeah.
So you don't often get the best tenants. In the north, nobody wants to live in the housing projects. They want to people don't want to live in the housing projects because it's like a fucking house. You know, it's like an apartment. You got your own front yard, you know, that kind of shit. So I couldn't get Section 8. It was very difficult for me to get Section 8 people.
Same here, dude.
Live in the housing projects. I did get some decent tenants over the years, and then one of my grandmother ended up living there for a while, and she more or less just paid, you know, enough to cover the mortgage. The little bit of mortgage it was. But the next house, which it wouldn't be my, like, you know, when I was up here in DC, you know, I bought it. I was living there, and I was fixing it up, and then I bought another one, and just, you know, started fixing up, kind of, you know. They were all livable, though. They were all livable. They just weren't nice.
The reason why I ask is because I don't know if I told you in the past that my our equity has gone up 1,558K, and me and the missus were talking to see if it's the right time to go try to get another house and basically put her dad in there and his wife.
Yeah, you can't beat that. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you got the family, you can trust your family, man.
Oh, of course. That guy's going to be on time. He don't play around with money like that.
You can't beat it. You know, one of my business partners, she tried to do the Section 8 game. And she bought a house and she rented it to her sister. Her sister fucked the whole house up. Flooding and shit, you know, not picking up the trash outside.
Yeah, I wouldn't rent to my sister, dude. No way. Oh, my brother. I'm sorry, dude.
Hey.
The white young Galt says, he says, what happened earlier? Everyone just dipped away. What happened to HP, Porsha? Everyone just Hello, Stanley usually on the.
They're working, man.
Oh, yeah,
I
here
don't
we
have to go to
go.
work until like
Let me see if
what
I can.
time is it right now? Like 3.
Yeah.
If I can play this clip for you guys, let me know if you can hear it. I don't know if this is it. Let me find it. Let me know if you can hear this. Give me 1 second. No, I haven't seen it, but I promise you, I will make a video. Hey, Mom, don't leave now. You want me to make a video? I'm not gonna film you. Look, there's no video of you. You want me? I'm only gonna use the audio. You want me to make a video saying I'm racist right now? I will do it as soon as I leave here. You're not gonna make a video saying you racist. I am. I promise you. As soon as I get it off of here, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna start sharing. Go in there. How long do you want me to be honest? You can go in there. I'm gonna be brutal. I'm gonna be brutal. I swear to you. I swear to you. I'm gonna be so fucking brutal. I'm sure I'm gonna be so goddamn. I swear I'm gonna be so goddamn brutal. I'm gonna be so brutal. He want me to do a show saying, I want you to talk about how racist you are. That's what he wants me to talk about. I'm like, shit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, John. I'm just showing you the damage done to the house.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Where are you?
I'm in Florida, Manatee County. This is
shit.
my in-laws' house. Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry, somebody's passing by.
That's a lot of hefty. Like that's a lot.
Yeah,
of
so they
heavy
had to throw
lifting.
out. They had to throw out everything. Everything.
Damn.
The demolition crew is here and they're gutting out the house.
That's a nice refrigerator. What they got?
Man.
Yeah, it is, right?
Damn, somebody gonna come
And
get
makes
that.
ice, it gives water.
Come get
Let's
that
see if my mother-in-law clear. Oh, she didn't clear it out. Okay. She just let
Somebody
it stinks.
Oh wow.
I'm sure there already been scavengers.
What about yeah.
Hey, that's my
Okay.
Tupperware.
That's
Oh,
mother-in-laws for you. That's
That's my
mother-in-laws for you.
Tupperware.
You get it?
Mother-in-laws think they can shop in your home.
No, I sometimes we bring stuff over. Like we have dinner a lot during the week because they only live over the bridge. So.
How are you all? Well, I mean, I can see how you're doing, but so insurance is going to make everything square?
Hopefully.
I hope so too.
Hopefully.
Like a good day,
But the problem is they pay you out. They pay you out and then they charge you so much the next year when you renew. Yeah.
Damn right.
This is the little apartment in the back of the house. They totally gutted it out. Might be a little loud, so bear with me.
Is there any water damage?
Oh damn, you're in the house. Damn. Damn.
Yeah, it's been
Damn, so are they gonna redo the house or they just gonna move?
They're gonna have to restore it.
Oh,
they own the property.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to restore it.
They're gonna get
Damn.
some contractors in here.
Would
And
you want to come back and
have
live
to-
there again after going through all this shit?
Well, the house is it's not completely paid for, but they're close to retiring, so they're not leaving their house.
This is probably not the first time they've experienced this, though, right?
We never had it this bad around here.
That's practically everything, man.
Yeah, everything.
Damn, that is amazing.
Everything got wet. It was like 2 feet of water in there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Let me see if my husband wants to cam up and say hi. Hold on.
That is so much work to do. So I guess Virgo mentioned
I look like
that-
crap. I got my head wrap on. I came in to work.
Yeah, you gotta work. That yeah, that's wow. You know how young you have to be to exert that much energy?
Yeah. I can't anymore. Babe, the chat wants you to say hi.
Hey.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
One day at a time.
Best wishes.
Good luck in the
Thank you.
storm and rebuilding.
Yeah, we finally got the house all cleared out, and the fans blowing, the drywall torn out.
Oh, that's right. You got to tear out all the drywall.
Demolifying.
Right. Yeah, and blow the fans. Yeah. So are you So you guys just start putting back the drywall, and once it dries all out and everything.
Yeah, you should put yourself on mute and like show them what the house looks like.
I did. I walked through I didn't show them the house. I showed them the apartment.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I'm on mute because it's really loud in the house. Hold on.
That is devastation right there.
Yeah, when that water come in, man, shit.
That's devastation.
Nothing you can do to that shit. You got to tear everything out.
John, what would you do in this situation?
Man, I don't. I mean, you got to do what everybody else is doing. I don't think I could do all those rebuilds though. I'm sure they you live down there, you probably gone through it at least once before this. And I think once would be enough for me. I think.
Would you treat the drywall or tear out the drywall?
No, you gotta tear that shit out.
You gotta tear it out.
Hell yeah. And she probably been soaked in water. They could have that drywall that's water resistant that you put in bathrooms. It's green, but you're not gonna have that all throughout the house. Only in the bathrooms. And it's not like water. It's not gonna.
What about the wood? Like once you tear out the drywall, what about the wood? Don't you have to treat the wood?
They're probably gonna have to do tests on that to make sure it's sturdy enough to if it hasn't been water damage to the point it's like rotted or just gotten too weak.
But they got treatments for that.
I don't know. I'm not a construction guy, but I would imagine that once that wood gets so wet, you probably just want to take it out because
what you don't want to happen is mold.
Right, because the moisture from the wood would get in the drywall too. I would imagine. That moisture will get, was it osmosis or diffusion or whatever they call it? Everything goes from the water line down. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, a lot of people think they can paint over stuff, and it's like, no, you got to get that at the core.
But you see all these drywall studs in here, Rebecca, Joe. Do they cut the drywall studs out too? Like, you see all those drywall studs? Do they have to go? Because they're wet. That base plate is wet.
Yeah, the base is wet. Yeah.
And the moisture wouldn't that get on the drywall? I'm imagining. I guess you could wrap it in some studs could dry. Studs could dry. Okay.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, she said studs.
Only a specialist could actually say what could
Okay, I didn't know the studs would dry. That's good. Okay, well, they don't have to cut out all that wood then. But that would be very expensive. Wood is expensive. Man.
That's like a 2-month restoration project, isn't it?
I'm guessing at least. Too.
So they're gonna have to.
Depending on the size of the house, what are they?
Well, not have to, but idealistically, housing somewhere else while it gets restored is healthy, but that's expensive too.
Hell yeah.
It's Florida. You don't necessarily want to camp outdoors, but it is Florida.
Get an RV like Ben thought, and you could sleep outside. You could sleep at least in the tent in the RV. Now, I've been thinking about getting an RV. Like Ben was talking about it. It made it makes a lot of sense if you could find one that was serviceable. That you could kind of live in one of those things.
I want a luxury one. If I had to do it, it's got to be some luxury, man. I'm not trying to do no stuff.
Hard not lifetime living in those.
That's like I'm not saying I'm prissy. I'm not saying I'm prissy. I'm just saying if you want me to be in a good mood all the time,
make it nice.
It would be of your concern
That's
to make sure I'm comfortable, if
it's one of the,
possible.
Miller. That's one of the shows I really want to get off the ground is like making my Airbnb suitable for the women because so many people, book an Airbnb and be like, it's really to try to have sex with the woman and something like that. And the place got to be, up to the woman's approval.
Women like nice things.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. They
Oh,
want to be.
good. Yeah,
That's
it
true.
gets the mood right. To be, when you're not around nice things, you just
Gotta be nice.
worried. You're just worried, and when a woman is worried, she's not turned on. You know,
She could think about other things instead of
I
thinking
was
about.
like, okay, I got to worry about this. I got to worry about this, and you want me to worry about your erection? You got to be out your fucking mind.
It does make it a little difficult. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It does make it difficult. But
I
yes.
don't know how women, and them. Anyway, I've said too much this morning. I've been talking shit since 6 o'clock. So,
What's up, CKJ3? You done trading this morning? You still come?
hey,
Yeah, I'm done. I'm picking up my.
how you doing,
picking
money
up my
maker?
son.
You say you got your
Alright.
son right now?
Yeah, I just picked him up right now. He
It's
go to
early.
go to school half a day.
Oh, okay. Well, he young enough. He's not even like real. Like
The money making father. That's what's up.
you got to teach him how to trade too. CKJ3, show him that shit.
Yeah, him and my daughter. I told my daughter I was gonna sit with her and to teach her the candles first.
Yeah. No, it's very good. I think every child should probably see their father engaging in some kind of activity, and it would be better, preferably, if they see you kind of calling the shots or something. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to the shots being, dictated upon you. I think that's very important for a child. You know what I'm saying? To see that their father kind of controls some aspect of his, professional life in a way. You know what I mean? And I think it's very important for children to see that. If you ask me, we've had so many people calling here, and Tough Guy comes to mind. You know Tough Guy. He come on here. His dad's in a wheelchair. I think he had, an injury to his brain, whatever. I think car wreck or motorcycle or something. But first thing he will say about his dad, his dad was a G, or whatever. When he was upright, he don't have any memory of that. His dad he was too young to remember, but that's what everybody talked about his dad. And although his dad had been in a wheelchair most of his adult life, he got something to hang on to respect his dad, even though he never seen his dad walking around. You understand? And Nas 415, I don't know if you remember him. He came on here one day and he was talking about, how basically how his dad left his family in a war-torn country. But before he could say any of that to criticize his dad, he was like, my dad was successful, made a lot of money. Even though he didn't share it with him, it meant something to him to tell me that his dad was successful, to let everyone know that his dad was successful, just not some sorry ass motherfucker that knocked up his mother. And maybe it is because he wants to shine a light on his mother to not make you think, well, man, his mama was just some old floozy. No, she got with a good man. It just didn't work out between them two. But it's very important for him to explain it to me, even though he criticized his dad. So I think that's very important. You can be a terrible dad, I would imagine, but if the child got something good to say about you, if someone tilts the scale a little bit, give you something. But if he has nothing good to say about you, just sorry, you haven't been able to really make a lot of money, handle your business. It's just, you just can't really fend that off. And I think men are at a disadvantage anyway, because the child is naturally going to gravitate to the mother. That's where the child gets his first food, assuming the mother breastfeeds. So, the man has to be, kind of stand up, got to be on his feet, otherwise the child, particularly the boys, will have a hard time respecting him. It's my opinion. That's my opinion.
No, I agree with you, John. My grandfather passed away a couple years ago, and at his funeral, that's even though he was a stern guy from the South, but everybody had respect for him in that neighborhood.
Mm.
They came there, they grew up. They said he always looked out for people and provided. They said he was a great provider because he came up here from Mississippi up to Cleveland in 50. So my father was born in 54. I think I was born in 52, so about around like 51, 52, and worked from the steel mill from that time all the way until like 80, 88, I think. I think he retired in like 88. But yeah, provided for 6 kids and my grandmother.
Yeah, it was easier. I ain't gonna say it was easier, but probably was, a lot more opportunities, or so it would seem. Someone asked about the strike. I guess I'll play this video to start off with the coverage of the strike. I guess they probably talked about it earlier. I like to.
Who's striking? Who's striking?
The ports are striking now. The port workers.
Oh, I think I did hear something about that. That's in
all up and down the East Coast, apparently. Or so it seems.
Yeah, the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to a guy the other day. He was saying that it may force
where have you been kind of
stuff
focused?
to go to the West Coast.
Mm. That's a long time to travel. Let's take a listen to, I'm guessing this is a Biden official being asked about the ports here.
Where have you been kind of focused and hearing on what would happen if the strike goes, let's say, longer than a week?
Again, I have not been very focused on that.
She's not very focused on that, right? I think that we're in a position now where political, both sides can gain from the hurt of the citizens. One side can point the finger and the other say it's your fault for not getting the strike done. The other side point the finger at the other and say no, it's your fault. It's kind of like a government shutdown. They always point the finger and one is going to benefit because the media is going to carry his water. And so that's what I think. In a normal time, someone like Donald Trump would be able to make hay out of this and say, look at these people, they got strikes, they got this, they got that. But I don't think the media would really focus on it. If anything comes of it, it'll just be more pressure on the consumers, higher prices, stuff like that. That's my thoughts about the strike. I'm curious to know what you think. You guys don't have any thoughts about your strike?
That's
I don't actually.
pretty major because it's logistics.
Mm.
Shutting down the whole coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like how it was during the pandemic when they stopped shipping stuff.
It's gonna interrupt a lot of people's lives.
Ports
That's
don't-
my opinion.
Over 45,000
Yeah,
years
yeah,
old workers have officially gone on strike from Maine to Texas. I tell you what, and this thought just came to me, these people better be very careful. They're trying to negotiate where the employers have a big joker in their back pocket. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? You all know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Mm.
Can you guess what I'm talking about, CKJ3?
A big choke on your back pocket.
You talk about
The
AI?
employers.
What they talk about something with AI?
In the long run, they got AI. In the short run,
Oh, migrants.
Nixon said they got migrants. These people better be very careful.
Oh, the great replacement.
And you know what, John? And they got enough of them too.
They got enough of them.
The
got
great
enough of 'em.
replacement. Yeah. Yeah.
These people
I
playing
was
real
listening to
estate
something. I
games,
guess
don't
they
know.
can force them. Biden can force them to go back to work for like at least like 90 days. Something. One of the I guess union guys were saying, but I guess they could go back and I forgot what it's called. But I guess they can force them to work for 90 days, and then they got to go back to the drawing board or back to the table.
Mm.
Man, that's
That's
messed
But
up.
I don't
interesting.
know. I don't know if Biden's gonna pull that with elections right around the corner. So I mean, I don't. Who knows? Who really knows what's going on?
So we've gotten so greedy in this country to where we have to figure out a way to dismantle unions.
Yeah, the
Hey
unions, man.
John, do you think Trump gonna go in and work out a deal with these to get the ports up and running?
You mean
Think
like
he,
right now?
think he, yeah, you think he can kind of like leverage it to go talk to him and utilize that?
Trump doesn't advocate for unions.
Yeah, he doesn't, but he wants to see the country up and running though. He don't want the country to be at a stagnant.
My first thought was, who do the union support? Who do they?
Hello?
My internet is bad, maybe due to the storm. I'm going to see if I can hardwire my connection if possible. I don't know if I have. I don't know if I have it.
I can hear you
Yeah, I
now,
was
John.
froze. Yeah, I was froze. I don't know. I've been having trouble with internet all day, so got to figure it out. It may be because of the rain and the storm and stuff like that. I think it comes down to who the ILA supports. As I say, I think politically there's going to be some benefits for these people. The Democrats or Republicans are likely pushing it from one side or the other. I guarantee you that all of them are not coming together to try to solve the problem. One side is trying to make hay out of it. As Rahm Emanuel said, never let a crisis go to waste, and I think that will happen here. A reasonable, two sides were reasonable, they would figure out a way to resolve this, at least in the short term, but to not have it evolve to a strike. But you heard the Biden administration official say she's not even been focusing on this. So that should tell you something. That should tell you something about where their mind is at. But yeah,
You
it'll
see
be
where
interesting to
Kamala's
see.
at? She's on All the Smoke podcast talking to basketball players.
Man, we got to
See
show
that,
that.
John?
She was on there with George Floyd's brother. From another mother, that is. Steven Jackson. Remember Steven?
Yeah, Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes.
Yeah. Two older men you think would be better examples for younger men, but Steven Jackson, he checking in Chicago like he's some damn gangster. Matt Barnes fighting over a woman and shit. His wife admittedly, but still, just ghetto ass behavior. I'm looking to see who these union strikers support. Who does the union support? Because I think that's going to kind of tell you everything. ILA. See where they donate most of their money. I think that'll tell you everything. But what do you think, though, CKJ3?
About the union?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I think
Everyone
Trump
is
can come
familiar
in.
with.
He can say something and work out a deal to get things up and running. I don't see Kamala doing nothing.
You see this? You see this on the screen right here?
Yeah, I can see it a little bit. I'm driving right now, but
This is a chart showing the contributions of the ILA to striker workers.
With the blue is Democrats.
Right. So this is how much they give. I can't get rid of this thing. Give me 1 second. What the hell is that? Oh. This is how much they give to political parties. Someone says zoom in, no problem. This is the party contributions of the International Longshoremen's Association. This is their PAC. All unions have PACs. If you didn't know that, now you know. And where is that chart?
Political action.
Right. And here's the chart. I hope you guys can see it. Blue is for you know who, and red is for the Republicans. So you see where they donate their money to. Right?
Can you blame them?
I'm not blaming her. Right? So this is where they spend their money. And so they're going to exert something out of the Democrats. They can't get anything out of Republicans because they don't give anything to them. That's the way it works. So they seem to be using their leverage over the Democrats to get something out of this. And the Democrats are surely going to find some way to turn this crisis into an opportunity. Maybe they'll blame it on the Republicans. I don't know. But you can see the contributions here consistently to the Democrats. That should be clear where their interests are. I think that is a pretty good predictor of how things will turn out. Let's see, where are they located? Let's see, where is their office? You notice on the banner here at the ILA, the International Longshoremen's Association. What do you see that strikes your interest here? What is this? Civil rights. What the hell they got to do with civil rights? And let's see where they're located. In North Bergen, New Jersey. And I'm sure they have some offices in DC. The main office has to be in DC. You can't be a real union and not have an office in DC somewhere. The Teamsters stand with the International Longshoremen. And I wonder who the Teamsters donate their money to. Who do you guys think the Teamsters donate their money to? Teamsters. Political donations. And you're going to see that all the King's men are lining up behind each other. The Teamsters and their profile. Here what we have. Let's see who the Teamsters donate their money to. Let's see what we have here. We should get a similar chart. You can kind of see some of the flavor of independent expenditures, 100% for Democrats. Outside spending, 100% looks like that's like the same number. 7 out of 23 union lobbyists have previously held government jobs. Revolving door there. Lobbying. And here's who they donate their money to. In the Senate, looks like they mostly given to Republicans. I'm sorry, Democrats. In the House, kind of the same thing. And you'll see that there, and they seem to be aligned behind the Democrats. 18,000 to Kamala, 25,000 to Democrat municipal officials, Lieutenant Governors Association, Newsom for California governor, standing strong, a little bit for Trump there, for good measure. Barbara Lee, Missouri Democrat State Committee. So you see where the money is going. And that is that. That's the Democrats. And they give about 78% of their money to the Democrats. And then they are aligned with the longshoremen. So the Democrat lobbyists lined up with the longshoremen to cause a strike in America. There's that. Anyway, well, they all look for endorsement.
John, they striking over pay.
I would imagine that's typically what you strike for. Let's see. ILA. Let's see. ILA longshoreman strike. Does anyone know why exactly are they striking? Wow, workshops at all of these ports. That is amazing. Truck drivers are even going to be affected, I would imagine. They're not going to be able to pick up anything or deliver. Let's see, why are they striking here? Buildings and trade came to a screeching halt at East Coast and Gulf Coast ports. The largest longshoremen union with 50,000 of its 85,000 members making good on the threat to strike at 14 major ports. Subject to a just expired master contract with the Maritime Alliance, USMX, and picketing workers beginning to appear at ports. The union and port ownership group failed to reach agreement by midnight on a new contract in a protracted battle over wage increases. And you see this last part here, the use of automation. They don't want that automation coming into those warehouses because they know they can't unionize a machine. The machine don't get a union vote. And they got to keep the machines out there to keep their jobs. And I bet you that is a large part of the strike there. I saw an automated port where a guy was just controlling them like with a joystick. Damn robot was doing everything. The USMX offered a nearly 50% wage hike over 6 years, but that was rejected. The port ownership group said they hoped the offer would lead to a resumption of collective bargaining. Let's see what else is interesting here. The president of the Longshoremen's Union was a union member the last time it went out on strike in 1977, telling rank and file members who unanimously voted, we will crush them. In a video posted to an ILA Instagram account, Daggett, kind of like Daggert, in Ayn Rand's book. In a video posted to an ILA Instagram account, Daggett addressed union workers at Mayor Terminals in Elizabeth, New Jersey. This is going down in history, what we're doing here. They can't survive too long. Here's a picture of the union workers. Corporate greed versus workers' rights. ILA demands fairness. For now, it is the supply chain in the U.S. economy which will take the hit. See what else. That's right. This is coming out at the same time as Helene. Helene calls ports to delay openings at the ports of Charleston and Savannah, as well as power losses in intermodal facilities in Savannah, Charleston, and Atlanta. It's created ocean trucking and rail carriers congestion already, right? That would already been congestion. Well, this guy's saying that broader Consequences will be minimal outside of a handful of very reliant ports, but anything longer than a week will lead to shortages and upward price pressure. So we're going to see if they can last a week, if it lasts a week or not. Let me know what you guys think, if it lasts a week or so. The most significant issues would be faced by the food and automobile as they rely especially heavy on ports that would be shut down. And you're going to have to eat local, guys. Eat local. While a surge in inflation is highly unlikely, even with a longer strike, even a modest reacceleration could create uncertainty and force the Federal Reserve to be more cautious about lowering interest rates. Interesting. A 1 week strike could cost the economy only $3.78 billion. This seems rather low. Interesting. Almost all of this industry is just on time. Does anyone know what just in time? Does anyone know what just in time is? Yes,
No.
It's a fairly new concept where companies don't like to keep a lot of inventory because it's money. I had people working for me, and I said, "Hey, man, let me know just in time when you need some more toilet tissue. I can get it delivered the same day. I don't want to have 75 rolls of toilet tissues being stored somewhere. I just store it, and I got to pay for it. And it's sitting there waiting on somebody to need it to take a shit." So companies don't like to have a lot of inventory, toilet paper, computers, tools. So they typically it's going to be input type things for something that they're making, right? So if they're making apple pies, they don't want 1,000 apples sitting there waiting to rot. They want the apples just in time for them to make apple pies. And so with so much industry now being just in time in terms of their manufacturing, shipping delays have downstream delays because you're waiting on an input to come. It doesn't come. Well, now I can't deliver the completed product to someone. So that is kind of the impact of the shipping strike there. Nas 415 says Vivek was just on PBD talking about this. Okay. Tell me what he said. I hope I was kind of in line with what he was saying. They want a 70% raise. Wow. That's amazing. Nas 415, you want to jump up? You have some insight. You're on the West Coast. The West Coast ports are still open. The problem with shifting to the West Coast is it takes a long time for a ship to go all the way back around, to the other side of the world. So, and then those ports will be clogged. I think the LA workers were on strike. The West Coast workers were on strike at some point. And there were pictures of ships way out to sea waiting to come in. But, they can only handle so much, the shipping stuff, the containers at one time. Anyway, so it shall be interesting. Daniel Nixon says if the union reaches a deal, it equals guaranteed votes for Kamala. I think she already probably has their votes. I don't think that it will be, I don't think she gains much. I don't think she loses anything. I think people pretty much are down in the hill. A lot of people voted before the strike even happened. They hasn't mail-in balloting been in place for a while now, so I don't think that's it's going to give her much of a boost there. What else? What else was I going to talk about here? Violation, peace treaty. Maybe they're looking for endorsements. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. CKJ3, what were you trading this morning?
He might have stepped away.
I was trading
there you are.
trading
Okay.
that. Yeah, I was trading NASDAQ.
It's always what you're trading. Yeah, I tell you, a friend of mine.
I just focus on one instrument.
Yeah, a friend of mine, she lost her funding account, and I think she trades
again today.
No, a while back I told you, yeah, she lost her funding account. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because you have to have like so many updates or so much profit, but not too much profit or something like that, right? It has to be kind of
Yeah,
like
so I know with they have like different like profit targets, depending on the size account that you purchase. Um, like I got one that's it's a 50K account, and I just gotta reach a 3,000 target to pass it.
is that every day?
No. So they give you with this prop firm, you gotta trade a minimum of 2 days, and the target is 3,000. But you can take as long as you want, but you gotta trade at least 2 days.
And
Two
the
trading
target. So if you trade 2 days and make $3,000 over those 2 days, you keep your account.
No. So you gotta trade a minimum of 2 days. So basically, you can make at least 1,500 per day.
Okay.
Yeah. To get to that 3,000. If you trying to pass it within 2 days, and then once you pass, that's when you go and you get the other account to where you can make money off the account. Cause you gotta show these prop firms you know how to trade first.
Mm. Yeah. It seems to be what it was about. They trying to see who's who before they let you kind of put them at risk there.
Yeah. You gotta show them you know how to trade first. I mean, that's with anything when you're using other people's money. So
Man, you know what's crazy, man? I don't know if you heard the audio or what I played earlier. It's a fucking white guy too, calling me racist, and he basically daring me to go on to tell people how racist I am. He says I'm racist, right? And I don't think I'm racist. Shit, most of the people up here are black. I ain't never mistreated a black person solely because they're black. Shit, my mother is black, and most people around me are black. Did you hear the audio of what I played though, CKJ3?
no, I didn't hear it.
All right, let me play it for you one more time, just so you can hear it, so you know what I'm talking about here. Now I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to play a little bit of it for you, CKJ3. Let's go. I will make a video. Hey, but I promise, I will make a video. Hey, Mom, don't leave now. You want me to make a video? I'm not going to film you. Look, there's no video of you. You want me? I'm only going to use the audio. You want me to make a video saying I'm racist right now? I could do it. As soon as I leave here, you're going to make a video saying you racist. I am. I promise you. As soon as I get it off of here, I'm going to go back. I'm going to start the stream. Go in there. And how long do you know me? Be honest. This is a guy calling me racist because, he see me, putting people out or whatever.
Does he
This used to work.
One of your tenants?
No, I used to work for him. Well, he's a tenant too. He used to work for me. He worked for me for, a few years.
He watches your stream?
He does. Nigga might be watching right. He white guy, white.
He was saying you was racist?
He said I'm racist.
I think
you seen him on the stream if you watch
just use that word just to use it, man.
And he's seen me rent to so many black people, and he still call me racist, right? And I say, man, like, let me show you some shit, CKJ3. I'm gonna tell you about it if I can. Let me show you some shit. This shit came in the mail the other day, and I probably ain't gonna be showing much to you without editing it, but I'm gonna see what I can show you. I've always said, man, black people's biggest problem is themselves. I've always said it. I mean, we can talk about white people. It's cool. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe, maybe they are at fault for something. But I'm going to show you something. In the front of my house, let me see if I can share this with you. In the front of my house, I'm trying not to share too much with you. In the front of my house, I have a fence in front of one of my houses. Can you see this? You guys can see this, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Someone says, why did he say that now? So now we have a fence and a block, not even a block now. Let's see, 2 houses down is a bus stop. And you know, at bus stops, there are what, trash cans. But the blacks, they get off the bus and they throw trash in front of the houses as they walk off the bus or walk into the bus stop. I'll see shit from stores that miles and miles away. Either it was delivered or they ate it on the bus and they stood it down in front of my house. And so the city sends me a fine and they say, Mr. John Galt, look at this shit. You got litter in front of your house. And we're going to fine you. Nigga, I ain't throw no litter down. The fuck I'm going to throw some litter in front of my own goddamn house for? Who threw the litter? Somebody is doing the motherfucking littering. And it ain't white people. If I was walking in front of people's houses throwing shit down, I might expect them to dislike my ass. Causing me a $75 fine to the fucking government? Because some nigga want to throw trash down in front of my house and I guess another nigga called the police or the government to send these zombies out here to write me a $75 for what? I ain't throw the shit down. Why don't they go get the niggas who threw the shit down? Right? This is what blacks do to each other. Like, look at this shit. And you know what's so crazy, CKJ3? And I just noticed this shit. This shit got misspellings and shit in it. Nigger government. Black run government. Bra. Like a stank ass bra. Black run America. Did anybody see them misspelled word in this motherfucker? Does anybody see the misspelled word jumping out in front of your ass? This is a government document, by the way. Let me put my mouse over the fucking misspelled word. I ought to write these niggas back and say, you can't fucking spell right. But the grammar police for these niggas. Look at this misspelled word. That ain't right. That ain't right. You could tell it ain't right because they got it right here. At least the base of the word. They fucked it up. Black run government. Brah. Black run America. That shit ain't fake, man. It's real. It's a real fine. It's just black run America. You can't expect shit to be right. You know what I mean? Black people, they're their own fucking worst enemies. Now I gotta take $75 out of my fucking pocket and send it to the government to trick off. Right? And never hold a nigga responsible to do that shit down. They got cameras. Why not zoom in on these niggas that's littering? Just a thought. What do you think about that, CKJ2?
You know, one of my first properties was a 2-family, and it was on the corner. Man, I'm telling you, I had to clean that corner every other goddamn day, man, with trash. I'm talking about bottles and, man, just right there on the corner, man. It just like they just drop it there.
They drop it.
It was crazy.
Man, I was riding down the street one day, little young in Columbia Heights on 14th Street, like not far from where I live stream, but further north. I saw 3 young boys walking down the street, and one of them was drinking that little Trayvon drink, that watermelon iced tea. No one ever talks about he was drinking a watermelon iced tea. Why do you think that is? But anyway, that motherfucker just threw the ball out in the middle of the street as soon as he was done with it. And when I ride my scooter sometimes, man, on the sidewalk, I'll be up on the sidewalk with my bike on my scooter, and they're like glass everywhere. Like, God damn, these people just throw glass down on the street, on the sidewalk, man. And the craziest shit, they walk around with flip-flops and shit on. You think they wouldn't want glass on the sidewalk when you walk around with flip-flops and shit on, but A lot of this shit just makes no fucking sense at all. You know what I mean? $75 fine from the government for some niggas littering in front of my house. And so I said, in their own worst enemy, man, like shit. Right? This is why the flight happens, right? And you know, it's crazy. Like, if abatement is required, which it is, you must, in addition to paying the fines and penalties, all waste must be containerized, blah, 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 blah. If you do not abate the violation, you may be required to pay up to 3 times the cost. How the hell do you abate niggas throwing trash every day? Do I gotta get this? There gotta be a new job for John Galt? The Negro trash picker-upper? I had to buy them damn, you know, the little things that pick it up for you, you know, so I don't have to keep bending down picking up trash. I bought one of them. That was for my yard, because some of the shit blows in my yard. Because even with a fence, I don't know how it gets in the yard. But goddamn, now I got to pick it up outside the house. Damn.
They John, they just had somebody from the city just patrolling, just looking for trash in the yard.
Maybe somebody complained, although I doubt it. It could just be people patrolling. You know, it's like the government got to get the money out of the most productive to give it to the unproductive. So they go around and punish the productive for the bad behavior of the unproductive. Nigga throw trash down in your yard, let me find the man whose yard. I know I can get some money out of him. Can't get no money out of the nigga that threw the trash down, so what, fuck it. Right? Go to the high ground, go where the money is. $75. And on it goes. These people are able to basically be locusts. It would be one thing if they got the money. I could see it. Okay, shit, I'm gonna get some of this money, or the government gonna spend this $75 back in my neighborhood, but they don't even get the money. Right? They don't get the money. They don't get to benefit from harming somebody else. It's all for naught. And that is what I'm saying. Like, there's no rhyme or reason you can't make heads or tails out of this shit. The same people who do this shit now would be complaining about black people can't get ahead. Hell no, you can't get ahead. Nigga, you got the government in my pocket every day, right? You littering and shit. Amazing. That's what I'm saying. It's like cognitive dissonance. They throw Lila down and then wonder why their community is so fucking dirty and no one wants to live around them. So I don't hate anyone. I just call it balls and strikes like I see it. Anyway, what else you got up, CKJ3? Oh, shit. You know, I was looking for a clip, CKJ3. Today, you know what today is. You know what today is, huh? These motherfuckers, they know.
You need to start playing Bone.
Maybe, you know what today is. Yes, you do. All these inquiries coming in, people trying to, you know what's so interesting, CKJ3, man, I wish 7 Seal was in here. It damn sure is, bro. Guy says, I'm coming from Europe. I need 19 days, Mr. Galt. You got 19 days worth of dope for me. Damn right. Damn right.
John, you have a like a sheet, like QuickBooks or something like that tracks everything. Like when the spot is open, payment, how much the
Airbnb
room.
give me a calendar, you know what I'm saying?
You said Airbnb what?
You know, I use Airbnb's calendar, you know, and for the rooms that we list on Airbnb that don't direct we work off that calendar, you know what I mean? And then it's like, I'm gonna do this on the stream one day talking about how to get around the middleman. Because Airbnb a hell of a middleman, but it's not as formidable as like YouTube or Uber. You can't get around them motherfuckers. Well, you can get around YouTube. You can't get around Uber. That's why you hear Chicago Hustler Master come up here and he talking like, man, like, damn, like, look at all these riders, this, that. You've seen some of those streams, right?
Yeah, I seen one. I think it was last week, and he said it was too many cars out or something.
Mm-hmm. See, like he can squeeze on all sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One day I want to do a streaming with him about that. And there's really nothing you can do. The middleman in his value chain provides 95% of the value, right? The ticketing system. If you look at it like Uber is nothing but like a queued up system, a queuing system, messaging system, really. Hey, I need a ride. I'll give you a ride. Where you want me to pick you up? Right here. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes, 14 minutes, 12 minutes, 1 minute. I'm here, right? There's just messages going back and forth. If you really look at it, it ain't no messaging. It's a messaging platform, but basically, with some GPS tied to it, right? But that's a lot of value. And, they bring in all the customers because the application scales and no one man can really build an app for himself. So he's tied to Uber. And they know that, and he know that. So they squeeze that ass. They know what year car he drives. Can you imagine why that's important, CKJ3?
You said a year in the car that he drives?
Right. If you drive,
I remember he was saying something about the size of the
right.
vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think he said he has a van, so he makes more money off of the size of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. But you think about it, if you were a greedy ass corporation, you could write software. You could hire me, John Galt, to write the software to squeeze motherfuckers based upon what kind of car they got. You could make them just make enough to be able to pay their car note and keep coming back out here on the road like a hoe. Bitch, get back out there in these streets and make me some money. Right? Like a hoe. And that's why I did a stream today saying with Airbnb, and I could have named it with all of these middleman apps. They are ultimately the pimping you the hoe. Particularly if you don't own the shit. Like, that's why I keep saying I own the dope, man. I don't need no middleman to sell dope. They need a middleman. Anybody about to just call up some random motherfucker, hey, bring me some food. They want that app to give them peace of mind. But with me, you call me out of the blue from Facebook or something, I give you an option. You can book directly with me, cut the middleman. Or you can book my shit with the middleman. And you see what the difference is. It's up to you. Airbnb gives me validity to cut their ass out of the equation. I am John Galt, the urban landlord. That was some major game right there. It's 6 hours, 30 minutes.
So, John, you just utilized Airbnb for just the advertisement. And then
the validation.
Right. Okay.
Like you heard that man. I had a man call into the stream yesterday, 2 days ago. He said, yo, he saw me on Facebook. He want to rent a room. He at the airport. He ready to move in. He just got to America. He at Dulles Airport, so I know he just got to America. It's the only international airport around here. It would be cheaper than flying international or BWI if you local. So he said, I just got a room. And I said, how can I pay you? I said, well, you pay me direct. He said, I don't trust that. Well, I said, well, don't do that. Here's a link. Book it right here. He went to through the process of booking that motherfucker, he said, "Oh, it's $200 more because Airbnb got to get their cut or whatever the price was more. It's at least 30% more." They said, "You know what, Mr. Galt, I'll come back and fuck with you." Right? I used Airbnb to validate him paying me directly sight unseen. Nigga, I ain't no scammer. Go ahead and book from Airbnb. You're gonna see the same nigga show up, right? You just introducing the middleman. It's up to you. You want to send a super chat or a cash app? You involve the middleman, you know, that's the way it works, right? And he decided to send that cash app as opposed to going through the middleman. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a good deal for both of us. So that's how I use Airbnb to validate my business. And I give these motherfuckers a choice. Book directly, book it through the middleman. It's up to you. So that's some real serious business there. You guys take that and run with it. I'm giving it to you for free. It's not members only. Nothing like that. You got it for free. You can take that and give it to your friends, whoever. They may have Airbnbs. Just got another message here from Airbnb. Let me respond to this. There you go. All right. Anyway, I know that people hate the change of media. Where did everyone go, by the way? Everyone disappeared. Get Craig, HB, Stanley. I don't think Porsha was feeling that well, so maybe she was, not feeling well. But everybody seems to disappear on me. Crazy. It happens sometime like that. You gotta fill the void. You gotta fill the void. I need to change the background music a little bit. I like this one better. I don't know why I like this one better. It's more dramatic. I'm more dramatic, right? More serious. So this works better for me. Probably with my cadence and talk and stuff like that. So don't use that term, bra. I might patent that shit one day and have t-shirts for it. Black Run America. Like a stanky ass bra. What you like? You like that CKJ thing?
Yeah.
I might run with that shit. I really might run with that. Seriously. Have some t-shirts. How many of you people will wear that t-shirt right there? Black Run America. Like a stank ass bra. This shit is really I played a video like this the other day. It was in Springfield, Ohio, but someone sent me this. I won't tell you who. And again, when I was in Brooklyn, man, not the last time, but when I was there on a more regular basis, I remember you saw that convenience store that I showed you, that little boy. He was working in the convenience store. He's 12 years old. I asked him, I said, damn. And maybe like 2 doors down from there, a Chinese man group, whatever, they bought a building. I'm talking about, this is, what you would call the hood in New York. These ain't Park Slope. And they paid right at $1 million for it. I said, damn. $1 million, like right here for a brownstone, or not even a brownstone, like a row house and shit. And I said, man, it's hot money from all these countries under turmoil, and people want to get out of these more restrictive countries. Provides like an avenue of people that have money to want to come to America. And if you got a lot of money, you need a place to drop a lot of money. In New York is a place where you can drop $10 million pretty easily over a couple properties. And at that point, whoever was living there or the people that may have thought about buying that place, would be priced out. And so here's the video of
time for many renters, including this 93-year-old who says the abuse of a state law known as the Ellis Act is the reason she and thousands of other tenants are losing their homes.
I feel very sad. Very sad.
93-year-old Andrea Perez is packing up all her belongings.
I get tired. So many things that I have to do.
Andrea is being forced to leave the place she's called home since 1984. Not because of missed rent, but because her building was sold to a new developer. Now she, along with her daughter and grandson who live in the unit next door, are all facing eviction from their rent-controlled fourplex.
This is my home for 40 years.
We are being evicted through no fault of our own, just so that some company can make a buck off of us and off of our living situation.
The developer is invoking the Ellis Act, a California law originally intended to allow small landlords to retire by evicting tenants from rent-controlled units. But corporations are now using the law to evict long-term tenants and bring in higher-paying ones.
It's a crime. It really is. Companies that have mega money, they're using it to their advantage to get people out and then come into places like this and either renovate, demolish, or do whatever it is that they want to do with them.
The LA Tenants Union says this is happening across Los Angeles. That's why tenants from various neighborhoods gathered for a protest on Monday night.
It's full of tenants who are tired of this happening all over our city, our beloved city. We're just tired of it. We're tired of greedy people, developers. They're not mom and pop people. They're all developers.
According to the Los Angeles Housing Department.
Oh, when they had mom and pops, they called them slumlords. They could drag people like me down to court, have a judge, make me give them more time, money back, drag my ass through all kind of inspections and shit. Not me. Not the urban landlord, Young Galt. I don't get no nigga no home building back. If we fight, we're gonna fight in the streets. On my home field. I ain't giving you a chance to go to court with me. Nah, it don't work like that.
Over 29,700 rent-controlled units have been removed in Los Angeles since 2001 under the...
Oh, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Oh, when they had rent control and they thought they were getting over on the landlord, it would last forever. Now the rug being pulled out from up on their ass. They had the landlord by the balls through the government's backing. Well, he couldn't raise his rent to the market, and maybe they could have found him someplace cheaper. But they wanted to live where they were living, and in 40 years rent control had the landlord by the balls. But now there's a new landlord in town, and him and the government are in cahoots with each other, and you the odd man out.
The Ellis Act.
That money to have to pay for one apartment. 4,000, 6,000.
Andrea and her family don't have much time left. They have to be out by October 25th.
My daughter, she don't want me to worry too much because I'm nervous, you know.
The family has set up a GoFundMe account for 93-year-old Andrea Perez. You can find the link on our website, foxla.com. And you certainly, you feel for these families and this 93-year-old.
And hoping they can find some place to go. Will you update us if you get word?
Absolutely. They are begging the city council to step in and do something about this.
Gina, thank you for that.
Thank you, Gina.
If you want to donate to the
you can
lady,
find the link.
Go profile. She's at 16,000 as of the time of this broadcast here. 93 years old, being evicted, 16,000. You saw the people marching the teachers union. Maybe I'll go back and I saw a couple of pictures of them. I said, You see them with the mask on. They probably all bowed down. Look at the mask. The vaccinated. The people that submitted to the government. Now they're protesting, begging the government after they've shown that there's no fight in them. So why would the government pay them any attention now? You show up with a fucking mask on your face. And the last scam I pulled on your ass, you still got the mask on? Why am I even going to pay you any attention? We're a long way from normal when you're still seeing people wearing masks and there's nothing to be afraid of. It's a sign of the people's submission. And the government's not going to take any of these people seriously. You know, they've had their cake, and it's time for the big corporations to get their cake now, get their piece of the cake, and they're going to have to find some place to live. It's not any different from what I've told you all along, that the government is chosen, you know, and the migrants are much more valuable than the Americans as tenants, as students in schools. And so that's going to be the new America now. You know, that's just how it is. They're working, John. Okay, all right, everyone needs to work. That's understandable. Tenant union, yeah, you know, you'd be surprised these people are forming tenant unions in these cities. The desperation is setting in. You know, I saw a bunch of tweets last night and, you know, kind of just reading through, have some things to talk about on the show. And I was reminded of all the tenant unions and things like that that formed during COVID. You know, they would put big banners out, no rent, no landlord rent, you know, stuff like that. Have you seen the sentiment of that, CKJ3 in Cleveland?
No, not here. Nope.
Someone says, will John Galt sell to? You know, man, shit, there's always a price. But honestly, I think that, to be honest with you, I have this thought. CKJ3, tell me what you think. I think it's better to leave your children assets, like real physical assets, than money. You know, particularly if you're able to bring them up in the with the ability to manage those assets. I think like Donald Trump with his children, he could sell all his assets and walk away and leave his kids a whole bunch of money, but at some point they may have to send a resume out to go to work. You know, their money may run out, they may mismanage it, but he set them up real nicely to where no one in his family should ever have to work again for anyone but his family. Everything that his family has created can be a springboard for anything that they want to do. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, he leaving them assets that produce money. So
yeah.
So
You know, yeah, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Yes, that'll be my answer to Daniel Nixon. I did sell one house though, not to a developer. It was a little small for us and for what we were doing, and it was, you know, more of a strain. You know, it didn't have a basement. It, you know, all of our other houses bigger, have a basements and shit like that. So that was that, but it was more operational than anything. Any other questions, comments before I move on? It's 12:38, 6 hours 52 minutes. 20 people in the audience right now. Please show some support for the channel HB to and me, John Galt, our wonderful editor, Porsha J. We have the Get Crack shows, charting the course, making money. John Galt working on a new project yet. Project like what, you know, I have a lot of projects in mind, projects that I'm a little behind on, and others that, you know, I'm probably in the process of working on. Right now, I showed you guys the bathroom. I got to renovate this bathroom. So that's the one thing that I'm going to be doing over the next few days, next few weeks, I should say, is I'm going to renovate this bathroom. I think I showed it to you. You may have seen it, CKJ3, but for the people that haven't seen it, I'll show it to you. Let's see if I have it. You guys can chime in with some criticism. It is an ugly bathroom, I will say that.
John, is you done buying real estate? Are you at the number that you need to be at?
Man, you know, I'm at a number that's sufficient. You know, I think, you know, with the number of units I have, but you know, of course, I'm always on the look for something. You know, I try to make sure that, you know, I squeeze every dollar out of every place that I have. This is one of the old bathrooms here, so you know, I sell everything, man. Check in early, check out late. You want to wash clothes, you can do that too. You want to drop your bag off early, yeah. And I'm selling everything. You know, they call it in retail. They call it the earrings to the business. You ever heard that before? You know, in retail, you know, you go in. You know, I've worked retail before.
For your laundry, do you have like a coin machine, or you just
No, I just charge
in the price?
Yeah, I charge them for access. You know what I mean? Like some people are here, you know, like when I travel, I don't like taking dirty clothes back home. So I wash my clothes when I travel, right? When I'm getting ready to come back, I wash my clothes. So some people do that. Some people are here for a very long time and they don't want to go to the laundromat. They pay up to do it. So that's kind of how we price it, kind of one time as you're here, you know, we provide the laundry detergent, all that kind of stuff. Because, you know, people would damage anything, and, you know, since there's only going to be a handful of people using it at any given time, I just like charging one-time fee, you know, for the convenience. There's a convenience to it, too. They don't have to leave the house, you know. But that's that. Yeah, new projects, man. A long-term project is that garage that, assuming I continue doing this, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to build out that garage as it's what I want to do. It's like a studio for people to come and podcast, or maybe rent the space out to people that may want to do that. So that's an idea in the medium term. And then I have a guy that's moving out. The guy, you heard him on the stream earlier. I played the recording, the one that wants me to do I'm a Racist stream. So he's moving out, and he has a basement place, and so I thought about putting I thought about putting the studio in the basement there. That might be pretty slick. It's a big wide open space instead of streaming from here. So those are some of the projects that I'm like mulling through my head. What am I going to do? Where am I going to do it? Tomorrow, though, if Roz Girl is available, let me see what the weather's like tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming from Busboy and Poets again. Before the weather gets too cool, it'll be 70 tomorrow. I think, yeah, 72 degrees. That'll be perfect weather. So tomorrow we have a live stream outside, street interviews. Me, John Galt, and Roz Girl. Let me tell her right now. It'll be Wednesday. Does tomorrow work? Does tomorrow work? You ever come to DC, CKJ3?
I haven't been up there since I was stationed down in Norfolk. So I haven't been up there like 2016, I think.
Oh, you in the military too? Okay.
Yeah. I was in down there at Norfolk, NOB. I came up there for they had it was like a military event at Georgetown. They were just going over different benefits that veterans and current military personnel that we can receive.
Someone says they're launching missiles at I'm sorry, change subject. Someone said they're launching missiles at Israel right now. You think they're going to war over there, man?
Nah. That's all for show, man.
You never know.
It made the market drop, I tell you that. The market drop.
White House believes Iran is preparing imminent ballistic missile strike against Israel.
John, I look at this stuff all as clockwork. You know, election season, so it's time to put stuff in the news. It's like clockwork.
Yeah, it is getting hot. I think all these governments that have some kind of attachment to the United States are, they are either vulnerable or they're using our position right now, the uncertainty, to do whatever the hell they want to do. Wow, this is interesting. The Israel military said Sunday it had killed another senior Hezbollah figure as the U.S. scrambled to respond to the killing of the militant and political group's powerful leader. Iran vows revenge for Nasrallah killing. I don't even like these guys' voices sometimes, but maybe
John, you heard of the West Clark 7?
Who's that?
I'm gonna try to find a video for you and put the link in. I gotta find a video first. West Clark 7.
Yeah, put it in there for me. Let me see what they're saying over here. If they say anything. While you're looking for that, communication slowly returning to Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee.
Yeah, John, if you look up West Clark 7, General, what's his first name? General W. Clark. He explains how basically we supposed to take over the 7 countries, but it's a short video. It's like seven, almost 8 minutes.
Clark?
Yeah, General Clark, West Clark 7, but he breaks it down.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see what this is. Is this him right here?
Yeah, it's a YouTube clip though. If you go to YouTube, it should pop up.
I'm saying started from the bottom up. American foreign policy. Is this it right here?
I just typed in West Clark 7 and it popped right up.
All right, let me try that. Let me just go to YouTube and try it then. I think I've heard of him before. Seven countries in 5 years. Okay, let's see what he says here.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no
was that it? Oh, yeah, more? Okay, I thought it was it. Okay.
oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem is the opposite. We keep asking for people to intervene and stop it. And there's no question that the presence of petroleum throughout the region has sparked great power involvement. Whether that was the specific motivation for the coup or not, I can't tell you, but there's always been this attitude that somehow we could intervene and use force in the region.
Oh, John Wesley. Is it John Wesley Clark? I remember him though. Yeah, I remember that guy from being around here in DC and in the news or something like that. Well, it's very interesting. Well,
This shit is bigger than Nino Brown, John.
as they say, for sure. That is for sure. You know, I mean, I think, you know, as this kind of stuff slips out, you know, you think about how many of the better military men got out of the military during COVID. And you think about, like, you know, all the silly ass wars and the way they pulled out of Afghanistan. Like, who would sign up to go into the military now? You know, it would take a special person, you know, let's just say like that. You know, it's a greater fool born every day.
It's, man, if you going for the benefits, because you know, you have a lot of people I met, man, like they didn't, you know, they lived in like small towns, they didn't have nothing, so they just took the military route to get up out of, you know, their situation, which I understand. But yeah, man, it's big business, man. It's just big business.
Yeah,
well, I think once you understand that and you're not delusional about what's going on, I think you'll be better off.
Someone saying White House. Well, here's a headline that said White House says Iran ballistic missile attack on Israel is imminent. Israel on alert for possible strike from Iran as it vows limited ground incursion. Israel invasion of Lebanon threatens to escalate rapidly. Have they invaded? Oil prices jumped 4% on reports Iran preparing to attack Israel. But all these say poised, preparing. Doesn't sound like they've done anything yet.
But see, John, this is what I was saying the other day to Ben. He was talking about the markets, right? So we going to war, right? And I know we in war. These countries, they fighting amongst each other. It's about oil. So you know what? Let me go to the oil market and let me trade in to make some money. It's not about, you know, that's the information right there.
Right.
You know, I just got to know the information.
Yeah, it's not about the long term. Wherever it goes, you're not concerned with that. You're trading in the moment.
I'm just trading the news.
Right.
Because the news is going to take price where they want price to go.
Yeah, no, that is true.
That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything really about Iran going into bombing Israel. Clarice, if you see that and you have a link, put it in the chat. I'm curious to see it, but I don't see anything about them attacking Israel.
Look at it like this, John. Okay, the news come out, they got missiles, right? Oil jumps, right? The stock market drops. It's like clockwork. So they plan it to where it's like, oh, everybody they're afraid, they don't know what's going on. So people selling. But like I just said, the news, the information that comes out is just taking price where they want price to go.
Yeah,
they already know where price is going. It's just you just got to figure out where you think they want price to go. That's it.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm just when I'm trading, I'm just looking for liquidity. That's it. Where's the liquidity at?
Yeah, that's what Crack was I don't know if he came on to explain it to Ben, but he did come on and mention the liquidity. Man, I want to, you know, this is near and dear to my heart. I will say to this, I'm kind of like Latinos for Trump in that regard. And that I did grow up in a small town, and you know, I've told you that I worked with the granddaughter of a man who bombed Nat King Cole's bus. She was my supervisor. Can you believe that, CKJ3?
Say that again, John.
I worked with the granddaughter of a white man. He was a real racist white man from my hometown, and he bombed Nat King Cole's bus. Played a part in it. He was part of the people that bombed Nat King Cole's bus. And I guess a generation or two later, I ended up working for his granddaughter. You know,
Man, that's crazy.
that's crazy. And she was like an anti-racist. You know what I mean? Very anti-racist. And my cousin one time, he called me a nigger in front of me, in front of her. And she chastised him and she said, "What? How would you feel if I called him that?" So anyway, so this, I would say we had pretty good racial relations in my hometown. It's mostly just black and white. When you don't have diversity, there are less, flash points for conflict, right? Black and white people by and large enjoy football, baseball, basketball, pretty much. Those are American sports, well, heavily played in America. Southern town like mine, most people were Christian. As I said, I never heard of a Jewish person until I got to the north. And so very, black and white, my hometown. So when I see these this Haitian migration stuff coming to my hometown, it's like, damn, like I can see the potential for real serious destruction, in the way of life. My dad is still left in one of these small towns like this. And so you see the headline says, Alabama lawmakers answer questions on Haitian immigration. We're talking about human beings. Is a church, and this actually is my hometown. The state senator, Republican from Anniston, Alabama, home of John Galt, speaks at the First Baptist Church of Sylacauga at a community forum on Haitian immigration. And here, let's see what he has to say. I think, is this a video? No, it's not a video. But I think there is a video in this, and let's see if we can hear a little bit of it.
Last week, I'll tell you, me and Keith Kelly traveled to the border in more of an education, fact-finding trip. That's my second trip down to the border. And as I come back now, I still have more questions than I do answers. I'm not going to, it's a sad situation. I'm going to give you some numbers real quick. Since this program started,
let's see.
You've had 100. I want somebody to ask about the vetting process. That's something I want you to ask tonight when we start having. They go home each time to see their Senator Tupper.
You can any questions?
They dump in other places. That is a money-making operation. That is for the Rio Grande Valley. And I will tell you, that is a money coming from the in servitude until you pay that debt off. I mean, it's human trafficking no matter how you stack.
You guys are pretty sure all the funding is coming from the individuals and not from another source.
I'm gonna walk over and show you, but the one that we got to visit is Catholic Charities RGV for the Rio Grande Valley. And I will tell you, that is a money-making operation. The sheriffs got up and basically said they're going to cross the border and help you do the CBP-1 out. You do the out, they charge you $1,500 to do the out.
Did you hear that? I may play a little bit more, but did you hear what he just said? Catholic Charities is going across the border with the CBP-1 app and helping the people fill out the app, and they're charging $1,500. Does anyone know what the CBP-1 app is? Has anyone ever heard of it? You ever heard of it, CKJ3?
No, I never heard of it before.
Oh, shit. We're going to have to get into that. CBP-1. Oh, man. Y'all ain't ready. You just don't know what the government has done to you. CBP-1. One of the things I want you to think about when I bring this up for you is think about how smooth and efficient the government can be when it want to be. Let's take a look The CBP One app, as of Monday, September 23rd, 2024, migrants with a CBP One appointment in Brownsville, Matamoros will be processed at the B&M Bridge. Migrants with confirmed appointments should present themselves on the south side of the B&M Bridge. No appointments will be processed at the Gateway Bridge until further notice. And then they put that in Spanish, and then they go on and say, on August 23rd, the updated process for individuals to request and schedule appointments at one of the 8 Southwest land ports of entry that currently process individuals using the app. The location from where individuals can request an appointment will be expanded. Currently, individuals can request an appointment from northern and central Mexico. Migrants who cross Mexico's southern border can now wait in southern Mexico to secure an appointment before traveling to the north. As of Friday, August 23rd, 2024, non-Mexican migrants are able to request and schedule appointments from the southern Mexico states of Tabasco, like the hot sauce people, and Chiapas, in addition to the existing ability to request and schedule an appointment from northern and central Mexico, enabling them to make appointments without even having to travel all the way north. I hope you understand what's going on here, people. They rolled that app out, and that app worked well. But that Obamacare app to give you health care, free health care or whatever, that shit, does it even work now? But they can figure out how to get the apps that they need to work. They hire people like me to work on the CBP One. And they hire people like Obama to work on the Obama app. There you go. John, what happens when these illegal migrants get the Second Amendment? Is they already explained to them they have constitutional rights now once they become whatever the hell they are, migrants. Someone showed on the stream today, two of them were becoming police officers in Minnesota. They're carrying guns. Right? Got to carrying guns. Does anyone remember Justine Damone? You ever heard of her, TKJ3? Justine Damone.
Nah.
Oh, man.
I'm out of
Anyone ever heard of Justine Damone? Justine Damone. Anyone ever heard of Justine Damone? There also apparently been a mass shooting in television. Oh, yeah. Now that is interesting. Justine Damone, someone asked what happens when they get guns. Here's what it looks like. Maybe, possibly. This is Justine Damone. There's Justine Damone. A photo of Justine Damone is displayed in a news conference by attorneys for her family in Minneapolis. The Minneapolis woman who was fatally shot by a police officer, a Somali police officer, has spent a lifetime trying to help people and animals. Her family describes her as an animal lover who originally trained as a veterinarian. She came here, I think, from Australia to get married, and she called the police, thought someone was being harmed, and a Muslim police officer, Mohammed Noor, shot and killed her. And now they're allowing more Mohammed Noors on these police forces, so I'm sure there'll be more and more situations like Justine Damone. We've never heard of her before. Someone says there's apparently been a mass shooting in Tel Aviv. Okay, that's a word for looking up. Mass shooting, Tel Aviv. There's always something going on over there in Tel Aviv. They're going to have to find peace, or they're going to have to end the war by any means necessary. One of the two. It can't keep going on like this. Okay, I'm showing it. Israeli police reported a suspected terror shooting on Tuesday in Haifa. South Tel Aviv, resulting in multiple casualties. Both the gunmen were killed. The shooting took place on Jerusalem Street, right next to a light rail train station. Wow. Video showed 2 terrorists armed with rifles. Let's see if we can find some video of that. Although YouTube may ban that, you can't show that. See, several people feared dead. I don't see any video of it yet, but I'm sure it'll come through. Anyone see a link for video? Maybe I can put up some links to videos. See what's. Oh, there you go. Tel Aviv mass shooting. They should have some reporting there. And there's some reporting. I think they're speaking in Hebrew or something. Unless you know Hebrew. Yiddish, maybe. You may not be able to understand anything they're saying. I imagine the comments in this chat are pretty wild right here. This is CNN News reporting on the mass shooting in Tel Aviv. Shit is getting crazy over there. That police officer is representative of Islam, though, John. Yeah, that very well could be the case. That very well could be the case. I think the lady was out in negligee, lingerie, and he may have taken exception to that, to his religion. Well, that police officer isn't representative. Well, maybe not. You never know. You never know. Time will tell. Will they form their own Muslim police? They do have Muslim police in some of these cities. I think New York has a version to do what the Jews and the Muslims have their version. The Shamra, I know it's the Jewish version. I'm not sure what the Muslim version of the police, but I know they do have a version there. Anyway.
Hey John, how does that work up there in New York? How they gotta go through the same training as a regular police officer? Like
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see if we can pull up some. Hey, have you ever seen the Shamra before? Had you ever heard it before?
No.
All right, let me see if I can show you a video of the Shamra. Shamra. Let's see if there's a video that I can play. It probably would be pretty good for you.
Okay. I have an urgent need.
What's up?
I'm escorting my cousin to visit her landlord.
Say what?
I'm escorting my cousin to visit her landlord. Apparently, she hasn't. She wants to get out of the unit, and she hasn't made that plain. And so they've been charging her month to month, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's been staying with my aunt, right? And she just thought that if she could just ignore it. I was like, no, we have to get this solidified. We have to make sure that they don't have the ability to continue to charge you month to month. So you have to write a letter in addition to paying them whatever they say you owe. And you know what she told me? She told me that she owes damn near 10 grand.
That's a lot of money.
I was like, how did this happen? And she told me the amount for the apartment was reduced. And then all of a sudden it jumped to 3 times the amount. Like, I think she said she was paying like maybe $1,100. And then all of a sudden it jumped to, damn near 2,000. And
that's a big jump.
She was out of the place. She was literally out of the place. She was hospitalized out of the place when it was still 1,100. And her assumption is, well, I was in a hospital. How they gonna just, up the rent when I was in the hospital. I said, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. They're going to continue to charge you month to month until you actually declare that you no longer want that unit.
Let me show this a video of a
Okay.
Shumrum member to CKJ3. He's never seen a Shumrum. So here's a Shumrum member in, I'm assuming, yeah, this is Brooklyn, Borough Park.
What are we looking at?
I'm going to show it to you.
Violence?
No, that's, see, this is a Jewish police in Brooklyn, Borough Park. You see the Jewish lady by her wig there, and these are Jewish guys, clearly. And you're going to see
Jewish women wear wigs. Yes, they do.
You're going to see the Jewish Shumrum jump into play there at some point. That's the Shumrum. That's the Shumrum right there. There he goes, and he's holding him for the police.
What did she do? Steal?
Try to steal a phone or something. And the Shumrum is holding him. And the boy did, here comes another Shum. And the boy bows down very easily, doesn't even resist. He only resists as much as he would with the police. Because these people aren't held by any civil servant standards. They will kick your ass to your ass. Get in compliance.
You can't just get your ass kicked in America like that, though.
Try. As you can see, the young boy didn't even resist. They not even have guns, no tasers, nothing. He know the score. That's when I say, when you want to turn around these black communities, let's look at it again. This is how it's done. This is how it's done.
It reminds me of, it reminds me of the Fruit of Islam. You know, like when you're around the Fruit of Islam, you know what it is.
This is how it's done, people. You want to turn your neighborhood around. You got to see shit like this. Look at there. No, nigga, you ain't going nowhere. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. You're going to respect me more than you respect the police, nigga. I ain't the government. I ain't the one.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Fruit of Islam, for real.
I ain't the one, nigga. No resistance. All this shit we see on tape, these niggas resisting. He ain't going to resist these people. You got a whole bunch of men wanting to come to enforce the law on his ass, and more coming. You want to turn your communities around, people, it's going to take strong men. These are strong men. Look at all these men hovering around, ready to kick some ass. The boy ain't resisting. He chilling.
Is it a Jewish boy?
Hell no.
No, that look like a boy.
There's a black boy, you can see him right there. You see the hands in his pocket, they brown.
You know what, John? He looked like he was about to do shit.
Oh, they probably knew he about to get the shit. You can see he had a hard time getting out the door.
Yeah, look, he kept looking back and forth.
Yeah. Then he went to grab her right there. Look at it. He didn't even make it out the store, did he? I don't think he made it out the store, bro. He may have made it out the store. Let's see if he makes it out the store. Look, he has a hard time right here getting out the door. The door is locked or something. Right? Shummer coming as soon as he did get out the door. As soon as he got out the door, Shummer on that ass.
You know, poverty is a hell of a drug, man.
All right, we're not gonna have that today. We're not gonna talk about poverty today because that nigga ain't poor. He wasn't stealing food. He was
stealing
was he on drugs?
He was stealing like a phone. That was a phone.
Yeah, stealing a phone or something. Ain't no drugs. Drug addicts don't be running like that. That boy just wanted something for free. He wanted to steal in the man said it ain't happening today. Period.
You know, sometimes when I'm not making excuses, if you can believe that. What I'm saying is that sometimes when people are getting jumped into a gang, they are challenged to commit a crime.
Well, the only thing he learned is this.
He looked kind of goofy going in. He looked really, he looked totally goofy going in there like that.
Brother looked totally goofy. yesterday when I showed them crying. A lot of them are goofy.
I don't think
And a
these
lot of them, the only thing,
I think he was
only
jumped
reason
into a
they-
gang and the gang
Listen, man, I
said,
don't
you
wanna
got
hear
to do this.
I don't want to hear that. That's silliness. The only reason these people are allowed to do what they do is because they are hiding behind the government, protecting their ass with the police. But these men have injected themselves ahead of the line for the police. They said, we're going to deal with this shit ourselves. And look at how compliant that young boy is. I could pull up thousands upon thousands of videos of blacks just being defiant to the police. But this motherfucker here didn't even buck. Why not? You guys, you really need to ask yourself, why didn't this boy buck this man? This man ain't no police officer. Why he ain't bucking? Any thoughts on why he didn't buck him?
He was overwhelmed.
Nah. He know what type of power they had.
He was. Oh, that's my question. Like, what made him go into that? What made him do that in the first place?
Well,
you know, obviously
it is.
he's intimidated enough to suppress himself in this environment. What made him go into an environment that he was afraid of in the first place?
Well, I think the better question is, will he do it again? I don't think so. He'll go back.
Not in that environment.
He's gonna go back and he'll steal from blacks and whites.
You think he was high?
Maybe they stay high, but they ain't out of their mind.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he saw these people as easy mark. He probably didn't understand that he probably, like, how many of you knew about the show?
He ain't no hard killer, man. He's just a first time. He practicing. He's
But
not
he's
a hard killer.
He's a menace to their neighborhood.
In practice,
He's a menace to the
practicing to be a
neighborhood
menace.
he lives in, and he's a menace to the people that share the same color skin that he does. Because every young black that goes out and does something like this, he closes.
Is a child without a father.
He closes the door for another one, regardless of if he has a daddy or not. Because people are not going to keep tolerating this kind of behavior. And in other neighborhoods, this is how it's going to be handled.
It's the community. It's the
They're not
black
gonna call the
communities.
police. In other neighborhoods, they're not going to call the police. And the more and longer we go on, this is going to be the preferred way of policing. You handle it yourself.
Well, I'd like to see that.
Let me ask you this question. If they had taken this young boy out back and we had never seen him again, then what?
That's what I was wondering. Like, what happened after this citizen's arrest?
You never see him again. Would
What
anybody,
happened?
Would
Yeah.
anybody care if that nigga was missing?
Would anybody care?
Would anybody care if a thief?
That's deep, John. That's deep.
Anyway, someone said it's a child without a father was equals a bad mother. Hell, the father could have died. The father is not the issue.
The father is the issue.
In my opinion, you don't know what that man's father did, but in my opinion, you have a group of people in America who set their morals by whatever the government say. And the government say you can steal 10,000 without a penalty, they steal 10,000, not a penny more.
Come on.
If the government say you can steal $900, they steal.
What really stands out is
that is what you have here. It's not a lack of a father. Hell, his daddy may steal too. His daddy
what stands out is that he was alone for some strange reason. That's what's
probably don't let
out.
more than one or two of them in the store these days. There are stores where they don't let a whole bunch of them come in the store.
Yeah, it's like he went in there by himself, tried to pull a bogus move,
That
and
store probably doesn't let many people go in.
that's goofy.
Whatever you call
And
it.
I'm not even a thief like that. It's like wait a
That's
minute.
not what we're talking about. We're talking about the Shummer. And if you
Oh,
want
okay.
to turn your communities around, you don't want crime and violence in your community, stop calling the police and create your shummer. And you stop that shit. They will respond. You ever seen the police respond this fast to a theft? Huh? You ever seen the police? Look how fast these police respond to it. Huh? 911 is a joke in your town. They don't come, right? Let me show you how fast 911 come in. Shummer 911. Boom. 2 seconds. That's how you turn things around. Right? You send that nigga.
I gotta pick up my cousin. So
All right. Good luck with your cousin, all right?
yeah, like do you have any advice for her?
Find a place affordable that she can live once she get out of the hospital.
She already got a place to live. She just needs to get out of the assumption she's month to month. Like it's like they keep charge. It's like I vacated the place. They know it's empty. Why do they keep charging me this rent? And I said, because you have to write a letter to indicate that you vacated. And that's why I'm asking your advice. Like, how should the letter be? Should the letter be long or short? Like, what should it consist of?
Tell the people when you're moving out. That's what the landlord really wants to know, when you will be out. Everything else is immaterial.
If she got some stuff in there, they're going to try to impose upon her, you're responsible for us.
Tell them when you're going to turn the keys or the property back over. That's all they want to know. It's as simple as that. It says, sir, I will relinquish this apartment when or wherever. And that's what you tell them. And they would be very, very happy to hear that. I promise you that. They would be very happy to hear that.
Yeah, well, look into this. If they're charging her month to month, when in her mind, she left months ago, is she still responsible for those payments?
Yeah, she's going to be still responsible. But just give their apartment back, and they'll be happy. I promise you, they will be happy with that.
No, I think they're going to sue her, man. And I'm just trying to figure out how this going to go.
They probably won't get very much. So you probably don't have to worry about it. Most landlords aren't suing people. They don't care about that.
I think so. I think these people are just... I think they think that she got some big settlement because they're saying, we know you got the money. Like when I heard the conversation between them, they were like, I know you got the money. I was like, what they mean they know you got the money? I was like, what they mean by that?
Hey, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I just came in. It was a little...
Okay, thanks.
A little light rain, so I need to dry off here and then give me a couple minutes. We'll play a commercial or two, and then we'll be right back.
Take it easy.
I'm going to take a look at this ABC News feed as well. For the Israel, Latino for Trump is here. You guys can chat it out. I'll be right back.
Israel's being under attack right now.
Commercial up, and you guys can go.
Israel?
Yeah.
They've been in war all year, right?
Yeah, but Iran attacked them straight from Iran. They attacked them because they're on their way.
Oh my goodness!
So they've been in war
because they're on their way to Lebanon.
Because it was them and
they were on their way to Lebanon as of
Palestine,
like yesterday or something,
and now
Iran attacked back, dude.
I need to look at a map, man. Let me look at the map.
This is crazy, man. Like, yo, I'm watching this shit live right now on the TV, bro. Like, oh, dude, it look like fireworks and shit, dude. But I don't know. I don't know if they have the dome on. The dome.
How
you know,
frightening that is for children. Like, they're children. They're civilians.
Yo, these people don't care, man. These people, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, like, everything is all money, man. Like,
it's all about money. It's
all about money, man. These people's life don't matter. Yo, we nothing but ones and zeros.
It's all about the money.
And then when you think about
ones and
America,
zeros, man. We the Sims. You know
when
the
you
Sims,
think about
the
America,
game? That's us.
And that's why we take America for granted, because we're not walking outside with stuff dropping out of the air. You know, that's messed up.
Look. It's
You
these
said
people are
you
so
said
slick with it. Like they've
you
gone
said
from the point where
Lebanon.
we have gotten so mad that we didn't want no more wars or anything, right? To the point that now they just fund the wars. You understand? It's crazy, and it's still the same thing because there's still money being wasted.
Yeah.
It's like they find ways, you know, to cope, to make us cope with shit, and that's why we so cool about it, because it ain't us going over there.
That's
it ain't
what
our
I'm
kids.
saying. Because it's not us, we dismiss it as being important. And what we're not recognizing,
man, we gonna end up going over there soon.
You? What if this was happening right where you are?
Man,
Nobody looks at it like that. They just look at the TV screen and be like, "Damn, that's messed up." And,
They sent
turn the channel.
40,000. They
We
sent
already
40,000 soldiers last week.
We already there.
Yeah.
We never left.
Also, they sent an additional 40,000. Then I guess.
Man, listen here. The news is the news, man. We never left, man. Trust me, we never left. And there's always somebody in that region. Always. We don't never leave. Don't believe everything you see on the news. We don't never leave. We always there. Always.
Yeah, well.
Who's here saying missiles have been launched from Iran toward Israel, and sirens are sounding across the country. I'm guessing that the Golden Dome is being activated. A ballistic missile attack. A direct military attack from Iran against Israel would carry severe consequences for Iran. A senior White House official said, that's pretty much. They're discussing Iranian plans to imminently launch a significant ballistic missile attack against Israel. And I mean, there is that.
That's awful. It's just awful.
They've had so many skirmishes over there the last 10 years or so. Like when is the real fighting going to begin? Like, you know.
I think this is the beginning, the actual beginning, because now you have Jordan had an issue. Who else? Now Lebanon, Iran now is attacking these people straight on. Yeah, dude, like it's going to be the Middle East. All these countries that are unified in the Middle East against this one little, whatever you want to call it, nation. And what's going to happen is Israel's not going to be the one to take them on by themselves. So, I mean, it's going to be sometime soon where we're going to have to kick in there, and hopefully Russia and China doesn't kick in too, because they're friends with Iran. Oh Lord, look at that, dude. They're landing, dude. Like they're actually hitting ground.
West Clark 7, man. West Clark 7.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, CKJ3.
West Clark 7. It's big business, man. Did you hear that earlier? Latinos for Trump.
What was that?
You heard John play the video of West Clark 7?
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
I'll play it again in a minute.
Big business, man.
No, it is, dude. It is. I told my wife, I'm like, why don't you work for Raytheon? She's like, oh, dude, like I applied, but
Does your wife got she got a clearance?
No, but she's an accountant, and she's been an accountant now for what, more than like 16 years now.
Yeah, if she look for a job that sponsor a clearance, and she could get right in.
Yeah, man, because she's looking for another job. She won't quit where the hell she's at, dude.
That's the hard part right there, getting the clearance, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Freaking, she works for
I'm trying to get mine back, John.
Morgan and Stanley.
And right now, I'm trying to get mine back right now.
Yeah, she works for Morgan and Stanley, and it's like hell.
You can never get fired with a clearance unless you really fuck up.
Yeah, let's mess it up, but yeah, I'm trying to get mine back.
And the thing about those careers, man, like if she ever gets fired, she gets paid for like half a year. Like they give her severance package and all this shit that the stocks that they have that she'll sell it, and so it's not like she's leaving broke or anything. Yeah, that shit's crazy, bro. Can't believe this shit, man. Yo, like this is video I saw like when like the beginning stages of YouTube, and this guy is speaking to I believe it's one of the Rothschild's kids, and he was saying all this shit was gonna happen.
Hey, Latino for Trump, did you see that ticket that I got, man? That fucking $75 ticket, man. Did you see that? No, it's $75.
For what?
Somebody littering in my front, not even in my front yard, not even on my property, because I had a fence. But the government, I guess, rode around and writing fines to people that, have trash. I guess it could have blown up in my front yard or someone littered in my $75, and it's almost where you can't really appeal it. You just got to more or less.
Yeah, you just got to pay.
Suck it up and bend over and pay the government for some trash that I didn't throw down. And I'm constantly picking up trash, and I try to tell people that, someone says, I thought that police don't mess with it.
It's not police.
It's the administrative status
they work for City Hall, dude. They ride around on bikes and shit.
Yeah, the people who go out and extract taxpayer money to maintain their existence.
Yep.
Hey, John,
you petty ass fines.
They'll measure your grass if it's not cut too.
They can't. One thing's for sure, and I had Philippe up here and he explained it to you. They can't point their finger at the criminals because there's no money that they can get from the criminals.
Yeah, they're gonna get it from the hardworking person.
Else, they can take your taxpayer money and create a violence interrupter program and give it to criminals. But they're not gonna even so much as suggest that the criminals are the cause for any of this. They're not gonna look for the children that threw that trash down in front of my house. They're just gonna look for the man that can pay the VIG to keep the welfare program going just a little bit longer. But as I said, all along, man, you really want to do things for yourself. You don't like the police. You think the police are mistreating you. Create a showroom. Did the showroom in that video mistreat that black boy for stealing in the store? Mm-mm.
Nope, he just held him there until the police got there.
And by the fact that man probably put his hands on him, and that boy knew he meant business, he didn't even resist because there were other men milling about. Did you see that? Men milling about all around. People willing to fight and defend their territory.
Man, that's how it is with us in our barbershops and shit. Nobody coming around, bro.
Hell yeah. I used to go to a barbershop on Webster Avenue and somewhere in the Bronx. I can't remember the cross street. Maybe in I can't remember. 207, maybe. Webster in 207 was Dominican. Them guys be in there playing dominoes and shit. Be so many men in there chilling, hanging out. You couldn't rob them, man, unless you want to take a chance on your life, because they're gonna fight back. You know what I mean? And that's how you create peaceful communities. It ain't gonna come from women being on the police force. It's gonna be from men in the street responding much faster than the police could ever get there.
Yeah, the Iron Dome is on.
The Iron Dome is working there?
Yeah, I mean, some of them got through. Like, I saw 2 of them get through, but yeah, dude, the thing
they're
is, doing their job.
I don't know how far they're from, but no, it wasn't Gun Hill. It was Webster and like 203rd right behind. If I kept going, Bainbridge, yeah, it's up in Bainbridge. It may not have been Bainbridge though. It may have been. It was Webster. Maybe it was Bainbridge. Bainbridge is up there. But I was on Perry, so I would go to maybe 203rd, 207th, and walk down to Webster. And then right there was the Dominican barbershop on the corner. And if I turn right, that would be like that main thoroughfare. What was it, Mashulu? No, it wasn't Mashulu. Anyway, man, you know, every time I get to talk about the Bronx, especially when Lee's up here, I had a good girl in the Bronx at one point. I enjoyed myself up there. Never even thought about how bad it was. People say it was bad. Yeah, there is a police station. And, you know, I'm going to see if I can see. I can show you exactly where I was, Lee. It's nothing like New York. I don't care how messed up it is. There is a certain level of energy that's there. You know, I will say that. And see where I was.
Man, I used to love going to New York when I was younger.
Yeah.
I used to love it, dude. Now, like, my wife is like, yo, you want to stop by my cousin? I'm like, nah, dude, let's just go straight to Jersey, dude. I don't got time for this.
Lead, you probably know where I am right here. I'd be all right here. I was staying on Perry right in here, really. And I come down here, 201st. Marion, I remember all those streets, Decatur. And this is a Webster Avenue. This is Dominican barbershop right here. Let's see, the Dominican barbershop. You probably can see it. Let's see. Yep, the Tunties barbershop. You see it? The Tunties, and I would come on down here and give me a cup of coffee from the Greeks. And the Greeks were like right here. And these were the Greeks, and there's the Indians. But yeah, I would go down here and give me a cup of coffee from the Greeks every morning. And Brooklyn, New York. Bronx, New York. It's the Bronx. People was talking a lot of bad shit about Bronx leaving. Man, I had a good time in the Bronx. Every time I was there, I spent a lot of time in the Bronx. A lot of time. People were nice. The Albanians, they were all nice. Never had a problem. Yeah, really, Decatur and Valentine. Yeah, I've been all over on Valentine, man. There was a smoke shop on Valentine. I used to go up there. I never noticed, but I didn't hang out there. I just, in passing, stop in some of the stores. Yeah, man, I used to enjoy myself up there. Lead, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, what's up, guys? What else you want to talk about here? Don't all speak at once.
Nah, man, I'm just here watching this shit.
No, I'll speak at once.
I just looked at Lockheed Martin stock is up $20, John.
See?
But what's the market cap of the company?
Lockheed Martin. Hold on, let me check right quick. Up $20 for the day.
You say it's up 20 or is $20?
No, it's up $20.
Oh shit! Oh yeah,
I told you, John. It's like clockwork.
Yeah, hey man, nothing for nothing. The guy that is the defense secretary. When they chose him, I said, man, they he wasn't, a man that was very accomplished. He was a man that you could kind of push around. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
A man in the military, never really that accomplished in the military. But here they put him in charge of the military. It's like you put a dimwit in charge of something, the people around him would just take over. And the dimwit would just be,
What, there's a reason for that dimwit, John?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So he's the dimwit. And he'll sit there and just basically, just listen to he'll be a yes man for whatever the people want to do, because he's just the dimwit that they paid a lot of money and gave him a lot of title, gave him a big title. But I don't believe that Lord Austin is in charge of the American military. I do not believe that. The Department of Defense, I don't believe that shit. No way, not that dimwitted man. And there's everyone knows who I'm talking about, Lord Austin. Do you know who Lord Austin is?
Yep.
There's no way that they're allowing Lord Austin to call any military shots. I don't believe that. Anyone ever seen this picture of Lord Austin right here? This is the man actually who's in charge of the United States military.
He got height.
The Department of Defense. This is who's in charge of the Department of Defense. This nigga right here. Would you send your children off to fight for this clown right here? Huh? Would you send your children off to fight for this clown right here?
He look like Darth Vader.
You can't see that? No one can see that picture?
More like Ninja Vader.
You guys, Daniel Nixon said he can't see it. You guys should be able to see this guy. You can't see him? Let me see. Would you send your child off to fight for this clown? Look at this shit right here. Latino, would you send your son off to fight for this man right here?
Dude, no.
That nigga right there showed with a mask and a visor on, like, hey,
He look like the gay Darth Vader.
Does anyone remember when this nigga had medical problems and he didn't even let anybody know he was sick?
Yeah, I was about to mention that.
Why do you think he did it? I know why. I think I don't confirm why he did it. Why do you think he
I don't know the why, but it's just crazy to think that let's say something was to happen. Who was the guy in charge? If not him?
Let's say if you were a wide receiver on the team, right?
There has to be a backup.
And your backup, but you know your backup.
There's like 6 strings for a receiver.
But you know your backup is better than you. Self-preservation means you got to stay on the field by all means. So when this nigga went out sick, instead of letting the president know, maybe they could have eased his ass into a retirement. He need that money. He want that shine. So he tell anybody. He ain't tell anybody. Maybe he felt like, damn, if I let everybody know, they might just ease me up out of here. I need the money. And so him and another black man kept it quiet. Didn't even tell the president something, serious to national security. Didn't even tell the president he's sick. He under anesthesia. But I think it's partly because he knew he's incompetent. And the biggest part of him not telling anybody is that nobody missed him. Nobody missed him while he was gone. That's how you know he's incompetent.
John, did you hear the 911 call? He told them not to not to have the lights on with the ambulance when they came to pick him up.
But nobody missed this nigga when he was gone. That shows you everything. He just a figurehead. They needed somebody black, right, to do this shit. He's our new Colin Powell. Remember how Colin Powell had to go tell that lie to get us in the war? Anyone remember that?
Yeah.
Colin Powell Part 2. The rerun. Black Run America, as I keep calling it. This is Black Run America like a stank-ass bra.
And then they'll call you the coon. Isn't that funny?
It's just a figurehead. Imagine you being off work, you fucking laid up under anesthesia, and nobody from your job even know you're gone. Right? Think about this shit. And it's the head of defense. Nobody fucking knew he was even gone. It's gonna be very difficult, if we're running a war and he's in charge. I don't think he'll be in charge. No way. What do you think?
Nah.
Someone says, what the fuck is happening? I guess Israel and Iran are getting closer and closer to war. Let me see if there are any live updates on Twitter. Sometimes Twitter reports better than.
Yes, it do.
Mm-hmm. Shit, I went to Twitter, and I promise you I got a little distracted, guys, and I'll show you what distracted me. Yes, sometimes you just have to let them win. You just have to let them win. Sometimes there is pleasure in losing. And you'll see what I mean right here. Give me one more second. You'll see what I mean when I say sometimes there's pleasure in losing. And it's distracted me a little bit. And but we're gonna get back to the news.
Hold him, Fallon! Hold him, baby! Hold him!
Hold him, baby.
Hold him, Fallon!
I would lose too, John.
Regroup!
I'm losing all day long. I'm wondering could he turn her ass over and get on top of her like missionary position.
Doggy style.
Hold the baby!
That nigga ain't trying to get up.
Stay with it, Fallon! Sorry. Don't let him out, Fallon! Put your knees up, God. Bring him up again. Go!
Motor.
Fallon! Stay with it, Fallon! Come on, drop that arm!
This is soft porn.
Stay, Fallon, stay!
You gotta put the music in the background.
Hold on, Fallon, 20 seconds! Hold on, baby, hold on!
You know, I couldn't resist that.
Unreal, huh?
What do you think about that, guys? He out here wrestling a woman. That's crazy. She
wrestling.
Even crazy. And then you got adults cheering that shit on. That's even crazier.
I get them on. Come on, Kelly, come on. I would have been like, hell no, my daughter's not doing that. Like, you better get you another girl. But no.
Here's more footage coming out of Israel. Let me share this with you. If those are landing, that's like a real fucking war, man. Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, it is.
That's a real war. Like, if they're landing them like that, like, bro.
I told you.
Israel will be.
Look, there's 3 more that just landed. Boom, 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 boom. I'm watching this shit live right now. Boom, boom. No, but the ones, because ABC is reported from Tel Aviv. The ones that it's like hitting outside Tel Aviv, though, like the surrounding area, because the dome is actually protecting like the main. I noticed by watching the video, so like the ones that get close to where the cameraman is, they get blown up, but the ones that are out, and dude, I don't know, man, they're starting to land now, dude, a whole bunch, man, because I feel like they ran out of the missiles in the dome, dude, or they're reloading or something.
You know, that would be interesting. You know, I think Iran is really heavy in the drones. So you go in there, man, they're going to be sending those drones at your ass.
There's a video of them on YouTube showing all the missiles that they were going to send like 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Back to the longshoreman strike here for a minute. Harold Daggett, the boss, I showed him to you earlier today, who pledged to cripple the United States, owns a 76-foot Oh, 76 footer. That boy drive a Bentley too and get paid over 900 grand. God almighty. And what did they say? He was acquitted on RICO after the main witness against him, mobster Lawrence Ricci, was found decomposing in a car in New Jersey. My goodness. Oh, have mercy. These are mobbed up people with a lot of money at stake. Let's see what this is saying. Despite his eminent blue-collar credentials, the union baron earned $720,000 last year, plus another $173,000 as president emeritus of a local branch. Why don't those local union members turn their ire toward him, one might say? This boy done beat the feds twice. An associate of the Genovese families. He beat the feds twice. Wow. Charged with racketeering in 2005, Daggett took the witness stand. Wow. And portrayed himself as a mob target. Despite evidence against him from a turncoat mafia enforcer saying he was under the mob's control. During that time, one of his co-defendants, was found decomposing in the trunk of a car. And that killing is still unsolved. Amazing. Despite his union serving as a historic symbol of the grip of organized crime on union members as depicted in the 1954 film On the Waterfront, he was acquitted in both cases. Damn, that is amazing. The union leader has criticized the Waterfront Commission set up to combat mafia control of the port, calling the allegations of mob influence total bullshit and an ugly attack on Italian Americans. Wow. A Bentley 900,000 and a 76-foot yacht, and he said he's going to crush America. What does it tell you guys? What do you think of that? And to me, it says, you know, he's become detached with the interests of America. All the things that allowed him to get a 76-foot yacht, a Bentley, and a $900,000 salary where he probably spends the bulk of it here in America. He wants to cripple the same country. That's kind of amazing there. Anyway, I don't know what you guys think about that. And on we go here. And what else do we have here to cover? I want to cover some of my real estate stuff, but I want to keep that for a separate stream. Matter of fact, let me see how people are responding to the other stream. I put a stream out earlier today about Airbnb and landlording. Some of the sentiment seems to be shifting kind of in the favor of landlords from the standpoint of cities are realizing they don't have any outs for this affordable housing. They realize it, like these strict rules are keeping people out of the business. And so now they seemingly are striking a better tone in terms of they want to allow people to evict tenants a little faster, which I think is a good thing. You know, I'm always for that. Though it doesn't matter to me, they're going to get out either way it goes. I'm not going to wait on the government to give me the green light. But for the people that do, this is a good thing. It's a good thing for them. And let's see.
I don't know, man. I'm starting to think a whole bunch of stuff in my head right now about this damn war. Could it be that they let these migrants in because they're going to need them to fight the war too, bro?
Well, clearly they're going to need them for the policing in America, as you've seen. You know,
yeah. So I wouldn't put it past. Yeah, you're right.
You know, I told you the story about the I think a lot of Americans would be okay with it, crazy enough. You know, to give someone citizenship in exchange for serving in the war, most Americans would be for that without an issue because they're not going to do it. So if they're not going to do it, they will gladly, the jobs that the Americans won't do, they will gladly have someone else do it for them, you know, so that is that. So I do believe that, and that they will be welcome here if they're willing to do the jobs that the Americans want to do. And that's a new job now is war. So we have that. So that should be interesting. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yes, I did a stream about that. You know, Airbnb is the pimp and the host is the hoe. You could use Airbnb and host for driver, Uber being the pimp, DoorDash being the pimp, all those. And you know, you got to get away from the pimp, you know. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I tell you, I'm not too worried about the super chats. It's just like a pimp hoe type relationship. You get out here and hold for YouTube and hope that people send you a super chat, but the pimp get 30%. And that's not a good deal for me. I don't think I would even be here being the hoe for anybody else. I don't have to do that. I'm very offended by even the notion of doing that. As I said, I have ladies. My children could one day watch this show, and I think I'd be more disappointed if they saw me dancing for a super chat than smoking a joint on camera. So that's why I don't trip about the super chats, John Galt, white John Galt. Anyway, so let me show this with you. This is interesting. It's coming out of, I think, where is this coming out of? Here it is. School bus aide arrested for alleged sex offenses of students with disabilities in Georgia.
Oh, Lord.
The Spotsylvania Sheriff's Office has arrested a school bus aide for alleged sex offenses. The suspect, Miguel Velasquez Velasco of Fredericksburg. And school authorities alerted police after suspicion of inappropriate touching of the student had occurred on a school bus. It was determined through an investigation that Velasquez had assaulted 3 separate children. That makes 4 on September the 26th. The victims' age ranged from 4 to 5, and those who are students with disabilities. Velasquez, whatever his name is. Looks like a new American, doesn't he? Looks kind of like a new American, no? A new American. Looks kind of like one. Anyway.
He's a young scholar.
A young scholar. In waiting, you know, Latino, I was I know you're very passionate about the migrants in Haiti. Or in Massachusetts, right? And I saw this on YouTube, and I think I'll share it with you.
It's getting crazy. I'm seeing a mix of all of them. Even Ukrainian women around here too.
Donald Trump and vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Wade.
And I'm Courtney Cole. Now, the organization says the 2 politicians should be arrested for false claims made about immigrants during the presidential debate. As WBZ's Paul Burden shows us, members of the Boston Haitian community gathered today to call to an end to the lies.
Solidarity with Haiti! Solidarity with Haiti!
Holding up signs and chanting words of unity and love, city leaders and community activists joined hundreds from the Haitian community at the Embrace statue on Boston Common to speak out against discrimination.
This shows you that we are standing here together collectively.
We still have to defend that our humanity should not be up for debate.
They are here to send a message of unity, truth, and love and speak out against the words of former President Donald Trump.
In Springfield,
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
A Haitian organization in Springfield now wants criminal charges filed against Trump and J.D. Vance for disrupting public services and making false alarms.
When you attack someone in Springfield, we feel it in Boston.
The lies and rhetoric aimed at Haitians is not only factually incorrect, but also deeply rooted in racism.
It's sad to see a former president say the words that he's saying and potentially could be back in that seat.
John, I'm sad to say that I live here.
Through song, prayer,
What you say, Latino? What did you say? What you say, Latino?
I said it's sad that I live here. Like you don't even comprehend. I wish I was at a red state.
Man, I mean, shit, Alabama's a red state. They're bringing Haitians to Alabama, so I don't know if you have much refuge in a red state.
But you want to know what's hilarious?
What's that?
All those people that you see there, right, pissed off that Trump said all this, they wouldn't even want those Haitians around them.
Well, it seems they do because they are.
Yeah, it's a lie.
It seems
like,
they do.
I'm trying to tell you, like these people are so Americanized, dude. Like they most of these people probably like nurses. They got cabs. They got shit going because those Haitians that live here, they're not lazy, dude. They get money. Like, but nah, dude. Cause it's different, bro. It's like, I'm telling you, I would feel the same way if a whole bunch of Dominicans came over here from Dominican Republic, because it's going to be difficult for them to adapt. But not really, because they want to be American.
Do they really want to be American? I mean, you know,
dude, in DR, bro, they emulate black people so much.
But do they want to be Americans? Like, I mean, like, why wouldn't they want to be Dominican?
Bro, I'm telling you that, like, the swag, like, dude, like, if you ever watch a music video, they got hoodies in the summer, and I'm like, dude, like, why?
Yeah, I've been to Barbados, man, where they're wearing like Timberland boots and leather jackets. You see,
I'm trying
dude,
to tell
it's 90
you guys.
degrees outside. Who the hell are you trying to impress? Right? Work out, man. Show your muscles instead. But you know,
You guys are international, man. Everybody want to be like y'all.
Does Rihanna want to be a American? Or is she a proud Bayesian? These people are waving the Haitian flag. I don't think they want to be American. I think they want the best of what America has to offer.
I mean, if you go to the Dominican parade, we waving our little flags, man, too. Like,
right, understandable.
At the end of the day, we're running back here.
I mean, but you know, you run back to safety, understandable. Like the Haitians are running to safety because the Dominicans won't let them in. If the Dominicans were letting them in, the Haitians probably wouldn't make that trek through Mexico or however the hell they get in here. But the Dominicans have pulled up the drawbridge on the Haitians, and so now the Haitians turn to the next best place, and that's here. And again, there's a reason why the Dominicans don't want them. You can quibble with that if you like. I'm not here to go back and forth on that. I'm just saying there is a reason why the Dominicans don't like them, and I think people should take heed to that. And I don't know why we're bringing them in this country if people are saying that they don't want them in other countries. Just another Airbnb booking. Sorry about that. Got me a little distracted. Things are heating up in the economy. People are traveling for some reason. I'm almost booked up for the inauguration, and this is October the 1st. You know what time it is. You know what day it is. My favorite day, to be honest with you. That's when the bills come due for the people that want to stay another month. This is the time that they can decide if they want to keep paying this slumlord or not. First of the month. Choices are to be made. You want to keep paying John Galt, the urban landlord, Well, the argument that he's a slumlord goes out of the window in that instance then, right? I would imagine. So we're going to see who chooses to go another 31 days with young Galt. Anyway, oh man, we're at 8 hours, 18 minutes, and 13 members in the audience. And I'm here while everyone else is kind of doing their thing. You have to understand that people have lives, they have to handle their business. So I'll fill the void as long as I can, and we'll keep it going. What's up, Latino? The migrants, the Haitians in your town. Let me finish playing this video here.
Speeches, they stand together with Haitians across the country, knowing they have to take this fight to the polls.
We must do that. We must make sure that the 300,000 registered Haitians in Florida vote. That they vote in Georgia, that we vote here in Massachusetts.
It's solidarity with the folks in Springfield, Ohio. Okay, apparently they invaded her house and there were a lot of shooting.
44-year-old Silva Garcia escaped the political unrest in Haiti with her 4 children and moved to Boston last year.
And she just received her Social Security. She's looking for.
Yo, what the fuck was that statue, man? It's like a big ass. What was this? Did I miss the stat? What was this statue again? Did I miss
That they vote in Georgia, that we vote here in Massachusetts.
They want the Haitians to vote in Georgia. Why Georgia? They want to make sure Donald Trump loses this election. One could argue that's why they were brought here. But I want to see that big ass of a statue it looked like.
With the folks in Springfield, Ohio. Okay, apparently they invaded her house and there were a lot of shooting.
44-year-old Silva Garcia escaped the political unrest in Haiti with her 4 children and moved to.
Huh? Is that an ass with niggas' hands on the ass? Help me out, Latino. Please help me, because my mind is running wild right here. What is that statue there? Latino. Oh, damn, Latino's gone. Anyway, I'm wondering, what the fuck is that statue? Anyway, moving on.
Boston last year.
And she just received her Social Security. She's looking for work.
And praised to make Boston her home.
We will not give up. We shall rise.
In Boston, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Members of a Haitian group.
Those are the new type of politicians that we're going to have in America. Very emotional. But more to the point, I want you to see that statue again, because as they continue to tear down statues and things like that in America, life won't be the only thing that gets more crude. The art will get more crude as well. This is the new America, and this is how our new art will appear. No more, well-known architects with the Victorian style housing. In my area of DC, they have some properties where I have some of my own properties, and they call them Wardman homes. And it was a man who had built homes in DC, and I guess he had a particular style, and a lot of the houses were built, with his style, and people, there are even engravements in some of the walkways that people preserve. And here's what it says: Harry Wardman, a notable Washington, D.C. developer, built many of the row houses in the Petworth neighborhood. You've heard me talk about Petworth. That's one of my properties. Some of my properties. During the 1920s and 30s, and they're still here. I own property in Petworth. Home built in 1920, and John Galt adapted it to 2024 adaptations and uses. And here's some related information about the history of Petworth. I'll show you a little bit about DC. Obama has come to my neighborhood several times. Come from an estate owned by John Taylor, a military officer and plantation owner. The estate was sold to developers in 1887, and his background in England, born in Bradford, England. He moved to New York City and Philadelphia. After becoming widowed, he moved to Washington, D.C. to work as a carpenter. Petworth, my neighborhood. Morris Kefritz, I've heard that name many times in D.C., also built many of the brick row houses in Petworth. And today, the architecture will look kind of like this going forward, the new America. No more Wardman, more Romare Bearden type artists, brutalist type art. Is that a man's head on an ass when a woman is face down? I can't make heads or tails out of this statue, so you guys help me out here. What is this? Any ideas? No one knows. No one knows. I don't have any ideas either. Anyway, this is the Haitians in Boston, and they are demanding housing, and they want charges placed on Donald Trump for what he's done to the Haitians and what he said about the Haitians. All that freedom of speech thing, I think that'll go by the wayside. Let's see, Massachusetts. Yeah, I think that'll definitely go by the wayside. Many of these people that they bring here don't necessarily agree with the First Amendment.
John, if I can remember, they got this image from somewhere. I can't recall where they got this image from. But it's from is it Obama? It's from somewhere. I can't think of where they got it from. Who was it? I gotta Google it.
You know, I tried to tell Americans, a lot of times, how many times CKJ3 is a landlord, that is what I am. I am the urban landlord. And I've shown clips of you where people in Springfield, Ohio is complaining that they've been put out of their apartments because, well, the landlords are saying, hey, get the fuck out of here. The Haitians pay more. Right? That's what they said. And they were complaining that the Springfield residents were living in tents. And I am the urban landlord, and I know how these things work. I know the government regulations. I know the ins and outs. And so when I shared this video with you here, and I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to play it for you here. And it might ring some bells for you for the things that I've told you about what's going to happen. I'm giving you some inside baseball on how things are going to work. It's free of charge, And I want you to listen here, then I'm going to explain it to you on the other screen about what's going to happen.
The homeless problem. I don't know of a single homeless Haitian in this town because they all got vouchers.
What do you say?
But I can show you.
What do you say? Now, I've told you, I've shown you, cities have started opening up their Section 8 waiting lists after years of being closed. Not a Haitian homeless motherfucker has this man seen.
Tell you a whole bunch of people that have been displaced, because I'm that guy. Rob, you know, for 25 years I've worked with the homeless in this community. You know, a lot of people don't know because I'm not the guy out there blowing the horn, because it ain't about me. It's the Jesus in me that goes out there and does it. Trust me, there's days I'm tired, but I'll get into homeless camps that nobody in a suit and tie will walk into. None. They trust me because I've never let them down. You know, and guys, if you don't think it's here right now, in October, we are getting ready to hit a wall here. There is not any relief for the homeless. The homeless people in this community are not the people you think they are. The squatters that aren't happening. It's not there. There's veterans. Come see me. I'm not real hard to find. Ask anybody on the street. They'll tell you how to get a hold of me. I'll take you there. And no, they don't want your toothpaste and your peanut butter sandwiches. They want you to come up with a solution to why they're displaced, why they lived in a house. I personally know, and I'll testify under oath, my hand to God, somebody that lost their house. They were there 7 years. The landlord said, hey, I need you to move out, find a temporary place. I'm going to remodel it, and then you can come back.
Thank you,
It was a
Baron.
lie. They moved him out, tripled the rent.
Thank you.
I've been playing that game. I know that game. Hey, man, I need you to move. I'll let you come back. But there's no going back. We are moving forward here, man. And there's more money. And the landlord, the John Galts of the world, they're going to follow the money. I'm just here giving you inside baseball that you're not going to hear anywhere else. Tent city, shanty towns are coming.
Follow the money.
And there's just one more example. And, you know, hey, man, I benefit from all this shit, so I ain't even tripping. But, you know, I feel like I can win without all of this tilting of the scales in my favor. So I don't mind giving you some inside baseball on where I sit and how for you guys to take advantage of all this. So that's how you go. And let me see if I can share a couple more with you. I do want to share a couple more because, you know, it's all validation of some of the things I said. For those of you who want to fuck around and play that Section 8 game, I know I probably shouldn't curse here. I'm going to try my best to stop that. Here's some reasons why I tell you don't do it. Don't do it. And here we go. But before I show you this, I should probably read you the text of what's going on here. The pictures below are from a unit rented by a tenant on Section 8. Housing Authority did an inspection and determined that government would no longer pay its share of the rent unless the landlord, not the tenant, made repairs for the damages. And here are the pictures. That's one of the pictures there. You want to play this Section 8 game, you better be ready for this. Thought there were more pictures, but let's see what the rest of the pictures are. Wow, that is amazing. Tenants on Section 8 vouchers pay for a share of their rent, and the government covers the rest. The housing authorities that distribute the vouchers can stop paying their share of the rent if they determine that a tenant no longer qualifies for the voucher. The property needs repairs to be livable. That is true. Man, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. CKJ3, you here? You know, some wild man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Man, 20 years ago, if I had a GoPro or something, I would show you videos that would blow your motherfucking mind. Shit that people have done, motherfuckers, like people. I've told people these stories and they're like, man, you're lying. John, that can't be real. And so you see where it says number 2, the property needs repairs to be livable. You see that? You see line item number 2. I had a motherfucker one time. Do you remember when I showed you guys my apartment building? I went inside the motherfucker. Still to this day, you can walk in the door. I was fighting with them niggas to lock the door before the nigga got murdered. I showed you when the motherfucker was murdered. You remember that CKJ3?
No, I think I missed that one.
I may ride back by there again. I'm sure the doors are unlocked.
You said this was a apartment building?
Yeah, old apartment building I used to own. Ghetto, man, you had to be tough to go out there. The young boy that was here in my house one time, I raised him up pretty much on that apartment building. No, like every weekend morning, Saturday, Sunday, his mama didn't give a fuck where he was. She was just happy he was with me. And I'd take him over to the apartment building. He was willing to work. He cut grass and mopped the hallways, just more or less being someone there with me in case some shit popped off, right? And I had a tenant, and I showed you guys where the apartment was in the building. And there was like a crack in the ceiling. You know how sometimes ceilings crack. If you're familiar with that, the drywall may have like a little hairline crack in it. It's more cosmetic than anything. I had a son bitch tenant, no lie. Called the fire department and said he thought the ceiling was gonna collapse on him. Nigga never called me. And while I go get this beer, I want you guys to think about, what did the fire department do when they got there? Right. Think about that shit. I'll be right back. I know I didn't give you much time, CKJ3. What do you think the fire department did when they got there? The fire department, they show up and they say, hey, we got a little crack in our ceiling.
Did they tear your shit up?
Fire department brought the whole motherfucking ceiling down. The whole motherfucker. Them niggas were looking up at studs. The whole ceiling was brought down. Can you fucking believe that shit? Can you fucking believe that? Man, CKJ3, you know how many people would bow out after some shit like that? They be like, man, I just can't take no more of this shit. It's a like, I couldn't fucking believe it, CKJ3. The fire department, government niggas, Black Run America, came in and tore down the whole motherfucking ceiling. And the niggas who called the fire department, they never called me, bro. They lived around that fucking drywall. Never called me. They never called me, bro. Hey, man, can you come get your drywall up out the ceiling, up out the floor? The fire department done tore all this shit down. But the fire department didn't take it away. Can you fucking believe that, CKJ3?
John, they was just living in it, living in the filth, or living in the drywall. Or
yeah, she was on the floor, man. She was on the floor. In the living room, they tore that motherfucking ceiling down. So I go over there, you know, maybe a day or so later, like, damn, what happened to the ceiling? The fire department tore it down. I'm like, how the fuck the fire department get what? It was a fire? No, it was a crack in the ceiling, and they said we should just tear it all down. They tore the motherfucker down. The whole ceiling. And so you got to be stoic. CKJ3, you got to be real stoic in certain lines of business because, like, and someone asked me, did they give you a fine? Man, the fine would have been if I didn't fix it ASAP. As it says here, the housing authorities that distribute the vouchers can stop paying their share of the rent if the property needs repairs to be livable. So I got to go get that shit fixed. Right? ASAP. Need my money to keep flowing. Nigga tore down the ceiling. Had the ceiling tore down. But you got to keep pushing through. You often hear me say that here. And you often hear me talk about the crash outs. Motherfucker be crashing out. And I like, can you imagine how you think you would respond to motherfucker had your ceiling tore down CKJ3? You know how much it costs to put a ceiling back up. Right?
I'll be pissed, man.
It's about $4,500, right?
Yeah, at least. Depending on how big the ceiling is. I don't remember what it cost me, but all in all, it probably cost me $1,000. You know what I mean?
Sweat equity with yourself. Unless you go do sweat equity with yourself and put it back yourself.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna be working in them nasty ass people's houses, you know, putting a ceiling up, you know. Plus, that's a little bit beyond my skill set. I can fix some drywall. I ain't putting it up. I don't have the tools to put it up in the ceiling, so Randy is someone to do that for me. So, you know, life is a landlord. The things you won't hear about, no one's gonna tell you about it. They tell you all the pros and cons of Section 8. You can go all over YouTube, you'll never hear some shit like that. No one's gonna show you the dreadlocks either. No one's gonna show you those either, but you know, I'll show them to you. I gotta do that. You think I should do that? Am I a racist show, CKJ3? What do you guys think, my buddy? Did I play that clip for you? I played it for you, didn't I, CKJ3?
Yeah, you played it for me.
Yeah, you think I should do it? Maybe I should do it one day.
Yeah. That'd be funny.
See, the weed man just text me. What did he say? Shit, man. Let's see what they saying today. What's the weed man got on the menu for today? Give me 1 second, guys. See what's on the menu. What do they got here? What should I go with? Some runts today? You think I should go with runts? Pineapple Express runts. What should John Galt wanted to put in the air to keep the weed blowing and the weed beer flowing? Is that what I said, John Galt? White John Galt? Gotta keep it flowing. Let's see here. I think I'll go with some runts today. That is let's see, what did you got? Let's see. Look at the menu again. What is that? What's on the menu here? Shit. I should show you guys the menu, but everyone may not be that interested in that. I'm gonna go with the sativa today. Pineapple Express. In 15 minutes. John Galt, well, he was never out of weed, but it'd be restocked. Tomorrow we're doing a street interviews, busboy ports. We were there before. And before the weather cools down and we get into political season, we figure we have a couple more street interviews, and that one should be pretty good. So Wednesday in DC. I would say like DC is the best economy in the country right now. 20 years flowing, as long as I've been since 1999. never a down economy, never ever. You know, I'm going to show you guys something to kind of symbolize, like, tragedies for some become opportunities for others. And I'm going to show you something. And I bought some property in the ghetto years ago. And wait a minute, another booking. The weed keep flowing. I just keep selling this dope. I don't even have to get out here in these streets. The dope sells itself. It's one of the first streams I did, I think, was the dope sells itself, right? I don't have to sell the dope. The dope gonna sell itself. I think that's one of the first streams I did. And let me see if I can find it. The dope sells itself. And that is the case right here. You can see one of the first streams I did way back 3 months ago, about when we first started this, was you don't have to sell the dope. The dope sells itself. And as the phone keep pinging and the rentals keep ringing up, it's an example to you. I want, for all of you that young people that are looking for, a way how to make some money, you see me, John Galt, right here. Let me see if I can share it with you. Let's see. A lot of people are fucking white John Galt. I haven't seen him in the audience, but if he comes back and watch this stream, I want to share this with him. Let's see if I can share my alerts.
John, you like the short-term rentals because you don't gotta do like the background checks and all that. Like,
man,
take
I
deposit.
don't give a fuck about no background check, bro. Like, look at you see that Joy Jungle? What they say? Joshua would like to do what? Book my place. My place. You can see that white jungle? If you're here, if you come back and watch it another day, you'll see it. All day, every day. The dope sells itself. Anyway, you were saying, I ain't gotta respond to this motherfucker. I'll get back to him. What you guys say? What'd you say, CKJ3?
Yeah, I was saying like you like it because you don't gotta do like the background checks, get your deposit or your payment, and they keep moving.
Yeah, and plus, what I'm saying, like, I can put motherfuckers out very easily.
Right.
If your checkout date is tomorrow and you still here tomorrow after checkout time, you got to go. The police will come and do their job. Whereas if I had a year-long lease with you or no lease or no kind of short-term contract, the police are going to let the government do the job. They're going to pass it off to a man upstream from them, and I'm not willing to go to court with these people. So the short-term loans I found is a good out to the people that likely are going to be squatters and stuff like that. And it's just like, if they sold cigarettes one at a time in the hood, do you think people would still buy cigarettes? Hell yeah, they're going to buy them.
You see it all the time.
One at a time, right?
All the time.
And so when people listen, I've had people, man, honestly, they say to me, they say, like, are you ever going to go back to month-to-month rentals even if the people want it? I say, I'm going to train these people to buy the dope in denominations that I sell it.
You know, John, what you said the other day, and I'm still thinking about it. You said you just break that shit down.
Yeah.
That shit is genius. It's genius to me. Why told me, you was like, do you know anybody that get paid month to month? Break that shit on.
Right. That's mean that shit. That'll save you a lot of money right there, man.
Yep.
Master Kim talks a lot about cash flowing your relative that that's in the business now. Well, he's always been in business, so he probably already knows it, but he may talk to you more about it. Like, bro, like, cash flow is everything.
Yeah.
Right? Cash flow is everything. You can have a profitable business, but if the people ain't paying fast, then you gotta pay. Your business going out of business, real quick. You know what I mean? And that is the beauty of cash flow. I just booked for 16 nights. Man, CKJ3, if I could, I'm gonna show you the room this guy just booked 16 nights in. It's a little bit bigger than that other room I had, but not much. Like a fucking jail cell.
From another country.
Man, it's crazy. He probably not. Let me see what it is. No, his name was Joshua, so he probably from here.
16 nights. Ooh, 16.
Yeah, 16 nights. You know what I mean? And
a little bit over half a month.
yeah, and
little pain.
In the room, I'm telling you, man, like there people got closets bigger than the room he booked. But 16 nights.
And you said friend to short-term rentals, correct?
Say what?
Did one of your friends introduce you to the short-term rentals?
Well, he was doing the Airbnb before me. And so, I was doing the, monthly, like, yeah, I rent your room. And but he turned me on to the Airbnb, and that's all he really does. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't trying to wheel and deal, and he content with paying the VIG to the third party vendor, the Airbnb. I'm not content with that, man. Just like, I told you when I like the super chats, man, I just can't. Right. I just can't, I got the dope, right? Fuck I need to pay a middleman for? Somebody gotta explain that to me.
You don't
right?
need it.
Right, what the fuck? I've been selling the dope all my life, no middleman. Now Airbnb will come in and take some of the VIG. Okay, I'll play the game, but I just can't give you 30% when you ain't doing shit.
30%?
Yeah, it's about 30%.
The Airbnb?
Yeah, it's about 30. I think to be specific, it's like 20%, 26%. Some go to the government, some go to Airbnb. You know what I mean? But the bigger part, what I try to explain to people, and I did a stream about this earlier today. If you don't set the policies, you don't have a business. You don't have a business. You're just a hoe, right? Mm-hmm. If the pimp send you out to fuck this nigga, right? You gotta go fuck that nigga. He dirty, he nasty, he clean, whatever. If he paying, you gotta fuck him, right? You're a hoe. You the hoe. You can't say, well, Mr. Pimp, man, he wasn't that clean. I ain't gonna fuck him, right? But in Airbnb, like, I gotta take on pretty much all commas, and then they could turn around and say anything about me, whatever they want to. There's no consequence if I say something about them because they can create a new profile, something like that. They're not my customers. They're Airbnb's customers. Airbnb processes all the payments. Airbnb has the cancellation policies, the refund policies. I'm just the hoe making up the bed for these motherfuckers on Airbnb, right? So that's not a position that I'm willing to accept because I own the dope. Why the fuck am I going to accept that? So I just use Airbnb, as I said, like, as a way to validate to people so they'll feel comfortable paying me directly, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but go ahead.
Yeah, it does. I got one of my coworkers. He books off Airbnb a lot. He takes his vacations, and he books a place up in Maine. Well, it's two places. One is up in Maine, and the other spot is somewhere down in Florida. But he don't even book through Airbnb no more. He just goes straight through the person who owned the property.
Yeah, like years ago, CKJ3. You see this map right here? I don't know if you can see the map on the screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
But I've driven by here many times on my scooter. You guys have probably watched me. And so you see what it says, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security right here. You see that?
Yep.
And then you see this, Department of Homeland Security, right? Then you see this is Homeland Security again. I bought property within half a mile of Homeland Security right here. All this shit's brand new. It's brand new, right? This is brand new. All brand new. From the highway, you can't, I don't even know if they allow you to have pictures of it from the highway. Let me see if I can show you some pictures of Homeland Security. From 295, this is Homeland Security from 295. This building is humongous. And it sits up high. Where I live is up high. And it overlooks an Air Force base. Let me see if I can show you the Air Force base. Right here in D.C., Washington, D.C. Let me see if I can show it to you. And it overlooks this Air Force base. Probably right down here. There's an Air Force base somewhere in here. Anyway, the thing about DC is that this Air Force base, this Homeland Security, didn't exist prior to 9/11. And so now you see how there's an Air Force base as well here. It overlooks, as you can see where the Pentagon is right here. Let me zoom right in. One more time out. You see the Pentagon here. Homeland Security here. And I have property right in here. And none of this existed prior to 9/11. None of that. And so that's the thing about DC is tragedy happens elsewhere. It becomes an opportunity for the government to grow bigger here. And that's the way it works, I think. Yeah. Anyway, TKG3, Mello, you fell off. You back on?
Yeah, and phone call.
I'm here.
You ever thought about getting property like in up there in like Virginia?
You know, Virginia.
Live in Virginia and work in DC.
Man, Virginia is very expensive, man. Very expensive, and
it's more expensive than DC.
Fuck it, bro. Like, if you get big money in the DC area, you going to Virginia, bro. Like all the big wigs in the government that you see,
they live in Virginia.
The Republicans, yeah.
Okay.
Like all the military type people, like Lloyd Austin. Like, let me show you. All this shit is like very, very expensive, right? Like, as you can see, the White House is. Where's the White House? The White House is. The White House is like right in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know why they're not showing it, but the White House is right in here somewhere. And everywhere, all this shit. This is some of the most expensive areas in the country here.
Yeah, I remember driving through Arlington and Arlington. What's the
Falls Church, Tyson's, West Falls, Arlington.
What's the name of
Alexandria?
That mall, it's a mall up there. I remember.
Pentagon City, or Tyson.
Yeah, Tyson. Yeah. Driving up there when I was.
That's where all the rich people live.
Yeah. It's nice. It's real nice up there.
And so if you see where like Tyson's, that's where like Colin Powell will live, right? That's where like all the rich Republicans will live in like the Tyson's area. Michael Saylor, Bitcoin man, MicroStrategy, he lives in McLean, Tyson's area. So if you have real,
I think she just got a contract out there. She's a anesthesia nurse, big ass money. I think she stays up there in like Virginia. Yeah, she probably making between $200,000 to $500,000 a year.
You know, the thing about DC, you know, is like, you know, I can get away with so much here that I couldn't get away with other places, to be honest with you. You know, plus it's much more expensive out there to handle business out there. You know, you're talking about $600,000-$700,000 to buy something out there, and you know, it's just a little bit more pricier out there. A little pricier out there. Yeah, it's me. Here's here's an apartment building not far from me.
1.2K a month.
In DC.
This is what some lords in DC do to the lower class and charge 1.2K a month. Keep in mind, there really is no such thing as affordable housing in DC, so for the lower class, this is what we get. And most of us spend more than 50% of our income to have this. This is what happens when gentrification comes. And the problem that no one is talking about is that we have been pushed out of everywhere. There is nowhere for us to live sustainably. And people wonder why the lower class are more prone to violence and substance abuse and mental illness, as well as physical ailments and disease.
You see all those mailboxes torn up? The landlord didn't do that. Look at all the mailboxes open.
Who is this lady? Talk about gentrification.
One of these tenants. Look at all these mailboxes. Man, CKJ3, man. There's a company, I think it's called Uline. I bought all kind of fucking mailboxes for 3 tenants, and they fucked them up, gave other people the keys, broke them open when they lost their keys, and that's what you see here. No one wants to talk about why the doors open. They should be locked.
People understand generational wealth, but can't seem to grasp generational poverty. And then they say, oh, well, we'll just work harder, get more jobs.
Now you see this right here, CKJ3.
Yeah, they are they protesting against the landlord?
I'm gonna show you a little bit more what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second.
They say, oh, well, we'll just work harder, get more jobs.
Now, when you see that trash right there, you like, damn, landlord needs to do better, right? That's what you're probably thinking. Landlord need to do better, right? He needed to have better trash pickup. But more than likely what's happening is that he right-sized the trash pickup to the number of units that he, you know, number of people he expect to be in each unit. And what happens is these people put double the number of people, so they're generating more trash. They're ordering out big pizza boxes and shit. 5, 6 pizza boxes per apartment. The amount of trash that he estimated, the chute size that was built for that apartment can accommodate migrant-like people doubling up the accommodations. The trash, there is a constraint at the trash, and that's what this is, right? They won't talk about that though. Oh, wait a minute. The White House is holding a briefing. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see what they're saying. Let me go to that White House. Oh, we're waiting on Karine Jean-Pierre.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be really quick here. I have the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, to talk about the latest in the Middle East. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Karine, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to provide a brief report on the Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel that occurred earlier today. I can take just a few questions because this is an ongoing situation and I need to get back to my desk. Today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles towards targets in Israel. The United States military coordinated closely with the Israeli Defense Forces to help defend Israel against this attack. U.S. naval destroyers joined Israeli air defense units in firing interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles. President Biden and Vice President Harris monitored the attack and the response from the White House Situation Room, joined in person and remotely by their national security team. We are still working with the IDF and the authorities in Israel to assess the impact of the attack. But at this time, and I stress at this time, we do not know of any deaths in Israel. We are tracking the reported death of a Palestinian civilian in Jericho in the West Bank. We do not know of any damage to aircraft or strategic military assets in Israel. In short, based on what we know at this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the US military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack. We're also aware of reports of a terrorist attack in Jaffa that took the lives of a number of Israeli civilians and wounded several others today. Our condolences go out to the families of the victims and to the family of the Palestinian civilian in Jericho. Obviously, my update here is based on early reports, and we reserve the right to amend and adjust as necessary as we gather more information. The word fog of war was invented for a situation like this. This is a fluid situation. We will consult with the Israelis on next steps in terms of the response and how to deal with what Iran has just done, and we will continue to monitor for further threats and attacks from Iran and its proxies. We are particularly focused on protecting U.S. service members in the region. And with that, I'll take just a few questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Is the administration making any preparations to evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon or elsewhere in the region?
We have been very clear for some time now that U.S. citizens should avail themselves of commercial means to depart Lebanon, given everything that's going on. We have said that from this podium, from multiple podiums. We continue to say that, but we have not begun triggering a non-combatant emergency evacuation, a NEO, and do not have an intention to do so at this time. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we continue to reinforce the point. American citizens in Lebanon should follow the guidance from the State Department, which is to find civilian commercial means to depart, because in extremis, we may not be able to get them out safely. Yes.
Thanks, Jake. What is the U.S. view on whether Israel should retaliate, and what is your concern about this leading to a wider escalation of war in the region?
We've had some initial discussions with the Israelis in the aftermath of this at the military level and also at the White House to Prime Minister's office level. We'll continue those conversations in the hours ahead. I'm not going to prejudge or get ahead of anything. We want to have some deep consultations with the Israelis, and I'll have more to report to you after we get the opportunity for deeper discussions. Yeah.
In the region?
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event, and it is equally significant that we were able to step up with Israel and create a situation in which no one was killed in this attack in Israel, so far as we know at this time. We are now going to look at what the appropriate next steps are to secure, first and foremost, American interests, and then to promote stability to the maximum extent possible as we go forward. Yeah.
Back in April, the president's message to Israel was to take the win when the U.S. and Israel were able to intercept the barrage of Iranian missiles. Is he recommending a similarly limited response this time?
I will not, from this podium, share the president's recommendations. He will have the opportunity to share them directly. We're going to have, as I said, ongoing consultations with the Israelis this afternoon, this evening. It is too early for me to tell you anything publicly in terms of our assessment or in terms of what our expectations are of the Israelis or the advice that we will give them.
So will he be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu today?
I don't have anything to announce from this podium, but I can tell you that he is tracking this minute by minute. We are very much deeply in touch with the Israelis, and insofar as we have calls to read out, we'll make sure to read them out with you. Just last question, then I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Jake. In April, after Iran struck Israel, the U.S. issued a number of sanctions as a consequence. This morning, the president said there would be severe consequences if Iran carried out this attack. What are those consequences, and are they more severe been sanctions?
Totally legitimate question, and that answer will come based on the conversations and consultations we have with our Israeli counterparts. It's too soon for me to stand before you today and give you an answer. What I can tell you is this. We are proud of the actions that we've taken alongside Israel to protect and defend Israel. We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this attack, and we will work with Israel to make that the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. Okay, on to the rest of the programming here. This morning, President Biden was briefed by his Homeland Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the latest impacts of Hurricane Helene, and this afternoon he will receive an interagency briefing on the Hurricane Helene response and recovery efforts. At the president's direction, the Biden-Harris administration continues to use every tool available to get assistance and resources to the communities that need them the most. Yesterday, the president approved a major disaster declaration for Georgia, which will unlock additional assistance to help those recovering. This is in addition to the major disaster declaration swiftly approved by the president following requests from North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida, as well as requests for emergency assistance across 7 states. Tomorrow, the president will travel to Raleigh, North Carolina, where he will visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet with local officials and also first responders. And the vice president will travel to Augusta, Georgia tomorrow, and will then head to North Carolina in the coming days. As of today, thousands of personnel from across the federal workforce are deployed and supporting state-led Hurricane Helene response efforts across the 6 affected states, including over 1,200 personnel in North Carolina. Still, there is more work to be done, and the Biden-Harris administration will be there for these communities every step of the way. Now, as you can see, we also have Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas.
Thank you, Corinne, and good afternoon. Before standing at the podium, I was at FEMA's National Operations Center being briefed by our personnel as well as state emergency personnel. I thought it very moving and very telling that North Carolina's Emergency Management Director described Hurricane Helene as catastrophic and noted the fact that numerous towns situated along the river had virtually disappeared, had been completely destroyed. In fact, Hurricane Helene is of an historic magnitude. This many states hit this hard. The wind field of the hurricane stretched 350 miles from its center. More than 100 fatalities have been reported, hundreds and hundreds of homes and businesses destroyed. Our hearts break for those who have lost loved ones, and we pray for the swift assistance and rescue of those who are currently missing. We are in different phases of a post-hurricane environment, depending on the state and the location within the state. In some areas, we are still in search and recovery, search and rescue operations. In others, we are in fact in the response and recovery phase. I thought I would give you some of the latest statistics based on the briefing that I received. And I should say that these numbers are, as you can all well understand, quite dynamic and fluid. They change minute by minute and hour by hour. But just as devastating as the hurricane has been, the response of federal, state, and local authorities has been extraordinary. We have more than 2,000 federal personnel dedicated to this effort on the ground. We have more than 1,200 urban search and rescue personnel. FEMA staff deployed, over 1,200. Corinne mentioned the major disaster declarations and the emergency declarations previously issued. I should note that in the 6 states most severely impacted, so emergency declarations were issued before the storm hit, and we had thousands of personnel dedicated there. We have delivered more than 2.6 million ready-to-eat meals and more than 1 million liters of water. At its peak, There were 5.1 million customers without power. We have reduced that amount, and not just the federal government in support of the state and local authorities, but working very closely with the power companies and the other utilities. We've reduced that number of customers without power by 3.8 million people. And so the operation is very, very significantly underway. We are working in support of our state and local partners. This is an all of government, frankly, all of community effort. And with that, I'll take some questions.
With regards to how many were unaccounted for yesterday, Liz said about 600 were unaccounted for. Do you have an updated number on that?
We do not have an update, but that work is still underway. And I know, for example, within the Department of Homeland Security, the Coast Guard has recently rescued approximately 21 people through their patrols.
And there was also discussion yesterday on whether resources may have been better pre-positioned in other parts of the country. There were many assets in the Big Bend region of Florida, some in North Carolina, but should the government have pre-positioned more in the North Carolina area?
Well, we actually pre-positioned our personnel, and state and local personnel were pre-positioned in all 6 of the most heavily impacted states. This is an historic hurricane. It reached not only industrial areas, but of course, as we also poignantly see, rural areas as well.
Yeah, thanks, Kareem. Liz yesterday, focusing on the pre-positioning here before the storm, said that it was focused on the Big Bend region of Florida. So what pre-positioning was taking place there that wasn't taking place in the North Carolina, Western North Carolina area?
Remember that the pre-positioning of assets, to include personnel as well as equipment and the like, also depends on the terrain and the access points. And so we pre-position where we think the impacts are going to be greatest. And we have seen the impacts hit mountainous regions that are inaccessible. We now have roads destroyed. There is a significant amount of mud. We understand that people are still situated in the mud, and therefore we cannot undertake debris removal until we are assured that the search and rescue operation has been completed. We have to be very careful about the lives that still can be saved.
But what sorts of things were done in North Carolina before the storm came? Like, what was the federal presence there, emergency-wise?
I don't have the specific numbers of the personnel already situated, but we can get you that data.
Thank you, Secretary. Despite all the proactive things that the federal government did and its response, the sentiment, according to my colleagues on the ground from people, is that the federal government is not doing enough to help. Where are they? Where is the help? What is your message to those people?
I would say the following, that we are there and we will continue to be there, and we will reach the most difficult to access locations. We are relentless in our efforts to ensure the safety and security of all. And as Corinne pointed out, we will be there for the long haul as well. And I must pay tribute to the heroic men and women, not only of the Federal Emergency Management Administration, but throughout the federal government and throughout the state and local enterprise.
Thank you, Secretary, for talking about electric power. I'm curious about the status of cell phone service, as the Associated Press is hearing reports that people are having a tough time using their cell phones, being able to make calls, even reach you.
Yes.
What are you doing, and what is the status of that right now?
In fact, communication has been difficult in a number of areas, if not impossible. A great deal of infrastructure has been demolished. We are working with the private communications companies as well as the FCC to ensure that we can rebuild communication towers. We have, for example, deployed 50 Starlink satellite systems to help with the reconstruction of that infrastructure.
You mentioned that there are roads that have been destroyed. There are places that are so hard hit that it's hard to get to them right now. The president mentioned land bridges yesterday and working with the Defense Department. Can you talk about what the effort is right now to get to some of those hard hit areas and what the timeline is looking like to reach the people that are in need there right now?
So this is at the president and vice president's direction, an all of government effort. So it's not only by land, but we have deployed air assets. The Department of Defense has been of extraordinary assistance. I don't recall exactly the number of Army Corps of Engineers that have been deployed. I think it's close to 6,000. So it's an all of government effort to reach individuals, not just by land, but by air as well.
Getting to some of those areas that have been cut off because of the roads being flooded.
As quickly as we can.
Thank you, Corinne. Mr. Secretary, do you have a sense of how much money it's going to cost, A, to do this relief effort, and B, to do the rebuild effort once we get there, and how much of that will be covered by insurance companies and how much will be covered by the government?
So this is a multi-billion-dollar undertaking. In terms of the search and rescue and the response, I should note that we already have approved approximately $1.7 million in individual assistance that individuals will be able to access. I believe it'll be as early as tomorrow. It is a direct deposit into their accounts. But the rebuilding is something that is not for today, but that is going to be extraordinarily costly and is going to be a multi-year enterprise.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Two questions. First, about the president's decision to go to Raleigh. Can you give us a little bit of a breakdown as to why he's going to that location and what he will see, and whether or not he'll be able to see any of the harder hit areas in the western part of the state?
So the decision of where to go and when to go is a decision that must be calibrated according to the capabilities and needs on the ground. And so the president and the vice president have been quite deliberate to take those sensitivities into account, to work with state and local authorities and ensure that their visit is constructive and not in any way interfering with the urgency of search and rescue operations and the work underway on the ground. And so they selected the timing and location of their visits accordingly.
About the upcoming election, obviously North Carolina is a very important state. Do you have, and ballots are supposed to be going out in the coming days. Do you have any sense of how much impact the hurricane had on the ability to carry out the election and carry it out safely?
Well, the state and local authorities are in charge of their respective election efforts. They have that top of mind, and we are going to be able to make sure, they are going to be able to make sure that people have the ability to exercise their fundamental right to vote.
Kevin, last question.
One of the issues we're hearing about in North Carolina is not just down power lines, but flooded substations. Do you have a sense of how long it will take to get those back online and what the administration can do to help remedy that?
So the president, as Corinne mentioned, is going to be briefed in an interagency effort. Secretary Granholm and other representatives of the Department of Energy are going to be there. It is, as am I, of course, it is a multi-phase approach. Not only do we have to bring in some additional infrastructure, but there is going to be damage and the like that it's going to take time and money to replace and reconstruct. Precise figures I don't have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay. I do want to give some stats, some additional stats, so that you all have this. More than 4,500 personnel from across the federal workforce. That's the numbers as of today. FEMA has shipped 7.1 million meals ready to eat, more than 7.5 million liters of water, 150 generators, and over 95,000 tarps. Nearly 1,300 urban search and rescue personnel on the ground. The Department of Defense has 30 high water trucks and 22 helicopters. Just want to make sure you guys have that. Those are the numbers as they are today, the most accurate. And I just have one more thing at the top, and then we'll go to Josh to kick us off. So collective bargaining, as you hear us say many times before, is the best way for workers and companies to reach a fair deal, including one that gives workers the pay and benefits they deserve. It's important that both parties come to the table and negotiate in good faith, as we talk about, is what we're seeing with the ports situation. As you saw the president say in his statement earlier today, he has urged USMX to come to the table and present a fair contract to the workers of the ILA that ensures that they are paid appropriately in line with their peers. Shippers have made record profits since the pandemic, and in some cases have seen profits grow in excess of 800% compared to their profits prior to the pandemic. Executive compensation has grown in line with those profits, and profits have been returned to shareholders at record rates. It's only fair that workers who put themselves at risk during the pandemic to keep ports open see a meaningful increase in their wages as well. As the president said, dock workers will play an essential role in getting communities the resources they need out of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Now, this administration will be monitoring for any price gouging activity that benefits foreign ocean carriers, including those on the USMX board as well. It is time for USMX to negotiate a fair contract with the longshoremen that reflects the substantial contribution they've been making to our economic comeback. And with that, Josh, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. We could step back. Americans right now are seeing chaos in the Middle East, death and destruction from Helene, and now a port worker strike. And I'm curious for how worried should people be about what seem to be three kind of unraveling issues? And what is President Biden doing in terms of changing his schedule or taking additional steps to try to reassure them?
So look, I think a couple of things here that I would note is that I hope the American people have confidence in this president, someone who has experience, who's been U.S. Senator, a vice president, and now president for 3.5 years, to get the job done, to make sure that he has the American people front and center of everything.
I can't even believe they're portraying him as even being in charge at this point. It's really kind of amazing. Biden is probably asleep right now.
With the vice president, getting updates, being hands-on on getting updates and talking to and obviously communicating with the Israeli government on what is going on and how to move forward, and really monitoring the situation, really. And he and his team have been having regular conversation. Well, his team has been having regular conversations with representatives as it relates to ILA, USMX for the past several days, all the way up until yesterday. And he's been getting updates on that as well. The hurricane, you've heard and seen obviously updates from us on what the president has been doing, having conversations with governors, local officials, trying to make sure they are getting everything that they need, directing his team to make sure that I just laid out some of the things that are already on the ground, whether it's water, food, generators, assistance that is needed to really deal with the impact, this horrible impact that this hurricane has had. And so this is the job of the president, right? Unfortunately, there are going to be events like this. And this is where you see the leadership of a president show up, direct their team to do everything that they can on behalf of the American people, be that lead, have that world, global leadership, as you see from this president. And so he has been doing that, not just today, not just the last couple of days, but 3.5 years. And I think this should send a message to Americans. It matters. It matters who sits behind that resolute desk. It matters what leadership looks like. It matters. And you see that almost every day in this administration.
You had mentioned that the vice president is finalizing a trip potentially to North Carolina later. The president had mentioned he might go to Florida and Georgia later this week. Is there any more you can give on that?
I don't have anything more to share on that. Obviously, our big thing is always to make sure that we don't take away from the emergency operations on the ground. We want to make sure it's the right time to go. The president said he wants to do it. We're working through it. I don't have a date or time at this moment, but tomorrow he's going to go to Raleigh, North Carolina, as I mentioned. He's going to really thank the frontline workers who have been really heroic in the past several days and what they've been able to do, and he's going to also survey the impacted area. So that's what you'll see from the president. We'll certainly have more to share. He does truly want to go to Florida and Georgia to say thank you directly to frontline workers there, meet people, see folks who have been impacted by this horrible storm, a historic storm, I should say, and so we'll certainly have more to share.
Just a funding question. Last week, when Administrator Criswell was here, she had said that the agency had enough money to conduct life-saving measures for this disaster. Days later now, given the scope of the damage and that large number of people still unaccounted for, the Homeland Security Secretary said that there's still search and rescue operations in many places. Is there still enough money for life-saving measures for this particular disaster?
So I would let FEMA speak to that directly. My understanding is I don't think anything has changed from when the FEMA administrator was here just this past Thursday. But I think what's important to note is we're going to be in touch with state and local officials to ensure that they have everything that they need in this time, in this moment, all the federal assistance, all the federal resources. We are committed to that. Obviously, we had presented Congress with a robust funding request that did not make it into the CR. We are obviously disappointed by that, and so those conversations are going to continue. We want to see Congress act. As we can see, just what we've seen from the past couple of days, it is important to have federal assistance for Americans who have lost everything.
Briefly back on the topic of the Middle East. Did the United States have a heads up from Iran that this missile strike was coming? And if so, what channels, through which channels did you receive the heads up?
As you know, there are conversations that we have and that are not necessarily. Here's what I can say. I'm not going to speak to private diplomatic conversation. I'm not going to get into that. What I can say is that what you saw today, what you heard from Jake Sullivan, is that we are going to continue to be there for Israel, to defend Israel. They have the right to defend themselves. What you saw today, what's happening, the developments of what you saw today, and what you heard from the president directing the Department of Defense to make sure that we assist Israel and what we in the operation that we saw coming from Iran. You heard from us earlier today, you heard from the president, and so we're going to continue to make sure that we are there to defend Israel, and we are committed. As you heard from Jake as well, there will be consequences. This is an ongoing, developing situation, and so you will hear more from us. I'm not going to get into any intelligence or any diplomatic conversations that we have from here.
When it comes to the dock workers strike, should Americans be prepared for shortages of goods?
So, look, I know that there's been a lot of reporting on that, on the impact that this will have on the economy. And so, look, what we see and how we see this moving forward as it relates to the economy and potential impacts is that we're going to continue closely monitoring the situation. We're going to what this could have potentially on the supply chain impacts, assessing ways to address any concerns if necessary, and the president and the vice president, as I said at the top as well, are being briefed. They were briefed on the agency assessments that show limited impacts on critical consumer needs at this time, including in the important areas of fuel, food, and medicine. And so the president has directed. Remember, he started the supply chain disruption task force very early on to deal with what we saw related to the pandemic. And so they're going to meet every day. This task force still exists. They're going to meet every day and prepare to address potential disruptions if necessary. And so we are engaged extensively with labor industry, state and local officials, ocean carriers, and rail and truck companies, including multiple meetings with retailers, grocers, manufacturers, and agriculture. So this is something when it comes to the supply chain, as we obviously, as I just mentioned, the president started the task force. We are taking this very seriously, and we're going to monitor this very closely. Okay.
Thank you, Karine. Yesterday, when the president was asked whether he was aware of a limited ground operation into Lebanon by Israel, he said, "I'm more aware than you might know." Can you elaborate on what he meant? Did the president play a role in determining the size and scope of that ground operation?
No. I mean, this is when it comes to any military operations that Israel has IDF. It is for them to speak to. It is for them to come to their determination of what that looks like. What we have been very clear about is that Israel has the right to defend itself against Iran-backed groups, including Hezbollah, Hamas. and the Houthis, and we have always been clear about that. We understand, as I've stated, and I'll give a little bit more today, the Israelis will be conducting limited operations to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure that would be used to threaten Israeli citizens, and this is in line with Israel's right to defend itself. And its citizens, and safely return their civilians to their homes. So we support that right to defend themselves against Hezbollah and all of Iran-backed groups. And we've been very consistent about that, and we'll continue to do so.
And then I know there's a lot going on, but will the president sit down and watch the vice presidential debate tonight? Where, with you?
As you just stated, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I mean, the question that I got from Josh moments ago is there are multiple events happening all at once, and the president is going to continue certainly to deal with all of these events on behalf of the American people. Look, you heard from the president just a couple of days ago. He has complete confidence in Tim Walz. I'm going to be really mindful, because it is a campaign event. I'm just going to leave it there. He's going to be very, very busy, continues to be very busy with all of the events happening today, but he has complete confidence in Tim Walz.
Thank you. You spoke about wages earlier. Can you talk about the president's view of the ILA's push to put restrictions on automation? That's a major sticking point in those negotiations.
Look, what I will say, I'm not going to go point by point with what they're negotiating. We believe it is important that workers get a fair pay and also benefits. That's what they deserve. I just laid out what the shippers were able to do. Right, they were able to regain their profits, some of it in excess of 800% since the pandemic. Right, executive compensation has grown in line with those profits, and profits have been returned to shareholders at record rates. And so, ILA, these workers deserve to get paid what they're worth. They deserve that. They put their lives at risk during, they worked, they had to work during the pandemic to keep ports open. That was not an easy thing to do. They put themselves at risk, and so now they deserve fair wages.
About technology, they're concerned that
I hear the question. I'm not going to get into specifics here. What we believe is that they should get their fair wages and benefits, just like their peers, and so we believe that collective bargaining is the way to go. Both sides need to continue to have conversation and do that in obviously in a way that leads to a way that workers get their fair share.
Question on tomorrow's travel. Why isn't Harris traveling with Biden, since she will be going to North Carolina, as you said, in the coming days?
Well, she's going to Georgia. So the president's going to do North Carolina, South Carolina, and she's going to go to Georgia. So I think it was a way to make sure that we cover all fronts, and then she'll go to North Carolina in upcoming days.
So on the port strike, so with the rebuilding of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, isn't it a bad time to have supplies stuck at 36 ports as of right now? So how long then until the president decides he should step in the strike?
So a couple of things. According to FEMA, the strike is not impacting the relief of recovery efforts at this time because supplies were pre-positioned. You heard the FEMA administrator mention this just last week. You heard that from the secretary just moments ago. So any specifics on that, obviously, I would refer you to them. Look, we have a supply chain disruptions task force. They're going to be monitoring the situation. There's a reason why the president put that together, to assess the supply chain, and so they're going to be there to work with any potential disruptions. But in your question to me about when is the president going to be involved, the president's message has been very clear. I just laid that out for one of your colleagues. We've been very clear when it comes to these types of moments here, that labor, when it comes to negotiating, there needs to be collective bargaining is incredibly important. Workers need to get their fair share. They need to get what they deserve, pay benefits, wages. It is important that happens. The president's going to continue to be regularly briefed, and we are urging USMX to come to the table to present a fair proposal to ILA.
Taft-Hartley is off the table indefinitely.
I've spoken to this. This is not we have not used Taft-Hartley, and we're not planning to.
If I could, on Iran. So Iran, obviously, we saw what happened today. They've also have an active plot to assassinate one of the candidates in the U.S. election, which could be seen as a direct election interference. Is there any talk of consequences for Iran in terms of limiting their revenue, going after their oil exports?
So look, you heard Jake speak to this on what there will be consequences. You heard Jake say this. This is an ongoing situation. He had to get back to his desk to make sure that he continues to monitor what's happening, occurring, having conversations with his counterparts as well in Israel. But this administration has not lifted a single sanction on Iran. We cannot forget that. Rather, we continue to increase pressure. That's what we have seen. Our extensive sanctions on Iran remain in place, and we certainly will continue to enforce them. And you heard from the National Security Advisor. You heard what he said today.
Iran's oil exports have reached record levels now. One report showing 3.2 million barrels per day, according to OPEC. That's about $90 billion a year. So when do we cut off that revenue?
We have not lifted a single sanction. If anything, as I said moments ago, we increase pressure. That's what we have been doing. You'll hear more from us. Jake was very clear when he was here at the podium about consequences, and so I'm gonna let that be for now.
6 months ago, the vice president was in Los Angeles when Iran conducted its first wave of strikes, and the vice president joined virtually when she joined the national security team for a briefing that day. Today, she's the nominee. She was in the Situation Room. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate at all about what her engagement has been like today and what it will be like in the next 48 hours as Israel plots its response.
I mean, you just answered your own question. The vice president joined the president today in the Situation Room as they were monitoring the situation, as the president was listening to his team and hearing feedback on what was happening on the ground. She was there. She was alongside him in getting that update. And she is many times has been in the room, or as you just said, has called in when it's come to really important, critical national security issues. And so that has been the way that they have worked together in the past 3.5 years. And that's the way it's going to continue as we work through what's next.
Difference though, participating virtually versus being here in person today?
No, I wouldn't say there's a difference. The point is she's in the room, she's side by side with the president, she's getting an update from the national security team and others that is part of his team on these important issues as we talk about foreign policy and what's going on in the world. She's part of it. She's there. She was there for a majority of the time that the president was in the Situation Room today as we were watching what was occurring, and that's going to continue.
Thanks, Doreen. The president walked the picket line last year with auto workers in Michigan, which is a swing state. Why not walk the picket line here?
So look, I think the message has been really clear. It really has on what the president wants to see. We've been very clear about making sure that there is a way that these workers get their fair pay, right? Get their wages. And the president's team has been having these conversations, Secretary Buttigieg and also Secretary of the Department of Labor and also NSC Director Lael have been having regular communications. And we've made our message really clear on collective bargaining, how important it is, and how USMX needs to come to the table and present a fair proposal to ILA. Outside of that, I don't have anything else to share, but I think we've been loud and clear on what we want to see and what we believe the workers deserve.
Has the administration been as involved in this strike as it was during the UAW strike?
So let's not forget there's been multiple strikes, right, over the last 3.5 years, and we've been pretty consistent and pretty steady. The president has been called the most pro-union president in modern history, if you will. And so we have delivered our message directly to USMX. We have been very, very clear. And also the other senior officials that I listed, it's been very clear. We've delivered those message and we have been in touch with both parties. And so we're going to continue to do that. And what we want to see is collective bargaining in the best way for the workers, to make sure they get their fair pay, to make sure they get the benefits that they deserve. During the pandemic, they did the hard work. They put their lives at risk to make sure that the ports were open. And let's not forget, these executives have made record profits. And so these workers deserve an increase as well. Yeah.
If I may, is the U.S. bottom line? Is the U.S. urging Israel to measure its response?
What I will say is what Jake Sullivan said to you all just moments ago. We're going to continue the conversations. We're going to. There will be consequences. We were going to continue to be there for Israel, help Israel defend itself. That when it comes to Israel's security, that continues to be ironclad. I don't have anything else to share.
Just turning back to the strike for a minute, I wanted to get a sense. You had mentioned the president calls himself the most pro-union president.
Not just him.
Not just him.
Yeah, union members. Yeah.
Could you expand a little bit on his relationship with Harold Daggett, the head of the union, and also the vice president's relationship with him?
So I don't have anything to read out on their relationship or private conversations. What I can say is you have heard me say multiple times, his senior officials, White House senior officials, have been in touch with both parties, and we are urging USMX to come to the table with a fair proposal. We cannot say this enough. We believe that these workers deserve a fair pay, they deserve benefits, and that meets the level of their peers. And so that's what we're going to continue to say and have those conversations. You read and saw the president's statement earlier today, and the message is going to be very, very clear here. And those conversations are continuing. I don't have a relationship to speak to. I don't have any preview to speak to at this time.
Can you say that they have actually spoken to each other, though?
I know I'm saying I don't have anything to
that.
read out. I don't have anything to read out.
Sort of related to that, you sort of made a very clear point that in the sort of immediate days here, many experts say there isn't an immediate impact that consumers will feel. But that, as you know, Harold Daggett has pointed out himself, after 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that dynamic would change significantly. And can you say anything about how long the president is willing to wait?
So, look, a couple of things. We're going to closely monitor the situation. You heard me talk about the supply chain task force. I do want to lay out a number of our agencies. They put out assessment that showed limited impact on critical consumers' needs at this time. So on energy, for example, from the Department of Energy, the strike will not have any immediate impact on fuel supplies or prices. On food, from the Department of Agriculture, we should not expect a significant changes to food prices or availability in the near term. On medicine, from the Department of Health and Human Services, immediate impacts across medicines, medical devices, and infant formula for consumers, parents, and caregivers should be limited. But of course, we're going to closely monitor this and any potential supply chain impacts. Look, and we have this task force. This task force came into play, obviously, during the pandemic to deal with this situation that we were dealing with because of a once-in-a-century pandemic. And so they're going to monitor it very closely. And so what we're going to continue to do is be very clear on our message to USMX. They got to come forward with a fair proposal that is fair to the workers. And so that is our message. And they are hearing that from senior officials from the White House.
I have two questions regarding Africa. For Angola, President Biden is traveling to Angola, as you mentioned. Could you provide, there are 54 countries on the continent, and as well as other leaders from the administration have traveled over there. What is your message to other African nations, as well as the African?
I would say that the president traveling to the continent sends a positive message to other nations. I know you're asking me about other countries, but the president's going. No, but the president's going to the continent. I think. Wait, but the president, and you just mentioned too in your question that other officials have gone to other countries in the continent, right? And so, if anything, you have seen our commitment to building on that relationship with those countries in the continent. As it relates to Angola, he's going to have bilateral meetings there. He's going to have multilateral meetings as well to discuss increased collaboration on shared priorities. And let's not forget the PGI, an initiative that this president started. That's going to be Africa's first transcontinental open access rail network. That's going to start there. So I think if you think about it, what the president has done this past 3.5 years, going to Angola, is a connecting factor in this key initiative, the PGI. Right, we're talking about a historic effort in this open access rail network, and so that's going to be a big deal for everyone, every country in the continent. And so, if anything, this shows the president's.
What's up, HB?
What's going on, John? What you watching over here?
Oh, they give me a little press conference. Little press conference. Korean jump here. The Iran-Iraq war. I'll be honest, I was a little bit distracted. I was looking at some other shit, going on. But yeah, the Iraq-Iran war. The strike.
They're still going to war?
Oh, I think they're amping it up a little bit, HB. I think they're amping it up a little bit. Man, you know what, HB, man? I wanted to play you something, bro. We're gonna have to clip this shit. If you don't mind me playing it, HB, I hope the people who are, man, we got to get more stories like this. I think, we got some real good content over here, HB. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, nah. This top tier content, man.
Man, let me get another beer. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, shit, probably commercial time. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we're working on. We're working on some new sponsors. You know, Porsha does. She does like her own skincare and body. Yeah, so we were working on getting her to send you like a little care package of stuff to do a review.
For my ladies.
No, it's guys can use some of the stuff too. So
I might put in some of my Airbnbs. Yeah. Hey, give me a minute, HB. We're gonna do a long promo here. How about that?
Got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands,
there's no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
I'ma get it.
I like that intro, EB.
Yeah, man. I'ma get it.
Man.
Get it.
Yo, this one night, man, from this is Nas 415. You know, one of your regular guests. He come on every now and then late night. He'd be on with crack or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And so this was a Friday night, man. And I want you to listen to this shit. This is Nas 415. I don't know if you heard this. I don't know if you've been in the panel at that night. I don't think you on the show. This is Friday night. This is Friday night. I'm gonna play it, HB.
Okay.
Maybe I'll go back a couple seconds. All right.
Like on level, you guys are so like on different level. Like there's nothing will take you out of your square, John. Like from day one, you came down the CT channel, right? People talk shit about you. There's nothing to like for move you like that. That's I'm not jealous of anybody. John, I'll tell you this. I'm not jealous of any billionaire. I'm not jealous of anybody that has a million hosts. But I'm jealous of somebody that has your type of fucking skills of just not giving a fuck about anything. Just this is the skill that I want to like, brother.
Man, you know, I'm very passionate. Very, very passionate.
Yeah, Mitch,
I'm sorry, man. I go on the HB.
But it's not him passion, but you just like.
Hold on, you talking about me and you, HB. Hold on, let me see.
TT channel, right?
Hold on for a minute.
A lot, man. Honestly, John.
It's very difficult to let the anger go.
See, I came to America. My dad was a fucking pimping, like this. The anger for a lot, man. Honestly, John.
It's very difficult to let the anger go. We've all had that disappointment. But once you let it go and you become someone indifferent, you know, you become.
But you like what I see, like somebody like you and NHB, right? You guys are so fucking like on level. You guys are so like on different level. Like there's nothing will take you out of your square, John. Like from day one, you came down.
What do you think about that, HB?
Yeah. I think it is something. You know, keeping a level head. I think for a lot of people, it can be a little jarring. You know, I think you're definitely like. If we're talking about like the level-headedness, you're more like the Yoda. I'm like the you're like the I'm like the you know, the Jedi. I'm just getting there with the level-headedness. But you're like the Yoda of that shit, man. And it's it's I do think there is something to it though too, where you know, you don't want to be too low, you don't want to be too high. You just want to kind of be in the middle ground. And you know, especially with this internet shit, you really can't let this stuff get to you too much, you know.
Yo, these niggas are crazy on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Claire is the Padawan. John's like the Yoda. I'm more like the Padawan. I'm like, you know, I'm getting there. But I do see though too, like, especially like with somebody like you, I don't think a lot of people ever seen anybody like you, man. And I think it's jarring. You know, they don't even think that that's an option for people. You know, like you kind of give like the behind the scenes how like big businesses really look at people, but you do it on like a a little bit smaller scale. But
yeah,
I'm
one small guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just one guy, but the way you look at shit is literally how a business would look at something. Like a Fortune 500 company looks at it.
Yeah, well, you know, I have worked for those most of my life, you know, most of my adult life, you know what I'm saying? They would bring me in to, you know,
basically most of my life has been to replace people or automate type shit for the most part. Yeah. What was I gonna say? But I think a lot of people, man, like remember that lady? What was her name? Honey or something? I can't remember. You may not have been. It was real late night one night, and she came on. I think she was from down in Atlanta or something. And they said she may have been stripping, and she later came on. She hasn't been back in a while.
Oh yeah. I think she was she said she was selling pussy since she was like she came on, but she came on again. She said she'd been selling pussy since she was like 16. And
I think a lot of people like that be needing that kind of shit, be needing, some outlet, you know what I'm saying? And we kind of level headed and they come on here and they can't really just maybe gives them a different way of looking at things. Maybe that's the way of putting it. Yeah.
Nah. I definitely get cracked. All you guys have definitely given me different perspectives on things in a positive way.
We get cracked for sure, man. You know what I'm saying? Like this motherfucker got to be truly without emotion to trade stocks. You can't do that shit with your heart. You know what I mean? You gotta have almost no heart. You know what I mean? You fall in love with the stock, you fall out of love with your pocketbook. You know what I mean? You don't have any money. Fall in love with stocks and not paying attention to what's going on, So he's truly a guy that really like has to put his emotion aside. Dennison the same, man. You see Dennison up here arguing, not arguing, but debating with people, man. Like, yo, you see as cool as a cucumber. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the thing too with the whole debating thing. You really ever get into debates?
Man, that politics shit is dead man.
Give me 1 second.
Man,
lose it.
Yeah, that politics shit is a dead end. I would suggest to all of you people that that get hung up in the politics, and you'll find that it ends up becoming divisive, where you could probably find middle ground with someone. And I think that is the point of it in some ways, is to create a permanent division. You look at how we have Stanley on here, and it's not perfect. Stanley, he's one of the few liberals on here that, in a sea full of conservatives, but there are some common ground. You try to find that common ground. He helps us keep it going 24 hours. And so I think if you can get beyond the politics, I think you'll find a lot of common ground with your fellow man. I mean, most of us are all native-born Americans here. We don't have anywhere else to go. So we have to figure out the best way to work with each other, and the best way of working with each other is to find common ground. I think most of you would agree with that. And so that's what we have to do, I think. HB, I was saying, like, people that argue politics, they'll never find themselves finding common ground. And I think you have to find common ground amongst people. Shit, you drive a truck, everybody wants the shit you delivering, right?
Yeah.
That's common ground. You know what I mean? We want the roads to be paved so the paper products and the food and shit can get delivered. We're all affected by the longshoreman strike, right?
Yep.
And you're all the same. You're Democrat or Republican. Like, if the shit ain't moving from the ports, none of us get our shit. Democrat or Republican. So that is the commonality, the common ground that we have. And I think, as Americans, like, that's really what we should focus on, to be quite honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's why they focus so much on the politics than the common grounds. Like, we don't even there is no more middle ground anymore. It's kind of messed up, but it's like, I don't expect Trump to reach over the aisle, and I don't expect the Kamala to reach over the aisle. And it's kind of sad, you know. Like, it's kind of sad that neither of them are really willing to reach over and, you know, kind of meet some type of middle ground, and it's kind of affected people that way too. Like, I've been looking at jobs down in Texas, and you know how many jobs I've seen that said, like in parentheses, they'll say no delivery to NYC. That's like a selling point for a job, and you don't even. You know, New Yorkers don't even realize, like, man, the trucking industry really don't fuck with y'all at all.
You know, when people talk about why New York is so expensive, that's probably why.
Yep.
You know, if all the goods and services, you got to pay a toll, basically, to get in there. You know, you got to find the truckers that are willing to go in there.
Yeah.
Then, well, everything is going to be a little bit more expensive, right?
Yep.
Man, I was gonna, you know, when you speak of that, I'm gonna see if I can show you this. Excuse me, I want to see if I can show you this picture. Damn, let me see if I can find it. Damn. But go ahead. When I find this picture, I'll show it to you.
Okay. You know, I was thinking too about that the day you were talking about the cleaning services, man. These little Consuelas charging $180 to clean up a crib. Yo, that is crazy, man. It's crazy.
So that's why I don't even use them anymore, man. I clean my own shit, man. Like, their prices are not cheap like it used to be, bro. You know, when people talk about immigrants coming in to get cheap rent and shit, cheap, you know, man, hell no. This shit high as shit, man.
I could see $80. I could see 80, but 180? Are you serious?
Yo, they killing, bro. They killing on the plane, and that's some shit that Americans presumably do every day in their own homes, right?
Yeah.
But
it shouldn't take. And you talking about an hour's worth of work? You getting paid the same amount as a goddamn heart surgeon, 180 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Like, y'all are crazy, man. But I guess too, you know, where you're at, like that DC area, they must really have a lot of you know, it must be people must be paying that. People must be paying that.
Yeah, man. You even see cleaners in the ghetto over here. You know, the thing is, man, like, large parts of the administrative state, as they call it, you know, like, they make a lot of money, man, and they're kind of, I won't say they're above cleaning up their houses and shit like that, but, you know, they really rely on a lot of services of the migrant immigrant class.
Yeah.
Right? The people here, as an example, these are the people who determine how many migrants get to come into this country. The people here, right here in DC, not the ones, you know, in, you know, anywhere else, but here. And so with that said, you know, like, they depend on them. You've heard Nancy Pelosi, I think she had migrants and, you know, so on and so forth. And you'd be amazed how many people here have cleaners in their houses, man. I never seen it like this before until I moved up here. I never seen most people didn't have cleaners where I grew up, you know.
Yeah. I mean, 180 an hour is insane though, man. I just can't fathom it. You were saying that I started thinking about it. Well, shit, I know how to mop a floor. What the hell? 180 an hour.
If you can speak English, you know what I'm saying, you really got the leg up.
Hey, that's not shit. I mean, how hard would it be to just message everybody on Airbnb? You know,
But it be like forgetting the codes and shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, the lady go to the same fucking house every day.
Yeah.
And every day I got to tell her the codes to get in. I'm like, damn, can't you fucking remember what the code is? I gave you an administrative code. It's not going to change.
Yeah.
You know, so it's that kind of thing. Like, an American would be intuitive enough to figure, okay, I got my own code. Cool, right? You know, no one else knows it. it should work every time, but
Right.
shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where where an American will have a supreme advantage. If they were to enter that space.
Yeah.
Man, it's me. I don't know if you were here to go ahead.
It's such
Go
a
ahead,
demand for it. It's such a demand for it too. Like I didn't realize how like this Airbnb shit, man. It's really a fucking empire, man. Like.
Yeah, I think a lot of housing, man, honestly, will go the way like rentals will go the way of short-term rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Where people, unless you have really good credit or money, high income people will be able to go find a place to live.
Yeah.
Low income people they'll be jumping around like hot potato from one, Airbnb to another. I already see it. Yeah. I'm not even really predicting anything. I'm just telling you what I'm already seeing. You know what I mean? So that's what it looks like.
It's such a bad situation though, because it's like if you could just, maybe stay down for a couple months, you could probably save up to just get an apartment. But you paying that Airbnb cost, you pretty much gonna be forced to only be able to rent Airbnbs.
Airbnb is trying to loop people in like Uber has loop people in like Uber has. Bro, I'm gonna tell you. Advise all your children and friends and family, stay out the Uber matrix.
Yeah.
Just go work a job. Just go work I know it's hard.
Yeah.
But just go work a job. Don't do that Uber shit. You be in the matrix.
Yeah.
Because you can't beat the algorithm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you can't beat the algorithm, there's someone like John Galt behind the algorithm making your ass dance for a super chat or a super host, right? Are you familiar with super host, HB?
Yeah. That's when you get like a bunch of like 5 you get all 5-star ratings or something on or what is it? What is Superhost?
It's where if you dance real good, you're a good dancer, right? On Airbnb, I'm gonna show you a very good example. HB, man, I promise you, what was I gonna say? When I kept talking about this super chats and all that bullshit, it just kind of reminded me of super host on Airbnb, right? Where you motherfuckers want you to dance. You dance and you be dancing like a motherfucker. You be like, okay, I done danced one song. Now I did a good job dancing that song, and now you want me to dance another song, and it's like you don't even give me credit for dancing the first song. I mean, I really cut a rug here. I danced a great song. People said I did well. And then along comes some motherfucker who says, and he didn't like my dance. But everybody liked the first dance and the second dance and the third dance. And then one motherfucker said he didn't like your dance. And then what happens, HB? YouTube, Airbnb says, we're gonna take away your super host status.
This morning, you might see a lot less Brooklyn rentals posted on Airbnb than you did a year ago.
News 12's Julia Joseph sat down with a B&B host in Bed-Stuy to see how his property is doing 1 year after a city law put restrictions on short-term rentals.
Superhost, yeah. I made Superhost within 3 weeks.
He made this Superhost.
Jason Mondesir Caesar was finally making some.
He made it in 3 weeks. That nigga danced hard. Good dancer. He's a good dancer. He's a good dancer, HB. Good on his toes. And then what happened?
Extra cash to help support the high cost of living in NYC.
Maintenance costs, general inflation.
Before the past year, the prominent Airbnb.
Did that nigga look like he doing his maintenance on his own, HB?
Hell nah. Hell nah.
So the maintenance costs were passed on to probably a Hispanic.
Yeah.
Why this nigga in these red pants hot bottom, red bottoms. He got red bottoms on HP. While his red bottoms had to pay the piper for the maintenance. But what of his super host status, HB?
Host says he's lost over 40% of his clientele.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He got demonetized.
Well, wait, why did he get Samuel Jerome said red bottom rentals? Red bottom rentals. Let's go.
These niggas got real junk. Man, y'all done made me miss the food giveaway. But luckily, John Galt don't need a food giveaway. I could go right now. Hang out with you guys. I could be down there getting me some wings and shit, but my refrigerators, 3 of them are full, so fuck it. I'll hang out a little bit longer.
So wait, why did this guy get demonetized?
Just like the niggas on YouTube, they come on here and they porn bomb me and bullshit to fuck you up, right? And there's a myriad of reasons. I don't know why he did, but we'll find out. Let's see what Red Bottom said.
There was no person limit before for how many guests you could have. Now you're limited to 2 guests.
Local Law 18 now prohibits booking platforms.
This motherfucking internet in my house is crazy. And I need a direct hookup. I got this. But anyway, Red Bottom here, there's a... What the fuck is going on? I don't know what the fuck is going on.
From allowing unregistered short-term rentals. In addition, hosts can now only rent out 1 short-term rental, and they must be present when guests are lodging. Jason says his top floor has been vacant the majority of the past year.
During the pandemic, I hosted people who had tested positive.
In 2020, the space was a safe haven. However, Jason now tells me that the city's initiative to restore the affordable housing stock and preserve local neighborhoods has backfired. Because of Jason's...
Backfired? No, it ain't backfired, nigga. Bugs or features, nigga, that's a feature.
Loss of income from Local Law 18, he says he can no longer afford to make the repairs that are vital in restoring his over 125-year-old brownstone.
This is water damage getting into the steps of the brownstone.
For this passionate host, he's advocating for changes to the law.
Make an exception for 1 and 2 family owner-occupied homes to be exempt from...
All throughout New York, motherfuckers selling food on the side of the road. Hoes on the street. Niggas selling weed on the street. I shown it to y'all. And this son of a bitch here, super host nigga, a super chatter, begging the government to change the law. While niggas like me keep pushing on. I told you, man, like, when I saw them fresh and fit niggas, I said, man, like, people, you know, a couple of my friends, like, yo, you can get on Super Chat and look at them fresh and fit niggas. I said, man, have mercy. My children could one day watch this shit, right? Can you imagine me getting on the motherfucker crying like that fresh and fit nigga? And then my children seeing this shit and like, nigga, I'd be embarrassed like a motherfucker, right? And fresh and fit nigga, I know you got some children somewhere, don't you? Don't you think you got some children somewhere, HB?
At least the fit nigga. I don't know about the fresh nigga.
Which one is the fresh nigga?
I think fresh is the
black one.
No, I think fit is the light skin nigga. I think fresh is the dark skin nigga.
You said fresh is dark skin nigga.
Fresh is the dark skin nigga, yeah. I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
But fit is fit would be the Arab nigga.
The Arab, yeah.
Okay. Man, damn, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so I think
so the darky was crying. That was the nigga that was crying, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how he did this shit. God damn. Yeah, that's amazing. Sorry, I got the weed man. I got the weed man blowing up. Yeah,
Handle that, man. Had a weed man ain't crying. They still
No,
making deliveries.
They still making deliveries in the rain at this motherfucker.
Hey, that's how you get it, man. You know, when it's raining outside, that's what everybody be trying to get that weed delivered. Hey, man, just man, I'm trying to come outside, man.
You know, it's crazy. You know, it'd be like motherfuckers stop traveling in the wintertime. You know, DC, the cherry blossoms, they come for the cherry blossoms, but then you know, cherry blossom is a short season. Then you got the other people that are coming to DC to tour and shit. And I guess a lot of niggas, you know, they may live here and there in the summertime. You can damn near live outside in the summer, right? You got a gym membership or something. You take a shower. You got a bitch. You find your bitch, sleep at her house, and get up in the morning, take a shower, and you move on. And then, you know, life is good. But in the wintertime, these niggas got to come inside. And to come inside, of course, you know what you got to do. You got to pay John Galt, you know. And so it's raining, man. And I've been getting so many reservations because it's raining today. You know, motherfucker, that rain bring these niggas inside. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the things is, you know, I tell you that a lot of the people are more like they would be classified as homeless.
Right.
The government has a way of like slicing and dicing to, you know, massage who's homeless or not. But I tell you, there's a lot of homeless people. Like, I guarantee you that if you count them motherfuckers that didn't have a guaranteed place to live a week from now, they might got a place to live tonight because they're in an Airbnb tonight. But a week from tonight, they ain't know where to live. A lot of them, I tell you, man, let me see if I can show you this shit.
Especially in a city like DC, man.
City's high, man. It's expensive. Let me see if I can show you this shit, HB. Let's see. This motherfucker. I tell you, I haven't had this motherfucker. He been extended with me for week on after week on after week on after week. And let me see. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a picture and I'm going to send it to myself by email. I want you to look at this shit, HB. And this is what I'm saying, what I'm telling you. Like, these motherfuckers really are homeless, but they're not classified as homeless.
Yeah.
Let me show you this to you. Yeah, all right. Let me send this to you, HB. All right. Here it is. Check this out, HB. I don't want to show you the nigga picture.
You might as well fuck them.
Yeah, if I get in the mood right here. Let me see if I can zoom in HB a little bit. And this is one of my Airbnb guests. You can see he's been there since September 26th. And he's been there longer than that. This is just a separate reservation. But if you look, Ismail requested a change. The alternation request accepted. Ismail requested a change. Alteration requested. Israel requested a change. Alteration requested. Ismail, I'm sorry, requested a change. Alteration accepted. Day by day, this motherfucker. Oh, someone says zoom in. All right, I'll go back and zoom in again. Zoom in, HB. Can you motherfucker see that now? Ismail requested a change day by day by day by day. Yeah, he's black. Let me show you. I'll show you, motherfucker. Fuck it. Right.
Was he like Muslim? He's like a Muslim.
Hey, nigga, HB. There's the nigga. You want to see the nigga? Y'all niggas want to see the nigga? You can see the nigga. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, that's a nigga. I forgot. Like out in DC, it'd be a lot of those Muslim niggas out there.
Then you troll ass niggas, you want to go over to Airbnb and say, John Galt is showing a picture of some fag ass nigga on Airbnb. Go ahead. Fuck it. I'm so tired of Airbnb, nigga. I did a stream on that shit today. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead. Airbnb.com. Take a picture of the nigga, screenshot it. and say John Galt is over here talking about one of these motherfuckers that stayed in his house.
Damn.
You gonna do me a favor, nigga? You gonna close one door for me, and I'm gonna open up another one wider. I tell you, I only use Airbnb now as a validation method, and you know these motherfuckers, they book for me, and they. You remember the other day, HB, the motherfucker called me using the airport. He said, "I'm looking for a room and this and that." And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that nigga, he was a little rude. I ain't gonna lie. He was a little rude.
So I told that nigga, I said, if you want to pay the middleman, you want to send me a super chat, nigga. I do have the ability by way of Airbnb, unlike the niggas, the streamers, the super chat niggas.
Mm-hmm.
I can raise the price of that super chat, nigga, make it high. So that my cut is high. A lot more. You can't send me no $2 Airbnb super chat. Right? No, nigga, don't work like that. Hell no. Nigga, I make the number high, so my super chat cut. Once Airbnb get their cut, it has. So you know what the nigga said to me, HB? He said, man, I don't want to pay that super. I don't want to pay the middleman. I just pay you direct, Mr. John Galt.
He was over here talking about why you asking me about my my budget. Like, nah, nigga, you really on a budget, man. You gotta keep it real, man. We can work with you.
Right.
We can work with you, man.
So I let him see what the middleman will want for him to come by way of the middleman to me, and he said I can't afford to pay that, so I come directly to you and buy. And since I can do that, I just upgrade the size of my bed from a twin to a full. Ain't that what it is?
Yeah, no. When I first went to Dallas, I had to get an Airbnb. This was like the first time I ever got one. So I got I got the Airbnb, and I went to this. It was a nice Airbnb. So when I did the whole checkout process, they sent me a website they got that cut out the middleman. I was like, oh shit, I could have paid $50 less, man. What the hell?
Everybody can cut out the middleman, right? There you go, right?
Yeah.
And there you go, man. Yeah. And so, the same thing with the super chats, man. You think about like, how many motherfuckers out here occupy Wall Street in 1 minute, then super chatting the next minute. Motherfucker, you feeding the beast you protesting, right? Yeah. Am I right? They feed the beast they protesting. And so, hopefully we can open some eyes for the people that demand the super chats. That you don't have to feed the beast, right?
Yeah. I think it is though. For people, they really do just want that that gratification of seeing they super chat up on the screen. That's all it really is, man. It ain't really about the money.
These same people watch TV, scream back and forth to the TV, and the TV don't even respond.
Yeah.
Right? They get no feedback from the TV. The TV just, the idiot box keeps going no matter what they think about it. They can't call into the TV and say, hey, let me hop on the panel while y'all reporting the news and give my comment on this shit, right? They can't do that on TV, right? But here they can hop on the panel or they can drop a comment and we'll respond to it, right?
Yeah.
You don't get that on the news, and we cover pretty much everything they cover with live feedback from you guys in the audience and people that are willing to come up on the panel. So at that point, I think it's a good moment at 10 hours, basically 30 minutes in, show some love for you people for the people in the chat. Show some love for me, HB. Well, for HB and me, John Galt there. Much appreciated. And our wonderful editor, Porsha J. What do you think about that, HB?
Yeah, that's a fact. It's Portia's birthday month too, so we're trying to get some super chats for girls celebrate their birthday for the whole month, John. You know how the girl Trying to,
They need to start charging these people to put their birthday month up on the channel. They come on and introduce them. Why never let them have their birthday scrolling?
Right.
This is Virgo's birthday month. What was it? October? No, hers was September, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know, Virgo just had a hysterectomy, man. Like, god damn.
By choice or
I don't think it was by choice. God
damn.
Yeah, man.
Give me 1 second. Let me grab a beer, man. Hold it down for me. I need.
All right. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. I know we had a pretty crazy morning this morning. Pretty wild. I thought Ben and Grace were pretty tame this morning, though. You know.
You said they were pretty tame this morning.
Yeah. You know, I think you know, Grace was saying how we were talking about just bathing and stuff. You know, just regular shit.
Yeah.
And Grace says she takes 1 shower a week, and she just
I think I saw that.
wet wipes for the remaining. I'm like, man, I don't know, man. I mean, I get it, but Jesus.
I heard them talking about how expensive the Love showers were. I was like, damn, $15.
Yeah.
Oh, this is worth it.
Yeah, no, they are. They at the TAs, they they 20 at the TAs. So
Really?
You know, I get them for free though, because I fuel up. So they give you points, you know. So if you fuel up at these places, you get points for it. But you know, the fuel is like, it may be a penny or two more expensive than the you know, the unincorporated gas station. So, you know, Ben, he sees that like, oh shit, the Love's 5 cents more expensive than you know, the Alibabas up the street. So I'm gonna just go to them. But you get a free shower though. So, you know.
You should just get a gym membership. Planet Fitness. They probably got showers, right? I don't know if they do or not, but they may have showers. I used to go to like New York Sports Club, Washington Sports. Nice showers. You know, you go there, man, and all up and down the East Coast. Shit, they everywhere on the East Coast. And Ben, they're almost on the East Coast, about $100 a month.
Yeah.
And you go to any gym.
They okay with just showering once a day though.
Once a month, once a week. Maybe if they start shitting like Austin Room, it might not even matter as much. To mitigate some of the smell. A full squat. You gotta squat all the way down. Yeah. Someone says, yeah, we use Planet Fitness showers for $5 on the road. If I ever went broke, that's what I would do, man. I live as cheap as absolutely fucking possible. Go to the gym, take me a shower, work out, go make me some money, get back on my feet, man. You know what I mean? Damn, the whole house, the apartment, whatever, I let all this shit go. Anyway, yo, I swear, man, I think I may have broken my fucking hand at that kisser. When I live stream and fell down and shit, I may have broken my fucking hand, bro. That motherfucker is killing me still. This has been, a month ago? We got Porsha J. She's back. I wonder for editor Porsha J. Show some love in the chat for her. Someone says it wasn't even $5 for a shower. It's $5 for a day pass. Yeah, that's a good deal. $5. Yeah, not a bad deal. I think HB faded off for a minute. Anyway, I was showing you this guy. He was extending day by day by day. Day by day by day by day. Saturday. What? Saturday? Let me see if I can scroll down. Saturday. And then yesterday. That was Saturday and yesterday. What other days? Today. Every day is extended. Day by day, you're gonna pay to stay. He's basically homeless. There's so many other people that live like him. Okay, I do that portion. There's so many other people that live like him, and this is kind of the new America these days. These people don't count as homeless, but effectively they are homeless. Anyway, so this something HB and I we were talking about. Thank you, Porsha J. Anyway, I guess Ben Thorpe, he ran everybody away early today.
There we go. Man,
where you HB right now?
Let me see. Where am I at? I'm in Mooresville, Indiana. Mooresville. I don't know where that's at.
You back up by Chicago area
Where
again,
that's
man.
at. Yeah, I'm back up north. They trying to give me a new truck, man. So I gotta go back up to Wisconsin to get the truck. So
oh yeah, you telling me that.
Yeah, they trying to keep me. Hey, Samuel Giroux, salute for that Cash App too, man. I appreciate that. Man.
Let me play that clip for Porsha J again. We need to get her to clip this. What you think, HB? Remember that clip I played you earlier when you came on? Did we lose HB again? Damn. Damn, I was hoping Porsha would be here. HB, he popped out too. I want to get that clip from Porsha. I think it'd be like something good for the show. Now you find out, HB. HB, you ready? I think Porsha's ready. HB, you ready? I mean, okay, HB, he's seen it already. Porsha, if you can clip this for us, this is from Friday Night Weekend Review with John Galt, Airbnb host tips landlording. This is me, John Galt, on with Nas 415, and he's commenting on HB and me, John Galt. Let's listen to what Nas 415 has to say. Porsha, if you can clip this, would be great. Let me rewind it so you can see it. So Porsha J she can clip this shit. Let me get it back up here one more time. What's up, Porsha? Let me
Hey John, is this from whenever Nas was telling you a bit of his story on Friday?
Yeah. I'm gonna play it for you, Porsha. Man, I know you guys don't have kids, HB doesn't have kids or whatever, but at some point you may have kids, and I think these kind of moments, they'll always be here. I don't think YouTube is going away anytime soon.
No time soon, for sure.
And I think, for the people that have kids, and I may show this to my children one day. But once you let it go and you become someone indifferent, you become.
But like what I see, like somebody like you and NHB, right? You guys are so fucking like on level. You guys are so like on different level. Like there's nothing will take you out of your square, John. Like from day one, you came down the CT channel, right? People talk shit about you. There's nothing to like for move you like that. That's. I'm not jealous of anybody. John, I'll tell you this. I'm not jealous of any billionaire. I'm not jealous of anybody that has $1 million hosts. But I'm jealous of somebody that has your type of fucking skills of just not giving a fuck about anything. Just this is the skill that I want in life, brother.
But I'm very passionate. Very, very passionate about a lot of things. Very passionate.
But it's not him passionate, but you just like you let like through your shoulders let go the things that don't bother you, and then you fight for things that you care about it. And there's not a lot of people that can do that, brother.
Yeah, now it's very difficult. You know, I've learned it over the years.
How'd you do that? How many years did it take you to do that?
Oh man, it's been a lifelong.
Especially growing up in Alabama. How'd you become like this, John?
Why do you say especially growing up in Alabama? What do you think makes Alabama particular?
Well, especially Alabama, like here in the 50s, like there was like a racial tension a little bit. There was some racial tension. But then you figured it out. It had nothing to do with no white people. It had nothing to do with anybody. It's all about between you and yourself. And then there was a point between, I don't know, you were 19 or 20 when you figured that shit out. There was no racist tone or nothing. It was about you, yourself, and you. That's it.
Yeah, you know, I grew up in the 70s. Well, anyway, I think that's I think it's a great clip. You know, Porsha, that's one of the things I think it makes it easy to do this show. You know what I mean? Like, we talk to a lot of people, and I think, for our limited audience, it's not necessarily just fun and games all the time. Like, a lot of people come here to really hear what we have to say, and I think that makes it a whole lot easier to do this show every day. I've been here, I don't know, maybe 7 hours, and just hearing stories like that, shit, I may play that to my kids one day.
Well, I'll say this: Nas 415 for as long, because I'm not, I wouldn't call myself like a A1 day one. It's been a couple of years, but for me, I was always listening in the bushes and other spaces. But Nas 415 has always been around. And, whenever I see faces over here that are familiar to me, especially Nas 415, and I was reading the chat during that day, and actually on the stream that you just played, I actually time-stamped it that day. And I've heard a lot from Nas, and as much as I'm here, as much as I can be, and as much as I listen, I've never actually heard his story. And I actually heard it that night, the clip that you just played.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so like raw and uncut, and it was so thorough. And I can remember very vividly you mentioning the fact that he said that, hey, your dad was a millionaire. Did that hurt you?
His dad.
Yeah, no, yeah. No, not your dad. Of course, his dad. His dad was a millionaire, and he ran off and he left and he did this and that. And then he talked about his journey, and how they were in Ukraine and all the things that they went through just to get here in the States. To hear a story like that for someone like myself who feels extremely passionately, of course, about, the illegals and whatnot. Unbeknownst to me, and a downfall on my part, because maybe he told the story when, I was at work or I was busy doing something else and I just didn't hear it. But I actually heard it thoroughly that night, and I just felt a lot of things. And of course, other people started to call in, and I can remember Rashu and I can remember Universal just saying, hey, like, we need to, clip that and do this and do that with that. And so I actually put a timestamp on that whenever he started, because, we do talk about the things that we talk about, of course, when it comes to immigration and illegals. But for his story, it's a tad bit different, to where you can have that compassion and you can hear it and you can feel a way about it more so than, oh, I'm just trying to come over here for this, that, and the third. It's just like, okay, well, it was him, his siblings, his dad just left, ran off with other women. He did what he did. And whenever he got into talking about it, and I was actually reading the chat, and people like, oh, he's telling the story again. He's this, he's that. Maybe he was drinking. Maybe he was under the influence, whatnot, however. But he talked about how, whenever his dad passed away and his mom called him, and how he didn't feel anything about it. Now, of course, I feel like he felt something, right? But for the trials and tribulations that they went through just to get here, just to get to America, all because of what his dad did. I thought that was deep.
You
And a
know,
lot of people aren't willing to share or talk so candidly about things like that.
Porsha, I've been talking a lot about, like, you know, young black men and shit like that.
Hmm.
And between him and Tough Guy, one of the things is, Tough Guy's dad had a real serious injury.
Yes,
And
yes,
he's
yes.
missing a lot of his brain, something
Hmm.
to that, so he doesn't have, I don't want to speak for him because I don't know the exact,
Hmm.
but
Hmm.
he has some, difficulties. Let's just say that.
Yeah, yeah.
But Tough Guy, who never saw his dad out of a wheelchair, can at least fall back on what people said about him before he was in the wheelchair.
Hmm. Hmm.
Nas 415, he led off talking to me. My dad was a millionaire.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then he talked about how, well, he left me in a war-torn country.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that, for men, I've talked about this rapper that I'm familiar with who can't make a way for his son. And, his son did, the dad did very well. And I think even with all that, the son, you know, he wants to be able to look up to his dad and say, my dad was a man of respect. And I played that Bronx Tale video a while back. And that there are a lot of competing influences out here for a young man's respect. And for a lot of fathers out here who are more or less beholden to, jobs, and they don't have the autonomy that, say me, that I have, that I can come on here every day. Or HB has, doesn't have a boss over his shoulder.
Hmm.
That plays a little different with a child than, they want to see their father having some element of respect. And that's what I think when you see out of the Nas 415 and the other guy, Tough Guy. Even though they even didn't know their dad, or they didn't have much respect for their dad, they respected their dad for what he was. And I think that really makes a difference for young men,
Yeah,
to have
yeah.
some healthy respect for their dad, regardless of if he took care of them or not. I got someone at my door. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so John just had to step away. He has somebody at his door. John, it could be his what is it called whenever you order groceries? I don't know, because I've not quite done that yet. But I know that there's an app where you order groceries. It could be that app, whatever that app is called. If you guys in the chat can help me out, because I don't know. That app where, John, he has to have his Miller Lite. Or it could be his lady, the lady, the one that brings him other things that he and he smokes quite a bit throughout the day. But just to continue, I did timestamp that. Oh, HB is correcting me. Okay. Okay, so that might be who it is. Okay, so I'll take your word for it. But that night, whenever I was listening to Nas tell his story, I just felt like, I felt a lot. And I was like, gosh, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, because we all have our own story, but I have my own story, of course. But my story is not composed of I had to leave one country to go to this country, to go to this country, to go to that country, to go to that country, to then come to this country, America. And I just thought it was a very compelling story. And
Yeah.
people who are willing to come out and talk about those things, especially in this space where we talk about immigrants, all of that, and y'all know how I feel about them. But whenever you hear stories like that, it's like, God, dog, that's. Um, John, are you familiar with Gway from the other channel?
Yeah. I'm familiar. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So whenever Gway tells her story, not to say that every single story has to be heart wrenching, that it has to be, it makes you fall to your knees and feel a certain type of way. And you have to feel something. But whenever they tell their stories and they share them with us, it's like, dang, you went through all of that.
Nagoya was West African, right?
Liberian.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just all the things that she saw and just the turmoil of what it took to get out of that. You hear stories like that because it's not, it's not familiar to me, right? But like same thing, Nas, 415 Gway, it's just like, my God, my God, my God, my God, you made it. And I'm so glad that you did. I'm so glad that you're here in America because Jesus, I wouldn't want you to be in that environment. And so even though I have all of my passions towards that, whenever I hear stories like that, it's just like, my God, I'm so glad that you're here.
Yo, I know I told a story about the West African woman that I knew a little bit. I ever tell you about that? She was West African. She probably had a similar story to Gway. She was either, let me see, Sierra Leonean, I think, introduced me to her, right? Back in my days, right?
Back in your days, okay.
Yeah, she had female genital mutilation. I never seen that shit before in my life. Shit was bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, right. And she told me the stories how they running from the rebels or whoever. And what they had to do if a baby was crying, they had to let it go. They had to silence it by any means necessary. And those are some heartfelt stories, seriously. To know what they had to do to a baby for the rest of them to survive. And if they didn't do it, then the rest of the people may, kill all of them. And just to make it to, to make it to America, where the hell they were running to. Yeah, those are some amazing stories. Yeah, we should get Gway back on here to tell it for the people that never heard it before.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I've actually been in contact with Gway, for her to come up on a panel over here.
Yeah.
It's just, the permissions, if I may ask, from you, from the guys, you, HB, of course, Crack, and, now Stanley, because she's wanted to come up on the panel over here, especially with us talking about immigration and whatnot. She's wanted to come up. But I've been in contact with her so that she can come and talk more about her story over here, in a different environment and whatnot.
Her and Oz Varun.
Oh yeah, for sure. Varun. I believe that he was on the panel earlier today. John, have you seen Hotel Rwanda with Donju?
I don't know if I've seen that one. I may have seen it. Is that in the Congo?
So it was in Rwanda, and
okay.
it was a movie. It's a pretty lengthy movie. But I can say honestly and truthfully right now on the panel that I did not take a deeper dive into that movie until the presence of, to me, the awareness of me to Dwale, Somalian, and Gway, and then there's Saget, a laughing like Saget, and then there's Garian. And so
Saget is African?
Oh, for sure. Yes.
I thought he was white. He sounds like a white man. Maybe it's all singing out. It sounds like a white man. Okay.
Yeah, Ozzy and I. Yeah, he's definitely white, but Saget, no, like because Saget, whenever he calls in, he usually cams up. He's super dark skinned and he has his own story. But just from
what part of Africa is he from? If you don't mind me, if you know,
I can't recall where from, but I do know. I know 110,000% sure he's African. But because I've heard them talk, and there's another guy, his name is Osa. I've heard them talk about their different experiences and stories, and I understand we're on panels and whatnot, and some of it is just for show or whatnot. But I do truly know and believe that these people were born or they're from these places. But it put me in a place where I want to actually look it up and read about it and watch it. And silly me, silly American me. I've seen Hotel Rwanda before, but I watched it again, John. I watched it again.
What was it about, by the way?
It was horrible. South Africa, it was horrible. It was horrible. And I mentioned this before, but like Vice going through their documentaries during the apartheid and just different struggles over in Africa between different countries, the battles, the wars, this and that, and what they did to women and children.
Oh yeah. They're pretty rough.
It sickened me. It just turned my stomach. But like I said, I've looked it up before, I've read it before, but I've been close enough. Gway, she's special to me. I do love Gway. I adore her. But it's just certain things, especially with her and her stories, whenever she would get sensitive, whenever she would get emotional, and she would just go into depths about what she went through and the things that she went through just to get here to America, so she could escape that. Whenever I hear immigration stories about that, it's just like, okay, in this realm, I hear you. Not that I can feel you per se, but I hear you. And so it just made me go back and read more and watch more to try to understand more. And then, of course, coupled with the stories that she has told, for her to be able to get out of it. Even Douale, and I know he was young whenever he got to Germany, but my God, I remember, I have memories, John, whenever I was a little girl and the things that I was going through, right? I remember. But I can say for the things that I went through, that was just, I guess, whatever if normal and not normal family stuff, but it wasn't like some turmoil because I'm in a war, I'm in a battle for my life, and I'm watching my siblings get killed before me. I'm watching my siblings get, decapitated and torn apart, and I'm being ripped from my family and this and that, and the only measure for me is to get out of here. I can't say that I know that because I don't.
Yeah, here's a picture right here this is Ghana. You see that white thing hanging down from the man's hand? That's a cane or pole they beat your ass with.
Yeah.
They get your ass, I think they beat your ass if you turn or you shouldn't turn or whatever. If you make some kind of traffic infraction right there, punishment is immediate and right there on the spot. That big ass pole. You see that shit? To the left of me, I think I have the picture. I don't think I have the picture of the guy getting his ass whooped. But the police was whooping a man's ass like savagely. See if I don't know if I have it. Yeah, you can see me in the car.
Is that what you about to show me? You got the actual footage.
You can see some of the photos here. I think I'm at the end of the road. Let's see. Yeah, well. But it was, I don't want to share too many, but there was a photo of a guy, like the police grabbed his ass and they I may have it. Let me see. And the police were whooping his ass. I guess they caught him stealing. And anyway, that was Ghana for you right there. The police will whoop your ass in Ghana. I think I got a video of it, but not much of a video. But anyway, that's that right there. Porsha, did you hear the guy that wants me to do a Why Am I So Racist stream? Did you hear that? Porsha may have stepped up.
Hey, sorry about that. My kids, they have to tell me bye. So I was telling them goodbye, and you know what, John? You spend money on these kids, you do, and they eat up everything, they take everything, and then they wonder where everything is, like they didn't eat it all. However, that story that you're mentioning, yes, I've heard of it before.
Which one? Which one? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Which one are you referring to?
You're well, unless you said something different about the in Africa, the families.
Oh yeah. Porsha, I was in one of my properties this morning, and one of my tenants. You'd be amazed to hear this. You know, people have asked me on this stream. They say, "Do your tenants listen to what you're saying about them?" And I don't have that many. I don't have that many tenants, but one of them apparently does. And
Do I know this tenant?
You saw him on stream, the white guy, right?
Okay. Yes.
And so he said, here's what he said to me. Portia, let me see if I can play it for you. Here's what he says to me. I'm not going to show you the video. I'll just play what he said to me.
Okay. Sounds good.
Let me see.
You want me to make a video? I'm not gonna film.
Wait, can you hear this? Wait a minute. Maybe I'm not on the road.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Hold on. I don't know if I was on my road. Let me make sure I'm connected here.
Okay.
Bluetooth. No, I wasn't connected. It was just playing loud through my phone. And so I have to do this one day.
To do some house cleaning.
Hmm.
Just to do while you're pulling that up. Thank you for everyone. We have 19 people in the building. Thank you for being here. Support the channel. Hit HB2N's Cash App. Gone Trucking with HB2N. He gives us the views of his time on the road. And, you know, even though he's on the stream, he's still working, people. And John Galt as well. He's working, people. He's working. He has all of his landlord duties to do, and he has to deal with some crazy people, and he still gets the job done. Shout out to Stanley. He's probably napping right now. And Crack. Shout out to Crack. I want to be sure to shout out to my team. You guys are so great. So support the channel. And if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. It's free. It's free.
It is free.
Have a few extra dollars. If you got some change, some spare change, send that to HB2N, please, and John Galt.
Listen to this, Porsche. This guy wants me, one of my tenants, you know, again, he lives in one of my houses. I wouldn't even classify him as a tenant. He was the white guy that you saw on John on the Thought stream. And he's a kind of an anarchist. He's a little angry at me. He thinks that I'm a racist, and I want you to hear what he says.
Okay.
No, but I promise. I will make a video. Hey, don't leave now. You want me to make a video? I'm not gonna film you. Look, there's no video of you. You want me? I'm only gonna use the audio. Do you want me to make a video saying I'm racist right now? I could do it as soon as I leave here. Clean up.
Gonna make a video saying you racist.
I am.
Spin it.
He living in my house, and he wants me to make a video saying I'm racist. He's white, by the way, but he's a very black sympathizer, right? He's a black sympathizer. He thinks I'm racist, right? You know, seeing so many black people come in and out of my houses. If I were racist, why would I put black people in my houses? Would a racist rent their black people?
Yeah, absolutely not.
And at the same time today, Porsche, I got a fine for $75 for young black kids throwing trash in front of my house. The city probably went up and down the street just writing fines to people. Where the trash from the bus stop blows up and down the street, and I have a fence in front of my house, so the trash can't blow into my yard. But if it's in front of your public space, in front of your house, $75 fine, right?
Well,
that'll make you really angry at somebody.
do y'all have Herbie Kirby's?
We do, but that's in the rear of my house. We have I have a bus stop at the corner of my house, not here, but in one of my other houses. And I showed the fine today, and the people get off the bus, they eating Cheetos and hot Cheetos or whatever the hell they eat, and they just throw the shit down, right? And the city come along and write you a fine, $75. And, you know, I do a good job of cleaning up in front of my properties because I have an incentive to keep it clean. But these people have no incentive to keep anything clean. So $75. Littering in front of my property, if you can believe that.
You know, John, Let me tell you, I hate littering with a passion. Whenever I was in high school, I grew up in a small town, and we just at my high school at the time, it was the only high school, and we had positions that we can apply for, and there was a position opening for the litter police. It was like the litter brigade, if you will. And John, I applied for that position and all of those good things, and I got it. John, I wrote a ticket for everything up under the sun. If I saw any trash anywhere, I cannot stand litter. I hate it. I do not like it. Like even where I live in my home right now, where I just bought my new home recently this year, I don't like it. My house right now, it's still my house, but my prior home that I'm actually leasing out right now. Listen, if I saw anything, John, anything, absolutely not. I do
No.
not litter. It makes everything look bad. Like I would actually go out with a trash bag and like after the garbage day, I would go and pick up trash and everything because I just don't like the way that it looks. But sometimes whenever Black folks move in, they don't care that
Yo,
much.
when I was a little boy, my dad, I threw something out the window. I was in my dad's car. And he said shit. He drove about 2 blocks up the street, pulled over and said, go back and pick that shit up. And every other piece of trash in between.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I never literally. I said, damn, I ain't never do that shit again. But it did, and you gave me a talk after, like, this is someone's neighbor, someone lives here. You want someone to do that in your neighborhood. The saddest part, you see these people living in their own neighborhood. That is the saddest part. Like, how do you solve that problem? That's a self-inflicted wound in many ways,
It is, and the thing is, it's just not good. It's not good for you. It's not conducive for the community, and just having trash like all out and about. And okay, I understand. Okay, the trash comes. What's today? Tuesday. So the trash comes Tuesday, and we have our Herbie Kirby's. They come pick up, but sometimes trash gets around the place, and it might fall in someone's yard. But some people, they don't care about the trash in their yard.
I don't care about it.
For me, it's just like, hey.
I bought one of those little trash picker uppers, little thing you don't have to bend down. You can just scoop it and pull the trigger and pick it up.
John, I'd go and pick it up because I just don't want to see it. And whenever you allow the environment and the neighborhood to look like that, it can, attract things to the neighborhood that you don't want it to attract. And I just don't like that.
I can see why people don't want public transport in their neighborhood. Like, I have a bus stop in front of one of my houses. I have a bus stop in front of my house here, but this is more residential where I live. So mainly it's the people that live like right around here that catch the bus. Not people that are venturing off 3-4 blocks into apartment buildings, like on one of my other properties that's on the main street. So we don't have the trash here. No one really even rides the bus. But in my other property, like where all the trash that comes from the bus stop, even though there's a trash can at the bus stop, I can see why people wouldn't want a bus stop in front of their house. I always thought it would be convenient, but I can see the downside of it. People throw around trash.
Definitely a downside. But one thing, I mean, I've always grown up where I grew up in a small town, and where I live now, it's still a smaller town, but it's more populated. But we don't have public transit here where I live and where I lived prior and where I grew up. But going to my family members' houses and things like that, they do have public transit. But then one thing I've noticed also about the cities is that at the red lights, at the stoplights, they have trash cans. But I've been at the red light and I've just saw folks just throw stuff out of the car. Even at the gas stations, there's trash cans galore, but they just throw their trash on the ground. But that's just not how it is where I came from. Like, we don't, not to say, because we do not have trash cans at our stoplights, but we do have them at the gas station. And it's just like, why do you guys just throw stuff on the ground? Why don't you just put it in the trash can? Why don't you just keep your community clean? What's wrong with you? It looks nasty and tacky.
You know, I don't understand it. You know, I showed a video earlier. Maybe it's late, like I guess Monday, Tuesday, last week, like a convenience store. It was like, you know, all caged up. And I just thought, like, damn it, the message sent to these kids shopping in a store like this must be really, really depressing. It has it at some point in their psyche, somewhere in their psyche, they got to realize, like, look, no one else has to shop like this, but we, you know, the black people over here in this neighborhood, you know, in the city of a lot of influence. Hell, even in this neighborhood, there's a lot of influence, and yet they shop like poor people. Like, there are people in third world countries aren't going to stores with bulletproof cages and plexiglass. I've been in third world countries.
Yeah, me too. Me
You know what I
too.
mean? They don't. Their corner stores aren't caged up and bulletproofed up. This is, you know, this must be very depressing for the kids. I would imagine. I don't know.
Well, you know, I'll say for me, I have a lot of family up in Baltimore. So I'll spend a lot of time in Maryland, in Baltimore, Maryland. I typically stay, whenever I go and visit, I typically stay in Cockeysville, Maryland, which is kind of away from the riffraff. But I can remember being in college, my first institution. I went to Georgetown University in my first year in DC. I transferred out and I ended up going to college in Kentucky. But my first year, you know, just out and about, you know, my first semester, I did not have a car, but my second semester I did. And I'm driving and I need to use the restroom. I was a bit hungry. So I'm like, I can probably get something small and then go to the restroom. So I go to a Wendy's and I park my car. I get out of my car and I go to order. And there's a bulletproof glass at the window. And there's a key that they use to unlock for me to give them my card. And I gave them my card. They locked it. They ran my card. They unlocked it and they gave it back. And I was like, well, thinking to myself, I need to go to the restroom. So naturally, I just walked to the restroom. But I see that you need to have a key to use the restroom. So I go back to the counter. They do the whole unlock thing. And for me to use the restroom, they told me I had to pay $1.75 to use the restroom. And so I pull out my quarters. I give them $1.75. They lock it back. And then they give me a key to go use the restroom. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, what in the hell is going on? What is this? You know, what is this? What's going on? And after that, here I call myself, well, I'm going to be here for a while. So let me stop at Walgreens. Let me stop at CVS type. I go, everything is behind glass where you need a key to get to it. And I just thought it was so weird, so unusual from what I'm used to. But I had to say, okay, well, maybe people are stealing things and maybe that's why they have it all locked up, you know.
Now it is degrading. Hey, does Crack have a live going on right now?
Does he? I did set it up for him. Let me check and see. Because I had
to step off at some point. I ended up staying here longer than usual. So I wasn't sure if anyone was coming back up. So I set up a couple lives just to.
Oh yeah, no. So Crack, he's doing, because you know how we discussed last week, Crack doing his own live stream with just him. He didn't want anybody to come up. He had very specifics on who it is that he wanted to come up.
Right.
So it's just him right now.
So I set up a couple lives. You guys may see that, just in case, because I thought I was going to step off without anyone coming up, but HB may be coming up, maybe, I'm not sure. And so
yeah, if HB is listening and he comes back up, I'll go ahead and hop down. Did you cover any news today?
I did. I covered a few things, but we have people hopping on and off. So, and you know, we cover it all from different angles here. So there's no no big deal in repeating. You know, I was going to tell you though before I step off is I'll reach out to Ross. I need to respond to her back and say tomorrow would be a good day for her and I. She said she wanted to do a live stream with me, and I was thinking we go back to the same area.
Oh, that's good. Like, so tomorrow night.
Whenever she gets off work.
Okay, so tomorrow evening, you and Ross, girl, and I do believe because I had, and I would like to apologize to the audience. I know it's 16 people here; it's not a lot of people, but I had some personal family issues going on yesterday, and it was kind of a lot for me to bear. I mean, you know, online you don't want to share everything with everybody, like not too many details, but yesterday was a very off day for me, and it kind of impacted me in every arena, even my performance yesterday while reading the news. And I'd like to apologize to you, John, HB, Crack, Stanley in the audience. I had a lot going on, and I shouldn't have came up and did the news, but I feel better today. It was just a rough time for me yesterday, but everything is better now. I just wanted to apologize for that. But like for tomorrow, whatever we talk about, covering the news tomorrow, and then you doing an interview with Ross Girl tomorrow, I think that would be great. So I can get that together and get that clipped up. And I got to talk to Crack about different things that he wants me to clip and edit out so I can get on that. And I actually started on that yesterday so I can get those things uploaded for the channel. I just had a weird day yesterday. So
yeah, I think Samuel Jerome or someone was saying give Porsha a day off, and something he was saying like she's not feeling well. I think people could hear it in your voice yesterday. I think it's Samuel Jerome that was saying maybe.
Yeah, that was like the first time, because I'm usually upbeat, ready to go. It was just I had some really, really, really heavy stuff, and you know, just to communicate that and to be transparent with the audience, I just had some stuff going on yesterday that was just too heavy, almost for me to bear. But I was able to set up some things and get some things handled as far as that pertains. But I do apologize for my mood and how I wasn't as upbeat and I wasn't my usual self. I just had some real life stuff. And I would like to apologize to the audience and to you and to HB and Stanley and Crack for my unprofessionalism, because I love being here. It is a passion of mine. I love it. It's just that my world outside of the internet, it kind of intertwined a bit, and I apologize for that, and it won't happen again. It was just one of those
we all have private lives here. We all have private lives, right?
And I apologize for letting that intertwine with, because it had of course it had nothing to do with you all. It had nothing to do with the stream. It was just something that it was really heavy for me, and I was trying to deal with that, and also because I have a commitment here. You know, I have a job to do here, and instead of me just saying, hey, y'all, I need the day off, which I should have said, I didn't say. And it kind of transpired through my voice, my sounds, my reactions. So I apologize for that.
We all try to cover for each other pretty seamlessly. You know, I'm in, I'm out a lot of times. You probably notice some people say, damn, he just dropped in. Yeah. And I think we do a pretty good job of covering for each other when no one, you know, maybe someone can speak for themselves. I don't want to speak for anyone, but I try to get here as much as possible. I got someone at the door. Give me 1 second here.
John had to step away, but I ultimately was just apologizing for my tone on yesterday. I had a bad day yesterday, guys. And it, like I said, it has nothing to do with the stream, nothing to do with anybody here. It's personal, family. I had some stuff going on that just kind of dampened my mood. It dampened my mood. And it dampened my mood in a way to where it was a crossover into the stream. And that shouldn't happen. And it happened. And I do apologize. It won't happen again. It was just one of those moments of weakness. It was a weak moment. It was a weak moment. So I apologize for that. And I wanted to make sure that I apologize to all of you. And most importantly, that I apologize to John and to HB2N for that. So, but everything is worked out now. It was just yesterday. So I'm back and I'm better. And I just got an email from 12th man off the grid. He just emailed me and he wanted to let me know that he made it to Anchorage. So he's not in his humble abode. He's in Anchorage right now. And he said that he will be on the panel live tonight and sharing his stream. 12th man, he is about to get surgery.
He's having surgery on his hand, right?
Yes, he's about to get surgery soon. And I did ask of him respectfully and politely that he keep me updated and let me know what's going on so that I may let you all know. So he is in Anchorage right now as of 2 minutes ago, this email, and his surgery will be going down this week. So if I may ask of all of you to keep 12th man in your prayers. We love 12th man. We love him. So
that gravelly voice.
I tell you what, I love 12th man. And so he'll be here tonight. And so I imagine this will be his last time coming on tonight before his surgery. But knowing 12th man, he might go ahead and log in while he's recovering.
You think he took some box wine to the hospital?
You know, probably not. But the reason why I say probably not is because all of the things that he's going to have him drugged up on, it'll be just as good as box wine. It'll be just as good.
That might be a good point right there.
Just as good as box wine. And, you know, again, because we do love talking to each other. We do love hanging out and spending time with each other and talking about the news and talking about whatever it is. And so I'm pretty sure he'll, even in the midst of him recovering, he's going to be calling in. And then you know what, John, I think of the medications that he'll be on whenever he gets home and him drinking some wine. He's probably going to be elevated. And it's going to be
13th man.
yeah, not 12, but 13. 1,300. 13 million. Okay. So for everyone out there listening, just keep Coleman in your prayers as he is going through his surgery right now.
I got a little time, Porsha. I can hang around for a little bit. You think HB is going to be able to make it back or no?
I'm not sure. I haven't spoken with him since earlier. It is at maybe 5 o'clock his time. I'm not.
Oh damn! It is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Damn, I'm way behind the 8 ball today.
Yeah. So he may come back up, but over the weekend, I did play a video because I was speaking about how the closer that we get to election, I want to talk more about Kamala and what she's done. And I'm not sure, because I think you saw a few minutes and you had to step away. And honestly and truly, because there's some stories that I have that I am very keen on having your opinion and HB2N's opinion. But I'm not sure if you got to hear the fullness of the clip that I showed about what Kamala did to a mother and her daughter with sickle cell. Do you remember that kind of?
Oh, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
Well, so do you mind if I show you?
No, go ahead. You know, I sent that lady an email, told her to come on the channel.
Because I tell you.
On Facebook or something, yeah.
I tell you what, so I think I have a short. Let me see. So let me show you this short right quick, or the short video. Oh yeah, it is a short like I thought. Okay, so this is Kamala Harris's.
Hold it for 1 second, Porsha. Let me get a beer.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Porsha.
All right, so here's a short. So this is Kamala Harris's Jamaican family dismisses Trump's racial attack. So from the image that you see here, what does he look like? Does he look like Hawaiian? Does he look like Islander? Does he look black?
Kind of Islander of some sort.
Mhm.
Like a Pacific Islander.
A Pacific Island. Yeah. So let's watch a little bit of this and then I'll get into the other video that I was showing this weekend. So let's hear what he has to say.
By what Donald Trump has to say. You know, her mother is an Indian, right? Her father is Jamaican. So she can't just turn black. She has it within her. This is Kamala Harris. And this is me. This is Donald. And I think that's Kamala. This one is.
He said he thinks it's Kamala. Okay. He said that you can't turn black because she is, but we do understand that just because you were born in Jamaica, that does not automatically make you black.
Yeah.
You do understand. Okay. So great. So let's keep going.
Taken at her grandmother's home. Very smart. Ask a lot of questions from babyhood. They would ask her things that I didn't even know about. She used to jump off the physical cliffs and so on and play. So this is the community area. We are from Jamaica once more again. And it's Jamaica to the world. So it's a happy moment. Even talking to you now, I feel some sort of tears from my eyes too. You know, it's like tears of joy, you know. I'm very happy for her. I'm not fizzled by what Donald Trump has to say.
Yeah, so again, doesn't feel bad. Everything's Trump's fault. She's not really black for real. Or excuse me, she is black for real. Just because she's Jamaican, even though that we know that's the case. And I remember something that I showed. I can't remember the specific video or the specific day, but folks were saying, you know, just because she's Jamaican, you know, that means that she's black, and that's not what that's not what that means. That's not what that means at all. Because you can be, you know, white, born in Jamaica, have the full-on accent and everything else. That doesn't make you Jamaican. I mean, excuse me, it makes you Jamaican. It doesn't make you black.
You know, the Indians, you know, that I think she's really Indian, you know. Her mother's Indian. And you know, I keep saying it's like South Africa to me. And the Indians have a strong influence in South Africa, just like the Indians have a strong influence here. Master Kim talks about them all the time. And that seems to be like where we're headed, Porsha, to me, you know. The violence and shit like that, the politics. It's kind of South African to me. I don't know if you've ever drawn the parallel.
Well, no, that's exactly what it seems like to me. I do see that we are nearing the 12-hour mark, and let me make sure because I believe I set up the next stream. Let me make sure. Yes, okay, I did set up the next stream for after this one. But John, while I have you here, I want to show you this, and I believe that we have enough time for you to tell me to pause and tell me what you have to say about this, because I did want to hear your perspective. Because again, as elections are nearing, I just want to talk about the things that Kamala has done to the Negro. What she's done to Black people and what she's done to Black folks unapologetically, you know, and however folks find us in the algorithm or however, that they know that she is the devil. So I'll go ahead and play some of this for you and tell me to pause whenever you're ready. And if you remember some of it, tell me to fast forward, okay?
I intend to fight for Black Lives Matters. I intend to fight.
If Black Lives matter to her, why didn't I matter?
I don't agree what Kamala Harris did to my mom, and I don't agree with what she's done to other parents.
All these men I've seen.
My message to all Americans and have Ms.
Okay, so I'll go to 3 minutes. And tell me if you remember 3 minutes. And then if you do, I'll fast forward.
$4 billion a year in funding.
Because of truancy, California public schools lose $1.4 billion a year in funding.
I want money.
Kamala then wrote a law making it criminal for parents if their kids miss school time. Kamala even wrote a book called Smart on Crime.
You can read an excerpt from the book that she just plugged shamelessly. It's called Smart on Crime.
Talking about arresting.
John, what did you say?
I saw that part. I didn't comment when I saw it first. I want money, and I don't know what the context of that was, but it just sounds bad, And I think she went on to talk about how she wants money for the public schools and blah, blah, blah,
Kamala.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of why they put that woman in jail. But you can fast forward a little bit, because I remember being here for parts of that, yeah.
Okay, so let me go here so you can see what she was actually arrested for.
And it could affect me. Her teachers had her medical records from the Children's Hospital. I even had a 504 plan, which was an agreement between the school district and the parents to provide care for students with disabilities.
Okay, so to be clear, John, listen, I have so many students right now on a 504, John. They don't need it. Listen to me. They're fine. They're just bad. They have bad behavior. Okay? But 504 is for situations as this woman is talking about right now. So her daughter has sickle cell.
I remember that, yeah. But she was crying and all that, right?
Her daughter has sickle cell. She's had many strokes. She was diagnosed when she was born. She's been in and out the hospital throughout her entire life. And, it's sickle cell. It's sickle cell, something that is prominent in Black America. It does affect Black people. It is exclusive to the Negro. However, her 504 didn't really extend in this position, in this situation. And what Kamala Harris did and how she classified her, because I do believe you left at that time, you didn't get to hear. But this is what Kamala Harris did to this mother. So I just want to be specific about that 504. So I'll play some more.
It was April 18th, 2013, in the morning. I'm in my pajamas. I had just fed my daughter, gave her medications, sent her off to school. Little did I know, there was a warrant out for my arrest. All of a sudden, the police is outside my house, and they started banging on the door. I opened up my door, and 2 officers entered my home. They told me I was under arrest for my child missing school. They said I was going to jail. I was shocked. I said, but my baby is sick. The school knows that. And they said, go talk to Kamala Harris. Place your hands behind your back.
My mom did nothing wrong. We did everything we were supposed to. I was always bringing doctor's notes, always calling the school to let them know that I was in the hospital.
Then they handcuffed me. So they take me outside for what you call a perp walk. And oh my God, the TV news was there. The newspapers were there. You could swear I had killed somebody. It was degrading and humiliating. I was taken to the Criminal Justice Center. They took my mugshot. I was fingerprinted like a criminal, and I was terrified.
And it felt like I caused her so much pain because in reality, it is because of me, even though I know it's not directly my fault. Sorry.
The next day, the Orange County Register showed the pictures of my arrest. They even had a close-up picture of my hands in handcuffs to show here's a Black mother being arrested.
It was a truancy rate at over 2.5 times that of white students.
Everyone knew most truant kids were Black. I think Kamala Harris wanted me as an example to threaten other single Black mothers, like, this can happen to you if you don't get your kids in class. The police even put out a press release naming me and other Black single mothers like Toya Daniels, who got arrested the same day. But my hell was just beginning. They gave me 2 charges: failure to supervise and encourage school attendance, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I couldn't believe it. They framed my daughter as a gang member and basically charged me with neglect. I spent the next 2 years in court fighting these charges. Kamala assigned her nastiest.
So I want to be very clear here, as I was this weekend. I am a teacher, obviously. For those of you new here that do not know, I am a teacher currently. I'm actually sitting in my classroom right now. 504, truancy, all of these things, it's absolutely a thing. Whenever Kamala said, Black kids are more absent or more truant than white kids, I can attest to that. I can. This is not me dismissing that. It's just that this story specifically, and I'm keeping it very specific to this story, I've never had a story like this. I've never had a situation like that. You know what? I'm lying. I did have a situation like this with one of my students, and he actually had to pull out his heart. And he was actually, believe it or not, he was from Jamaica, and his heart wasn't normal. And he had to miss a lot of school. That was actually my first year here at this campus. My God, can't believe that I forgot about that. However, I forgot about that in this moment. But sickle cell or any type of handicap or any type of, ailment that prevents you from coming to school is not the same as, okay, I want to put my kid on 504 because they act a fool, they're disrupting class. Somebody told them in their past before they got to me, before they got here, that they needed to be on medication because they can't control themselves, whatever the case may be, or their parents, can't get them here on time, or they can't get him or her here at all. This is a totally different circumstance. Totally different circumstance. So we're talking about a child with sickle cell. And thank God, praise be, that I do not have it, because I couldn't imagine the pain of it. And sickle cell is not prejudice to the Black person. It can fall upon any of us, and we don't know when we're going to have a moment. We don't know when we're going to seize out, stroke out, whatever the pain may be. And medication, there's no cure for it. However, not only did they arrest this mother, who is a single mother and the full-time caregiver of this child, what Kamala did is she classified this sickle cell daughter who's in the hospital. Whenever they arrested her mother, they classified her as a gang member. And she was not, John. She wasn't in the gang. John.
They get laying up in the hospital, wasn't she?
She was in the hospital, and I'm about to play some more, and you're going to see what happened while she was in the hospital. Okay, she's not in a gang. She has sickle cell. Y'all have all of her medical records. She just showed them here in this video. She provided them to us for this mini documentary, this 13-minute documentary that she did. She has sickle cell. And for someone like Kamala Harris to send the dogs out on her, arrest her, lock her up, and
what is the 504 plan for all these people? Lisa Jones said, don't get me started. I'm a 504 coordinator. I thought it was a 304. I'm thinking of 304.
Is it Miss Lisa? Hey, Miss Lisa. Hey, Mrs. Lisa. I wish you could hit the link. Mrs. Lisa, this is Bob's wife. So this is the first lady. This is our first lady of Bob. And Mrs. Lisa, we've had numerous conversations. She's a counselor. And, you know, I'm a teacher, but as a counselor, whenever we submit 504s, we submit them to our admin, and we have to include our counselors on our 504s. And so 504s can be anything to mental, psychological, to behavioral. And although a teacher might be like, hey, something wrong with him, something wrong with her. It's not up to our discretion to decide that. So we, of course, have to include our admin and our counselors. And I don't know how it is for Mrs. Lisa at her school per se, but those the documentation and the evaluations that occur at my school, they occur through our counselors, people from the network that come to ensure that this child is in fact a 504 recipient and that we can approve them for the 504 program. So whenever they are approved for the 504 program, John, that means that in class or, you know, during standardized testing, they get certain privileges that other scholars do not get because of their 504 plan. A lot of our 504 plan children, they are on medications, and the medications typically is Adderall. And they can either be assigned headphones or
Headphones? What's the headphones for?
well, for the testing, so that they can have the words read out to them, because they might not be able to process words all the way whenever they're reading them themselves. Or the headphones to keep them from being distracted by other things that are in the room. And sometimes 504 kids, especially at my campus, like I said, much different, because I do believe that Mrs. Lisa is also elementary, middle school, high school. So we typically have small testing groups for our 504 kids just because of their focus and their distractions, the small things that distract them. Now, some of the
She's about to join, by the way.
oh, hey, Miss Lisa, I would love that. I love talking to me and Miss Lisa. And we usually have spoken on tea here for the tea, but whenever
I'm gonna add it to the stage right now.
hi, Mrs. Lisa.
I didn't know this is Bob's wife. Okay, hi, Miss Lisa. How are you? Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait a minute. Could be one of the porn bombers here.
No, that's Mrs. Lisa. Isn't she lovely? Hi, Mrs. Lisa. Hey, Lisa. Hey, we can barely hear you.
Let me see if I can turn her mic up. Let me see if that works. No, I can't do that.
Oh, it looks like Miss Lisa's just not getting off work. Hey, Miss Lisa, you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself. I'm fixing it right now, John. Okay, let's see. Miss Lisa, can you say something? We can't hear you. Ooh, a little bit. Cutting in and out a little bit. Maybe she'll come back in.
Well, Chris Reed has a question on the screen.
Maybe we looking at it the wrong way. If people can go to school with HIV, what is the problem with sickle cell? I'm not saying it's a problem with sickle cell. Kamala Harris said it was a problem. And she said that this daughter was a part of a gang and that she was participating in gang activities. And she was putting the mother on notice saying, hey, if your daughter is going to be participating in gang activities, I need to go ahead and reprimand you so that she's not participating in gang activities, even though her daughter was on a 504. And this 504 plan to me was the most solid 504 that I've actually seen in my career beyond the one student that I mentioned earlier. Hey, Miss Lisa.
Try it again. Any better?
Yes, better. Uh-oh. Now we can't hear you. John, can you hear her?
Not at all. I don't think she's talking right now.
Okay, how about now?
Yes,
Yeah,
now.
we can.
Got it. All this driving is getting in the way here.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you, Mrs. Lisa.
You too. It's been a minute, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
Aw. Well, you caught my attention when you started talking about 504s. That is the bane of my existence right now.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and talk a little bit about it.
Sure.
We were able to hear some of the video about this daughter that has sickle cell. She has severe sickle cell. She's had strokes from the day she was born. She has strokes. She seizes out, and she's out of school a lot because of her sickle cell. And Kamala Harris, because of the amount of days that she missed, even though she had doctor's notes and excuses because of her sickle cell, Kamala Harris decided to arrest her mother, throw her in jail, and she deemed the daughter that has sickle cell a gang member, and said that she was contributing to gang violence in that area. So if you could tell us a bit about 504 and your experience and what you know.
Sure. So a 504 plan is actually it's a federal agreement. So when I'm writing documentation for a 504 plan, it falls under the Office of Civil Rights. So I am appalled that something like this happened to a student with a 504 plan. Generally, when you get an OCR involvement, that's some serious business. I've only been involved in one situation, which was all false anyway. But if you aren't following the accommodations on a 504 plan, that is a legal battle waiting to happen. So it is shocking to me that something like that was even able to happen. Yeah, I would love to walk away from this, and Bob hears me talk about this all the time. If he wasn't flying a plane right now, I'm sure he would hop on here too. We literally incur so much liability because we, as counselors or whoever the coordinator is, we incur all of this liability because we're deciding with a team of educators and the parents whether or not this student has a disability. So that disability can be diagnosed, or that can be a perceived disability, which means this child might have symptoms of something that looks like a diagnosis. So you don't even have to have a formal diagnosis, but you can get accommodations. Okay, some of those plans, like this student, obviously needs a 504 plan. Other students, their parents come in and say, well, somebody told me that it would be a good idea if they had one. Well, if they request one, we have to go through the evaluation process. So that's a guaranteed 30 to 90 days of my time that is wrapped up with paperwork and observations and things of that sort. So when I get one that I know is not a necessary situation, it absolutely drives me crazy because I know that there are students who do need this, my son being one of those. So I have personal involvement, but also, work involvement too. But it just floors me that this student would be penalized when I have kids sitting in class right now who absolutely do not need accommodations to level the playing field, but they're given those.
Miss Lisa, I know you know all too well. All too well. And John, for you as well, and for the audience, they throw kids in 504 that are not 504 now whatsoever. It's just that, hey, they have a behavioral issue. They don't want to deal with it, none whatsoever. And then, like, for teachers like me, hey, cut it out. Hush. We're not doing that today. That's me. And that's all they need. They just need a little bit of, just a little firmness. But they throw kids into the program that don't necessarily need it. But the kids that need it, they often get neglected. And then in a situation like this, which would tie into my passion about this actual story with Kamala Harris throwing this mother into jail, who actually has a daughter who is suffering from sickle cell. And whenever I play more of the video, you'll see what happened to her daughter, John, while her mom was in jail for months. Her mom was in jail for over a year. And her mom is her only primary caregiver. She's already said, I'm a single mother. And she has other children, but this is her child, the one that is sick. Now, I say sickle cell, God, it's not prejudice. Okay? No. It could happen. It could fall upon any African American, Black student. It could fall on you, and it happened to fall on her daughter. And what her daughter went through as a little bitty, teeny, tiny girl, and her mom was locked up, and Kamala Harris deemed her as a gang member. And John, as you listen to this, and whenever you see what Kamala did to this mother, and whenever you hear what she did to this mother, and the amount of prosecutors that she put on this mother to send her to prison for her daughter who has sickle cell, I don't know how things work in California, but that 504, you don't want to play with that. You don't want to play with that because you can get in a lot of trouble playing with these 504 kids. But this is a legitimate 504 kid, and that's why for me it means something to me. So with this little bit of time, I'll play a little bit more so you can hear, and then I know we're going to have to start the other one, but if you could just listen to a little bit more.
Is prosecutors to my case.
My homicide prosecutors, my gang prosecutors. And they went over there, and I said, when you go over there, look really mean.
Like 10 different prosecutors. They kept pressuring me to plead guilty and spend a year in jail. But I kept refusing because I did nothing wrong. All the time I had to spend going to court, I was struggling to care for my Shayla. I lost my job and couldn't pay rent, and we got evicted. I became homeless. We had to move into a motel.
And I ended up being in the hospital a lot during her trial. And in that hospital stay was when I had my stroke. I had a stroke about 4 or 5 days ago. And right now I'm doing pretty good. My hand is doing okay, I guess.
In 2015, after 2 years, they finally just gave up and dismissed my case. In 2018, the Supreme Court of California ruled that truancy cannot be punished by incarceration. It was unconstitutional. The courts finally stopped Kamala Harris' abuses. When I look back, I ask, why did Kamala Harris arrest me? Why was Kamala Harris so insensitive to a Black woman with a handicapped child? Well, first, I learned that Kamala Harris has no common experience with Black people. She grew up with an Indian mother. I remember she kept saying she was Indian.
To become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good. What we're going to cook today is an Indian recipe.
Yes.
Because you are Indian.
Yes. And I learned she grew up in Canada, not in the United States, and went to a wealthy high school. I think in Canada, she must not have been exposed to American values, which respects the rights of individuals. When Kamala Harris ran for president in 2019, they asked her about arresting people like me, and she just lied her ass off.
The truancy program got a lot of criticism too. Did you actually lock anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up. We never sent a parent to jail. And no parent went to jail. And we did prosecute some cases, but far few, only about 20.
It's ironic because Kamala helped raise money to bail out murderers, rioters, and thieves. But she thought I belonged in jail because I had a handicapped child. To me, Kamala is fake. She just repeats stupid things like unburdened.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be
unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I found out she only became Attorney General because she was a mistress to the married San Francisco Mayor, Willie Brown. And today I see she tries appealing to Black audiences by putting on fake urban accents.
And we're gonna do it again in 2024.
Black people are very down to earth. This is insulting to us.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Kamala, how stupid do you think we are? And I saw Kamala's Twitter photo. That's from like 20 years ago. She's 60 years old today. Even with the heavy makeup, you can see she's 60. I seen her pretending to be talking on the phone, avoiding the press. She's a terrible actress. She was calling young people stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
With Kamala, we can't even say Merry Christmas.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
The laugh is so insincere.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? We have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke. And yeah, I am radical.
All this woke and radical stuff doesn't do anything for me as a single Black mother. All it got me was inflation that hurt me and my kids. Grocery store prices are crazy. I can't pay for food on my income.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
Black people has been in America for 400 years, but Kamala pushes us to the back of the line behind illegals. Why? As borders are. She just filling up our schools with kids who don't speak English just so they can get more government money. Illegals get free health care, but I have to pay. They get free housing, and I'm struggling to pay rent.
Are undocumented immigrants that are the least likely to commit a crime.
And it's more dangerous in our neighborhood. We don't need Venezuelan gangs.
To this day, at 22 years old, I suffer from full paralysis on my right arm and partial in my right leg.
Kamala Harris owes me an apology and my daughter an apology for what she did to us.
Let's be clear, my values have not changed.
Look, I am not a political person, but I want people to know what Kamala Harris has did to me. If she do it to me, she will abuse anyone if you give her the power.